Greetings, werewolf. The legendary vampire is both handsome and melancholic, robust and immortal. They are the wanderers of the night. Endowed with an inherent strength that transcends the ordinary, they are adorned with the title of elegant nobility. In contrast, the legendary werewolves are seldom depicted. The descriptors applied to them often bear derogatory connotations, such as brutish beasts. Compared to the cold-blooded beings, whose immortal forms are hard and frigid, the werewolves, who age, die, and grapple with their tempers, are much closer to the human condition. Thus, while we refer to the bloodkin, we also designate this race as werewolves. Chapter 1. With great power comes great responsibility. Fox, nestled on the coast of Washington state, is not graced by the convenience of transportation that the vast ocean might suggest. Rather, it is perpetually shrouded in a dreary, rain-soaked atmosphere. Long aware of Fox's geographical isolation and transport difficulties, Chongqing could not have anticipated the extent of this remoteness, as it took 2 hours before she encountered a single vehicle willing to offer her a ride. At this moment, another notable trait of Fox revealed itself to Chongqing. Its perpetually overcast skies began to drizzle incessantly. Balancing her shoulder bag atop her head, Chongqing resignedly dragged her luggage toward the town of Fox. She ought to feel fortunate that despite the sparse population, the road leading to the town is wide and well-maintained. At the very least, the wheels of her suitcase rolled smoothly, sparing her the burden of carrying it. What a place, both beautiful and dreadful. The rain intensified, and the strap of her shoulder bag swayed from side to side, splattering raindrops on Chongqing's face. The water trickled down her chin to her neck, soaking the shirt beneath her jacket. The sticky sensation prompted her to tug at the collar, attempting to reposition the strap that threatened to slide off her shoulder. Had she not been traversing the road and drenched in rain, Chongqing would have eagerly slipped her hand inside her shirt to adjust the strap. The patter of the rain harmonized with the roar of an engine, and it took Chongqing a few moments to realize that this was the long-awaited opportunity for a ride. Approaching along the winding mountain road was a brownish domestic pickup, the young driver clad in nothing but a thin, form-fitting white t-shirt. It wasn't taxi. Chongqing remained momentarily stunned as the pickup drew within less than 100 meters of her. After preparing herself mentally, she exerted considerable effort to raise her arm and extend her thumb, executing the standard hitchhiking gesture taught by her aunt. The brown pickup made a graceful turn, speeding past Chongqing without a hint of deceleration. The driver's skill was commendable. The spray of water from the sharp turn only dampened the cuffs of her pants. For someone who had endured nearly half an hour in the rain, this minimal act of kindness offered no solace to Chongqing. Perhaps the driver wished to avoid soaking his passenger seat. Chongqing consoled herself with this thought, resignedly lowering her stiff arm and continuing her journey forward. After a brief interval, the flamboyant little truck returned, halting in front of Chongqing. The driver, a Qingnan with short hair clad in a t-shirt and boasting a muscular physique, stroked his stubbled chin and inquired, "That wasn't just an illusion earlier, was it? Need a ride? I can pay you for the fare?" Chongqing replied, lowering her shoulder bag that had been shielding her head and unexpectedly gesturing toward her damp self. "Though it might take you an afternoon to clean the passenger seat, would that be acceptable? Perhaps you might consider sitting in the back." The muscular man chuckled with a wild grin, gesturing toward the truck bed. "Of course, there are other alternatives, such as assisting me in cleaning the passenger seat. Though I must inform you, this task will not be compensated." Chongqing merely smiled and remained silent. With the man's assistance, she tossed her suitcase into the truck bed and deftly slid into the passenger seat. Rubbing her face against the sleeve of her jacket, she unceremoniously bent down to squeeze her dripping hair over the floor mat, securing it with a hair tie. The muscular driver possessed commendable driving skills and, like Chongqing, had black hair and eyes. His facial features exhibited a blend of the softness typical of East Asians and the ruggedness often associated with Westerners. Mirroring his appearance, the man also displayed a rather amiable temperament. At the very least, he did not express any objections to Chongqing dampening his floor mat and passage. Our seat. Chongqing speculated that he might possess indigenous ancestry, as he bore a closer resemblance to East Asians than to Caucasians. In the not-so-spacious confines of the car, a melody rich in ethnic tones reverberated, while the muscular man showed no inclination to engage in conversation. As he drove, he stole a few glances at the Eastern girl's face before his gaze fell upon her slightly hunched back. The girl, with a somewhat rigid demeanor, straightened up, prompting the muscular man to grin, his eyes diverting from her more pronounced curvature as he fumbled to increase the volume of the car's audio system. After more than 20 minutes, the outline of Foxtown began to emerge faintly in the distance. Navigating through a couple of ushuped bends, the girl could discern the town's distinctive rooftops peeking through the vast greenery, scattered like scattered jewels. The muscular man lowered the volume, his mood evidently buoyant, and spoke with a lighter tone. "I believe I could return home for a cup of hot cocoa and perhaps some muffins. So, Easter girl, where are you headed? To Fox, I suppose?" The girl's thoughts lingered on the rare, natural greenery of this land. All right, I certainly understand you are bound for Fox. Given the current weather, a trip to Lapish Beach is hardly feasible," the muscular man quipped, shedding his humorous facade for a moment of seriousness. I doubt you are aware, but Foxtown is expansive enough for a 2-hour walk. However, should you venture forth, you might not encounter a single soul for half that time. Indeed, the land is vast and sparsely populated. The girl grasped the essence of the muscular man's words, and reflecting on the towns back home, she promptly recalled the address her aunt had shared with her, which she then conveyed to the muscular man. Reservation? Are you certain? The muscular man's expression was somewhat peculiar. Since you're so sure, hold on tight, girl. He let out a jubilant howl, his excitement palpable, as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The small truck's wheels screeched against the wet road, sending up large splashes of water. The vehicle emitted a strained, creaking sound, resembling a bolt shooting forth from a bow. Chongqing felt a surge of anxiety. The damned rain had made the roads slick, and the small truck's undercarriage was already unsteady at such high speeds. Her face turned pale as she gripped the safety handle on the roof with one hand while clutching her seatbelt tightly with the other. Could this guy possibly be insane? As the truck jostled up and down, Chongqing bitterly licked her lips, contemplating the likelihood of successfully jumping out before a potential crash. Amidst the muscular man's exuberant shouts, the truck came to a halt on the lawn of a 2-story house not far from Chongqing's new home. Hey, I say, a middle-aged man with long hair and a black cowboy hat emerged from a nearby house, pushing a wheelchair. A hint of exasperation mixed with amusement graced his smile as he observed his younger companion's antics. Paul, you've ruined my lawn. It's of no use anyway. They'll help you convert it into a parking lot. You should be thanking me. Paul, the muscular man, retorted nonchalantly. Uncle Billy, you can't possibly jump up to chase me. That a middle-aged man named Billy sat in a wheelchair, a blanket draped over his knees, the contours of his legs starkly contrasting with the muscular robustness of his upper body. Chongqing discerned that this man, referred to as Billy, had likely been partially paralyzed for quite some time, perhaps destined to endure it for a lifetime. She furrowed her brow, feeling that Paul's remarks were rather inappropriate. Yet unsure of their relationship, she hesitated to interject. He can't, but I can, emerged a long-haired youth of about 15 or 16 from behind Billy. Not only can I catch up to you and let you taste my fists, but I can also reduce your precious little car to a heap of shattered pieces. Hey, Jacob. Paul chuckled awkwardly, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor as he regarded the long-haired youth. Jacob, I just remembered I have something to attend to. He retrieved a damp suitcase from the truck and nudged it towards Chongqing and Billy's family. This is your new neighbor. I believe her family might have nothing at all. In response to Paul's kindness, Chongqing, taken aback yet touched, expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Paul did not reply. Under Jacob's vigilant glare, he swiftly opened the car door, leaped inside, and sped away. I am Jacob Black. The long-haired youth stepped forward from beneath the eaves, pulling Chongqing's suitcase closer in the rain. Over there is my father, Billy Black. Thank you. I'll manage on my own. After several attempts to outpace Jacob, Chongqing sought refuge beneath the eaves. My name is Olier, a Chinese. I'm grateful for your temporary hospitality. Otherwise, with the rain falling and the house in disarray, I would have been uncertain about the availability of water and electricity. I truly appreciate it. Jacob, with a warm and friendly demeanor, responded with a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. No worries. It is only natural for neighbors to assist one another, Olier. Would you care for a cup of hot milk? As Jacob and Chongqing approached him, Billy naturally pivoted his wheelchair and added, of course, some snacks are essential. Chapter 2. The world is replete with countless wonders, such as an octogenarian effortlessly lifting a bicycle with a single hand, or a jade pendant shattering following a nearby car accident. There is the mythical dragon, the sole fictional creature among the 12 zodiac signs, various temples dedicated to deities, and the epic battles of ancient myths where wizards clash with dragons and phoenixes. For instance, there is Cha-Ching, who draws moisture from her drenched garments. It remains uncertain whether the Blake family is inherently kind-hearted and warm, or if it is the simplicity of Foxtown that shapes them. Upon encountering Chongqing, still dripping wet, Billy Blake kindly suggests that she might wish to change out of her sodden clothes in her room. The Blake household, while seemingly expansive, is filled to the brim with everyday items, rendering the space somewhat constricted. Jacob explains to Cha-Ching that this is due to their large garage. Currently, Cha-Ching finds herself in Jacob's room, a modest space of less than 10 square meters, cluttered with numerous handcrafted and mechanical creations. The spheres of water extracted from Chongqing's attire have largely transformed into shards of ice, reminiscent of the shaved ice enjoyed in summer. Chongqing clutches a translucent sphere, a mixture of ice and water, as she kneels on a bed nearly as wide as the sofa, casting her gaze out the window. All is well. No one is paying her any mind. Swiftly, she yanks open the window and hurls the icy orb far away, shaking her hand that had held the sphere. A delicate layer of ice fractures along the curve of her palm, shattering with a gentle crash and seeping into the sheets. She retrieves her phone, which displays the date and time, September 4th, 1637. The persistent drizzle outside has continued for nearly 2 hours. Wiping away the cold sweat that had accumulated on her forehead, Cha-Ching cast a glance at the nearby travel suitcase, equally drippy, and resolved to refrain from unleashing her abilities any further. It was not merely a question of whether she could once again uncontrollably expel the water spheres. She could easily claim that the suitcase was waterproof, ensuring that the clothes inside remained dry. However, if she were to drag out a suitcase that appeared as if it had been sunbaked and utterly dry, even the most ordinary of individuals would surely suspect something amiss. Cha-Ching had recently awakened to this peculiar power, and her control over it was still tenuous at best, on the rare occasions when it erupted uncontrollably. Should she fail to conceal herself promptly, she might very well find herself making headlines the following day, particularly during primetime live broadcasts. This was precisely why she had chosen to leave her parents and live independently. Coincidentally, her sister-in-law, who had married abroad, owned an unoccupied house in Fox. The weather in Fox was perpetually overcast, with perhaps 350 days a year devoid of sunshine, and 100 days filled with rain. Compared to the populous and sunny climate of her homeland, the chances of her being discovered in Fox were significantly diminished. Cha-Ching was quite content to temporarily reside in Fox, as it afforded her the solitude she needed to master her newfound abilities. Sometimes, possessing a unique power was not necessarily a blessing. She discreetly checked her back to ensure that her second disguise had not slipped. After tidying her bedding slightly to obscure any evidence of her window's use, she pushed the door open and stepped outside. She had indeed changed. Perhaps she should take a warm shower. Jacob, who was outside assisting Aunt Blake with the dishes, turned back, surprised to see her in dry clothes that hadn't been changed. Here, hot milk. Aunt Blake was a kind-hearted woman. She was the sister of Billy Blake, and due to Billy's mobility issues, she often came to lend a hand. However, since Jacob Blake had grown up, her visits to the Blake household had become infrequent. She had her own life to lead. Choosing to come today was undoubtedly fortunate, as women tended to be more attentive than men. Thank you. This set is a spare. I prepared 2 outfits of the same kind. Cradling the steaming cup of milk in his hands, Cha-Ching let out a comfortable sigh. I think I prefer to take a shower at home. It's too much trouble here. I understand. Jacob slid onto the adjacent stool, curling his leg beneath him as he sat beside Cha-Ching. A smile gracing his face as he inquired with concern, "Did you come alone? I mean, perhaps your parents have arrived at your new home ahead of you." Preparing the hot water. Aunt Blake and Uncle Billy, busy in the kitchen, refrained from interjecting. From the outset, they, like all adults, left the space for conversation to their peers. The younger children often found themselves with little to say in front of adults, and were easily rendered anxious and constrained. Cha-Ching held a fondness for the warm and generous Blake family, despite her physical limitations preventing her from interacting with many people. She couldn't help but embrace the kindness extended by the Blakes. Determined to exercise self-control and not to frighten others, Cha-Ching explained, "My parents are quite occupied with their work, making it impossible for them to settle in Fortis. It was my aunt, who resides here due to her marriage, that suggested I come to live here. This is the old house of her family, which had recently become vacant as the previous tenants moved out for work-related reasons. Therefore, my aunt thought it would be a good idea for me to come and unwind. Perhaps you are unaware, but my practical skills are rather lacking," she added. Practical skills? Jacob raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Yes, the abilities necessary for daily living. It serves as a form of training for me." To avoid any misunderstanding, Cha-Ching endeavored to clarify her words. "I wish to surprise my parents, so that when they see me, they will feel that I have matured." "You don't appear very old," remarked Billy, noting that East Asians generally have smaller features, which made it less surprising that Cha-Ching's parents did not live with her. "Such circumstances are uncommon in your homeland, but here, it is not a significant issue." Billy, with his wealth of experience, considered a broader perspective. "Perhaps you are not yet of age. You may need to continue your studies here." "Indeed," Cha-Ching replied. "In fact, my aunt has already arranged my enrollment in a new school." "Enrollment? At a predominantly white school in Fox?" Billy questioned, as that was quite a distance from their current location. "No, it is a school on the reservation." Cha-Ching's words elicited surprised glances from the Black family, and she, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Is there a problem?" "My aunt believes it is closer. Aside from the authentic descendants of the reserved area of Queeret, few individuals opt for local schools with inadequate faculty strength." Billy shook his head, refraining from elucidating this reasoning to Cha-Ching. The sparse population meant that every face was familiar, Yet the rationale behind the existence of two schools in Fortis could not be succinctly articulated. Jacob is in the same school as you, Billy nudged his son, bluntly stating. If you have any questions, you may consult this lad. Jacob appeared equally surprised by Changqing's choice. Oral, don't you think opting for Fortis school would be better? However, you aren't Caucasian. Perhaps your Eastern features would fare better. Racial discrimination? Changqing blinked. She had not encountered such matters among the 56 ethnic groups back home. No, it's not that. Jacob shifted his chair around the dining table to face Changqing. Transfer students here all choose Fortis school. The reservation is a gathering place for minorities. Do you comprehend what this implies? Being regarded as a rare specimen? I cannot quite articulate it. Would you like another cup of hot milk? Yes, thank you. After savoring Aunt Blake's warm dinner and discussing the new school and residence, a growing sense of drowsiness overcame Changqing. She bid farewell and used the key her aunt had given her to unlock the door of a nearby house. The residence, uninhabited for nearly 2 months, had lost its liveliness. In the incessant rain of Fortis, it had taken on a rather chilly demeanor. The white plastic draping over the furniture danced playfully in the gusts of wind that seeped through the front door, creating a chilling and eerie atmosphere that sent shivers down Changqing's spine. She rubbed her arms in discomfort, turning around to close the door and illuminate every room with light. She felt a slight sense of relief. This was Changqing's first experience of living alone, and thanks to the warm hospitality of the Blake family, she did not feel excessively isolated. Perhaps due to her extraordinary abilities, her belief in the existence of spirits grew stronger by the day. Each time she entered a room, she would carefully survey the space, as if to assert her presence and expel any unwelcome guests. After completing her rituals, Changqing methodically extracted moisture from her suitcase and its contents, organizing them into designated areas. She switched on the power supply that had been dormant for months, plugged in the water heater, and enjoyed a soothing bath. Her new home was equipped with water and electricity, yet it lacked essential living supplies such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, leaving the once-powered refrigerator utterly bare. Many pieces of furniture remained shrouded in white dust covers, and it would take her at least 2 or 3 days to unpack and settle in. After changing into shorts and a tank top, Changqing retrieved a hunchbacked bamboo trinket from behind her and set it aside, shaking a can of coffee she had unearthed from her suitcase. She picked up the landline phone and dialed her aunt and parents' numbers. After seeking advice on living independently and agreeing on a time for her next check-in, she placed the coffee aside and began to write and sketch thoughtfully. The geographical location of Fortis necessitated the acquisition of a mode of transportation, one that transcended the simplicity of a bicycle. Primarily, she contemplated obtaining a driver's license, yet at her age, such a pursuit was not permissible within her homeland. Additionally, she required a collection of essential household items, including pots, pans, cooking oil, and various condiments, as well as frequently used medical supplies. Given the vastness and sparse population of Fortis, it was impractical for her to traverse half an hour merely to find a hospital each time she fell ill. Furthermore, the local small hospitals would likely only suffice for treating common ailments, should a more serious condition arise necessitating a hospital visit. She would have to opt for a reputable hospital located in a more prosperous town, albeit further away. Changqing felt the weight of her life's inconveniences and recognized the necessity of considering every detail with utmost diligence. Moreover, she required a new map to ensure she would not lose her way on the journey of life. In summary, her tasks for the morrow included procuring a means of transport that surpassed the speed of a typical bus, followed by a visit to the local hypermarket. With her itinerary firmly established, Changqing downed a can of coffee, mindful of the crucial task of borrowing a map from the Blake family. Exhausted, she soon collapsed onto her bed, unbothered by the mere mattress that constituted her sleeping arrangement, and inhaling the faint sense of plastic and rain that permeated the room. She quickly drifted into slumber. Good night. I shall retire now, my dear family. Chapter 3. When Changqing awoke, she found herself untouched by the sun's rays, a rare occurrence for someone who cherished her leisurely slumbers. However, the time displayed on her phone swiftly reminded her that she had not risen early due to a time difference, but rather because sunlight was a luxury seldom bestowed upon Fortes. In truth, she had effortlessly acclimatized to the time difference on her very first day, sleeping profoundly. Retrieving her toothpaste and toothbrush from her suitcase, she ambled to the bathroom to begin her morning routine. Grinning at her foamy reflection in the mirror, Changqing turned on the faucet. Without any visible effort on her part, the water, which should have flowed downward, inexplicably surged upward, filling her mouth. Cough, 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 ugh. Soon, the clumsy Chongqing was suffering the consequences of her own folly, coughing vigorously as the toothpaste foam rushed down her throat, making her feel as though she might gag. With water spilling everywhere due to her lack of control, the faucet returned to its usual flow. After several attempts to rinse her mouth with cupped hands, she managed to subdue the taste of toothpaste lingering in her throat. With a wry smile, she tugged at her soaked tank top and turned off the faucet. As she looked down, the water that had splashed onto her clothes had already turned to ice. Cha-Ching, accustomed to such oddities, crushed the ice and shook it off. In the early days of awakening her abilities, there had been a time when she went fishing, and when she reached for the fish bucket, it had frozen solid. That had been during summer. Compared to her initial control, she had made significant progress since then. After changing into appropriate attire, Chongqing jogged to Blake's doorstep, raising her hand as if to knock. Before she could act, the door swung open on its own. Jacob, noticing the fingers hovering perilously close to his throat, instinctively took a step back and offered the bag in his hand to Chongqing. I gather breakfast isn't quite in the cards for you this morning. It seems you have other matters to attend to? Chongqing accepted the fragrant and warm bag with a grateful nod. I was hoping to borrow a map of Fortes. Having lived here since childhood, we never found it necessary. Jacob, apologetically spreading his hands, shifted to reveal the shoulder bag slung across his back. Oliver, as you can see, I regret that I cannot accompany you at this moment. Chongqing shook her head, indicating it was of no concern. You've already assisted me immensely. She spoke too hastily, prompting Jacob to clear his throat and complete her thought. If you can wait until the afternoon, perhaps I could join you in searching for a second-hand car and visiting the market. Yes, I have no classes this afternoon. With hands clasped together, Chongqing expressed her gratitude with an exaggerated gesture. I will surely treat you to a grand meal. Jacob, ever the good-hearted individual, awkwardly rubbed his nose, flashing a bright smile. Oliver, are you teasing me? Chongqing, turning her head, seized the opportunity to discreetly stick out her tongue while he was momentarily distracted. Jacob was a robust young man, and as autumn descended, he donned a form-fitting t-shirt and a zip-up hoodie, even in the cool environment of Fortis. After retrieving his motorcycle from the shed, he waved at Chongqing, and with the roar of the engine, he expertly maneuvered the newly ignited machine with one hand, accelerating onto the road. The wind tousled Jacob's voluminous hair, cascading down to his shoulder blades, and billowed his oversized jacket, creating a strikingly cool image. Accustomed to the uniformity of short-haired youths, Chongqing found a certain charm in the long-haired young man. She pondered what the ancient youths of her homeland, who embraced flowing locks, might have looked like. Stretching lazily, she turned to glance at the bag of bread she held aloft, feeling quite satisfied. Experiencing the diverse spirit of humanity across different countries was exhilarating. If only the warmth of their reception hadn't left her feeling so flustered. The morning passed swiftly. Chongqing found herself caught in a cycle of utilizing her abilities to clean up the mess, wiping away the water, and tidying up the chaos. Thanks to her frequent use of her powers, nearly every corner of her new home had been traversed by water orbs, effectively whisking away the dust and dispelling the oppressive humidity. However, as a consequence, she had short-circuited an outlet and rendered several wooden floorboards fragile due to water damage. Chongqing mused that she ought to pen a book titled The Handbook of Universal Abilities for Household Management, a guide for strong women. This whimsical notion arose after she diligently read about preventing floor deterioration and deformation. When Jacob knocked on the door, he was greeted by Cha-Ching, who appeared as if she had just emerged from a construction site, her visage reminiscent of a refugee. Her face, arms, and neck were adorned with numerous splotches of earthy brown, giving her the appearance of a mottled tabby cat. Engaged in such an extensive cleaning endeavor for the first time, Chongqing had not anticipated how she would look in the end. To avoid keeping Jacob waiting for too long, she hastily wiped away the evidence of her labor and opened the door. Noticing Chongqing's oblivious expression, Jacob couldn't help but burst into laughter, his white teeth gleaming brightly. Chongqing, belatedly following Jacob's gaze to survey her appearance, wiped her face and remarked, "Don't think that just because you often smile, I'm unaware that you find this amusing. You wouldn't be grinning like that if you were being serious." "I apologize," Jacob said, stifling a chuckle. As he took a step back, his gaze drifting past Chongqing into the house, landing on the partially open bathroom door. "I think you might need a moment for yourself. I hope you've tidied up in there. It would be great if you could make some progress." As Jacob's puzzled expression lingered, Chongqing abruptly slammed the door shut. The force of the door caused a gust of wind that ruffled nearly half of Jacob's long hair. Outside, Jacob chuckled as he rubbed his nose, which had narrowly escaped being caught in the door's path. He mused that he ought to dress more warmly, being considerate. Jacob knew that Cha-Ching could not leisurely wash up and then seek him out. That would be rather impolite. Quickly, she used water to rinse away the grime, hastily wiped her face, and donned her coat before stepping outside. Just as Jacob was about to head home, Cha-Ching called out to him, surprised by her own speed. "I need to go back and get my car. I'll accompany you." With quick strides, she reached Jacob, hastily slipping the keys back into her pocket, only to realize with embarrassment that she had rushed out without her wallet. "Wait a moment, I'll return to grab my wallet and phone. Let us meet at your doorstep." Jacob nodded and added, "I don't have much planned for the afternoon." Cha-Ching felt an urge to disappear into the ground, as if this young man, her peer, had shown her an unexpected kindness. Typically, she occupied the role of the older sister in her family. After double-checking her wallet, phone, and keys, she hurriedly slung her backpack over her shoulders and rushed out of the house. Moments ago, she had heard the sound of a motorcycle, and upon stepping outside, she saw Jacob leaning against his bike, gazing towards the sky. There were no other residences across from the Blake family. The trees lining the road grew denser the further they stretched. From behind, Jacob's physique was that of a well-built young man, his muscles elegantly defined. Cha-Ching thought to herself how reliable Jacob seemed, and her previously restless spirit began to settle, tinged with a subtle sense of superiority. Handing her helmet, Jacob turned and mounted the motorcycle. "Should we first buy a map or look for a vehicle?" He mentioned that his father had spoken to Officer Swan, a good friend of the family, and that she could ride before her license was issued. As Cha-Ching steadied herself against Jacob's waist and climbed onto the bike, she remarked, "I believe the supermarket might have a map. The Grand Marketplace closed later than the car dealership." Jacob tilted his head, his hair brushing against Cha-Ching's shoulder and neck. "Your hands are quite cold. Are you all right?" The hand resting on Jacob's waist was warmed by his body heat, prompting Cha-Ching to withdraw it apologetically. "I tend to have a colder constitution." In response, Jacob offered a smile reminiscent of a youthful version of the character Yang Gua, akin to a charming rendition by Louis Koo. Cha-Ching silently added in her heart that not every person with a cold constitution is akin to Xiao Longnu. "Steady yourself. We must be on our way." Jacob, unaware of who Yang Gua was preoccupied with the desire to return home quickly for a meal. Hearing this, Cha-Ching placed her hands on Jacob's waist, making an effort to maintain a respectful distance between them. Having heard of the customary behavior of the Chinese, Jacob refrained from further conversation, igniting the engine and gently accelerating, consciously reducing his usual speed. As the cool breeze caressed her, Cha-Ching closed her eyes. She had encountered a good person. If she were aware that this individual behind her was about to make another reckless decision, Jacob would certainly not be contemplating used car models, but rather devising a plan to cast her onto the roadside, forcing her to run for 3 hours. Chapter 4, Breathless. She tossed the last 2 bags into the back seat. Watching as the red SUV bobbed up and down several times, it had lowered its chassis by several centimeters compared to when it was first purchased. With heartfelt gratitude, Cha-Ching gazed at the effortlessly strong Jacob, her words imbued with genuine emotion. "Well, I believe I should present you with a banner of appreciation." The flag? Jacob, who is not particularly familiar with the culture of banners, failed to realize that this was a sophisticated form of a good person card. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he offered a radiant smile akin to that of a carefree youth. "Collectibles? I believe I am in greater need of sustenance or mechanical parts. A dear friend of Lei Feng." He quickly replied in his mind, "I have no money." Cha-Ching seized Jacob's idle hand and gave it a playful shake. Shifting the topic, "I'll rely on you for the return journey." Jacob, startled by this sudden change, had always perceived Cha-Ching as a courteous and refined individual of Eastern descent. Her unexpected lack of formality and familiarity left him momentarily bewildered, prompting an instinctive nod as he opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. Lacking a driver's license, the hapless Cha-Ching was not only incapable of driving a car but also of riding the motorcycle they had arrived on. Contemplating the logistics of settling in after their substantial shopping trip, Jacob rationally opted for a second-hand SUV with a designated driver rather than retrieving the motorcycle the following day. Despite this, the trunk was crammed with a hodgepodge of everyday items, leaving the back seat and footwell equally cluttered. For Cha-Ching, relocating abroad was hardly an enjoyable endeavor. It was akin to the distinct flavors of Chinese and Japanese soy sauce, One should not expect the quality of American military gear to match that of domestic products. She lamented that it might be a long time before she could indulge in authentic soup-filled dumplings again, lamenting her inability to create such delicacies. Chongqing wistfully mused, "If only my abilities encompass time and space, I could transport fresh dumplings through space and package a plethora of still dumplings through time." While Jacob was distracted driving, Chongqing discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth free of drool. Upon returning home, he declined Blake's invitation to dinner and hastily consumed a bucket of instant noodles that was even cheaper than those available back home, immersing himself in the meticulous task of organizing his belongings. For the next 2 days, except for handling some matters at school, Chongqing adhered strictly to the principle of remaining indoors to work diligently amidst the swirling dust and clutter. Meanwhile, the Blakes next door began to speculate whether she had accidentally leaked gas, leading to her unconsciousness. At least Jacob, who knocked on the door and then tapped on the backyard window, seemed somewhat astonished and surprised to see Chongqing alive and well. "Hi," Chongqing greeted, raising his hand. "Are you here to indulge in a Chinese feast?" It might take a little longer to materialize. To express his gratitude for the Blakes' assistance, Chongqing had previously inquired whether their household could accommodate Chinese dietary habits when Jacob returned home. The well-insulated glass window prompted Jacob to make a motion indicating to open it. He pressed against the glass and moved his palm to the right, saying, "Open it. Open it, Oriole." Chongqing complied with his request, and Jacob agilely jumped up. His residence was built on a somewhat elevated foundation, a common choice among the residents of Fortis, a town known for its frequent rainfall, who preferred to raise their homes above ground level. Jacob entered the hall and gazed at the neatly arranged remnants of various flavors of instant noodles made in China. On the coffee table, with a headache, he inquired, "You declined your neighbor's kind invitation for this delicious snack?" Chongqing chuckled awkwardly, touching her ear, a habit she exhibited when feeling shy or uncertain. "I didn't want to trouble my lovely neighbor too much. Come, let me show you the fruits of my labor over the past few days." Retreating to the kitchen, Chongqing opened the cabinets that held neatly stacked dishes, condiments, and various utensils. She also took Jacob on a tour of the towel rack and tool shelf in the bathroom, as well as the audiovisual collection cabinet beneath the television in the hall. The meticulously organized items exuded a strong essence of human life. Even Jacob, who had accompanied Chongqing in procuring these essentials, couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising her impressive household skills. Delighted by the compliment, Chongqing had not yet lost her wits to invite Jacob to see her most meticulously arranged private space. She washed a plate of cherries and invited Jacob to sit down for a chat. "This is my first time arranging these, and I was afraid of being criticized for being too formulaic. Next, I plan to set up the backyard. You hardly seem like a girl of your age." Jacob sank into the sofa, comfortably squinting his eyes. The backyard belongs to ladies basking in the sun with their cats, and of course, the gardener. "You do not resemble a boy of your age." Chongqing's profound gaze swept over Jacob, lingering on his defined pectorals before drifting down to his slightly loose work trousers, which still managed to accentuate the muscular contours of his thighs. Jacob lowered his head and plucked a few cherries, savoring their sweetness. His sun-kissed skin did not accurately reflect the rosy hue of the fruit, which turned out to be fortuitous. The freshness of the cherries surpassed their usual flavor. Frequently employing her abilities to enhance fruits, Chongqing pondered whether her powers had indeed rendered them more delectable. Jacob squinted, feeling teased, and this gesture imbued him with a more mature air. He pointed casually at the SUV that had remained stationary on the lawn for 2 days. His smile tinged with a hint of provocation. "Leaving a car idle will only lead to rust. It's akin to leaving a tiger alone for too long, turning it into a meerkat. Allow me to teach you how to handle this splendid red beast. Why not a fine lady? My beloved car, of course, must share my gender. Its lines are anything but gentle. Face the reality, Oriole." American blockbusters often depict vintage cars being transformed into F1 racers, where even the most ordinary family vehicle can be driven at breakneck speeds by the protagonists cloaked in cinematic glamour. The mechanics behind how their engines evolve to acquire racing capabilities is a topic for another time. For Chongqing, this particular skill remained imperfectly honed. After experiencing the ordeal of the front wheels sinking into the soft, desiccated leaves by the roadside, the chassis scraping against the barrier where the highway meets the woods, and the car playfully lunging forward upon releasing the accelerator without engaging the handbrake, Chongqing finally managed to navigate the road at a modest speed, where few people and vehicles passed. During this time, Jacob, having turned the tide, frequently grinned broadly, his eyes narrowing with delight, his white teeth gleaming with exuberance. It is undeniable that Jacob is not only a mechanical virtuoso, but also a remarkably patient instructor. By the time darkness enveloped the surroundings, Chongqing had sufficiently honed his skills to tackle the less traveled roads frequented by the Ford. As he closed the car door and stretched, Jacob patted the hood of the SUV. The once pristine vehicle, after enduring a grueling afternoon, bore little resemblance to its original luster. Leaning against the hood, he turned to Chongqing with a grin, inquiring whether he would treat his teacher to a hearty meal, or if instant noodles would suffice as a token of gratitude. Naturally, apart from that, I have no intention of paying tuition. To practice driving in the more bustling Angel Lane, Chongqing, under Jacob's guidance, entered a parking lot, entrusting the sophisticated task of parking to Jacob. After a brief meal, the return journey through the night was unequivocally taken over by Jacob. "Ollier," Jacob said, slightly turning his head to rouse the drowsy Chongqing, who nodded in acknowledgement. "You should cultivate the good habit of banishing fatigue as soon as you get behind the wheel." As the car accelerated, Chongqing nodded vigorously, rubbing her eyes. "I won't touch it when I'm tired. I sincerely hope you can manage that." After a moment of silence, Jacob inquired, "Ollier, are you asleep?" "No, I'm quite awake." Upon hearing Chongqing's affirmative response, Jacob absently replied, "That's good. Is something troubling you? Do you need assistance?" Sensing an unusual tension, Chongqing cautiously asked, "My friend?" "Indeed." Jacob nodded, fixated on the illuminated stretch ahead. "A childhood friend of mine has moved back to Fortes, and she is about to celebrate a birthday here. Well, I'm not sure what to gift her." Jacob's grammar clearly indicated the genuine gender of the friend he was concerned about. It was surprising that the typically cheerful and sunny Jacob could exhibit such uncertainty. Chongqing nudged Jacob with her elbow and teased him in Chinese. "Youth is wonderful, isn't it?" "Sometimes, intuition transcends language and nationality." Jacob candidly confessed, "Yes, I like that girl. Therefore, I wish to present her with a special gift, but I am not well versed in what girls prefer. Please help me, my friend." "Of course, it is my duty." Chapter 5, Angel Lane, Curiosity's Gift Shop. In the chill of February, your fate finds itself at the precipice of uncertainty as a demon cries out, "Unveil me. Believe in me. Release me." An angel, with one black wing and one white, trembles in fear. Under your gaze, everything shall twist in accordance with the ambitions that dwell within your heart. Forsake the past and call forth the true name of your inner demon. Leaning against the bookshelf beside Chongqing, Jacob, maintaining his balance, gazes down at her, his voice tinged with resignation. "Oriel, we are here to seek gifts, not this peculiar imaginative literature." "Prophecy, Bella," she replies. "Do you not think this name would make a splendid gift?" Using her finger as a bookmark, she closes the book and caresses the aged, gilded cover. You cannot deny its historical allure. For a woman, a book of prophecies is a dreamlike thing. "Oh, forgive me. I do not mean to imply that you are overly rational, devoid of any whimsical imagination. You have already said enough," Jacob sighs, extending his hand from behind, revealing a beautifully ornate music box. "Your words have stripped me of the confidence to present the item I chose, O connoisseur of femininity." Chongqing opens the music box. Inside, it is adorned with an oval mirror, and a woman clad in a white, short dress performs a ballet pose, poised to take flight. It is called arabesque. The ballerina within the music box continues to execute a pirouette, spinning gracefully to the melody. The music box, an antiquated artifact, is often regarded as a symbol of childhood romance. "My friend, you are not as innocent as you appear when it comes to charming the ladies." Wait. As the ballerina within the music box pirouetted halfway, her already indistinct visage gradually lost its features, transforming the poised smile typical of a ballet dancer into a sinister grin, until it vanished entirely. An indescribable chill crept up Chongqing's spine, far more potent than the cold brought on by the dismal weather of Fortis. Goosebumps erupted all over her body, and she felt as if every pore was obstructed by a malevolent frost. The sudden surge of danger caused her pupils to dilate. "Uriel?" Jacob, cradling the enigmatic music box, felt nothing amiss. He worriedly raised a hand to touch Chongqing's forehead. "Your complexion is quite pale, and your temperature is alarmingly low. If I were you, I would absolutely refrain from gifting this music box to her." Trembling with trepidation, Chongqing reached out to cover Jacob's face with an ancient prophecy book, tears welling up in her eyes, conjuring images of rippling waters and flowing rivers. She forced a wry smile, saying, "You may not remove the book from your face until I help you set it down," almost snatching the music box from Jacob's grasp. She hurled it onto a nearby display stand. Cha-Ching watched as the ballerina, at times mocking with a sardonic smile and at times devoid of features. And she pulled Jacob back step by step. When encountering otherworldly beings, particularly ghosts, one must refrain from uttering the names of the living and divulging their information. These entities can discern the essence of the living through such revelations and subsequently ensnare them. It is imperative to remain composed. After all, Cha-Ching, you possess remarkable abilities. The shimmering depths of her eyes swiftly evaporated as she yearned to scream and cry, yet ordinary individuals surrounded her. The Blake family had always treated her kindly, and she could not bring herself to call out the name of Isabella Swan, the girl Jacob fancied. A girl with a predominantly indisposition not only lacks the physical strength of a man, but is also a favored vessel for spirits. Are you all right? Sensing the tremor in Cha-Ching's palm, Jacob removed the weathered prophecy book obscuring her face, expressing his concern. I think I should take you to the hospital, Oriel. Cha-Ching did not deem a hospital, the site of countless deaths, steeped in a heavy, ghostly aura akin to a crematorium, a prudent choice. No, I am fine. She turned, lowering her head, and swiftly led Jacob out of the Curiosities gift shop. With a forced smile, she suggested, I've seen many handcrafted items in your room. Nothing holds more significance than a gift made by one's own hands. What do you think? Yes, you're right. But you, shall we go purchase some materials? It settled then. The thin rays of sunlight in Angel's Alley illuminated her form, yet Cha-Ching felt not a trace of warmth. A chilling malevolence clung to her spine, as if it could easily twist and sever her vertebrae with force. Once again, she resolutely rejected Jacob's suggestion to visit the hospital, and Cha-Ching and Jacob embarked on their journey home. Naturally, the one behind the wheel could not be the dazed Cha-Ching. Almost as soon as Jacob parked the car, Cha-Ching darted out and returned to her home. Hearing the click of the door locking, Jacob, who had helped Cha-Ching park, shook his head at the car keys in his hand. He decided to grant her the personal space she needed for rest. He could return the keys to her tomorrow. Back in her room, Cha-Ching took several deep breaths to calm her racing heart. The power, stirred by danger, gradually enveloped her in a misty aura. Cha-Ching licked her lips and inhaled the surrounding moisture deeply. With no ordinary people around, even if her abilities spiraled out of control, she would not be mistaken for a monster, nor could she harm anyone. Leaning against the wall, she murmured to herself, Calm down, Cha-Ching, calm down. You are an anomaly like a ghost. How could you be afraid of it? Cha-Ching's mother had once said, Ghosts are not frightening. What is truly terrifying are the vengeful spirits that can interact with the living. When mere frightening ghosts absorb enough negative emotions, they transform into bloodthirsty fiends. They feed on fear and resentment, continuously terrorizing and harming the living in pursuit of sustenance. However, based on the principle of mutual generation and restraint, an excess of bloodlust can also harm them. If one were to regard malevolent spirits as embodiments of negativity, then that which possesses the capacity to harm them must surely be deemed positive. In the living room, Cha-Ching fervently scribbles away at the coffee table, filling sheet after sheet of paper with her thoughts. All the knowledge pertaining to vengeful spirits residing in her memory is meticulously organized and inscribed. An army imbued with a potent young energy is most effective in eradicating evil, particularly one imbued with a military spirit. Indeed, this can serve as a last resort, designated as Plan Z. The modalities of spiritual assaults executed by these ethereal entities are predominantly twofold: mental attacks and corporeal alterations. The mechanism of mental assaults hinges on the resonance of brainwaves, leading the victim to perceive themselves as haunted, thus deceiving their brain into secreting hormones that affect their physical state. The concept of corporeal alteration, however, lacks substantial evidence. Theoretically, it involves the intersection of a spirit's ethereal frequency with our tangible reality, thus influencing physical objects that exist within it. Nonetheless, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that such illusions are induced through mental attacks. For the causes of phenomena witnessed on site do not necessarily require the direct involvement of a spirit. With swift strokes of her pen, Cha-Ching's mental state exhibits overt signs of exhilaration, where fear and trepidation of the unknown gradually morph into a tranquil curiosity and a desire for exploration. The conclusions can be summarized as follows: methods to confront malevolent spirits. First, harboring fear is inadvisable, as it only renders one susceptible to manipulation. Second, when a spirit inflicts harm upon you, it signifies that you possess the capacity to inflict harm upon it in return. 3. Do not grant it the opportunity to elicit negative emotions. Instead, muster your resolve and vanquish it with vigor. as a spiritual entity. It should not resemble the insipid production of A Nightmare on Elm Street, which had an interminable run. Well, not every malevolent spirit is akin to Freddy. 4. Maintain a humble demeanor. Harbor positive energy. It is undoubtedly crucial before mastering other forms of defense. As the initial exhilaration from completing a groundbreaking paper on supernatural entities began to wane, fatigue gradually took precedence. She gazed out at the pitch-black sky, stifling a yawn. According to the behavioral patterns of supernatural beings, be it the vengeful spirits of China or those of other lands, they prefer to operate under the veil of night. While an ordinary person might be gripped by fear and unable to sleep at this hour, Changqing understood that she must not succumb to trepidation. Like all good girls, she dutifully chose to retire to bed. If all else failed, she had Plan Z0 initially. Nowadays, the benefits of enlisting in the military are quite substantial. So engrossed in her activities that she neglected dinner. She only now felt her stomach's insistent hunger signals. At this moment, she could devour an entire cow. The unbearable hunger rendered her restless. The silence of the night was punctuated by the exaggerated ticking of the second hand, while the velvet curtains beside the floor-to-ceiling window beat against the doorframe. The couch creaked under the weight of an unseen burden. The television emitted the sound of being switched on and off, and the door was pushed open and shut by the wind. The sounds from beyond the firmly closed bedroom door, disregarding the room's soundproofing, clearly infiltrated her sanctuary. Who is tiptoeing outside? The myriad sounds coalescing into an ethereal cadence. Tap. 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 It draws nearer, traversing the modest 10-meter expanse of the living room for nearly 10 minutes. The initially faint footfalls have morphed into an overwhelming cacophony that seems to roar in my ears. Yet, the bedroom door remains steadfastly closed. It imposes psychological strain upon me. Changqing glares at the white wooden door opposite her bed, caressing her stomach, which feels as if it is tethered to a black hole. Clearly, its arrival has thwarted her attempts at slumber, disrupting her appetite and sending forth incessant signals of hunger. At some point, it has begun to invade Changqing's senses. Perhaps it all started with their initial encounter. I merely wish to step outside for a moment, dear girl. Chapter 6. The bedroom door creaks open slowly. The pristine wooden surface emitting the groans of time's relentless passage. Beyond the threshold lies an impenetrable abyss of darkness, seemingly harboring the universe's most terrifying malice. A small white point, scarcely larger than a fingernail, gradually expands, revealing the increasingly distinct figure of a faceless ballerina clad in a white gown. She twirls and dances, striving to imprint her graceful form upon the depths of Changqing's heart, a slender, faceless silhouette imbued with the most profound malevolence, whether from fear or trepidation. Her teeth chatter incessantly, producing a repetitive clattering sound. Embracing her trembling arms, Changqing lifted her gaze, her eyes abruptly transforming into a hue reminiscent of ice. "Do you have any idea," she exclaimed, "how terrifying it is for an ordinary person to witness the spectral reflections of rivers and lakes within tears?" As her anguished scream echoed, a row of chilling white bones shattered through her nightgown, grotesquely piercing the skin and rising ominously along her spine. "For heaven's sake, do not drag me into this. I am but an ordinary individual." A vast expanse of icicles radiated from Changqing, sharp ice pillars materializing from thin air, forming a pointed path toward the bedroom door. The descending ice columns from the ceiling glimmered menacingly, piercing the faceless dancer through and through, embedding themselves into the floor, which was now a frozen tapestry of varying lengths of ice. The faceless ballerina twisted momentarily, like a bubble, before dissipating into the air. Welcome to the realm of ice and snow. Every inch of the bedroom floor and every brick of the wall lay cloaked in frost. With labored breaths, Changqing's otherworldly icy eyes remained unblinking, the protruding bones of her spine encasing her face. Her eyes, her cheeks, her skin were all sheathed in frost, raising concerns about whether she might inadvertently freeze herself. Wherever her gaze fell, vicious icicles surged forth from the ice layer, stretching their bodies with reckless abandon, rendering the bed, desk, and wardrobe riddled with countless wounds. The eerie, dissonant laughter of the faceless ballerina echoed, its source uncertain and shifting. In a state of unconsciousness, her ability erupted under external stimuli, and she collapsed onto the mattress, her eyes rolling back. As she closed her eyelids, the menacing ice tendrils ceased their advance. The sun had ascended to its zenith, and Changqing was awakened from her frozen slumber. Regaining her senses, she instinctively touched her cheek to confirm the presence of her skeletal armor, then shook off her beggar's attire of pajamas. assuring herself that the experiences were not mere figments of her imagination. This was not her first encounter with a violent surge of power. Fortunately, each instance had spared lives, resulting only in some economic repercussions. Once again relieved that no one had been harmed, she glanced at the frozen remnants of her newly arranged home and murmured in despair, "My aunt will surely kill me. Or perhaps she will treat me as my parents did and cast me far away. Ha ha ha." Accompanying Chongqing's hollow laughter, strands of golden hair cascaded from the ceiling. The pale, rootless tresses, devoid of the allure typically associated with a blonde, exuded a sinister aura shared by both the hair and its owner. The withered, grass-like locks clawed at Chongqing's shoulders, snaking around her slender neck. With her eyes rolling back in distress, she grasped the dry hair, thicker than a scarf, and felt the steam from her hand dampen the strands. After a moment, struggling to breathe, Chongqing violently yanked the frozen mass of hair, shattering it into icy fragments. "I will not die." Chongqing lifted her gaze to the ceiling, fixating on the remaining hair that was retracting, her tone imbued with a defiant certainty. "You cannot kill me." Ghosts tend to prey on the weak while fearing the strong. Following the unexpected surge of power experienced by Chongqing yesterday, the faceless ballet girl has developed a sense of trepidation towards him. Unlike ordinary individuals, if he were to harness such a force, it is conceivable that he could indeed vanquish her. The brazen audacity of these specters is fundamentally rooted in their confidence that ordinary people cannot inflict harm upon them. With this newfound apprehension, she altered her method of attack. This is evident from her reluctance to reveal even her face. As the last strand of hair retreated into the ceiling, Chongqing, clutching the bruises on his neck, bent over in a fit of violent coughs. Despite her outward composure, the terror from yesterday's encounter with the supernatural had rendered her powers uncontrollable. Having lived as an ordinary person for the past 15 years, she genuinely feared that she might perish at the hands of these entities. Although Chongqing fervently outlined plans in a frenzy, for someone who had embraced atheism for so long, the sudden shattering of her beliefs brought her to the brink of tears. Nevertheless, Chongqing belonged to the type that experiences a delayed reaction to fear. After a considerable time, as her heart rate gradually settled from its roller coaster-like turmoil, she dragged her weary legs toward the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, she splashed cold water haphazardly upon herself, recoiling at the metallic scent that assaulted her senses. The taste of rust. Damn it, has the water pipe burst? Wiping away the thick, foul liquid, she opened her eyes to behold a pool of vivid crimson blood rippling before her. In a panic, she hastily turned off the faucet, only to find it malfunctioning. No matter how she tried, it would not cease its flow, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably, with bloodied water staining her face. Chongqing felt her stomach churn, and she struck her fist against the sink. The surge of her rebellious abilities, spurred by the impact, froze the blood in the basin and the flow from the faucet into jelly-like ice blocks. "I bought a watch last year," she exclaimed. Chongqing hesitated to turn on the tap to wash away the blood, opting instead to wipe her face repeatedly with a towel. She could now understand why so many in the modern world fervently support traditional culture. A few uttered words can effectively alleviate fear. Hastily exiting the bathroom, she dared not glance at the mirror. In horror films, the bathroom mirror and vanity often serve as focal points for supernatural encounters. Upon entering the living room, she collapsed onto the sofa. With her mind in a whirl, Chongqing fixated on a draft of her plan written in Chinese as sparks of insight ignited within her thoughts. Suddenly, the draft ignited spontaneously, flames licking the ceiling. The eerie azure flames were not kindled by the brilliance of Chongqing's intellect. Rather, they devoured the paper imbued with her earnest efforts, accompanied by the mocking, indistinct laughter of specters, clearly revealing the source of the ghostly blue fire. It taunted Chongqing, ridiculing both her and the fragility of her written plan, both easily reducible to nothingness. The ghostly flames consumed the paper, yet failed to ignite anything else. The wooden coffee table, the chandelier licked by the flames, and the glass cup and teapot resting upon the table remained utterly unscathed. As abrupt and exaggerated as its emergence, the towering inferno danced without wind, twisting momentarily before abruptly transforming into a scatter of embers that vanished into thin air. "Did you truly believe this would intimidate me?" Repeatedly calming herself through self-hypnosis, Chongqing summoned her acting skills and boldly declared, "Let us not discuss your ability to comprehend the profound intricacies of the Chinese language, foreign specters. Do you think incinerating mere paper grants you the upper hand?" She tapped her temple and forced a smile, oblivious to the danger. "Everything resides within my mind." If you possess the courage, come forth and consume my brain. Suddenly, the locked glass window swung open, and a fierce wind swept into the room. An invisible entity floated in with the gust, causing the curtains to curl in defiance of physical laws, forming the silhouette of a woman. It was as though a slender figure with an elegant updo truly occupied the space behind the drapes. The specter was no fool. After several tests, it discerned Changqing's impotence. Concluding that she lacked the capacity to wield the force that could harm it, caution and suspicion prevented it from immediately taking the life of the young girl before it. It preferred the game of cat and mouse. Freeze me. The bathroom erupted with a thunderous roar as the still-open pipe unleashed a torrent of white water. Cha-ching, having deliberately left the valve open, extended her hands, commanding the surging, roaring waters to flow toward the velvet curtains that outlined the slender figure of a woman. Although Cha-ching cannot conjure ice spikes out of thin air like during a rampage, she can indeed manage to transform mere water into ice with some effort. The curtains, swaying in the breeze, became encased in layers of frost, forming the silhouette of an icebound woman. Typically, she could only manipulate water spheres the size of a bowl. But under the duress of a crisis, she exhausted her abilities and collapsed onto the sofa, sighing in relief. However, before she could fully relax her nerves, the sound of the door opening at the entrance jolted her back to tension. As a solitary woman, she had the habit of checking thrice before bed to ensure the door was locked. She was certain she had secured it the previous night. After a moment, the door was shut once more. Unlike the ethereal presence of ghosts, the footsteps grew louder, approaching with discernible intent, each step echoing in the silence. The figure took long strides, ascended the stairs, and turned towards the entrance. "Ya," covering her mouth. She swallowed the scream that threatened to escape her throat, and Cha-ching urged, "Leave this place. You are not welcome here." Her gaze flitted over the bloodstains seeping through the bathroom floor, the ice-encased curtain, and the pierced wooden door of the bedroom. Jacob, seemingly oblivious to the chaos, smiled as he raised the car keys in his hand, saying, "Well, this is unfortunate. I now have a car. All right, I got the message. Leave my home." Snatching the keys from him, Cha-ching pushed Jacob's back, insisting, "Hurry, you are not welcome here. Did I forget to introduce myself? You have never called my name." Jacob grasped Changqing's arm, turning her to face him, pressing his hand firmly on her shoulder, his eyes serious. "Or have you forgotten my name? Do not speak." From Jacob's earnest gaze, an alternative sentiment was discerned. Cha-ching struggled to utter, "Do not speak. Leave this place. Return to your home. Forget everything that has transpired here. My name is Jacob Black, your neighbor. Do not forget it next time." A chilling breeze swept through the disheveled room, its frigid essence entwining Jacob's upright spine. Amidst the mocking laughter of apparitions that ebbed and flowed, Cha-ching, drained of all strength, crouched down, cradling her head. Jacob offered a smile as Cha-ching glanced his way. But as the situation unfolded, he subdued his grin, kneeling before her, grasping her shoulders. "Your eyes reveal a need for companionship, a desire to share your burdens. Come, tell me what has transpired. I am part of this too, am I not? You have won. Let us step outside and converse." Changqing reached for the travel shoes by the entrance, yet they slipped from her grasp, prancing about on their own. With a sharp cry, she seized another pair and, before they could escape, encased them in ice before donning them. Jacob, contemplative, followed Changqing and widened his eyes as she harnessed her power to freeze the shoes. This act imbued his elongated gaze with a semblance of youthful curiosity, rendering him more akin to a boy. Chapter 7. The door was locked, impervious to all force. Jacob apologized to Cha-ching and shattered a nearby floor-to-ceiling window with a wooden chair. He gestured for Cha-ching to exit first while he remained behind. As Cha-ching leaped out, she turned anxiously to watch Jacob in the space behind him, clutching a mixture of ice and water in her hands. Jacob agilely vaulted through the broken window, and their escape went remarkably smoothly. Even their means of transportation was ready. My motorcycle awaited them, and though the circumstances were unclear, I sensed that she longed to be far away from home. Once seated on the motorcycle's back, her arms wrapped around Jacob's waist, Cha-ching truly felt her yearning for someone to share her fears. Even if that person were merely ordinary, facing insurmountable peril. Even if she understood that she could not protect anyone. Selfishly, her eyes moistened, though she exerted her abilities to prevent the tears from flowing. With a quivering voice, she said, "Hey, I'm really glad you told me your name in front of the monster. I think I told it your name too." Jacob's response was unnervingly calm. "Can you tell me about it? Is it the charming music box?" Cha-ching replied, "I believe so. It nearly frightened me to tears." Feeling Jacob's slightly elevated body temperature, She couldn't help but harbor doubts as her icy formation pointed accusingly at Jacob's abdomen. Your demeanor is far too composed. Have you transformed into someone familiar to me this time? Have you learned to be clever? You are about to rupture my abdomen, Jacob sighed. Skillfully maneuvering the speeding motorcycle with one hand while gently placing his warm palm over the back of Evergreen's hand, which was marred by veins, and clutching an ice shard. Be quiet, Oral. I am Jacob. You may touch my heart. It still beats. Evergreen, with one hand grasping the ice shard and the other pressed against Jacob's chest to feel his heartbeat, took a moment before melting the ice in her grasp. I am truly sorry, Jacob. No, I can comprehend. However, if I tremble with fear, it will only heighten your own anxiety. Jacob smiled, revealing his canines. I detest being a burden to anyone, yet as a girl, you may hold on a little tighter. Evergreen hastily released her grip, maintaining a respectful distance between them. The terror and trembling were remarkably dispelled by his teasing jest. Evergreen gathered her thoughts and recounted her encounters with the music box specter, including her strategies and conjectures. To avoid being perceived as a monster, she omitted the part where her abilities spiraled out of control, merely stating that she had fainted from fright. Jacob abruptly applied the brakes, gripping the motorcycle's handlebars with increased force, balancing on one foot in the middle of the road. Just as Evergreen feared he had been possessed by a specter and was waiting for a passing truck to end their lives, Jacob muttered, I apologize, Oral, for the trouble I have caused you. It resembles the pitiful demeanor of a large dog caught in its misdeeds. After a moment's hesitation, Cha-Ching placed his hand upon Jacob's shoulder and gave it a reassuring pat. Fortuitously, it is I hear. Had it been an ordinary girl, it would have been disastrous. I possess the prowess of a hero. Well, I shan't divulge that just before your arrival, I was contemplating how to exact my revenge after fleeing. That was indeed a frightful thought. Jacob dramatically leaped from the vehicle. I believe it is safe now. Shall we disembark for a stroll? Cha-Ching leaned back to evade Jacob's approach, bracing himself on the motorcycle seat as he leapt backward. The tranquility of the moment ominously foreshadowed impending turmoil. Though I am loath to admit it, we find ourselves devoid of solutions. I think we might attempt to incinerate the music box, he suggested. Jacob raised an eyebrow, gazing down the endless stretch of road. It leads us toward Angel Lane. I should feel ashamed of your audacity, Cha-Ching remarked, half in jest and half in earnest as he draped an arm over Jacob's shoulder. Jacob, merely a sturdier version of an ordinary human, remained composed. What are we waiting for? Let us commence. Angel Lane. The Curiosities gift shop is rather quaint, albeit not widely known, yet the items within are undeniably impressive. As they circled the location of the shop for the third time, Cha-Ching felt compelled to inquire against the wind, have you never visited this rather lackluster establishment? No. I seldom shop here, Jacob replied. In other words, this is your first time as well? Jacob, I believe we need not continue our search. Do not surrender easily, Aller. I do not advocate for surrender. Cha-Ching gestured for Jacob to halt in front of an alley that should have housed a shop during their fourth pass. Have you ever heard of a dimensional crevice? She inquired. I propose it might be a mobile store. We have purchased its wares, and thus it shall not manifest until we relinquish any thoughts of a return. Rather than a return, it is more apt to say that it will not appear until one of them or the specters perishes. Jacob, agitated, kicked the lamppost at the alley's entrance. Pacing back and forth, Cha-Ching grasped Jacob's wrist, signaling him to calm down. Steady now. We must not succumb to panic. Jacob turned to face her, and after a moment, he closed his eyes, dispelling his unease. Indeed, you are correct. This is not my domain. Perhaps they possess some knowledge. Before Cha-Ching could inquire as to whom he referred, Jacob was drawn to a commotion in the distance. Paul, who had escorted Cha-Ching, stood behind a more robust man with dark hair, glaring furiously at a diminutive girl with playfully styled hair. The whimsical girl flashed an elfin smile, unperturbed by the two imposing figures before her. That was Sam. He and his companions regarded this vicinity as their territory. Jacob motioned for Cha-Ching to remain there, though I am loath to admit it. I suspect they might have some information. Cha-Ching quickened her pace to keep up with Jacob, who reluctantly slowed to accommodate her. Their demeanor is quite aggressive. It is ill-advised for you to follow. I believe that providing it with an opportunity to be tackled one by one is not a prudent idea. If you insist. Jacob wore an expression that suggested you had persuaded him, smiling at Cha-Ching. But when faced with danger, we must ensure at least one of us can escape. You know, I wish to resolve this sooner and celebrate her birthday. Your words sound remarkably like a declaration of abandoning companions in the face of adversity. Cha-Ching endeavored to respond in a cheerful tone. We will all survive. and perhaps you will successfully confess your feelings on her birthday. Have you noticed that although there were several unexpected incidents along the way, we have remained safe since arriving at Angel S. Lane? I suspect it is frightened by crowded places. How unfortunate. Jacob S. lips curled into a sinister smile, deliberately conveying a deeper meaning, until we discover a definitive solution. We must endure the pungent odor of densely populated areas. It is worth noting that a man brimming with vitality often signifies a strong scent. Chongqing's complexion turned slightly pale. Hello, look who it is, Jacob. Paul was the first to spot Jacob, his eyes wide as he waved at Chongqing. And a foreign girl. Have you cured your hunchback? Chongqing silently cursed her luck. Her ability to disguise herself had faltered, and in her fright from the supernatural, she had forgotten to maintain her facade. Paul, a tall man interjected, halting Paul's provocative tone, arms crossed. Casting a sidelong glance at the pale-skinned, dark-haired elf. I am quite surprised you would approach me, Jacob. Cradling a meticulously wrapped gift, the girl, resembling a fairy from a storybook, playfully pursed her lips and smiled. Goodbye, soggy dog. I hope not to encounter you during our next shopping trip. Chongqing cast a sidelong glance at the departing figure. Her skin was unnaturally pale, evoking an unsettling sense of disconnection from society. I have a favor to ask of you. Sam. Jacob appeared somewhat intimidated by Sam, whose gaze burned with an unusual intensity. After taking 2 deep breaths, Jacob met Sam's eyes directly. I wish to learn everything about a treasure gift shop in the vicinity. Are you jesting with us? Paul chuckled mischievously. Or merely seeking an excuse to converse with us? Everyone knows there is only one gift shop on Angel Lane, and it doesn't bear that foolish name. Very well. I shall inquire. Unlike Paul, Sam patiently listened to Jacob's request, then turned to Paul. Go inform Gerard and find someone to investigate, Paul. I believe this is entirely unnecessary. Paul protested reluctantly. All right. I shall go now. He spread his hands in a gesture of compliance, albeit begrudgingly. Yet he did not defy Sam's wishes and swiftly vanished into the crowd. Thank you. Despite the fact that Sam was the subject of his gratitude, Jacob still expressed his appreciation to the one who would assist him. You're welcome. Sam's eyes, which bore an unusual amount of scare, appeared somewhat terrifying when he raised an eyebrow. He endeavored to present a friendly demeanor, fixating intently on Jacob, not sparing even a glance for Chongqing. If you find yourself in trouble, you may seek me out. I will assist you, but you must join us. Jacob's expression was somewhat stern, yet I believed I could find a resolution. Amid Sam's intrigued gaze, he pulled Chongqing and turned to leave. Once they returned to the alley, he suddenly released Chongqing's reddened wrist, apologizing. Did I hurt you? I was merely reacting to Sam. It's all right. I would be angered too if a delinquent looked at me in that manner. Besides, you wouldn't want to involve them, would you? Chongqing shook her head, indicating that it was no trouble. We cannot remain in Angel Alley forever, nor can you avoid returning home indefinitely. Jacob, I believe I have devised a solution. You actually proposed a good idea. Jacob's eyes brightened as he tentatively inquired. Are you suggesting fire? Chapter 8. Having reassured the Blake family and declared his intention to return late, Jacob settled next to Chongqing on the sofa, phone in hand. He offered the phone to her, asking, would you not like to say a few words to your family? No, I do not wish for them to worry too much. The vast distance inevitably breeds futile speculations. Chongqing wrapped her arms around her knees, bowing her head to gaze at the charred coffee table where the plans had been incinerated. The faceless ballerina should not be considered a particularly formidable apparition. Empathy reveals that a perpetually bleeding pool of blood would evoke greater terror. And the destruction of furniture following the incineration of the plans would also incite fear. Humanity's primal dread of water and fire, when exploited, is sufficient to unravel the psyche of an otherwise mentally stable individual. However, that specter seemed to be miserly in expending its powers. Chongqing was convinced that it was not as formidable as it appeared. Would you like something to eat? There are instant cookies in the cupboard. Never mind. Those are utterly unappetizing. After a moment's contemplation, Jacob reached out to gently ruffle the top of Chongqing's head. His voice, having acquired a magnetic quality during his adolescent transformation, asked, shall we rest for a while? I assure you, you will be perfectly safe until I wake you. Chongqing nudged Jacob's waist with his elbow, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Those who disdain instant food seldom meet a favorable fate. You should understand. My stomach has been fortified into an impenetrable fortress by cakes imbued with the taste of disinfectant foam. Jacob, a youth unacquainted with the culture of domestic additives, stared in disbelief and murmured, that truly is a lamentable situation. Did you live in a war zone prior to this? Is such food so precious that it cannot be wasted? No, Chongqing replied, clutching his stomach, his expression sour. By the time I realized its peculiar taste, I had already consumed the greater part. Amused, Jacob chuckled heartily, granting Chongqing a semblance of dignity. Chongqing closed his eyes, feigning sleep. When humans are anxious, their sleeping positions often change, and unknowingly, Chongqing curled into a ball against Jacob's shoulder. Jacob attempted to nudge him away, but his arm was ensnared by Chongqing, who had adopted it as a pillow. Though Chongqing had developed later than most, he had already acquired the necessary curves. Feeling his arm squeezed by soft flesh, Jacob lowered his voice. Olua, Olua? Chongqing shifted slightly, curling even tighter. Realizing that Chongqing was not easily roused, Jacob, his ears burning, feigned nonchalance and turned his gaze toward the window. Upon returning home, Chongqing turned on all the lights. At that moment, the clock struck midnight, and the incandescent bulbs in the distant living room and dining area flickered a few times before plunging into darkness. Like a cascade of dominoes, various light sources, including candles, flickered briefly, as though extinguished by an invisible hand, succumbing to silence. The once brilliantly lit hall was now enveloped in an impenetrable blackness, with numerous bulbs extinguished in succession. Even a fool would recognize that this could not be mere coincidence. It could only signify one thing: it has arrived. Jacob's muscles tensed as he squinted his eyes. The boy, usually adorned with vibrant smiles, now arched his back like a beast, his narrowed gaze shimmering with a ghostly glint. Ural, rise. This is not the time for Chongqing to indulge in slumber. Jacob forcefully shook her, calling out repeatedly, Ural, wake up, get up. Her eyelids fluttered, and Chongqing tugged at Jacob's arm, pressing his lowered head down. Just a little more sleep. As she spoke, she nuzzled against Jacob's fluffy head, finding comfort in the texture of the pillow's tassels. Ural, get up. Now, immediately. With Chongqing holding his head and wrapping her arm around him, Jacob growled a few words from his throat, which exploded in close proximity to Chongqing's ear. The reluctant Chongqing jolted awake, suddenly opening her eyes and kicking her legs as she reached for the nearby sofa. The sofa, which should have been empty, bore the imprint of two semicircles, revealing the contours of someone seated upon it. Flickering shadows coalesced into the form of a tall woman clad in a flowing white dress with cascading golden locks. Her face, devoid of eyebrows, eyes, or a nose, split open to gradually assume the shape of a mouth. Upon awakening, she instinctively released Jacob's arm. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation as she turned away from the grotesque visage that had suddenly appeared before her. The entity, intrigued by Chongqing's propensity for slothful slumber, crafted a visible grin, its hollow face curving into a crescent shape. Lacking lips and teeth, one could only glimpse the writhing veins and flesh within, alongside the ghastly white skull marred by cracks at the back of its head. Chongqing emitted a sharp, two-syllable scream, instinctively attempting to push the apparition away. With her motion, a fierce blizzard erupted between her and the specter. Jacob, now fully aware, swiftly grasped Chongqing's arm and yanked her backward. Never had she felt so grateful for her uncontrollable ability, spurred by her heightened emotions. Run, Jacob urged, propelling her toward the door. Chongqing, her face a mask of terror, stumbled forward, struggling multiple times to open the gate leading to the courtyard. Jacob, who had been trailing behind her, let out a growl, shoving her aside as he danced out of the haunted house. Left on the ground, Chongqing remained stunned for several moments, encircled by a ring of solid ice. The creature emitted an excited caw, its predatory instincts steering it away from its spiny prey and toward the terrified, flailing-haired youth ahead. As it seized the long-haired boy's locks, Jacob, in a state of frantic fear, turned away, calmly extracting a bag hidden within the sleeve of his hoodie and hurling it toward the creature, accompanied by a lit lighter. With a soft pop, ice spikes materialized, piercing the bag, and flames began to lick at the liquid contained within, igniting into a fierce blaze. Evergreen manipulated the burning gasoline, wrapping it around the creature's ethereal form, and from behind her, she produced a larger plastic bag, tossing it towards the fiend. This bag was similarly filled with the flammable liquid. The creature let out a chilling shriek as its gasoline-scorched claws lunged toward Jacob's back. With her lip bloodied from biting down in concentration, Evergreen struggled to control the burning gasoline, forming it into spirals resembling twisted rope, forcefully dragging the creature backward. She had never wielded a substance that was both igniting and evaporating. The task was exponentially more challenging than manipulating steam. The flames flickered in the dark pools of Jacob and Evergreen's eyes, reflecting the ephemeral fire that danced just out of reach, warm yet intense. Gripped by the creature's claws, Jacob executed a swift leg sweep toward the flaming entity. The creature's piercing shriek threatened to rupture the fragile membranes of human ears, yet Jacob's fierce gaze instilled fear, compelling the beast to release its hold. Utilizing the recoil from the ground, Jacob lunged forward, rolling across the earth to extinguish the flames licking at his pant leg and the back of his hoodie. The cries of the specter gradually weakened as it shrank to the size of a music box, engulfed in flames. The towering flames flickered a few times before slowly extinguishing. The charred music box emitted the sound of human gasps, yet from its core, a fierce blaze erupted, reducing it to cinder. Overexerted, the evergreen Cha-Ching stumbled towards Jacob, whose temples throbbed, and helped him up. Jacob, an ordinary person who had vanquished the supernatural entity, stared at the ruined music box with a silly grin. Infuriated, Cha-Ching felt an urge to slap him. Did we not agree that I would be the bait? Have you considered that if I had not reacted in time, or if I believed you had truly abandoned me, you would have perished? You did splendidly, did you not? Jacob's eyes sparkled, his smile radiating the beauty of survival. How foolish. Cha-Ching collapsed onto the ground, breathless with anxiety. You danced about like a madman in your frantic escape, utterly foolish and so pretentious. Only a simpleton would fail to see it was all an act. Your face, which had remained composed, twisted in terror, is equally feigned, Ollier. Relaxed, Jacob reclined on the grass and soon turned with a hiss. Wasn't my motion of tossing gasoline quite impressive? Disheartened, Cha-Ching insisted, let me see your back and calves. He unceremoniously lifted Jacob's hoodie and t-shirt. The broad-shouldered, narrow-hipped Jacob possesses a physique resembling a sculpted triangle, adorned with streamlined muscles that evoke envy and admiration in the hearts of ordinary men. However, anyone witnessing the current condition of his back would find all traces of jealousy extinguished. His skin, marred by burns, glows a fierce crimson, with dark red blisters visibly swelling. Cha-Ching gasped in dismay, regretting her inability to outrun Jacob. Had she been the bait, perhaps her instincts would have instinctively safeguarded her body in times of peril. Jacob gently placed his hand atop Cha-Ching's head, his smile betraying little of the pain he endured. I cannot accept having a woman run ahead of me. Please, be gentle. With a glare directed at Jacob, Cha-Ching withdrew her finger from the inflamed edge of his skin, conjuring a mist of water to cool and soothe the burns. The severity of Jacob's scalds was alarming. She rubbed her dry eyes with the back of her hand, careful not to let the droplets of cold water formed from the mist fall onto his back. Upon returning to the room, I recall possessing burn ointment, she said, helping Jacob to rise and signaling for him to shift the weight onto his uninjured leg. I will see if there is any edible alcohol available. As burn injuries cannot be bandaged, Jacob gradually maneuvered himself, cautiously avoiding contact with the painful wounds, until he lay on the sofa. The agony had rendered his t-shirt soaked in cold sweat. Cha-Ching applied the edible alcohol to his back and calves, before delicately spreading the ointment. By the time she finished, the weary Jacob had succumbed to slumber. She found a blanket to cover Jacob's waist, while Cha-Ching adjusted a decorative painting to obscure the shattered floor-to-ceiling window beside the door. She crouched in front of Jacob, whose long hair was tousled, gently touching the singed and slightly curled ends of his hair. In a moment of whimsicality, she applied some conditioner to his dry, frizzy locks, and after a while, she manipulated the water flow to rinse it away. Satisfied with the significantly improved damp tips, she whispered a soft goodnight before heading towards her bedroom with a sense of relief. Chapter 9. Jacob, having sustained injuries, took a few days off, with Billy explaining that he had accidentally exploded Cha-Ching's oven. This excuse provided Cha-Ching with a pretext to commence renovations shortly after moving in, repairing the bedroom that had been ravaged by her own reckless actions and the floor-to-ceiling window shattered by Jacob. The additional expenses quickly drained Cha-Ching's wallet, depleting her funds that were meant to last 2 years, leaving her with merely 2 to 3 months' worth, all while she had been frugal. Undeterred by her injury, Cha-Ching dutifully fulfilled her responsibilities as a student. She drove her SUV, which had been filled with only half a tank of gas, into the parking lot of the reserve school. The majority of the crowd consisted of individuals with dark hair, dark eyes, and sun-kissed skin, which made Cha-Ching feel a sense of belonging. During her self-introduction, she adopted the name Oral Chong, as inscribed in her passport. However, the group of mischievous young men twisted her name into something resembling O Daughter Intestine or Avril. Cha-Ching, not particularly known for her warmth or exuberance, merely busied herself with her belongings as the class bell rang, leaving behind an indelible silhouette. Had she just arrived at Fortis, her demeanor would not have been so aloof. She would have graciously acknowledged Paul's assistance and accepted the kindness of the Jacob family. In the realm of social interaction, individuals invariably assume diverse societal roles, leading to psychological or behavioral alterations known as the role effect. The influence of fighting monsters weighed heavily upon her, rendering her somewhat incapable of embracing her new identity as a transfer student. Chongqing recognized the significance of first impressions. However, she found herself disinclined to smile at strangers, particularly at a group that harbored feelings of exclusion. Jacob's observation was astute. The school's attitude towards newcomers exhibited varying degrees of difference. Despite sharing similar dark hair and eyes, her accent unmistakably marked her as an outsider. After enduring an unpleasant day, the following morning, Chongqing encountered Jacob, who was just about to leave. As Chongqing discarded the trash bag into the outdoor large bin, she called out to Jacob, who was about to leave on his motorcycle. She gestured towards his back and the pants tucked into his boots, raising an eyebrow to convey her discontent. Jacob flashed a grin, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination to depart. This reckless child, was he truly willing to risk everything for love? It suddenly dawned on her that today might be the birthday of Jacob's beloved girlfriend. With a tight grip, she tossed the car keys to the visibly eager Jacob, grinding her teeth as she managed to utter, "Don't tell me you've been tirelessly crafting a handmade birthday gift since you woke up yesterday. Are your nerves made of aluminum alloy?" Having both faced their share of supernatural encounters, Chongqing felt certain that she and Jacob belonged to entirely different realms. Jacob did not respond to her query. Instead, he deftly leaped to catch the car keys, leaping into the SUV and igniting its engine. The SUV's engine roared to life, tires spinning on the grass before it surged forward. Watching the rear of the crimson SUV as it sped away, Chongqing patted the nearly full outdoor trash bin, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of the recycling center's anticipated visit. It seemed her thought processes were indeed distinct from those of foreign folks. When Jacob returned, his demeanor was notably subdued, a stark contrast to his usual sunny persona. Silently, he returned the keys to Chongqing, speaking in his customary tone, though a closer look revealed the dimness in his eyes. Having long prepared her backpack and waited at the door, Chongqing settled into the driver's seat of the SUV. Observing the heavy-footed boy, Jacob, trudging home with his head hung low in the rearview mirror. With a flick of her finger, a large thumbtack-shaped ice cube soared out of the window, chasing after Jacob's retreating figure. Upon hearing Jacob's frustrated exclamation, as if he were determined not to rest until he fell into a deep slumber, Chongqing promptly released the clutch and pressed down on the accelerator. A few days later, Chongqing spotted Jacob attending class as usual at school. Two boys of similar complexion accompanied him, engaged in an animated conversation that elicited joyful laughter from Jacob. He waved at Chongqing from a distance and introduced the two boys to her. The taciturn one with long hair was Amber, while the one with curly brown hair was Quail. Quail Adry scrutinized Chongqing with an air of hostility. "Oh, a haughty transfer student, are we? I bet if your name were likened to a type of sausage, you would proudly punch everyone in the nose." Chongqing raised her fist, sizing up Quail, whose American features boasted a prominent nose. I suspect Quail would merely hide behind Amber, shouting "Go, go, go." Jacob chuckled unabashedly, rubbing the tip of his nose. "All you wear. This is my buddy. He wagered to see if you truly resemble the rumors, and we have a bet." Chongqing feigned indignation. "If my gender did not align with my appearance, I would have already leaped up and pounced on you." Quail then lamented dramatically. "You two are conspiring to steal my pocket money for the month." Amber couldn't help but laugh, clutching her belly at Quill's absurd demeanor. "Come on, we mean no harm." "Oh, is that so?" Chongqing replied, adopting a thoughtful expression before adding, with a cheerful tone, "If you could share a third of the betting money with me, I would be more than willing to believe you." Jacob, holding his forehead, chuckled even louder. "Quill, do not expect a heart or compassion from someone as rare as Oriole." Engaging in pleasant conversation with Jacob and the others, Chongqing felt a scorching gaze incessantly fixed upon her back, as if it aimed to pierce through her very being. Following her instincts, she turned to investigate, locking eyes with a blue-eyed youth sitting on the steps, clutching a book, who did not shy away from her inquisitive stare. The bags under his eyes, a testament to countless sleepless nights, were visible even from a distance, and he regarded Chongqing with a piercing gaze, offering a dark smile in return. Jacob smirked, pulling Chongqing behind him to shield her from the youth's gaze. After observing the young man for a moment, he turned back to Chongqing, his smile tinged with playful mockery. Well, my lovely foreign girl. Seeing you adapt so swiftly to life here and garnering admirers brings me joy as a friend. However, it may not be ideal to engage in a deep gaze with someone you've just met, while neglecting the three handsome fellows around you. Quill, ever ready to seize a chance for witty remarks, interjected, well, it seems that Jacob and Amber are just a tad inferior to me. Adri, oh, you fortunate soul over there. The young lady before me is gazing at you. Look over here, do take a glance. Quill exclaimed, pinching his throat and rising on tiptoe to dance while pointing at the much shorter Changqing. Oh la la la. With a swift motion, Changqing swatted Quell's finger away, her annoyance evident as she raised her claws in a threatening manner. The long nails she sported rendered her akin to a frenzied feline, retreating into the shadows while simultaneously threatening. Quell's just only intensified the fervent gaze directed their way. Across Jacob, Changqing felt the raw intensity of that gaze sending shivers down her spine. She stroked the fine hairs on her arms, the prickly sensation causing her to flinch. She certainly did not believe herself to possess any alluring phenomenal aura capable of inciting a man who had barely exchanged words with her to fall in love within a few days. She was no Fujimi. Who is that? Sensing the ambiguous expression on Quell's face, Changqing retorted, does he have a deceased girlfriend who bears an uncanny resemblance to me? Can you be sure he isn't studying anatomy? She purposefully showcased her curves, adding, perhaps I merely appear as healthy as a model of the human body? Jacob was taken aback by Changqing's attitude towards her admirer, choking back laughter. No, I hope you aren't referring to a male model of the human body. Changqing shot Jacob a playful middle finger. His name is Anderson, a typically solitary individual. The reticent Ambry is far healthier than the other two troublesome youths. He introduced the sullen young man to Changqing, saying, since I laid eyes on you, he hasn't turned a single page of his book. The shade of that tree is his usual reading spot. Changqing buried her head in her hands, realizing she should not harbor hopes regarding Ambry. I must return home. Hey, don't be like that, Chang. Anderson is rather handsome. Don't you appreciate a brooding type? Feel free to like him. I generously relinquish him to you. Chapter 10. Recently, the frequency of rainfall in Fortis has diminished, and the leaves of the nearby trees have begun to turn a sickly yellow, the first few withering leaves spreading like a virus. In recent days, the trees have lost much of their greenery. The fallen leaves have formed a thick carpet, and stepping into the woods causes one to sink halfway up their calves. Changqing bounced on the lawn in front of her house, sending the evening dew accumulated overnight into the air, falling like sparse rain. She extended her tongue to sneak a taste. The dewdrops were sweet and cold. Next door, Jacob was tending to his family's reddish-brown vintage car, reportedly dating back to his grandfather. Changqing and Quill firmly believed this was nonsense and wagered $5 on it. He swung his arms, pouring an entire bucket of water onto the car's roof. Jacob found wiping it down cumbersome, wearing only a long-sleeved t-shirt and straight-leg pants. His bulging biceps appeared to ripple with exertion from a distance, as the water trickling down soaked his sleeves. Jacob is undoubtedly more akin to an icy water wielder than Changqing. In the past 2 days, a sudden drop in temperature has rendered the streets nearly devoid of pedestrians clad in mere single garments. Even Changqing has donned a fleece-lined hoodie for his outings. With the climate shift prompting this chill, the once boisterous birds that filled the forest from dawn have largely fallen silent, and the serpents and rodents have become increasingly scarce. Only the small carnivorous creatures, busy storing energy for the winter, flit across the landscape, occasionally encroaching upon human territory to pilfer dried meats left out to air or discarded remnants of meals. Lyre Clearwater jogs past. She is one of the few neighbors of Changqing, as the residents in the reserve are rather sparsely distributed. The Clearwater residence is about a 5-minute jog from Changqing's abode. Lyre is a striking beauty with an exotic allure. Her lashes are delicately long, and the corners of her eyes are slightly downturned, complementing her bronze-hued skin, which imparts a wild yet captivating presence. She is a year older than Jacob and Changqing, her legs toned and elongated from years of morning exercise. Changqing has witnessed those very legs shatter a small thug's arm. In her single days, Lyre Clearwater was widely regarded as an untamable wildcat, a fact evident in her robust, sun-kissed complexion. Quail had discreetly confided in Changqing that this enchanting wildcat had once been successfully tamed by Sam Woolley. However, following their separation, the wildcat's demeanor had grown increasingly fierce. As for the reasons behind their split, Quail refrained from elaborating. Perhaps it was due to the $5 wager Amber had placed on his inability to keep such a secret from Changqing. Regardless of his discomfort, Quail chose to remain silent. Chongqing greeted the approaching Riel, who glanced in her direction. Jacob, busying himself with washing a car, also waved to Riel, having been neighbors for several years. Riel was more familiar and amicable with him. She nodded gently at Jacob before continuing her run. Suddenly, a grayish-brown dog sprang forth from the half-wilted shrubs. In comparison to its breed, the Siberian Husky, the creature appeared more akin to a gaunt young wolf, baring its teeth and panting. Its gaze lacked the amiable foolishness typical of sled dogs, and its once fluffy tail was missing patches of fur, while clumps of mud and grime clung to areas the tongue could not reach. This wandering husky, origin unknown, had been roaming the vicinity of Fortes. Occasionally, kind-hearted souls would feed it, and it would appear in the uncertain dawn, consuming whatever offerings were presented. Yet, this dog remained untouchable. Regardless of how long you have fed it, as soon as you approach, it will bristle its neck fur, baring its teeth in a threatening display, poised to pounce before biting. Its vocalizations are not the usual neurotic whimpering of a typical husky in distress or the excited barking when elated. Initially, the townsfolk believed it to be mute. However, one night, a family witnessed the dog howling with a voice akin to a wolf's mournful cry. Clearly, this dog had recently grown accustomed to feasting on the leftovers provided by Chongqing. After a month of acclimatizing to the Fortes climate and living alone, Chongqing no longer subsisted solely on instant noodles. She frequently cooked meals to indulge her palate. The Black family, having tasted Chongqing's culinary creations, remarked that while her dishes differed somewhat from the flavors of Chinatown, they were still quite enjoyable. Typically, the fare she offered the dog consisted of leftovers from her refrigerator. And today, she added a leftover fried egg from breakfast. This dog was not easily tamed. Jacob, brushing against a car, approached and leaned against the doorpost, observing the stray dog devouring its meal. There had been attempts to adopt it in the past, but it had injured someone in its desperate bid to escape. The dog's tail hung down at a 45-degree angle, ears perked with alertness, as it shifted its body to align its fangs and head directly towards Jacob. With every bite, it cast wary glances towards Jacob, who stood 3 to 4 meters away. I had no intention of adopting it. I felt incapable of adequately caring for a pet. Chongqing took a step back, half hiding behind Jacob, saying, "You know, living alone makes it quite challenging to manage leftovers." Jacob spread his palms in a gesture of submission, exuding an air of compliance. "Keep your distance." It exhibits a strong sense of aggression. It does not comprehend the concept of human kindness. I pondered, after all, animals need not necessarily embrace the benevolence of humans. Chongqing's tone rose slightly, creating an uncomfortable dissonance. Is the intent behind our benevolent actions merely to elicit gratitude from others? This dog, too, are we feeding it simply to prevent its starvation? Some creatures harbor no desire to be confined. They would rather perish in the wild. You seem rather discontented. I apologize. The dog had departed, displaying a profound sensitivity and suspicion. Perhaps Chongqing's tone led it to believe it was an unwelcome presence, for it left behind a considerable portion of its meal. Stray animals typically do not squander even the slightest morsel of food, unless their stomachs are ailing or they are gravely ill. In years past, at this time, migrating wild geese would journey southward. Chongqing often trailed behind her father, reclining in an outdoor rocking chair, gazing up at the birds, which formed either a V or a straight line in the sky. Her father would elaborate on the habits of each species with even more detail than a guide at the zoo. Fortes was not a habitat for migratory birds, as it lay too close to the ocean, with an excessively humid atmosphere. The winters in Fortes were more frigid than any place Chongqing had ever known. A wave of nostalgia washed over her. She recognized that she ought to rein in her emotions, yet she felt a kinship with Jacob. Today or tomorrow, I wished to meander through the woods. In my youth, we often ventured out to hunt wild chickens for a savory stew, enhanced with red dates and Codenopsis root. On occasion, we would also include quail, pigeons, and a medley of wild birds in our concoction. Chongqing, with a playful gesture, lifted the hems of his trousers, creating an amusing sight that evoked laughter. With a stroke of luck, one might catch a stray goose or savor the exquisite taste of a wild rabbit preparing for winter. If fortune smiles upon me, could I extend an invitation to Uncle Billy and Auntie? The rabbits in 4 days are quite elusive. One cannot venture without proper equipment. Alas, in the interest of my solitude and safety, my aunt has just delivered a firearm, yet I am still a minor. I believe it should be harmless to hunt in the wilderness. Jacob rarely shows envy, but this time he did. Nearly every boy possesses a fascination with firearms. Jacob has some time before reaching adulthood, and Billy seldom allows him to handle the family's equipment. Recently, I overheard Quail and his companions discussing the legality of firearm possession. Even disassembling the weapon and placing it in the car's trunk seemed exhilarating, did it not? However, I find myself less enthusiastic. Chongqing added, perhaps Jacob, you could assist me by inviting Quail and Amber? They would enlighten you on the essence of a child of the jungle. I envision you preparing a basket of beans for Quail in case he loses his way. Chongqing firmly believes that the birds of the forest would be immensely grateful to Quail. Our household supplies are nearly depleted, in addition to acquiring some seasonings. Chongqing also needed to purchase dangtion. This was not at a local pharmacy. She had to venture further afield to gather the items she desired. After spending the better part of the day shopping, Chongqing spotted the dog from that morning near an SUV parked by the roadside. With features reminiscent of a husky yet bearing a striking resemblance to a wolf, it emitted a haunting howl towards her. As she glanced over, the creature dashed a few steps towards a nearby alley, rummaging through a heap of garbage. The musty odor of neglected construction materials wafted through the air, causing a startled calico cat to leap onto the safety ladder of an adjacent building. The aluminum pet tag of the calico swayed back and forth, while the dog continued to dig through the refuse, oblivious to its surroundings. After walking for a while, an unsettling feeling prompted Chongqing to halt. She suspected she might be being followed. Like any other beauty of her age, she bent down to peer into the rearview mirror of a car parked by the street. Gathering her long hair that obscured the mirror, she shifted her stance repeatedly. Though appearing vain as she posed, she was actually scrutinizing the figure behind her. Despite bending and twisting until her back ached, she discovered nothing amiss. The lessons learned from crime dramas proved deceptive. At least for an ordinary person, they were hardly applicable. After a safe journey home without incident, Chongqing vowed never to binge-watch crime thrillers again. Chapter 11. Bai Suzhen lifted her head and drank the yellow wine, a single tear cascading down to mingle with her hair. In a moment of distortion, her form twisted, revealing fangs as her legs coiled together, transforming into a serpent of considerable girth. The winter sun, gently tipsy, filters into the clearing of the forest, where the air is perfumed with the scents of evergreen trees and the sea breeze. At this elevated glade, each inhalation brings a refreshing sensation as if one's lungs are being cleansed. 5 young men and women are gathered around a black and white checkered picnic blanket, their faces adorned with smiles. Quail, with his curly short hair, playfully interrupts Chongqing, exclaiming, Hey, I mean, those foreign snake charmers are utterly foolish. If she has told to drink, she simply drinks. She could easily pinch her nose and pour that cup of wine down the throat of the man beside her. Smacking his lips, he muses, the drinking capacity of these foreign snake charmers is truly dismal. At this moment, should we not be concerned whether Su Xian will be frightened to death by Bai Suzhen? What sort of people are these, for heaven's sake? Chongqing, once again interjected, opts to refrain from continuing her point. She engages Quail in a debate. Bai Suzhen is a snake, not a snake charmer or a snake monster. She is not intoxicated. Being intrinsically a snake, she certainly fears realgar, especially since she directly consumes realgar wine. She has the option not to drink. Amber, seated cross-legged, chimes in. Only snake charmers and snake monsters can transform into human form. Bai Suzhen is a snake. She can temporarily assume human guise, but her essence remains that of a serpent, as she reiterates the nature of Bai Suzhen's being. Chongqing finds herself puzzled by her stubborn insistence on this point. Su Xian is her husband, thus she cannot and does not wish to refuse his requests. During the Double Ninth Festival, it is customary to drink realgar wine to ward off evil and dispel misfortune. Indeed, it proves effective. Even snake monsters are susceptible. I surmise Su must have used a concentrated blend. If it were me, I would hurl that cup of wine into his face. Liar. Emerging from the shadows of the forest into the sunlit meadow, crossed her arms. Complementing her sun-kissed skin, her decolletage was almost blinding to the men who oppress women. One might as well choose to obliterate their manhood. Bai Suzhen does not embody the characteristics of a queen. If she were to destroy Su Xian's manhood, she could directly embrace Fa High in love. Sister Liar commands such an imposing presence that one cannot help but kneel in submission. Chongqing felt a deep sense of generational divide and had little desire to continue the conversation. I believe all are meant to convey that in foreign lands, there exists a festival where one must drink realgar wine, known as the White Snake, cannot refuse humanity's goodwill. Jacob, resting his chin in contemplation, spoke softly. Moreover, Bai does not denote a snake monster or serpent person. Changqing's eyes suddenly sparkled, nodding fervently. Yes, yes, precisely. I can transform between human and serpent. Alier referred to her as a serpent demon. Perhaps she is a peculiar creature possessing dual biological genes, akin to a human-snake hybrid? Upon speaking, Jacob turned to Changqing for confirmation. Ha ha ha. That, well, could be considered accurate. Changqing scrutinized Jacob with suspicion, feeling she could no longer engage in friendly banter with him. She had grown older, experiencing a generational gap, and had overestimated the understanding of others, particularly Jacob. With hands clasped, she silently shed tears. Far away from her esteemed parents, she had brought shame upon herself abroad. May they forgive her filial transgressions. Are you here to listen to stories or to study foreign creatures? Seth Clearwater, Liar's younger brother, exclaimed with dissatisfaction as he waved his arms to deter the other eager listeners. Oriel's sister, please continue. It was only when recounting subsequent tales that one might affectionately address others as sister. Was that not so? Liar gazed at her brother with indulgence. Casting a glance at Liar, Changqing spoke rapidly, his narrative abruptly trailing off. Bai Sujian stole something to save Su Xian. Later, Su Xian learned that Bai Sujian was a snake demon and abandoned her, who was pregnant, to flee with a monk named Fahai. In an attempt to rescue Su Xian, Bai Sujian was imprisoned by the monk Fahai. The end. Instantly, a chorus of hisses erupted. In recent days, Changqing's hometown must have been bustling with activity. Many ventured out to admire the scenery and climb mountains, while those who remained at home busied themselves with preparing or purchasing pastries to share with the elderly. In the past, Changqing had not placed much significance on the Chongyang festival, as her parents, being in their prime, were preoccupied with various chores and had little time to take her out for leisure. However, upon arriving in Fortes, she found herself increasingly attentive to the festivals of her hometown. Just a few days after visiting the Blake family, she gathered her playful companions for an outing to celebrate the occasion, embarking on a hike and enjoying a picnic in the woods. The young people, brimming with enthusiasm, had an endless array of topics to discuss, ranging from the fresh faces in Fortes to the violent incidents in Angel Alley, ultimately leading them to share stories. Fueled by youthful exuberance, they paid little mind to the vastness of their conversations, their minds alive with whimsical ideas. Uncertain of where he had encountered the novel culinary technique, Quail carelessly tossed heated stones into the broth. The liquid hissed and bubbled, releasing large plumes of steam that engulfed the air. Yet, once cooled, a few individuals sampled the concoction only to discover that the earthy taste overpowered the original flavors, rendering it less palatable. Realizing the dire situation, Quail attempted to stealthily escape, but was promptly flanked by Jacob and Amber, who restrained him. Liar, wielding a rope, dragged him to a nearby evergreen tree perched on the precipice by the sea and bound him there. Quail endured a half-hour of chilling wind. Seth, with a hot dog in hand, sauntered past Quail on multiple occasions. Concerned for his brother, Liar settled against the rock opposite Quail, indulging in his lunch. Deprived of his meal, Quail squirmed in his bindings, turning his back on Liar, silently pleading for help. Sated and languid, the 14-year-old Seth lay sprawled on the picnic blanket, his dark eyes surveying the underbrush. A wild rabbit, with its twitching nose, crouched nearby, its round eyes fixated on the remnants of food on another blanket. After a few moments, the rabbit appeared less wary, prompting the playful Seth to stealthily rise, arching his back as he crept towards the creature. Liar, alert to the situation, abandoned any notion of emulating the cool demeanor of the sentinel, Maeve, from Shadow's song. Quail, on the verge of tears, exhaled a sigh of relief, casting sidelong glances and fluttering his eyelids in a desperate plea for his companions to rescue him. Jacob, stifling laughter and clutching his stomach, and Amber, pursing her lips, approached to sever the ropes binding Quail. With newfound freedom, Quail shouted joyfully and dashed towards the remnants of food. Evergreen had generously left behind a portion untouched. Startled by Quail's exuberance, a wild hare pivoted and bolted away. Mere meters away, Seth's earlier efforts were in vain. The despondent boy, without a second thought, sprinted after his quarry. Riel shot a fierce glare at Quail before striding after her brother, Seth. Noticing Riel's distance, Quail dared to call softly after her retreating figure. Habby. No wonder you're unwanted, Habby. The increasingly peculiar woman after Sam. What did Habby mean? The frequently repeated term piqued Evergreen's curiosity, prompting her to seek clarification from the two local boys beside her. Quail was insinuating that Riel was a fierce woman. Jacob chuckled, shrugging to interject. All right, Quail. Riel isn't far off. If she hears you mention Sam again, she won't merely tie you up for one meal. Occasionally, when Jacob spoke with a smile, the corners of his mouth would rise and fall rhythmically, exuding a charming rogue-like demeanor. A passing cloud obscured the sun, casting a generous shadow over the clearing in the woods. Autumn had yet to grace the remote mountain forest, where the surrounding trees still flaunted their vibrant green. Evergreen gazed upward at the drifting white clouds, a strong premonition stirring within her. Snow is imminent. It is too early. Fortis experiences its chill much sooner. Yet the snowfall resembles that of any ordinary place. Upon hearing the whispers of the evergreens, Queer exclaimed, "Impossible." No sooner had Queer uttered these words than delicate, crystalline snowflakes began to descend from the heavens, merging with the clearing enveloped in verdant foliage. Initially, a few believed it to be a mere illusion until Ambry extended her hands to catch the increasingly dense flurry of snow. The boys of Fortis gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oriel, are you a sorcerer? How can you possibly influence the weather?" Their exaggerated expressions elicited an eye roll from Queer, who chose to ignore them. Only Jacob regarded her with a contemplative tilt of his head, pondering Queer's gift, her ability to sense the approach of rain and snow before others, which seemed hardly surprising. From a distance, the jubilant cries of Seth could be heard, his face aglow with joy as he held the ears of a wild rabbit. A few paces behind Seth, Riel bore a chibi doll with dark hair. Approaching Queer, she presented the doll, inquiring, "Is this yours?" "I found it behind that tree." "No, I do not play with such things." Queer instinctively recoiled from the doll, which depicted a long-haired girl with dark locks and azure eyes. "I have long outgrown the age for such toys, or perhaps someone left it here while playing." Riel decisively hurled the doll away as if it were a lead ball, shaking her head. "Few venture here to climb the mountains. It appears rather new." "Never mind, it is snowing. We should head back. It would be unwise to descend once the snowfall intensifies." Jacob, standing beside Cha-Ching, lowered his head and quietly inquired, "How much longer will it last?" "It will cease shortly," replied Lyre. "Let us first find a place to take refuge." Jacob raised his head and interjected, "I believe the snow will soon stop. It won't intensify. Descending the mountain now poses a risk. Let us wait a while before returning." Lyre cast a sidelong glance. "Are you certain?" "Indeed, I am quite certain." Judging by Lyre's assertive nature, it seemed likely she would stubbornly cling to her own opinions. To Jacob's surprise, after a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement with his suggestion. Jacob took the lead, and the group of 6 tidied their belongings before heading towards a sheltered spot away from the snow. Quire, walking beside Chongqing, tugged at her sleeve. Chongqing responded with a puzzled look, then slowed her pace to match Quire's. As they distanced themselves from the main group, Quire leaned in, draping his arm over Chongqing's shoulder, and whispered conspiratorially, "Do you find it a bit strange how obedient Habby has become?" Without waiting for Chongqing to respond, he continued eagerly, "Except for Sam, of course. Uli doesn't heed anyone's words. If she is so compliant with Oldia, do you think she might have feelings for him? Wow, she is older than us, but quite the figure." It seemed that Amber had grown weary of the usual gossip, and Quire, wary of sharing with the other 3, turned to Cha-Ching as his confidant, thus offering her an unsolicited glimpse into the private lives of their neighbors. During her first year of high school, Habby found herself the object of Sam's fervent affection. However, after a period of absence, he appeared to have shifted his affections to another and had seemingly transformed into a troubled youth. During Sam's disappearance, Habby was so distressed that she nearly made the police station her second home. I had never seen Habby cry so profoundly before. Quill might have secretly indulged in smoking, as a faint scent of tobacco wafted through the air, prompting a slight wrinkle of the nose from Chongqing. While I don't mind Habby's admiration for the formidable Yala, I cannot consider Bella a suitable choice. Bella is infatuated with the eccentric and unpredictable Cullen family to the point of obsession, a fact known to all. Yala is rather obstinate. Perhaps I should attempt to pursue Bella? It would be best not to. Chongqing halted his steps. Such an endeavor would only create a rift between you and Jacob, Quill. Rarely serious, Quill regarded Chongqing with newfound earnestness. "Fine. I concede that you are correct. Edward Cullen is indeed a scoundrel. Oh, why do good girls always fall for the wrong man?" Chongqing abruptly turned, feeling an urge to kick Quill as he glanced back. In his ears, Quill's playful yet insincere invitation echoed, "Olu, may I accompany you to the Halloween party? You know my reputation is quite favorable, but I reckon you would prefer a reliable acquaintance by your side for your first experience at such an event." Within the sunless layers of decaying leaves, gnarled and twisted roots of plants emerged, creating numerous visual blind spots. some roots intertwined so tightly that they could obscure even a person. Chapter 12. On the eve of Halloween, everyone's attention shifted towards their companions for the day. The most fashionable and charming individuals were meticulously accounted for. Even the shy Amber, whose demeanor rivals that of the most reserved Easterners, found herself honored with recognition due to her healthy, sun-kissed physique. The enchanting Riel, who had evolved from heartbreak to an undeniable queen, ranked as the most desired woman to conquer in the Enclave. The young men daring to flirt with that fierce woman, are they courting danger or merely inviting their own demise? Even the transfer student, Changqing, received invitations, and her popularity was notable. With features that were not unattractive, she could be described as somewhat lovely. The residents of the Enclave had a neutral reaction to her dark hair and eyes, finding her visually approachable. Additionally, the air of mystery surrounding her eastern homeland added to her allure. Changqing was indeed a captivating young lady. As the novelty of the transfer student began to wane, she proved to be amiable, and despite a few dissenters, the majority embraced her presence. Recently, however, captivated by the art of DIY hanfu and tang attire, Changqing decisively rebuffed the advances of boys seeking companionship or collaboration. Busy with academics and her parents' side ventures back in her homeland, she had never engaged in garment creation before. But the omnipotence of the internet proved irresistible. Eagerly, she purchased materials, designed and revised drafts, and experimented with fabric combinations. Lacking expertise, she faced multiple setbacks, with some issues rendering days of effort futile, forcing her to start anew. Yet, nothing could dampen her enthusiasm. Not only for herself, she prepared an entire ensemble for Jacob, Amber, Quill, and the enchanting Riel. Though the stitches were somewhat coarse and certain imperfections detracted from the overall beauty, Changqing found immense joy in her work. On weekends, she would sit before her sewing machine as usual when the doorbell rang, announcing the arrival of the delivery person, assuming it was the new materials she had been expecting. Changqing signed for a slender package measuring 1 meter wide, which she carried inside along with the newspaper she had forgotten to take that morning. With a few swift motions, she opened the package to reveal a life-size doll. Its raven black hair cascaded to the shoulder blades, and the doll lay quietly with closed eyes, hands delicately folded over its abdomen. The doll's rounded nose and slightly upturned eyes bore a gentle resemblance to those of an East Asian descent. While the finer details echoed Changqing's features to a degree, she tapped the edge of the cardboard box, tilting her head to examine the doll, which was ensconced in layers of plastic wrap. The plastic came in both transparent and white, creating an illusion that the doll was shrouded in burial cloth, reminiscent of the kind often seen in funeral homes. Perhaps it was a Halloween gift from someone, though it struck her as rather macabre. Such dolls typically came in exquisite packaging. Even a decorative gift wrap would have appeared more appealing than this. A chill crept up her spine, and after a moment of contemplation, she resealed the box and placed it by the door. With great enthusiasm, Changqing wrapped up the 4 sets of clothes in newspaper and delivered them to several individuals. Upon her return, she discovered that the front door of her home was ajar. While reflecting on the carelessness caused by her excitement, she began to take stock of her belongings. The area around the sewing machine was littered with disheveled fabric scraps, and everything appeared to be intact. Declining the invitation to the Halloween party in no way indicated a lack of interest in the event's costume segment. Changqing meticulously styled her hair, washed her face, applied a facial mask, and tended to her nails and eyebrows, indulging in a bit of vanity as she adorned herself with makeup. With a reverent heart, she retrieved the red and black hanfu she had initially crafted and changed into it in her bedroom. She was almost at the point of bathing, changing, and burning incense in a vegetarian ceremony, despite having already bathed that morning. One of the advantages of Changqing's abilities was the ease with which she could maintain her cleanliness. The hanfu, with its rough stitching at the seams, felt slightly prickly against her skin as she adjusted the tiny pleats and let her hair down. Standing tall, she gazed at the crystalline formations, her complexion slightly flushed. To be honest, Changqing's craftsmanship was rather rudimentary. It was merely a chance for her to flaunt in the culturally indifferent fortes, piquing the curiosity of the youth who had never encountered such attire. The vain girl, transformed from her usual self, donned her self-made hanfu, an ensemble that would likely be scorned by professionals, and strutted into the hall with a composed demeanor, pausing with each step. Just as she was about to kneel and pour herself a glass of water to quench her thirst, she caught sight of the wall opposite the television cabinet. A line of freshly painted red words, reminiscent of blood, adorned the wall. Facial masks are a natural breeding ground for millions of bacteria. Oh, How navi. Your face is teeming with countless bacteria and insects. Chongqing's lips twitched at the sight of the flamboyant calligraphy under the dim, ominous glow of the red paint. It nearly provoked a fit of laughter. Does one not realize how exorbitant it is to repaint the walls? Reflecting on the excessive materials purchased and the resulting deflation of her wallet, Chongqing angrily rolled up her sleeves and hurried, albeit with small steps, towards her bedroom. She removed her traditional hanfu and carefully folded it away, her mood darkening as she succumbed to slumber. In the days that followed, peculiar occurrences plagued Chongqing's home. For instance, the freshly washed dishes inexplicably turned dirty by the next day, the sofa bore multiple punctures, and the cabinet doors creaked incessantly throughout the night. In short, the tidily arranged abode transformed into chaos for reasons unknown. Given the absurd terror she experienced on the first day, having encountered a genuine ghost, Chongqing was initially on high alert, but soon let it slip from her mind. After all, these harmless pranks inflicted no real harm upon her. Nor could she ever catch the perpetrator in the act. Could it be that the mischievous children were merely selecting their targets in anticipation of Halloween? Chongqing contemplated hanging a Christmas stocking at her door, filled with candy, when Jacob Blake, overwhelmed by invitations to social gatherings, finally recalled his elusive neighbor and knocked on her firmly shut door. He nonchalantly retrieved a piece of chocolate from the stocking at the entrance, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Jacob cast a glance around the chaotic hall, cluttered with scraps of fabric and a sewing machine buried beneath a pile of junk, and jokingly remarked, "It seems your obsessive cleanliness has been cured, Oriole." He surveyed the surroundings, resting his chin on his hand, and concluded, "The remedy appears quite effective." "No," replied Chongqing, leaning against the wall. "In fact, a mischievous child has come to visit my home, quite the opposite of the girl in the tale of the snail." Jacob raised an eyebrow, confirming that Chongqing's situation was not perilous, and proceeded to convey his purpose. Quill's cousin, who had been chosen as Quill's ideal dance partner, desired companionship for a shopping trip to procure a unique Halloween costume. Yet Quill, having relegated his cousin to a mere last resort, was still diligently seeking a more suitable partner for the soiree. Isn't it preferable to go alone than to involve your cousin? You would be ridiculed for that. You see, Quill cares deeply about such matters. Ultimately, Chongqing drove to Quill's residence to escort his cousin to Angel Lane for shopping. The little girl, with her speckled brown hair, was quite displeased with her companion, showing a clear preference for Jacob's company instead of Chongqing's. However, knowing the girl's temperament well, Jacob quickly concocted an excuse to slip away, his practiced movements betraying a history of similar escapades. Initially, Jacob had been Quill's first choice for this task, as Quill's cousin had developed a crush on him 6 months prior. Her agreement to attend the soiree as a cover for Quill was largely motivated by the prospect of being near her idol. Having reached this point, Quill truly had fallen short. Having grasped the context, Chongqing sent a message to Jacob and Quill, stating, "Here is your labor fee of $5. Thank you for your patronage." Quill, ever sensitive to monetary matters, almost instantaneously replied, "Have Jacob settle the bill. He will give you $10. With a sigh at the realization that Jacob was worth merely $10, Chongqing lifted his gaze to the mesmerizing freckled girl, who was caught in a dilemma between two exquisite garments, the sleek black leather jumpsuit and the ethereal white Grecian gown. She found herself torn. Much like Quell often articulated, every girl harbors both an angel and a devil within, and they are perpetually distressed by the desire to showcase either facet of their nature. Comparing the prices of the dresses, Chongqing longed to inform the freckled girl that her idol had been sold for a mere $10. Alas, one could only wonder how much of Quell's allowance would remain by the end of the month. Chapter 13. The festivities of Halloween commenced early in the morning. As children, backpacks slung over their shoulders, extended their hands to their school bus driver, their cherubic faces adorned with mischievous grins. Pumpkins of all shapes and sizes cluttered the streets, their dim light mingling with street lamps to illuminate the still gloomy Foats. Throughout the day, the students of Foats High School were preoccupied. Some girls nibbled on pen tips, others touched up their makeup with small mirrors, while some were more overtly engaging with their dance partners, exchanging flirtatious glances. As the afternoon wore on, the small mustached teacher glared furiously at the classroom, which was missing nearly half its students. His eyes bulged with such intensity that one might worry they would leap from their sockets. Just as others speculated whether he would summon the truant students back, he suddenly made a fierce gesture, declaring an impromptu study session. Instantly, jubilant cheers erupted. And before the teacher could exit, 2 boys had already slipped out. The small mustached teacher, pushed aside, turned a shade of red and purple as he fixated on a group of boys and girls who were no longer engrossed in their phones or seeking a nap. Quill nudged the desk of Amber, gesturing dramatically with his hands to illustrate an explosion of fireworks. I bet the small mustache teacher is huffing and puffing. His lungs might just burst any moment. A well-aimed chalk eraser abruptly interrupted Quill's theatrics, landing squarely on his desk. The teacher, with distinctly darkened skin and piercing black and white eyes, was incensed, his face a shade of purple as he bellowed, "Mr. Quilladre, I require you to accompany me to the office." Immediately, caught off guard and searching for an excuse, Quill stammered, "Sir, your actions constitute a violation of human rights. I demand to consult my lawyer." The small mustache teacher replied with a chilling smirk, "I believe my eraser has yet to make contact with your brain, Mr. Adre. Or do you wish to discuss the matter of human rights here in the classroom? I am certain everyone present would be delighted to testify on your behalf." "Oh, no." In the presence of the sorrowful gazes of half the class who sacrificed their happiness for his, Queer stood up with a sense of tragic dignity. Following the carefree figure of Little Mustache, turning back with each step, tears streaming down his face as he departed. Almost immediately after Little Mustache had left, the remaining students began to mobilize, discussing carpooling arrangements to return home and calling their friends. Within minutes, most had dispersed in various directions. Oral, Amber Ray executed a graceful leap, flipping over a table and steadying herself on the chair of her desk mate. Leaning over the backrest to observe her, "You seem rather unenthusiastic." As Jacob approached, he supported himself against the chair back. "Are you suffering from a fear of the party? Or perhaps you are worried about stepping on someone's toes today? Fear not. Our bodies are quite resilient." Recalling the chaotic scraps of fabric and clothing strewn about at home, and envisioning the disarray that resembled a scene from a horror film filling the entire hall, it was hardly surprising that Chongqing's complexion was less than favorable. Her thoughts were predominantly consumed with how to capture the mischievous culprit responsible for the mess and to impart a lesson on the importance of politeness to others. If possible, Chongqing would not mind having a few free servants. To call her the little snail girl would be an overstatement. She cast a languid glance at the two large boys, exhaling a dismissive hum. "No, I am perfectly fine, better than ever." Wiping the sweat from his arm, Jacob exchanged a knowing glance with Amber, both silently agreeing on the nature of a girl's anger. Unlike Amber, Jacob harbored a deeper concern, for he was the sole confidant of Chongqing's recent troubles. Thus, when Jacob inquired if she would like to return home together, Chongqing readily acquiesced. The journey was marked by silence. As Jacob stood behind Chongqing, watching her unlock the door, he braced himself, yet was still taken aback by the chaos within. The chandelier, entwined with fabric strips, cast shadows on the walls, swaying in the breeze like a haunted forest from a fairy tale. The furniture and appliances, wrapped in red and black strips, resembled the predatory trees of that eerie woodland. What had once been a modern, stylishly decorated room now exuded the ominous aura of an ancient castle. Before Jacob could utter a word, Chongqing preemptively explained, "I turned off the lights when I left, and I had already cut down these chaotic strips with scissors. However, upon my return, they had mysteriously reappeared, hung once more by an unknown figure rummaging through the trash. Furthermore, the refuse from the bin lay scattered across the floor." Jacob struggled to find words of comfort, eventually managing a rather inadequate reassurance. "You still have time to buy clothes. I purchased a leather jacket, it's in my bag," he added. Chongqing kicked aside the fabric strips strewn across the floor, gesturing towards the sofa, now buried beneath the mess, inviting Jacob to take a seat. She rummaged through the cupboard, retrieving 2 cups, pouring tea for herself and Jacob, saying, "You need not endure this." Having narrowly escaped the clutches of a life-threatening specter, Jacob now found himself chuckling over what seemed to be a mischievous prank by an impish child. He expressed profound sympathy for his friend and neighbor's plight, the corners of his mouth curling upward. "Perhaps a ghostly child seeks your Halloween treats? Huh. I apologize, I shouldn't jest, but I can't help myself. Huh." He dared not leave any valuables in his home. Even his passport and identification were carried on his person, while the firearm bestowed upon him by his aunt lay compressed at the bottom of his backpack. All the chaos stemmed from that enigmatic little rascal. Evergreen, with a perpetually stoic expression, did not find the notion of being without a home amusing at all, giving Jacob's calf a gentle kick. Jacob cleared his throat, attempting to adopt a serious demeanor, yet the tremors of suppressed laughter continued to escape his lips. Facing Evergreen, whose expression darkened, he endeavored to steady the quaking of his shoulders and suggested with a grin, "Perhaps you could install a couple of small devices. While they may not yield the desired effect, Quill is adept at such matters. Ahem, my esteemed queen of oddities, what do you imply? Evergreen. Aptly named the Queen of Oddities, was certainly not to be bested by a mere unknown creature. With a flick of her fingers, she conjured an orb of ice, which she then shattered. Whether by intent or happenstance, the resulting shards of ice scattered and pierced Jacob's jeans, causing him to shiver in response. The Halloween celebration proceeded as planned. The oddly dressed youths swayed their bodies to the rhythm of the music. A glance around revealed the Grim Reaper dancing alongside a jester, while witches and mermaids twirled in unison. Among them, Cha-Ching and his companions did not squander their youthful spirits. Amber was adorned as a long-haired death row inmate, marked by the character for prison on her back, while Queer donned the attire of a gallant hero in flowing robes. And Jacob appeared as a humble servant in a coarse tunic. Hiding in a corner, Cha-Ching sipped his orange juice, pressing his thumb against the red mark on the rim of his glass, thinking to himself how utterly foolish it all was. Among the trio, only the honest and sincere Amber heeded Cha-Ching's suggestion, transforming into the executed convict. Queer, who was meant to embody the poisoned servant, and Jacob, the disabled hero, chose instead to remain true to their own characters. Eventually, swayed by Queer's persistent coaxing, Jacob agreed to swap roles with him. Dressed in traditional garb, with a muscular chest exposed and occasionally ruffling his short hair in self-satisfaction, Queer indeed appeared quite foolish. When Lyre Clearwater made her entrance, the crowd was momentarily captivated. Clad in an exquisitely styled hanfu, with crimson contact lenses and long, straight black hair, Lyre exuded an aura that was both enchanting and eerie. Particularly striking were her red eyes, which seemed to pierce through the crowd. Three boys who approached her in invitation soon found themselves overwhelmed by her presence. Retreating into the throng, wiping sweat from their brows, Lyre's features leaned towards an untamed Eastern beauty, yet the drooping corners of her eyes diminished her allure. However, combined with the dark eyeshadow and crimson lenses, her demeanor transformed into one of mysterious coldness, steeped in melancholy and shadows. What a splendid entrance it was, unbeknownst to her. Jacob, who had slipped into a corner, scrutinized Cha-Ching and presented her with a glass of lemonade, shrugging and exclaiming with astonishment, "Wow, I can hardly recognize you." Dressed in an all-black leather ensemble, her face concealed by a cat-eared mask, Cha-Ching epitomized the persona of a feline heroine, adorned with a vibrant lip color seldom used in her everyday life. Those unfamiliar with her would struggle to connect this striking figure with the typically understated girl they knew. Cha-Ching effortlessly embodied the allure of a femme fatale, perhaps influenced by the unique ability she possessed. Gently licking her lips, she embraced her role, her finger playfully lifting Jacob's chin as she breathed softly, "Call me Queen." Jacob, caught off guard, stared in disbelief, only managing to remove her finger from his chin after a prolonged moment, pursing his lips as he retorted, "Have you lost your mind?" His biceps bulged as he tilted his head, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. "Or have you simply immersed yourself too deeply into your character?" Cha-Ching wrapped her arm around Jacob's shoulder and nimbly leaped onto a chair. Half squatting, she leaned in close to his ear, her voice sultry and lingering. "The Catwoman only turns bats into lifeless creatures, but she will not harm you, Jacob." Jacob, a well-built and popular young man, still retained a certain innocence, perhaps untouched by the experience of romance. His ears flushed crimson, though his long hair partially concealed the telltale blush. "Hey, don't do that. Damn it, I mean, you can't act like this." Cha-Ching, having turned the tables on Jacob, reveled in the delightful absurdity of the moment. Jacob, burdened with stress, let out a long sigh, a nervous smile creeping onto his face as he recalled the near brush with the supernatural. Ural, the contrast with the usual was jarring. Cha-Ching blinked, pursing her lips. Didn't he Queer promise that tonight would have a theme, a surprise? In the dance floor, a cacophony of fantastical costumes twirled in chaotic revelry. Beneath the flickering neon lights, faces adorned with peculiar expressions emerged from the shadows, while young revelers lounged or reclined in the dim corners. Suddenly, a diminutive black-haired doll, its limbs stiff, entered the scene. It lifted its gaze, emerald eyes scanning the frenzied crowd until they settled on Cha-Ching, who was engaged in conversation with Jacob. A silent, delicate laugh escaped the exquisite doll. Chapter 14. The first place Cha-Ching settled after being sent abroad was not actually Fortis. Placed in the care of her shy and reserved aunt, who had married overseas, Cha-Ching clutched the hem of her aunt's garment, ignoring anyone who attempted to converse with her. At that time, she was not well versed in the foreign language, and her peers showed little interest in waiting for her halting responses. thus suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar land. Chongqing had not a single friend to rely on, save for her aunt, who was nearly a decade her senior. Loneliness, isolation, and fear engulfed Chongqing, driving her to the brink of madness as she repeatedly ventured outside. The unruly girl was bullied by older children who extorted pocket money from her, returning home time and again with bruised faces. During that period, she felt an overwhelming sense of solitude and an intense yearning for human connection. Ignoring her aunt's heartfelt advice, Chongqing continued to run outside. Perhaps due to her innate abilities, she possessed a constitution far superior to her peers from a young age. However, this did not provide her with the confidence to confront the 7 or 8 older children. Unsurprisingly, Chongqing often found herself injured, once even struck on the head with a brick by a young boy of African descent. The initial experience of bloodshed and pain plunged her into a state akin to a rampage. Her spine pierced by bone spurs, everything she encountered was rendered frozen in time. Seeing the frightened children flee from the scene, despite not causing harm, Chongqing became the subject of whispers, labeled a little monster. Her aunt, desperate to avert any repercussions before the police could intervene, sent Chongqing to a more distant locale, where the laws were lax, to independently address the chaos wrought by Chongqing's uncontrollable abilities. Fortunately, her aunt had a dependable uncle, a capable man who, though he harbored no fondness for Chongqing, was willing to shield his wife from the storm. Chongqing harbored a strong aversion to showcasing her abilities in public. In fact, she detested the idea of anyone knowing what she was capable of. An exquisite porcelain doll, with its delicate fingers, revealed 10 sharp, slender screwdrivers. It clicked ominously as it moved, its steps imbued with an ethereal quality. Raising its weapon towards Chongqing, it was swiftly kicked against the wall by Jacob. Jacob inhaled sharply as the doll seized the opportunity to strike at his calf while he lifted his foot for a side kick. He felt a sharp sting as a needle pierced his skin, the surface stretched by the intricate patterns of a screwdriver making it difficult to close, blood gushing forth. Yet, even in this moment of pain, Jacob managed to maintain a smirk, remarking, "Your lady snail is not as lovely and innocuous as you imagine." Chongqing pressed her hand against Jacob's calf, a layer of ice forming over his wound, effectively halting the flow of blood. Her gaze shifted towards the doll, which had just managed to rise unsteadily, her expression growing colder. This is the second one. Though the doll bore a striking resemblance to the one sent from home, it was not the same. Its eyes were hollow and frigid, a stark contrast to the glassy orbs of its predecessor. Releasing her clenched fist, shards of ice began to swirl around Chongqing. The tiny icicles rapidly grew to the size of fingernails, the howling wind whisking away the warmth in her vicinity. The youths in the center of the dance floor, caught up in their fervor, remained oblivious to the sudden drop in temperature, while those in the surrounding resting area began to glance around in concern. A young man with a loud voice shouted, "Hey, someone turn off the air conditioning." Who turned it on? The doll creaked as it propped itself up, tilting its delicate head to one side, forming a mocking smile. Its slender fingers revealed spiral blades, gleaming ominously, sharper than the average military knife. Jacob grasped Chongqing's wrist, his strength palpable even through the leather jacket. He gazed intently into her eyes, his expression akin to that of a wolf. "No, Oral. Control yourself. Allow me to handle this." The doll had lunged towards them, swept into the air by a sudden gust of wind, its intricately crafted Gothic skirt entangled in the swirling snow. Each part of the doll encased in ice emitted a crisp crack, and soon, the frozen figure plummeted to the ground like a lifeless puppet. Amber, initially intending to turn off the air conditioning, rubbed her eyes and instinctively shielded her gaze from her classmates. Chongqing, however, disregarded Jacob's counsel, believing her intervention to be swifter and more decisive than his. Even at the risk of revealing her abilities, she could not bear the thought of Jacob lying in a hospital bed. Jacob, disapprovingly glaring at Chongqing, seized the frozen doll and hurled it out the window. He turned halfway, gripping her shoulders and pinning her against the wall. His athletic physique cast a shadow that obscured Chongqing's figure among the standard silhouettes of her peers. Jacob raised his voice. "I apologize. I will ensure it is retrieved." A few onlookers caught a glimpse of something darting past the window, merely witnessing Jacob's apology to the foreign transfer student. Soon, their interest waned, and they averted their eyes. Cornered against the wall, Evergreen pushed against Jacob's muscular chest, her nostrils filled with the potent scent of masculinity. Jacob's long hair cascaded over her shoulders and chin. Normally, Evergreen's body temperature, which is slightly lower than that of humans, caused her face to flush a deep crimson as she struggled to create distance from the wall. Fortunately, her mask, reminiscent of a feline superheroine, concealed her embarrassment. Dutifully, Jacob stepped forward, effectively blocking her escape. Ural, do not move. His muscles were solid, rendering Evergreen unable to push him away without exerting herself to the fullest. Yet, maintaining distance was the wisest means to avoid injury. I do not wish for you to be harmed. As soon as the words left his lips, Evergreen's cheeks burned even brighter upon hearing her own soft tone, though she dared not push Jacob again. All right, I've composed myself. Now let me go. You are suffocating me. Despite her intention to express concern for her friend's well-being, the rising inflection at the end of her sentence betrayed her, sounding almost like a true feline's purr, leaving her utterly mortified. Moreover, Jacob reached out and touched Evergreen's mask, removing a piece of ice the size of a bottle cap. You are. Before he could finish, Evergreen swiftly crouched against the wall, evading Jacob's fingers. She hastily patted her body and urged, we must leave quickly, or it will escape. Without waiting for Jacob's response, Evergreen darted out from under his arm, nimbly climbing onto the balcony and leaping through the window. Amber, who was obstructing others' line of sight, tilted her head and glanced at the window that had been crossed by both Evergreen and Jacob, muttering to herself, I don't believe I've ingested any alcoholic beverages. As the night breeze gently caresses the surroundings, the trees are nearly stripped of their leaves after the arrival of November. The unimpeded wind brushes against Changqing's flushed cheeks, prompting her to remove the leather cat-eared mask and exhale deeply. Not far from her, a frozen doll struggles to move its limbs. The joints, being the most vulnerable points of such animated figures, reveal that the more agile the doll, the more susceptible it is to damage. Filled with moisture and icy debris, it is unlikely to thaw and regain its former self. However, its intelligence surpasses that of a mere doll. It persistently bends its limbs to expel the excess ice. Embracing herself to feel the rhythmic thumping of her heart, Changqing purses her lips and squats beside the malevolent doll. From her backpack, she retrieves a multifunctional knife, its blade encased in a layer of hardened ice, and proceeds to sever the doll's limbs and head. After encasing each piece in ice, she meticulously wraps the dismembered doll and stows it away in her backpack. Just as Jacob emerges from the shadows, he witnesses Changqing wrapping the icy fragments in newspaper and tucking them into her bag. What are you planning to do? He inquires, a hint of concern in his voice. Startled by Jacob's question, Changqing shivers slightly, refusing to look back. One is an accident. If there is a second, there must be a puppeteer. I intend to investigate at the library to see if I can uncover any clues. Jacob reaches for the backpack containing the doll, lifting it with ease. Noticing Changqing tremble again, he squats in front of her, worry etched on his face. I will accompany you. Are you all right? You seem very cold. No. I meant to say yes, I'm quite well. The party has yet to conclude. Perhaps you might consider enjoying yourself for a while. The library is now closed, and I wish to return home for a shower. Changqing spoke in a torrent, even slipping into Chinese at moments. Her poor command of spoken language caused Jacob to furrow his brow, taking some time to decipher her meaning. Retrieving Changqing's car keys from his backpack, Jacob brought forth the crimson SUV. You do not appear to be in the best of spirits. It's late. I shall drive you home. Let us depart. In a moment of embarrassment, Changqing wished she could bury her head in the ground. The morning sun filtered into the room, casting light upon her curled-up form beneath the covers. A disassembled doll lay scattered, its lifeless eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, with disjointed limbs revealing glimmering gold, silver, and aluminum wires. The head, now in two parts, was partially shrouded by dark strands of hair, concealing a hollow cavity the size of a ping-pong ball. Surrounded by intricate connecting terminals, a peculiar orb, shifting in color, rested alone on the table, emitting a hazy gray mist under the sun's rays. An insistent chill lingered in the room, causing Changqing to shrink deeper into her blankets. In her dreams, she envisioned Jacob's figure, as he embraced her with warmth reminiscent of a caring uncle. Startled, Changqing abruptly sat up, tousling her hair in disbelief, her body temperature rising. Of all dreams to have, why must it be of Jacob holding her? It felt like an inappropriate daydream. Changqing found herself at a loss, unsure how to face the imminent arrival of Jacob. Her gaze shifted towards the peculiar orb extracted from the doll's head, and Changqing vigorously shook her head. Dreaming such a thing while still in danger, how oblivious could she be? Having mentally prepared herself, Changqing dared not glance at Jacob, who was driving, and instead plunged into the mythological section of the library. Jacob followed closely behind her and turned a corner into the area dedicated to the historical tales of Fortis. The term Yinshur generally refers to artisans skilled in crafting puppets and wooden automata, while puppeteers in reality manipulate dolls with strings. The two figures that had attacked her, Chongqing toyed with the bizarre, colorful orb, watching the hues swirl into a compact mass under the sunlight, seemed to possess their own distinct personalities. Take, for instance, the first doll locked away in her wooden cabinet. It had only caused destruction without inflicting harm. Perhaps unraveling the mystery of the strange orb would lead her to the truth. After futilely searching for terms related to puppeteers, doll makers, and living dolls, Cha-Ching turned to Jacob for assistance. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Jacob sifted through the scattered books on the table until he uncovered one. Pointing to a page, this might be relevant. The diminutive figures were pursued by Querit and wolves, their spirits guiding their ancestors to locate their chieftain. The warriors severed their necks. Yet no blood flowed, and unexpected wealth could not sway the hearts of those defending their territory. The small beings, the absence of blood. Unexpected riches. Doesn't it bear a striking resemblance to your current predicament? Chongqing leaned over the table, seizing another crucial detail. Querit and the wolves? Jacob touched his nose and, tilting his head, chuckled. Yes, that's quite difficult to ascertain. My ancestors believed we descended from wild wolves, akin to their progeny. Perhaps you might interpret it as a kind of totemic belief. Intuition suggested to Cha-Ching that he had more to say, and she gazed deeply at Jacob, choosing not to pursue the topic further. During this period, your forebears fought against the dolls, whose chieftain claimed that the dolls had controllers. The question is, how do we locate the one behind it all? Well, I suppose we could close the book and consult the elders. They might possess greater knowledge. Chapter 15. In her dreams, there was a suffocating sensation of near death, her skin turning a shade of blue-purple as oxygen struggled to pass through her throat. The distant yet close sounds of impacts raised the hairs on her body, the rhythm reminiscent of a clock striking. Someone was laboriously climbing nearby, ethereal as if separated by an entire realm of the afterlife. Suddenly, Chongqing's eyes flew open, her sclera expanded in horror from the nightmare. The doll lying opposite her tilted its head and grinned eerily. A chill surged through her as she felt the hairs on her neck stand on end, still half asleep. Cha-Ching swung her fist backward and, lifting her leg, delivered a knee strike that sent the doll flying. Her fist connected with wood, the sharp crack jolting her awake as she sat up abruptly. Behind her, the other doll, its head shattered, silently gazed at the ceiling, its limbs connected by severed metallic threads. Chongqing's gaze froze for a moment as she stumbled towards the window. The suffocating sensation from her dream, where she nearly choked to death, caused her limbs to falter, and she collapsed ungracefully. Feeling her unscathed neck, Chongqing gradually regained her composure and drew back the curtains to gaze outside. Jacob, returning from a jog, picked up a stone and was about to hurl it at her window. Upon seeing Cha-Ching, Jacob's smile radiated warmth. Olua, hurry up. We are setting off to Plash Beach. The doll, which had been kicked aside by Cha-Ching, curled into a ball. Although it remained motionless, it evoked an unsettling impression of trembling. The cabinet door, where it was supposed to reside, had been unlocked from the outside, and several bloodstains marred the glossy finish of the door. Cha-Ching retrieved the doll from the floor and locked it back in the cabinet. After removing the bloodstains, she adeptly took out a black garbage bag to contain the doll with the shattered head, extracting the colorful glass orb from inside. Over the past fortnight, the doll's menacing behavior had escalated from mere intimidation to a lethal intent. Each day, she faced the unexpected assaults from the doll, and the nights were fraught with anxiety, denying her the solace of sleep. Chongqing felt on the brink of mental collapse, evident in the prominent dark circles and bags under her eyes. She refrained from sharing the peril she faced with anyone. Doing so would only elicit concern without any tangible benefit, potentially exacerbating the doll's malevolence. There was, however, one exception. The initial doll delivered to her doorstep, while frightening, had never actively harmed her. Cha-Ching, who believed in her sixth sense regarding the supernatural, considered that this little creature might serve as a potential turning point. Carrying a black garbage bag, Cha-Ching knocked on the cabinet door, saying, "Stay put. If you appear before me again without a word, my newly acquired reflexes may just turn you into firewood." The cabinet echoed with a series of clattering sounds, reminiscent of teeth chattering in fear. After tidying up, she locked the door and hurried to the entrance, the bag containing fragments of a mannequin thudding heavily into the trash bin. Inside the outdoor receptacle lay 2 or 3 similarly dark bags. Suddenly, she found herself face to face with a pair of large, panda-like eyes. Jacob patted Cha-Ching on the shoulder, and after suppressing his laughter for what seemed an eternity, it finally erupted amidst the blaring of Quill Adre's horn. Don't think the sound of the horn can mask it. She is astute and sensitive to laughter. Chongqing shot Jacob a glare while he waved to others. Quill skillfully parked the bus and leaped out, opening the door to his family's vehicle. Apart from Ambry, the Clearwater siblings, Riel and Seth, were also present, along with several familiar faces from their class. In addition to the students from the reserve, Tyler from Fortistown School and his two friends had joined as well. Taking a seat by the window with her backpack cradled in her arms, Chongqing gazed outside. Jacob, who had boarded a moment later, settled into the seat beside her. Quill restarted the bus, as he still had others to pick up. Remembering the dream from that morning, Chongqing inquired, "Jacob, have you ever dreamed of something that seemed unreal, only to wake up and find it had happened afterward?" Dreams are sometimes deliberately distorted by the subconscious, perhaps indicating one's fatigue. Jacob pondered for a moment and chuckled. Indeed, it does happen. For instance, I once dreamed of playing basketball and sustained an injury due to an improper dunking motion. A few days later, while playing, I nearly strained a muscle, though the familiar sensation quickly adjusted my exertion and I emerged unscathed. Could it be interpreted as a sixth sense warning of danger? The ever-drowsy Chongqing murmured, "This morning, I dreamt of you." Jacob's smile faltered for a moment. Chongqing yawned and continued, "You were frantically banging on my window, alerting me that someone inside might harm me." After a brief silence, Jacob lowered his voice, his lips curling into a frown. "These recent nights of vigil have taken their toll on you. You appear to be reaching your limit. The wires connecting the puppet's limbs are made of precious metals." And after deliberation, Jacob and Chongqing surmised that there is a substantial likelihood the mastermind would reclaim them. Thus, Chongqing feigned ignorance regarding the internal structure and value of the puppets and discarded them into the trash bin. Recently, her lack of sleep stemmed not only from the attacks but also from the nightly vigilance over the trash outside her window. After waiting for a response that never came, Jacob realized that Chongqing had fallen asleep. He gently removed his coat and draped it over her, propping his elbow against the outer handle to afford her more space. Chongqing was roused from her slumber just as they arrived at Plush Beach. Using her backpack as a makeshift pillow, she rubbed her cheek against the backrest, sleepily handed Jacob his clothing, and stepped off the bus. Plush Beach is nestled within a crescent-shaped cove, where the seawater is not overly briny, and during the summer, it attracts numerous visitors eager to surf and frolic in the waves. As winter begins to settle in, a layer of white frost blankets Plush, while the waves at both ends of the crescent continue to ceaselessly caress the shore. Among the students who have come to play, some have brought surfboards while others carry ice skates. A few boys, armed with surfboards, test the water's temperature, only to dejectedly return their boards to the luggage rack of the bus. In contrast, a group of intrepid boys don their skates and eagerly rush onto the thin ice. Walking along the beach to the edge of the coast, Chongqing extends her hand to press against the frozen seawater. The air and salt beneath the ice are displaced, causing the waves lapping against the ice to flow more sluggishly. Unbeknownst to anyone, the ice layer thickens gradually around Chongqing's palm. If only she could freeze the entire strait. She muses, yet weakness and fatigue thwart her wild imaginings. Withdrawing her hand, she yawns and ambles back to the bus, wishing for snow to fall, which would save her considerable effort. The snow season in Fortes is still a fortnight away. Meanwhile, the serene Amber Ray finds solace in a corner, her gaze drawn to Tyler, who is amusing himself by scaring girls with a lifeless snake from hibernation. A flustered girl rushes toward the corner where Chongqing and Amber Ray are stationed, while the skaters predominantly consist of adept swimmers, capable of handling the situation. Just after Singles Day, the once familiar group of classmates has seen the emergence of several couples. In the throes of youthful romance, lovers entwine their fingers, relishing in the delight of their union, birthed from the serendipity of Singles Day. Alas, the spirited yet solitary young man, Tyler, found himself alone, having stolen a kiss from Bella Swan, the new girl from Fortes. Yet he dared not indulge in overt displays of affection within the confines of the reservation. The reservation was home to many robust youths who could easily overpower him, such as Ambry. Should he overstep, escape would be a daunting task. Rising to intercept Tyler, Ambry nodded at the girl, whose face had turned pale from the fright of a snake, yet she still managed to express her gratitude. He tossed the lengthy, lifeless serpent aside and proposed, "How about a diving contest?" Gesturing towards a cliff several stories high in the distance, Ambry began to stretch and warm up, adding, "Bring your friends along, Quail." Eager to join the fray, approached and draped an arm around Amber's shoulder, declaring, "Count me in, buddy." The spirited young man would certainly not back down. Tyler scratched his head and grinned. "Wow, a competition. If I win, do I earn the privilege of a kiss from the lovely ladies present?" Jacob and a few other boys joined, retorting, "Well, that's contingent upon your victory." Meanwhile, Evergreen, feeling the weight of drowsiness, retreated from the fray, curling up in the seat she had occupied earlier. Jacob's jacket lay neatly folded on his chair, and she seized it to cover herself. Perhaps the scent of Jacob imbued the jacket with a sense of security, as she soon drifted into slumber. In her half-conscious state, Evergreen felt someone tucking her clothing in and noticed that the bus window had been closed, in the grip of a scorching gaze. The restless Chang found herself locked in a stare with a pair of penetrating eyes. He was uncomfortably close, less than a fist distance, as if poised to kiss her cheek. It was Anderson, her classmate, often seen engrossed in a book. As Chang awoke, Anderson showed no inclination to distance himself. "I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Just as Jacob was about to board the vehicle, he nearly stumbled down the second step upon hearing Anderson's confession. Chapter 16. Chang, still groggy, wore a vacant expression. She wiped the corner of her mouth to ensure no drool had tarnished her appearance, slumping against the chair with a boneless posture. Moments later, realizing Anderson had spoken to her, she mustered a tone of standard textbook politeness. "Excuse me, I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat yourself?" Jacob, whose reflexes had him steadying the door, found his smile falter, the unexpected turn of events rendering it somewhat incongruous. He had rarely witnessed a girl, like Cha-Ching, earnestly requesting a boy to repeat his declaration of love. Anderson's expression was equally nuanced, revealing a side to him that seemed less grim and more sociable. Cha-Ching tugged at Jacob's jacket, attempting to create a little distance, hoping to shield herself from the warmth emanating from Anderson. With a frown, she remarked, "Could you please keep a bit further away? It's quite rude to speak while staring into someone else's eyes. I'm on the verge of developing cross-eyed vision. I mean, Euler, will you be my girlfriend?" Outside, the snow fell gently, and Quill and Amber asked if she wanted to join them for some outdoor activities. The voices of Anderson and Jacob resonated simultaneously, with the relieved Jacob meeting Anderson's gaze, which was still shrouded in anger and gloom. He innocently shrugged and smiled, saying, "I heard Amber say that Euler was just lamenting how wonderful it would be to snow. I thought you might appreciate it as well, Anderson." The atmosphere grew chilly, and Anderson's expression darkened ominously. "I do not require a fellow who fancies the renowned Edward Cullen's ex-girlfriend to instruct me. Perhaps you should pursue your dream girl first, Mr. Blake." Jacob's smile faded, revealing a dangerous intensity. "If I were you, I would mind my words." The low pressure prompted Changqing's mind, which had been running on fumes, to spring back into action. She stood up, sidestepping Anderson as she squeezed out from her seat, positioned between the two boys. She turned to face Anderson. "I genuinely appreciate your affection, but I believe you do not truly understand me." She never anticipated being caught in the crossfire between two quarreling boys, even though their conflict did not revolve around her. Chang still found the situation absurdly theatrical. Compared to the unexpectedly bold Anderson, her emotions and rationale gravitated towards the comrade in arms, Jacob. Could this be what they called the bond of trench warfare? She gestured for Jacob to step back, but as her hand brushed against the leather of Jacob's belt and jeans, she swiftly withdrew her touch. "Anderson, your words make both me and my friend uncomfortable. Therefore, I cannot accept this. I ask you to apologize." Anderson's melancholic smile curled at the corners of his lips, his gaze fixating on Jacob's hand that clasped Evergreen's wrist, conveying an ambiguous message. "If I were you, I would refrain from such folly. It is indeed exceedingly foolish." Jacob yearned to retort, questioning what Anderson, who perceived others as dullards, truly was in his eyes. Yet, the tension in Evergreen's wrist, firmly held within his grasp, compelled Jacob, with a gaze frozen in coldness, to strive for the meager tranquility he could muster. He longed to teach Anderson a lesson on behalf of Evergreen. But more pressing matters loomed. Jacob, who typically displayed a gentle temperament in the presence of friends, could at times be quite the willful companion. Without further ado, he grasped Evergreen and briskly departed, leaving Anderson behind in an impolite abandonment. The bus lay shrouded in a blanket of white snow, the hexagonal flakes forming minuscule snowflakes that interconnected the heavens and the earth. Evergreen indulged in the moment, closing his eyes. Jacob adjusted Evergreen's coat, extending his palm toward the sky. His voice, tinged with the rasp of adolescence, bore a distinctive cadence, much like his smile. "Look at him. He treats you as though you were merely a possession. You certainly have your fair share of troubles, Oriole. Are you to become a superhero to rescue your friend, Jacob? Your physique is rather lackluster, Oriel. The flurry of snowflakes momentarily paused, gathering in clusters before cascading down upon Jacob, already prepared to make a swift escape. Jacob raised his arms to shield his head and face, plunging forward with determination. Laughter laced his voice. Who claimed to disdain the casual use of superpowers? Halt. Stop, Oriel. I have something to say. Chongqing tossed a snowball into the air and paused his playful pursuit. Jacob shook off the snow that clung to him. His dark hair nearly transformed into a blanket of white. Pointing to his thin, long-sleeved shirt, he inquired, "Is this how you treat the benefactor who just rescued you?" With a hint of playful mischief, Chongqing deliberately adjusted Jacob's coat, teasing, Is there anything else you wish to say, my savior? Snowflakes continued to tumble from Jacob's frame, even settling on his back where he could not reach. I have never seen Anderson converse so much with anyone. You must exercise caution. He is serious, Jacob stated as he positioned himself before Chongqing, effectively shielding her from the biting wind and snow. I just dealt with the puppet. Are you all right? He didn't do anything else to you, did he? Chongqing hesitated, shaking her head in uncertainty. Perhaps he just tucked my clothes a little. Then he kept staring at me. To be honest, I find it puzzling why someone who has been gloomy and withdrawn for years suddenly takes an interest in me. Wait, are you referring to the puppet? Anderson's later behavior was decidedly domineering, unlike someone who would gently tuck her clothing. Chongqing felt bewildered. Anderson's possessiveness felt inexplicably out of place, leaving her with a sense of discomfort and trepidation. In the frigid air, Jacob's earlobes flushed with color, and as he spoke of the puppet, his brows furrowed tightly together. It reached out to you while I was nearby, armed with a knife. Noting Chongqing's lack of surprise as she pondered, he became irate. It seems you are not taken aback. Do you believe you can handle this well, Lady Oriel? Chongqing circled Jacob, gazing down at the footprints etched in the snow. Her hands clasped behind her back. Jacob furrowed his brow in impatience, yearning to grasp her. Yet, before he could act, Chongqing halted. Is the puppeteer among us? The puppet should be unable to keep pace with the vehicle, only concealed within the belongings of a person. They are too large to go unnoticed, are they not? Olua, grasping Jacob's palm, Chongqing guided him to spread his hand open, as a shape-shifting mass of ice danced in the center of their palms. A genuine joy blossomed within her, and she expressed her elation with a radiant smile. I also wish for my friends not to worry too much about me. You understand my feelings, do you not, Jacob? Look, I consulted you the moment there was progress. Jacob's shoulders slumped, and his lips turned downwards. He was at a loss with Chongqing and gestured for her to continue. She chose her words with care. Have you considered that Anderson might be the one manipulating the puppets? I mean, his appearance is rather coincidental. If you were frightened away by the puppets, he could rescue me. But you went out to deal with the puppets. He arrived at just the right moment. Neither too early nor too late. Jacob's expression grew vacant. Unlike Chongqing, who had only recently arrived in Fortes, he had spent years alongside the other boys. Even though Anderson's behavior today was peculiar, he still failed to connect Anderson with the puppeteer. Anderson's inexplicable affection seemed rather peculiar to Jacob, who merely believed that Anderson had reached the age to yearn for true love, although he was not particularly pleased by this prospect. It was a mere unfounded speculation without any evidence. Chongqing was uncertain about Jacob's choice. Should he trust his new friend with special abilities or believe in the boy he had grown up alongside? The worry etched on Chongqing's face was almost palpable. If the only friend who understood her abilities did not trust her, then Jacob withdrew his hand from Chongqing's, ruffling her hair with a playful touch. His smile exuded a sense of reassurance. According to the legends of the Quirit people, their leader, often a peculiar old man, was not unlike Anderson's rather odd temperament. Yet, one should not suspect others' affections merely because they appear strange. Chongqing silently retracted her hand, bowing her head and clenching her fists. Jacob, for a moment, felt as if Chongqing resembled an abandoned large dog. Are you doubting your own charm, my dear girl? However, he conceded, you are right. We ought to investigate Anderson. If I can accept the existence of the Karen family, there is no reason to doubt my friend's perspective. Chongqing looked as though she might burst into tears, unprepared for the serious consequences of their jest. Jacob found himself flustered. All right. Do you think we should follow him or confront him directly? Oh dear. I apologize. You seem distressed, and I do not wish to add to that. The Karen family was regarded with caution among the descendants of the Quirit people residing on the reservation. Quill. Adre once recounted the legend of the Cullen family to Chongqing. The pale-skinned Cullens were exceptionally popular at Fortes High School, yet at the school on the reservation, They were regarded as a virus and the subject of ridicule. In the lore of Quillet, the Cullens were perceived as a hostile clan, requiring an agreement to coexist peacefully. The Cullens never dared to set foot on Quillet territory, just as the ancestors of Quillet were forbidden from encroaching upon Cullen lands. Initially, Jacob dismissed these tales. During his childhood at Fortes, he often roamed freely on the land attributed to the Cullens. However, upon meeting Chongqing, his understanding of the world was irrevocably altered. Chongqing bit her lip, her gesture serving as a silent signal. After a moment of hesitation, Jacob drew her close, enveloping her in his embrace, his tense hands resting on the small of her back. Chongqing, who had intended to speak, found herself utterly frozen. As if the swirling snow had abandoned her in an instant, she felt an overwhelming urge to find solace in a snow cave. The warmth of Jacob's body, tinged with the salty scent of sweat, filled her nostrils, while his distinctive voice echoed in her ears, and the sensation of his tousled hair brushed against her cheek. "Do not cry, Ollier. I cannot bear to see you in tears. I apologize for my distrust. I swear it was but a jest. Please, do not cry, all right? Ollier, are you well?" The boys from Fortes were yet to grasp the implications of the propriety between the sexes. To Jacob, a hug represented a sincere gesture, and he believed his apology had been adequately heartfelt. Yet Chongqing's silence left him in a state of unease. He feared that a mere glance downward would reveal the girl's tears. Previously, during perilous moments, he had embraced Jacob's waist, yet this occasion felt palpably different. His heart raced as Chongqing forcefully pushed Jacob away, growling with a fa of bravado. "Jacob, you shall not copy any assignments. Oriel, my grades are not that poor. Then swiftly hand over your notebook. If you desire, I shall come find you after returning home. Do you need tutoring? Who gave you the authority to suggest coming to my house?" Cobb. Jacob strove to stifle his laughter. He recognized the inappropriateness of his amusement. Yet Chongqing's demeanor struck him as unexpectedly endearing. To prevent the girl from erupting completely, the typically forthright boy silently swallowed the compliment that lingered on his lips. "Chongqing, you now resemble a cat with its tail stepped on. Is that your family's doing?" Chapter 17. As the clock struck midnight, the light bulb in Chongqing's master bedroom flickered ominously. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, Chongqing was impeccably dressed, her gaze fixed on the unmoving doll across from her. When the chimes ceased, the doll's tiny fingers pressed against the ground, struggling to rise and sit upright. What a comical sight it was. A doll endeavoring to mimic human actions. The doll smoothed her skirt, adopting a modest posture. Its mouth emitted a series of clicking sounds, the chin rising and falling in tandem with its movements. The angle of the fluorescent light was askew, causing the doll's eyes to unexpectedly resemble those of a living person, shimmering with a captivating allure. The doll pointed to its chest and the strange spherical head, inscribing a few words on the bed sheets. "I am human, woman, 18 years old." Just moments ago, Chongqing had thought it foolish to engage in serious conversation with the doll, but now she was taken aback. You mean to say you are, at least once were?" The doll slowly nodded, unable to endure the sudden change in temperature caused by the flickering fluorescent light. It burst with a pop, coincidentally as Chongqing's phone rang. Shivering, she raised her hand to shield herself from the falling shards of glass. The doll picked up the phone from the bedside table, which was ringing with a Chinese ringtone, and handed it to her. Chongqing glanced at the caller ID, Jacob. Amber was aware that Anderson had left, heading in this direction. The road was too desolate for Amber to follow further. "Open the door, I'm outside." Chongqing heard the dual voice, tucked the gun into her waistband, and opened the door for Jacob. The janitor from Fortes had a habit of collecting household items every Wednesday. As it was past midnight, it was already the early hours of Wednesday, and the janitor would pass by Chongqing's home around 4 or 5 o'clock. As they always started their work early, Anderson could not bear to watch his painstaking efforts being taken away by the cleaning truck. The remnants of the puppets, which could still be repaired, were far easier to obtain than gold and silver. As he carried away bag after bag of black garbage, Anderson suddenly felt something was amiss. He rummaged through the black bags. Each puppet was missing its vital soul, and this new discovery caused him to curse under his breath. Jacob lunged from behind, delivering a powerful hook that silenced Anderson's impending words. Caught off guard, Anderson let out a shriek, grasping Jacob's hair as they grappled. His movements were disjointed. Jacob, seasoned in combat, effortlessly evaded the vital strikes. Perhaps due to his years spent with dolls, Anderson was ill-equipped for the brawl, his actions stiff and uncoordinated. "Cease this at once," shouted Chongqing, who had just leaped through the window, her eyes narrowing at the two youths entangled on the ground. I said stop. Raise your hands and stand up slowly. Since meeting Jacob, Chongqing had found herself more frequently at the window than at the door. Yet why was that? Jacob was no Spider-Man. Or perhaps Jacob had discovered a newfound passion for window leaping after getting to know her. As long as Jacob refrained from performing any reckless stunts reminiscent of a special forces operative jumping from a helicopter to a train, she would be satisfied. With great effort, Jacob subdued Anderson, panting as he sat up. Anderson, face down, struggled momentarily, attempting to free his bound hands. Jacob struck his shoulder forcefully, and as Anderson twisted in a futile attempt to resist, he fell silent, raising his head to cast a sullen glare at Chongqing, the only figure within his limited view. Chongqing had already drawn her gun, aiming it steadily at Anderson's temple from a distance of 3 to 4 meters. Despite her novice status, she was capable of delivering a fatal shot from such proximity. Anderson grimaced, a pained smile distorting his features as he sneered, I bet you wouldn't dare, little girl. I am uncertain of my own courage. Chongqing taunted him, his fingers gliding back and forth across the surface of the trigger. Yet, the mere thought of transforming humanity into puppets repulses me, igniting an urge to pull the trigger. Even if the police were to find me, do you believe I would return home immediately? I have little faith in Officer Swan's ability to decisively handle international matters. Jacob moved his lips, his lower lip fuller than most, rendering his silent words even more cryptic. At least, Chongqing could not decipher his intended meaning. Anderson, threatened by Chongqing, struggled briefly but could not escape Jacob's grasp, opting instead to remain on the ground, head bowed. The cement floor, mingled with dew and snow, left a grimy smear across his face. The typically meticulous and somber youth, now with a glint of resentment in his eyes, watched as several tattered puppets quivered helplessly in response to his anger. After a prolonged silence, Anderson rasped, Why have you not succumbed to despair? How delightful it would be to obediently become an ageless, beautiful puppet. Despite prior suspicions, Anderson's condescending tone, viewing puppets as superior to humans, caused a momentary chill between Chongqing and Jacob. The energy that animates these puppets derives from the human soul. Who would willingly embrace the role of a marionette? Chongqing, gripping the gun stock, fell silent, suppressing the urge to encase him in ice. I am quite content as I am. I relish the pleasures of life, the joys of eating and sleeping, and cannot bear to part with humanity. Jacob forcefully yanked at Anderson's arm, lowering his voice to a fierce whisper. Is your puppet a human? Anderson winced in pain, stubbornly turning his head away, refusing to respond further. Over the past fortnight, Chongqing has delved into the historical lore of Fortis, as well as the records of missing persons. Aside from children who have gone missing only to be found again due to unforeseen circumstances, there are no records of murders or disappearances. Fortis is remarkably small. So small that when a newcomer arrives, the entire town becomes acquainted with the newcomer's name by the very next day. Even Anderson, dull-witted as he may be, would refrain from causing a stir in such a close-knit community. Having grown up alongside Jacob, Anderson was born here. His father settled in Fortis during his youth, marrying a local girl from the Kurut tribe. Tragically, his mother became a vegetable following a traffic accident, and his father, in pursuit of additional funds for her medical care, ventured out to work. The boy, deprived of parental affection, grew increasingly sullen and isolated. In truth, the activities Anderson engaged in were not meant for ordinary eyes. His collection of animated puppets and the human souls ensconced within glass orbs rendered him incapable of forging intimate friendships with peers who might invite him over for collaborative studies. I have a question. The box containing the glass orbs tumbled to the ground, and the rolling spheres shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Chongqing stepped forward, seizing Anderson by the collar, the muzzle of his firearm pressed against Anderson's temple. You have no habit of preying on those close to you. Why target me? I desire a more unique puppet. Confronted by the cold steel of the weapon, Anderson felt genuine fear. The Karen family usually operates in unison. They are too swift for me to provoke. Yet, he yearned for a puppet akin to a cold-blooded being, one endowed with unparalleled abilities, exquisite beauty, and a singular soul. Jacob's knee collided violently with Anderson's nape, prompting him to rise and utter disdainfully, I am ashamed of our kin. You hardly embody the essence of a man. In a frenzied retort, Anderson exclaimed, You have yet to witness the terrors of the Karen family. Their speed is akin to the wind. Had it not been for the treaty forbidding harm to ordinary humans, I suspect I would have perished on the spot. Thus, I vow to seek a puppet capable of rivaling them, compelling them to regret their actions. Anderson's emerald eyes fell upon Evergreen, brimming with a chilling depth of emotion and obsession. Werewolf, until I find you, your abilities are unparalleled. I witnessed your mastery over ice and snow while you frolicked with Blake. Jacob, exasperated, clutched his forehead and gritted his teeth, demanding, "Is this your justification for becoming a murderer? Werewolf, you will evolve into something more exquisite. I shall craft for you the most beautiful, immortal form. You could become my bride." Anderson descended into a fervor, vowing, "I swear, my love is solely for you. I wish to be with you for eternity." Evergreen's gaze sharpened the darkness, revealed pupil shrouded by layers of thin ice. The gun's muzzle gradually withdrew from Anderson's temple as Evergreen maintained a stance ready to fire, retreating slightly. "I merely wish to offer you a peanut." Anderson rose, his cold gaze akin to that of a serpent. Suddenly, Evergreen grasped Jacob's unspoken intent. He desired to show Anderson mercy, yet was at a loss for words. Given Anderson's nature, granting him clemency would surely yield no remorse. In a moment of introspection, Chongqing, who has always lived within the confines of a lawful world, realizes he cannot conceal a murder by erasing all traces of it. Thus, he abruptly thrusts a gun into Jacob's hands, enveloped in a shroud of ice, as Anderson gazes in astonishment. The chilling frost encases him, rendering his voice cold and resolute. "You are aware of my capabilities, yet you fear the cold-blooded entity, Karen, and presume me to be a mere soft target?" A tempest of wind and blizzard surges forth, and in the center, Chongqing stands upon floating ice. He extends his hand towards Anderson. As menacing ice shards erupt from the ground, scraping past Anderson's skin. When reason fails, one must invoke the profound despair reminiscent of the Karen family. For the first time, Chongqing actively embraces his fury, pursuing Anderson like a relentless predator as the latter retreats. The wind tears at Anderson's flesh, while the ice shards shatter his cherished figurines. Stifling his revulsion at the sight of blood, Chongqing orchestrates layers of ice spikes to assail Anderson. Cold and trembling, Anderson, with his sleeves and pant legs pierced, finds himself suspended in helplessness, his expression contorted with panic. "What do you intend to do? Murder is against the law." Reality demonstrates that Chongqing possesses considerable talent for theatrics. Startled by Chongqing's ferocity, Jacob instinctively scrambles up the ice spire, shattering the ice spikes that bind Anderson. Anderson tumbles down, scrambling to pull Jacob away from Chongqing's menacing grasp. Chongqing harbored a desire to share a cup of tea with Anderson, hoping to express her disinclination to be a mere puppet in a friendly atmosphere. However, such an aspiration was futile. Men are rational beings. At the slightest hint of weakness from Chongqing, Anderson would undoubtedly strike back like a coiled serpent. To contend with a man consumed by obsession, one must embody greater rationality and decisiveness. In truth, Chongqing found her current actions deeply distasteful, as the scent of blood emanating from Anderson made her stomach churn. For the first time, her full capabilities were unleashed upon a human. The skin of the puppet creator turned a ghastly shade of blue and purple, filled with fear and dread of the monster before him. Thus, Chongqing did not intervene in Jacob's rescue. She grasped the ice spike before her, poised to attack yet mindful of Jacob's presence, and bluntly declared, "Leave Fortis or perish." The reserved family had relocated. Anderson's mother required superior medical treatment, and his father had taken them to California, where healthcare was more advanced. Aside from the individuals directly involved, few cared about this development. Anderson had no friends at school, and the adults had long advised Anderson's father about seeking better medical conditions. Chongqing inquired about the original puppet's familial residence. Days later, a parcel containing the original puppet, Amelia, traversed the ocean, destined for another land in America. A bloodied stray husky was also placed in a veterinary hospital. It remained fierce towards humans. Yet no one was harmed by its aggression. It was said that when discovered, it was still gnawing on a finely crafted puppet, growling softly in a menacing threat. A few weeks ago, while working on our assignments, Jacob suddenly inquired, "All you ear, what will you do if Anderson disagrees with you?" Chongqing, biting the end of his pen, pondered for a moment before dejectedly resting his head on the desk. "I don't know. I haven't dared to eat frozen meat skewers and tomato eggs for weeks. I was terrified of making a mistake." "Not at all. Your acting has improved tremendously," Jacob replied, stifling a laugh as he leaned down. Despite possessing numerous abilities, Jacob's generation is still quite young and inevitably lacks thorough consideration. They are yet to achieve decisiveness. At least for now, making mistakes remains a privilege of youth. Chapter 18. The Clearwater Residence. The Clearwater family, comprising 4 members, boasts a spacious home, and is considered a prominent name among the Fortes. For generations, they have been esteemed in the eyes of the Quirits. Chongqing and several friends were gathered around the coffee table, diligently writing, while the reverse side of their cards bore an intricate print of the Fortes night skyline, adorned with silver edges, creating a visually stunning and dreamlike effect. Chongqing handed out several pre-written greeting cards to his companions, and Seth, Riel's younger brother, touched the printed image of the Great Wall on the back, his eyes widening in astonishment upon opening it. As Seth withdrew the card from his grasp, Riel tilted his head, embodying a regal demeanor, and asked, "What does it say?" "A blessing," Chongqing replied, shaking his finger at his bewildered friends in Chinese. He couldn't shake the feeling that it wouldn't be that simple. Saying this, Jacob carefully stored the card away. After dinner, I pinned a greeting card for my classmate, and the ever-enthusiastic queer decided to propose that we ascend the mountain to welcome the arrival of the new year. His suggestion quickly garnered the support of Seth, and naturally, Riel, who followed Seth's lead, could not dissent. The group boarded Amber's rugged vehicle and set off towards the elevated path leading to the mountain. Abandoning the vehicle, they trekked upward, reaching the summit just before midnight. The refreshing mountain breeze wafted through the air, and from the peak, they beheld the twinkling lights of Fortis, nestled amidst the verdant embrace of evergreen trees. With some time yet remaining until the countdown to midnight, those accustomed to early preparations began to gather in the town square of Fortis. There stood a statue of a wild wolf, later accompanied by a clock, symbolizing the ancestors of the Quirit people. Though they have entered the era of civilization, the Quirit take great pride in their tribal culture, rich with history and tales. As the townsfolk departed their homes, they naturally remembered to extinguish their lights. Thus, from the mountaintop, the few individuals witnessed the extinguishing of countless lights, with only the festooned square continuing to shimmer with the vibrant, dreamlike glow of artificial illumination. 5, 4, 3. The murmurs of the countdown from the town square echoed faintly, and amidst the excitement, hands intertwined, forming a circle. As the countdown reached 1, they collectively shouted towards the cliff, "Happy New Year!" Amidst the whispers of the wind, the youthful voices resonate, and the cheerful faces are etched into evergreen memories. Having spent over 3 months in Fortis, Chongqing celebrated her happiest New Year's Day abroad. Upon returning home, she called her parents and aunt to extend her New Year's greetings. The contrast of national customs highlighted that her hometown lacked the vibrant festivities of Fortis. The streets adorned with lanterns and decorations evoked memories of the spring festival in her homeland, where her parents would take her from house to house as a small child. Aside from the sumptuous feast and the ever-criticized spring festival gala, what lingered most in her memory were the envelopes filled with smiles and warmth, rich with the essence of red packets. Although Chongqing would never admit it, she eagerly anticipated the monetary surprises within those envelopes. The following day at school, she distributed the greeting cards she had prepared in advance to her classmates. By the end of the day, her backpack was laden with a plethora of return cards as she paused at Officer Swan's doorstep. Her smooth integration into Fortis and the reservation school was largely due to Jacob's assistance, which mitigated the local residents' xenophobic sentiments. Of course, she did not forget Charlie, who allowed her to drive without a license. Chongqing conveyed her New Year's blessings and gifts, while Jacob presented a specially crafted card, inquiring with concern about Bella Swan's well-being. When it comes to his only daughter, the taciturn bachelor officer Charlie Swan finds himself in great distress. No, well, I mean she is doing well. She spends all her free time seated by the window, never missing the breathtaking transformation of seasons from autumn to winter. If I were her, I would surely feel frail. Oh, I mean she is much better now, at least she calls me Dad. Jacob, like all well-behaved boys, offered consolation. Everything will turn out fine, Uncle Charlie. I believe in her. Charlie sighed. Jacob, you are a good lad. I would prefer Bella to be with you rather than with Cullen. The officer, under recent pressure, felt a pang of discomfort in the midst of his sentence, and he swung his fist at the air, comically shaking his overstrained wrist. Oh, I mean thank you for visiting Bella. I think you can come by often. Yes, I will, Jacob replied, scratching his long hair and glancing at Chongqing. With my friends. Chongqing noticed that Jacob felt a bit shy from Charlie's words. His smile had become more bashful and subdued than usual. With New Year's Day past, how far could the spring festival be? On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, Chongqing rallied her companions to assist her in peeling garlic. Among them, Riel, being the only girl, exhibited the most patience, frowning as she carefully separated the pristine cloves. The mischievous boys, holding their noses, questioned Changqing's intentions, perceiving it as a prank. Even when Changqing produced the aged vinegar she had specially sought out and tossed the garlic cloves into it, they remained reluctant to accept this as a custom. Quill dramatically pinched his nose, crouching by the balcony's ventilation vent as if overcome by an allergy. Oriel, I am aware that my recent victory in gambling has left you quite displeased. Yet, Amber has reaped the greatest rewards. He inquired. Are you certain that the vinegar with garlic tossed in can still be utilized? Amber, striving not to crush the garlic, hurled an entire bulb toward Quill. Wow. We are not deterred by the undead of garlic and silver. Jacob, inadvertently splattered with garlic juice, retaliated with a nimble leap, exclaiming, Hey buddy, watch out for the hidden weapon. Enough. That was meant for my garlic pickles. In class, she discreetly whispered answers to the distracted boys, and after lessons, she observed them during their physical activities. Mornings were occupied with wake-up exercises led by Riel, while evenings were spent gathered together, tackling the same homework. Unbeknownst to her, Changqing had become accustomed to the life at Fortis. Aware of the recent trouble she faced, her aunt provided her with a modest living allowance to alleviate her immediate concerns and suggested that she seek part-time employment. Unlike the customs of her hometown, the boys and girls at Fortis began earning extra money at a young age. Changqing's work schedule was set for the weekends, while on ordinary days, she managed her own care and tidied her room. A few of her familiar companions had grown accustomed to her work hours and typically visited her just before her shift ended. As Quill entered, Changqing had just changed out of her staff uniform, letting her hair down in preparation to head home. Quill raised his hand in greeting. Having purchased 2 hot dogs from the fast food restaurant where Changqing worked, draped in her coat, Changqing inquired curiously, Are you alone, Quill? Amber is unwell. It was Quill's first time seeking out Changqing on his own. He gestured for her to walk alongside him as he spoke. Yale, are you aware that Bella Swan has begun to converse once more? It appears she has emerged from Edward Cullen's shadow. Both Changqing and Quill recognized Jacob's concern for his childhood sweetheart. If Bella were to resume her social interactions, the happiest person in Forks, aside from Officer Charlie, would undoubtedly be Jacob. Quill, you would squander your talents as a gossip reporter, Changqing jested, teasing the boy. Isn't that splendid? Ah, yes indeed it is. Quill, who had previously contemplated pursuing Bella, felt disheartened and muttered, I would prefer her more if she weren't seeking out Yale immediately. You know O'Rourke. Tomorrow our expedition team will be 1 member short. He's off to procure new parts for the motorcycle frame he salvaged for Bella. Oh dear. As Changqing started her SUV, she neglected to fully depress the clutch while shifting gears, resulting in a jarring screech as the vehicle lurched forward a half-meter before stalling. Quill, seated in the passenger seat, tightened his seatbelt, startled. O'Rourke, your driving skills are abysmal. I did not anticipate that you would be frightened without Jacob. Quill, Changqing remarked, restarting the engine and steering towards the reserve. Do not tell me you and the children are akin, trembling at Officer Charlie's words, obediently retreating to your beds before 9. Have you consumed gunpowder? Ah, I can empathize with your sentiments. Quill collided heavily against the back of the passenger seat. The new year in Fortis was anything but tranquil. Just a few days prior, the lifeless body of a climber had been discovered by local townsfolk venturing into the mountains. The identity of the unfortunate mountaineer remained unknown, their visage grotesquely mutilated, missing 2 arms and a leg. This tragic incident had mobilized the entirety of Fortis and the surrounding law enforcement, leaving Officer Charlie Swan exceedingly busy. As a revered figure within the reservation, Clearwater and his family took action as well. Harry Clearwater, the white-haired patriarch of the family, resumed patrolling the mountains daily. Even Sam Yulee, the notorious leader of the local rogue gang, joined the ranks of those safeguarding the area. Meanwhile, other youths, including Jacob and Quill, were placed under house arrest at the behest of Officer Swan. Their parents and neighbors strictly prohibited them from returning home after 9 o'clock and from venturing into the woods. Accustomed to a life of freedom, these boys felt immense discomfort, with Sam Yulee roaming freely. The rebellious youths resolved to enter the mountains to assist the officer in solving the case, ideally before Sam uncovered any clues regarding the climber's death at the hands of a formidable beast. Jacob Black, the group's crucial leader, prematurely informed the others of his absence the following day, intending to procure motorcycle parts for Bella Swan, who had finally begun to regain her spirits. Feeling abandoned and betrayed by his friends, Quill seethed with frustration, longing to scream and unleash his pent-up emotions. In a fit of agitation, he sought out Jacob. Indeed, I stand with you in solidarity. Changqing parked in front of Choir's residence. turning his head to gaze at him while resting his hand on the steering wheel. If I were you, I would return home for a restful sleep and contemplate how to surreptitiously liberate your father's possessions. Should you succeed, we shall reconvene at our usual spot tomorrow. Quire. Refrain from disturbing Jacob. He echoed the same sentiment to his friend Amber. Quire finally shouted, Olua, why do you echo this as well? Do not intrude upon Jacob's romantic pursuits. Cha-Ching gently patted Quire's cheek, calming his tumultuous emotions. Are you not going to exit the vehicle and prepare your belongings? We depart at dawn. Amber is unwell. Few will attend. Amber will be there, as will Riel, and I too will join. I assure you, Quire. Chapter 19. Before dawn, the chill wind swept through the forest, biting into the bones. Cha-Ching believed she had arrived early, yet Riel, Clearwater, and Amber Teal were already present. After parking the car, Cha-Ching leaped out and grabbed her backpack, filled with provisions, water, a medical kit, and her ammunition. Riel, jogging towards them in her usual morning attire, had her pant legs strapped with a sheath housing a sharp knife for skinning game. The robust Amber was clad in layers, his thick winter attire concealing his physique, making it indiscernible what weaponry he bore. Amber, are you feeling any better? Cha-Ching greeted the two. Quire is quite concerned for you. He has grown rather irritable since your illness. I believe I am experiencing a suboptimal state of health with a mild fever recently, yet it does not impede my activities. I decided to sit in the car for a while. The weather is quite cool. Liar gestured for Cha-Ching to open the car door and inquired, Olier, do you have any hot water in your vehicle? I have brought some medicine. Cha-Ching nodded and retrieved a thermos from beside the passenger seat of the SUV, handing it to Anne Barry, who had settled into the back seat. Both Liar and Cha-Ching took turns placing their hands on Anne Barry's forehead to check his temperature, noting the mild fever accompanied by cold sweat. They believed that Anne Barry should not be out surveying the mountains today, given his condition. Yet the typically agreeable Anne Barry insisted on proceeding, even displaying a considerable temper over the matter. Neither Liar nor Cha-Ching were particularly fond of interfering in others' affairs, so they could only advise Anne Barry to take care of himself and not to overexert. After a few moments, Quell arrived. Upon seeing Anne Barry, Quell was filled with delight. He exuberantly jumped into the vehicle, using the doorframe as leverage to give his friend a joyful embrace. Anne Barry patted Quell on the back, who was carrying a backpack. He then retrieved a talisman adorned with feathers and wolf fangs, gently placing it around the necks of the other three individuals in turn. As he performed this act, his movements were delicate, and his gaze was both reverent and sharp. May our ancestors bless us. The scent will guide us with wings, and the fangs shall grant us courage and invincibility. Anne Barry playfully punched Quell in the chest and continued the unfinished blessing of the Quirid expedition. We fear nothing, not now. I hope you were not stealthily taken from your home. The wolf's tooth necklace that graces your neck has weathered many years and appears quite antiquated. Riel doused cold water over the heads of the two boys and turned away. Ancestors do not protect thieves. It was I who took it, quailed Queer, summoned by Riel's nickname, shrinking under the fierce gaze of the wild-haired girl. Riel's formidable presence was deeply etched into the hearts of the youth of the Quirid generation. Regardless of the era, she was always more formidable than most boys of her age. The boys, awed by Riel's fierce prowess, would inevitably temper their demeanor in her presence. To steal and to take bear the same meaning. Riel brushed her thigh with a skinning knife. We set forth. Her words reminded Cha-Ching of the character Kong Iji from Mr. Lu Sun's writings, and she stifled a laugh behind her sleeve. After all, isn't stealing books not truly stealing? Can the pursuits of a scholar be deemed theft? The morning light was still dim, filtering through the dense layers of foliage, insufficient to illuminate the path beneath their feet. Queer was concerned for Amber's well-being, but as the sole healthy boy, he had to lead the way. With each step, he ensured the condition of the ground beneath him. His mountaineering boots crunched over fallen leaves and small twigs, producing faint sounds. The early birds were startled by the arrival of humans, momentarily silencing their songs, occasionally fluttering their wings in alarm. Following Queer, Cha-Ching walked in the second position, with Amber and Riel trailing behind her. The distribution of moisture in the air indicated to her the presence of lower-lying areas. Cha-Ching skillfully avoided the unstable ground, her flashlight illuminating the path ahead for Amber Eye and Liar. The destination of the four was not far from where the mountaineer had met with misfortune, an isolated region seldom ventured into by the residents of Forte's town. The gnarled roots protruding from the earth posed significant challenges for them. Even those accustomed to wilderness living could never predict what creatures they might encounter in the next moment. A putrid scent of decay lingered in the atmosphere, prompting Choir to halt and readjust his pant cuffs, distributing the pre-prepared insect repellent to the other three. The humidity of the dense forest intensified, suggesting that Changqing's skills would be more readily employed. It also meant that should any peril arise that firearms and knives could not address, she would be able to respond with greater efficacy. As dawn gradually broke, the weary quartet still found themselves reliant upon the powerful beam of the flashlight for illumination. Changqing stumbled, losing her balance and inadvertently pushing Choir ahead of her. Caught off guard, Choir raised his arm to shield his face, crashing to the ground. When he rose again, his visage was marred with dark red stains. Liar directed the beam of the flashlight towards Choir's face, compelling him to squint against the harsh light. Amberui, witnessing the scene, expressed concern. Choir, are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Scraping the liquid from his face, Choir sniffed his fingers. Oh no. Is that the sin of blood? My face is all right, isn't it? If I've been disfigured, Uriel, you shall be held responsible. Uriel? They observed as Changqing picked up a branch, clearing away layers of decaying leaves from the ground. Beneath lay a bare, elongated object, marred by scratches and bruises inflicted by twigs and stones. Surrounding the wound were patches of discoloration. It had stiffened, no longer pure and soft, but covered in signs of decay. The variations in its mottled appearance arose from the differing pressure points endured during its rolling. After probing it with the branch, Changqing discerned its shape and concluded, "Friends, I believe we may have discovered one of the body parts of the deceased mountaineer, a human thigh." Having grown considerably resilient after encounters with phantoms and human fright, Changqing quickly withdrew from the vicinity of the thigh. Riel and Amber retreated from Quill, whose face was smeared with blood. Quill, feeling somewhat nauseated, retrieved a bottle of mineral water and scrubbed his flushed face. The descendants of Karut, accustomed to life amidst the mountains, possessed a remarkable capacity for endurance. Upon confirming the discovery of a human thigh, the group, suppressing their revulsion and nausea, fully unearthed it from the decaying foliage. Liar prodded the severed thigh with a branch, revealing the exposed bone and muscular tissue. After several confirmations of her assessment, she remarked, "Clearly, this is a human thigh. The state of the broken bone indicates that it was undoubtedly bitten off from a living person. Observe the irregular curvature of the knee, which suggests that it was torn away during a desperate struggle. Given that it was bitten at the fleshy areas of the soft tissue, we can still discern teeth marks and claw prints. The relative curvature caused by the teeth is quite substantial. I suspect it may have been a beast akin to a bear." Changqing licked her parched lips, adding, "The bruising indicates that the beast was active during the infliction, resulting in an atypical laceration wound. There are claw marks present as well, but I cannot ascertain their origin." The two Quirit boys examined the injury and nodded in agreement. Based on the degree of rigidity, it seems this occurred some time ago. The thigh's substantial flesh remains untouched, suggesting that the beast was not hungry and is currently absent from this vicinity. We should refrain from disturbing it further. It may still harbor the beast's saliva. Liar took out her phone, only to find it devoid of signal. It would be prudent for us to descend the mountain and contact Officer Charlie and my father. Perhaps we can still determine what sort of creature this was. Well, all right. Amber hesitated, glancing at the human thigh. I would prefer not to carry it with us. It would be best to leave it to the professionals. Will it not be consumed by the beast if we leave it here? Its scent is rather potent. As if in response to the apprehensions of Changqing, the forest echoed with heavy breaths. The rustling of underbrush, disturbed by a great beast, ebbed and flowed. While in the distance, wolves howled, their cries a haunting summons to their kin. "Awu, we must descend the mountain, back to back. We cannot bring it along. Its scent of blood is too potent." Amber grasped Changqing's wrist, pulling her close. The feverish boy's palm trembled with weakness, his pallid complexion betraying his frailty. "Now, Liar, fetch some water and wash Quill's face again." Of course. Liar approached Quill, shedding her cotton shirt to use as a towel, dampening it slightly. As Quill paused in his washing, he removed his outer garment and handed it to Liar, who wore only a tank top, allowing her to scrub his face and hands with vigor. "Step back slowly and make no sudden noise. Stay close to me." Chapter 20. While Jacob and Bella were selecting motorcycle parts, they encountered Seth Clearwater. Surprised to see Jacob, knowing his sister was out exploring with friends that day, Seth engaged him in conversation. On their way home, Seth mentioned Bella's father, Charlie, who was investigating alongside Harry Clearwater. With a deep admiration for Jacob, Seth invited him to dinner at his home. Jacob inquired about Bella's wishes, and she, not wishing to be alone, readily agreed. Her spirits lifted. After escorting the ailing Amber Ray home, Quill still had to drive two girls back. Riel and Chongqing lived in close proximity, and as they reached Riel's doorstep, Quill happened to see Seth leading Jacob and Bella inside. Not only Quill, but both Riel and Chongqing took notice. The only official police car from Fortes was parked in the front yard of the Clearwater residence. As Bella entered the house, Quill jumped out of the car and, leaning across the window, inquired of Riel and Chongqing. "I need to find Uncle Charlie first. What about you?" "Charlie is at my house," Riel replied, opening the car door and turning to ask, "Ural, would you like to come over for dinner today?" "No, thank you. I don't wish to indulge in Aunt Sue's famous fried fish today, albeit its mild odor." Chongqing feigned a stomach rub, grimacing, "I am determined to lose weight today." "Very well," Riel said warmly, her fondness for Chongqing evident. She gave Chongqing a farewell hug before jumping out of the car. "If you change your mind, feel free to come find me." Riel's home was a mere 5-minute jog from Chongqing's. Aside from raw meat and vegetables, the refrigerator held only prepared meat burgers with ketchup. Using dieting as an excuse to return home early, Chongqing discovered that she had truly lost her appetite. After spending some time online checking for official news about the climber who perished in Fortes, she turned off the lights and went to bed early. The next morning, Charlie knocked on Chongqing's door. After ringing the doorbell, Officer Charlie, clad in his police uniform and armed with a signature pen and a notepad, strolled back and forth. A handsome middle-aged bachelor with a beautiful daughter, he exuded charm, yet his unshaven stubble from days without a razor gave him the appearance of a disheveled single man. When Chongqing opened the door, the taciturn Officer Charlie swiftly transitioned into his professional demeanor, ruffling his hair and adjusting his collar. He attempted to adopt a friendly and humorous tone. "Hello, O'Rourke. Chong, I know you. You're a good girl. I am Charlie Swan, the sheriff of Fortis." "Hello, officer. I am O'Rourke Chong," she replied, her hands tucked into her pockets as she raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the officer. Chongqing opened the door wider, inviting Charlie to sit on the sofa. "We met a few days ago. Would you like some tea? You've managed your life well. Although you live alone, it remains tidy." Once seated on the sofa, Charlie positioned his hands on his knees, a posture that allowed him to react quickly if needed. He rubbed his palms together and spread them open, signaling his current harmlessness. "No, thank you. I am not accustomed to that bitter taste. A glass of ice water will suffice." Most residents of Fortis find the taste of tea unpalatable, a fact that Chongqing had long since adapted to, keeping her refrigerator stocked with ice water, chilled juices, and beer throughout the year. One could only wonder why the inhabitants of such a perpetually cold place as Fortis had an unwavering fondness for icy beverages. Upon receiving the ice-cold mineral water from Chongqing, Charlie relaxedly shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "It appears you are quite well prepared, my dear girl. Well, I suppose at my age, I might not fare any better than you in this regard. Now let us get to the point. Quail, that lad informed me that you discovered a part of a mountaineer on the mountain." "Indeed, a human leg," she replied. "That is truly unfortunate. I hope this incident does not cast a shadow over your mind and plunge you into nightmares, rather than uncovering clues. I would prefer the children to stay at home watching television." Charlie endeavored to maintain a light tone as he inquired, as the first discoverer, "Would you be willing to recount the circumstances of that moment?" He added, "You know this is a routine inquiry." "Of course." Chongqing began to narrate the events surrounding her discovery of the remains. When Quail informed Charlie yesterday, he and Harry promptly organized a team to head into the mountains. Although they were guided by Quail and did not stray from the correct path, they found nothing apart from some bloodstains. They had arrived too late. The remains of the body might have been taken away by some animal. The results of the blood tests were still pending and could not confirm whether it was indeed blood from the leg of the mountaineer. Nor could they ascertain if it was even human. As an officer of Fortes, Charlie had the obligation to question every individual who had encountered the remains. Even if the discoverers were merely a group of children, Quail and Riel had already been questioned, leaving only Amber and Chongqing. Then we heard the haunting howl of wolves, prompting Amber to suggest that we descend the mountain. Due to Amber's illness, we first escorted him home. Werewolf spotted a police car in front of Clearwater's residence and informed you of our findings. That is the sequence of events. You are remarkably rational and composed, my dear child. However, I hope there will not be another opportunity to question you." Charlie rose, shaking a water bottle that fit snugly in his palm, and with a touch of adult humor remarked, "Well, I shall take this with me. It is certainly not evidence. I have been running around all morning without a sip of water. My throat is parched." "No problem, officer. As long as you do not intend to extract fingerprints or saliva from it." Evergreen escorted Charlie out, and Quill made a face at her from the doorway. After Charlie drove away in the police car, Quill darted out from the other side of the house, exclaiming, "Well, Habby has promised to treat us to barbecue tomorrow to ease our worries, so remember to cancel all your plans, including dates." Evergreen reflexively protested, anxiously stating, "I do not wish to eat frozen skewers and tomatoes. Liar was treating us at a self-service barbecue restaurant. It catered to both those who favored cooked dishes and those who preferred fresh vegetables. There were 5 diners in total. Besides the 4 who had climbed the mountain that day, there was also young Seth. Many topics were unsuitable for discussion in Seth's presence, transforming the gathering into a true feast, with the 3 boys deeply engrossed in their meals while Liar and Evergreen enjoyed their fill, sipping on icy fruit juices. Perhaps having consumed too many beverages, Evergreen excused herself to the restroom, with Liar following suit. As they emerged, Liar was washing her hands, the exotic beauty elegantly flicking her palm, offering Cha-Ching a warm embrace. Liar, straightforward in her demeanor, cautioned, "Do not develop feelings for Jacob Blake. He is not the right match for you." Cha-Ching innocently touched her cheek, wondering if her recent melancholy had become so apparent. It was a woman's intuition. Liar tightened her hold around the slender waist of the Eastern girl before releasing her grip. "You have been too close to Jacob. If he were unattached, I would wish you well, but Jacob is quite stubborn, and you, Ural, are a clever girl." With a carefree flourish, Cha-Ching returned Liar's embrace, her smile radiant. "Of course. I do not wish to disrupt others. Thank you, Liar." By the time the 2 girls returned, the 3 boys had mostly resolved their conflict. Stepping out of the sweltering self-service barbecue restaurant, Amber shivered. His subtle gesture did not go unnoticed by those who cared for him, prompting Quill to hesitate before refraining from inquiring further. After a moment of contemplation, Cha-Ching voiced Quill's concern. "Amber, are you feeling any better?" "I suspect it may take a while longer," he replied. "Recently, I came across some information related to you." Amber ran his fingers through his subtly curled hair, reminiscent of Quirrell culture, and shifted the topic. "Ural, your hometown has a different naming convention than ours. What do they call you there? Is Ural merely an English name?" Astonished, Cha-Ching paused in his steps, feeling a genuine warmth from his friend's concern. "The pronunciation of his name here is Ching, and its colloquial enunciation is akin to Chi-Chong or Chi-Chong." Upon uttering it, Cha-Ching could not help but chuckle at himself. Liar recalled the story Cha-Ching had shared when they first met, the legend of the White Snake, which featured a devoted maiden and had left a profound impression on her. Reflecting on this, Liar uncertainly repeated, "Cha-Ching?" Taken aback, Cha-Ching erupted in laughter. "What?" A few foreign boys, bewildered by Cha-Ching's humor, looked on in confusion. Amber tried another approach. "Ah-Ching?" After all, she is the legendary girl, Ah-Ching. For the first time, Cha-Ching realized that her childhood name had so many quirks attached to it. She decided it was fine as long as she wasn't referred to as Ching-Ching, the granddaughter of the demonic cult leader from the Round Moon and Curved Blade, and that any name would suffice. Laughter ensued among the 5 friends, and as they prepared to head home, Liar mentioned that she needed to accompany her brother, Seth, to shop for some items, thus unable to return home with Cha-Ching. As the cherished daughter of her parents, even the seemingly aloof Liar could not escape household duties. It was evident that she took delight in assisting her parents with errands. Liar held a deep affection for her family, which was apparent in her doting demeanor towards her brother, Seth. Once Seth departed, Quail finally shed the facade of the older brother and childishly complained, "Amber, Ollier, don't you think he has been neglecting us lately? How about we go find him now?" This suggestion was utterly dreadful. I would never act in such a manner. Both Cha-Ching and Amber opposed the idea, yet Quill stubbornly insisted on its execution. The route to Jacob's abode mirrored that of Cha-Ching's home. When Quill parked the car in front of Jacob's door, they found themselves unable to deter the obstinate, short-haired youth. Slamming the car door, Quill promptly knocked on the entrance of Jacob's base, the garage of the Blake residence. "Hey, Jacob, are you there?" Without awaiting a response, Quill skillfully opened the door. Amber and Cha-Ching exchanged resigned glances before following Quill into Jacob's territory. Inside the garage, Jacob, wielding a wrench, rose to his feet and gestured towards the girl beside him. "Hi, this is Bella." He then turned to introduce the girl seated next to him. "Bella, this is Quill, Amber, and Cha-Ching." Bella Swan was a strikingly beautiful girl, her skin remarkably fair for someone residing in the sun-drenched Phoenix, Florida. Her delicate brown hair flowed like fine silk as she tucked a strand behind her ear, curiously observing the 3 uninvited guests. Bella's long eyelashes fluttered, lending her an exquisitely charming appearance. It was also Bella's first encounter with Jacob's circle of friends. Perhaps due to shyness or uncertainty about what to say, she refrained from initiating conversation. Quill cast an unfriendly glance at Bella, the gesture embodying a boy's deliberate attempt to appear cool. "Hi, I'm Quill," he introduced himself. Bella, smiling as she glanced at Jacob, chose not to respond. Quill, frowning, shifted his focus. "So, you really are fixing motorcycles?" In response, Bella looked at the parts scattered on the ground and, half-jokingly, replied, "Yes, I'm teaching him." Quill was determined not to let Bella's words slip by unnoticed. "Is it true that he claims you're his girlfriend?" Caught off guard by the question, Bella felt a twinge of embarrassment. Jacob shot a glare at the babbling Quill, though Bella remained oblivious. "We're just friends," she clarified. Amber, seeking to lighten the mood, teased, "Looks like you got shot down." Jacob, standing protectively in front of Bella, exaggerated his expression, one hand casually tucked in his pocket while the other gestured emphatically. He was defending Bella, subtly signaling to his friends to treat her with respect. "Let us not forget, I merely referred to her as my female friend." Quill, feeling dismissed, was not inclined to relent. Jacob's words only heightened his curiosity. He turned back, puzzled, and asked, "Amber, Aiden, do you remember him saying that?" After observing Bella, Aiden thoughtfully tapped his forehead and replied, "Yes, I recall him saying that." Quill, you were even asking, "Are you sure she's not your girlfriend?" As if you were regretting not being the one. "Hey, Aiden," Quill snapped, his brows furrowing in frustration at his friend's revelation. Amber requests off-site support. Chongqing decisively hides behind Amber, and accustomed to this playful banter, Amber readily assumes a stance of readiness for battle. Of course, Quill would never truly resort to violence, especially considering Amber's illness. Quill straightforwardly targets Amber's ticklish spots, determined to convey the severity of betrayal in the heat of the moment. Meanwhile, Chongqing, seemingly unaffected, approaches Bella, extending his right hand towards the beautiful girl seated cross-legged. "Hello. I am Oral Chong. I recently moved to the reservation a few months ago." Chongqing's amiable demeanor inexplicably alleviates Jacob's tension. Chapter 21. The rust-colored garage door of the Blake residence closed before Quill. The boy with short, curly hair bit his thin lower lip, raising his fist several times as if to strike, only to ultimately relent. In a moment of self-defeat, he raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, rudely pointing at the garage door, as if to indicate Jacob and Bella within. "Well, fantastic. I can hardly believe we were kicked out by the Blakes." Amber hooked her arm around Quill's neck, guiding the agitated Quill towards the SUV. The boy with shoulder-length black hair, Quill, appeared somewhat disheartened as well, though he understood that Jacob had merely echoed Quill's sentiments, urging them to return and rest. Quill struck the hood of the black Jeep with a punch, turning to Chongqing, who was leisurely trailing behind the two. "Isn't this simply marvelous? Can you endure a girl clutching Jacob's arm?" Exclaiming, "You are truly one of a kind. I think you are quite handsome, or I believe I am utterly captivated by you. You seem unfazed, Oriel. You could mimic that with a higher pitch." Chongqing spread his arms wide, rose onto his toes, and locked eyes with Quill. "Why not? Get in the car." And Barry's complexion is pale, and now is not the time to disturb Jacob. Quill delivered another punch, leaving a dent resembling his knuckles on the hood. With a rough motion, he ignited the engine and pressed the accelerator to the floor, releasing the clutch in one swift motion, causing the vehicle to lurch forward. After driving for a while, Quill glanced at Chongqing in the passenger seat and the taciturn Anne Barry in the back, then turned on the car's sound system, the rock music necessitating that he shout to be heard. Quill was a boy not adept at expressing apologies. He could not conceal his thoughts and spoke candidly. "I don't understand how you can tolerate this. Just days ago, I thought you two would make a couple." "So?" Chongqing lowered the volume. "You mentioned thought, but now we are in reality." Quill stubbornly sought a comrade in arms. "Do you not have feelings for Jacob?" Quill's childlike demeanor made Chongqing sniffle softly. She straightened her posture, deftly sidestepping the inquiry. "Firstly, I am not Jacob's girlfriend. Please refer to me as his female friend. Secondly, we are aware that Jacob has always harbored feelings for Bella. As friends, we have no reason to intrude upon the opportunity he has with the girl he adores." It was undeniable that Jacob held a unique significance for Chongqing. She would blush at his proximity, steal glances at his athletic form during his morning exercises, yearn to present her most beautiful self to him, and occasionally exhibit her abilities to manipulate ice and water in his presence. If Bella were not in the picture, given a little more time, Chongqing might have confessed her feelings to Jacob. However, hypotheticals remain mere conjectures, distinct from reality. Quill, you must understand. As she relaxed her body, Changqing lowered her eyelids, the sweat in her palms crystallizing into hexagonal ice. The greatest happiness lies in the reciprocation of affection from the one you cherish. With Bella and Jacob's life, he is merely a friend I must keep at arm's length. Not everyone will respond to your feelings as you wish. Your emotions need not mirror those of others. Forcing friends to engage in what they cannot fulfill is rather dismal. The gentle cadence of her voice served as a balm, yet Quill remained undeterred, letting out a huff through his nose. After school, we won't seek out Jacob for homework anymore, never again. Changqing longed to inform Quill that Jacob had Bella by his side to assist him with his studies. It would be better for her not to play the role of a third wheel. Enough. In the back seat, Amber had curled up into a ball. Exuding an aura of a wounded beast, his agitation palpable. Do not ask any more. Do not speak. Suddenly, Amber sprang up, his hands clawing at the driver and passenger seats. Don't see my face. The off-road vehicle veered into the opposite lane as a truck approached from the other direction, its horn blaring ominously. Quill jerked the wheel to the right, catching a glimpse of the terrified truck driver, his mouth agape and hands desperately gripping the steering wheel. The deafening blast of the horn threatened to shatter eardrums. The left side mirror was sheared off by the truck's front. The vehicle jolted violently, and Quill's head collided with the steering wheel, his grip tightening around it. He slammed the brakes to the floor. The tires screeched against the pavement, emitting clouds of white smoke. Yet, the sudden stop could not quell the momentum of the off-road vehicle, which careened into the withered thicket beside the road. It lurched forward for several meters before the front bumper collided with a tree, finally bringing the vehicle to a halt. The impact sent a violent tremor through the car, brittle branches crashing onto the roof, inertia propelling Evergreen's arm backward. Fortunately, her habit of buckling up saved her from being thrown out. Dazed and disoriented, Quill may have temporarily lost his hearing, leaning against the steering wheel, slowly shaking his head. Blood trickled down his forehead, staining his shirt collar. In the back seat, and Barry was not significantly affected. Surprisingly, his state was even better than that of Changqing, despite not wearing a seatbelt. Reflexively grasping Changqing's outstretched wrist, and Barry, now endowed with considerable strength, gasped for breath, his Adam's apple quivering as he emitted a low growl akin to that of a beast. Pain. And Barry's nails dug into Changqing's delicate wrist, and she, enduring the agony, softly inquired, "And Barry?" He tugged at Changqing's arm, but being restrained by the seatbelt. She felt as though her shoulder might dislocate, the fiery pain coursing through her. A cold liquid trickled down her wrist, perhaps blood. "And Barry?" Suppressing the urge to lash out, Changqing endeavored to keep her voice steady and patient. "Are you all right?" "Ah, Qing." It was hard to fathom that the hoarse, rasping sound was emitted by Aunt Barry, who released Changqing's wrist and slowly retreated into the back seat. After a moment of silence, like an untamed beast, he suddenly lunged at the SUV door, attempting once, then twice. It was said that the robust safety measures of the car doors were exceptional, yet he ferociously broke through, and with blood streaming from his shoulder. And Barry stumbled into the depths of the forest. Changqing, witnessing the entire ordeal through the rearview mirror, struggled to unbuckle her seatbelt with her uninjured hand. When she leapt from the vehicle, she numbly touched the deformed back door, her fingers brushing against the skin tissue caught in the shards of glass. The door's latch remained intact. It could have been opened simply by pulling the handle from the inside, but after Aunt Barry's forceful entry, it was rendered completely useless. Stunned for a few seconds, Changqing hurried to check Quire's condition. Quill may have suffered a mild concussion, as he perceived the surroundings through a veil of double vision. A vague awareness of Amber's departure lingered within him as he gestured towards the depths of the forest. He felt assured that Quill's condition was not severe, and after a thorough search, Changqing finally retrieved her phone. Dialing for assistance, she gently placed the device beside Quill. Amber had run off for quite some time, and Changqing feared that further delay would hinder her ability to catch up. Casting a worried glance at Quill, she turned and sprinted into the woods, reassuring him. "Do not worry, I will bring him back." Quill reached out towards Changqing's receding figure, but pain caused him to curl up in exhaustion. Dizziness and nausea enveloped him. As Changqing accelerated her pace, her forearm felt frigid. A glance down revealed that her sleeve had been torn, exposing 3 gaping wounds from which blood oozed grotesquely. With each stride, blood splattered from her injuries. Her wrist, where Amber had gripped, was swollen and inflamed. In her frantic run, she tore a strip from her tattered sleeve to fashion a makeshift bandage, securing it with her teeth, her mind racing with chaotic thoughts. Amber's unusual behavior replayed in her memory. First, a marked reduction in her usual chatter, then a brooding silence, followed by an aggressive outburst before fleeing. Reminiscent of rabies symptoms. Determined to confront Amber and cool her down, Chongqing found her path obstructed by others. To her surprise, she encountered more humans deep within the woods. And in her urgency, she sought to maneuver around them without wasting precious time. Sam Uli spread his arms once more, positioning himself firmly in front of her. His striking appearance, characterized by an abundance of white in his eyes, exuded the essence of a gangster, clad only in shorts. His bare torso, muscles rippling with each breath, matched the thickness of Chongqing's arms and thighs, sinewy and robust. Step aside. She pushed against his arm, yet the obstinate Sam remained as immovable as stone. His voice, deep and gravelly, resonated with the authority of a grown man. You cannot pass now. This is not for you to decide. Move aside. Chongqing's irritation escalated at his obstruction, her anxiety from the recent accident stripping away her composure. I will say it once more, step aside. I must retrieve my friend, and I must do so through here. Immediately, Sam's expression remained impassive as he firmly replied, I'm afraid I cannot allow that. If you insist on proceeding, I will have no choice but to incapacitate you and leave you here. The temperature plummeted. Alongside Chongqing's rising fury, the moisture in the air began to stir restlessly. Sam flared his nostrils, glancing at Chongqing's arm. Now turn back and tend to your wound. Paul, equally bare-chested, approached from the direction Amber had fled. His demeanor was grim. He was agitated, unable to find calm. Gerard is trying to rouse his senses. Hey, Oriel, what are you doing here? In the dense forest. Paul was taken aback upon encountering Chongqing, a girl he had once traveled with. Her unexpected presence brought him joy. Sam glanced back at Paul, confirming that his expression was neither one of disdain nor irritation, and decided to pass the unforeseen predicament on to him. Sam had no desire to reminisce with Chongqing. He spoke to Paul as if issuing a command. I'll go take a look. You need to send her away quickly. Chongqing confidently interjected, You are discussing Ambery. This is a matter pertaining to our Qualut people, young lady. Paul raised an eyebrow, his ash-gray eyes seemingly illuminated in the forest. His demeanor was far more amiable than Sam's. Don't concern yourself too much. Just head home and get some rest. Where is your boy, Jacob? Chongqing pretended to turn back, but in a moment of relaxation from Paul, she suddenly dashed towards Ambery's location. Paul intercepted her, but she slipped past him beneath his arm. He quickly followed her, running against the wind, still having the breath to speak. I didn't realize you were so nimble. Your speed is impressive. But I am faster. With a sprint that exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary person, Paul deftly navigated the gnarled roots beneath his feet and caught up to Chongqing. He grasped her uninjured arm, halting her advance. Paul gazed at the girl with an innocent shrug. Calm down. We grew up alongside Ambery. We simply wished to assist him. The dried leaves beneath Chongqing's feet had already frosted over, with dew coalescing into hidden spikes of ice. Paul's explanation eased her tension slightly, dissipating some of the frigid vapor that had enveloped her. The Qualut people possess certain, well, you know, being boys. There are circumstances that may not be suitable for your eyes. Grasping Evergreen's arm tightly, Paul attempted to explain. For instance, rolling on the grass in the nude. Paul found himself at a loss for words, yet Evergreen remained silent, neither retreating nor advancing. The mournful howl of a wolf echoed nearby, causing Paul's expression to shift. He abandoned Evergreen and dashed towards the sound. In any case, stay here, and I shall escort you home shortly. Sam and Gerard will ensure Amber's safe return. Evergreen was a clever girl, provided she chose to ponder. From Paul's discourse, she discerned that the Qualut had secrets they were obliged to keep. If they harbored no ill intentions towards Amber, Evergreen believed she need not unveil her own secrets to breach the defenses of the Qualut boys. At the very least, in her moment of calm, she sensed that Sam, Paul, and the one named Gerard seemed quite adept at handling situations involving Amber, as if they had encountered such a scenario before. Attempting to twist her wrist, which had been scratched by Amber, Evergreen perched herself atop a nearby rock, gazing toward the direction of the wolf's wail. She was convinced that the Qualut were indeed descendants of wild wolves, direct descendants at that. Perhaps she ought to capture a few photographs of her wound and collect saliva for analysis. Additionally, the cellular tissue on Quell's card door should not go to waste. Perhaps a checkup for Quell and Adre as well? He too was a Qualut. In the end, Chongqing did not await the appearance of Amber. Paul, who accompanied her home, brought forth an apology from Amber. As Cha-Ching and Paul strolled back, Choir approached them, appearing to be untroubled. Under Paul's company, Cha-Ching and Choir visited the hospital, where they tended to her wrist and his forehead injuries. The following day at school, Amber applied for leave. When Cha-Ching and Choir went to his home to visit, they were met at the door by Amber and his family, who barred their entry. In the subsequent days, Amber seemed to have vanished from existence. His family appeared to be aware of the reasons for his absence from school and were unsurprised by the situation. They were cooperating with him, shielding him from external disturbances. After being repeatedly obstructed, Cha-Ching began to sense the incongruity of the situation and consequently started to prevent Choir from seeking out Amber. If Amber had unilaterally decided to take leave, his family would not simply acquiesce. Choir, undeterred, sought out Jacob. Even when Choir enlisted Jacob, who was engaged in homework with Bella, Amber remained elusive, seemingly evading his former companions deliberately. Each time they attempted to reach him, he was either not at home or already asleep, and phone calls went unanswered. Cha-Ching firmly believed that Sam and the others must know the underlying reasons. Chapter 22. Thus, you told your parents that the SUV, which is fit only for the scrapyard, was the result of your accident? As the tide of students flowed towards the school parking lot, Cha-Ching opened the car door and leaned against the front of the SUV, turning to face Queer. It was because you were distracted, drinking your beverage, oblivious to the oncoming traffic. And the volume of the music was too high for you to hear anything. Indeed, that is precisely what I said. Sensing the disbelief in Cha-Ching's tone, Queer insisted. They believed it. That is because they love you and do not wish to expose your falsehood. Cha-Ching waved her hand dismissively and slid into the driver's seat, igniting the engine. The wound on her arm was healing, but the itchiness reminded her of its presence at any moment. Queer nimbly hopped into the passenger seat. During the days Queer's car was in the repair shop, Cha-Ching felt compelled to assume the role of his chauffeur, as the only member of their quartet still functioning normally. If Queer were to rely solely on running or cycling, it would add over an hour to his commute. To protect Amber, Queer had withheld the truth from his parents, which resulted in him pouring all his pocket money for this semester into the repair shop. He should be grateful that he had filled his lunch card at the start of the school year. Now, he found himself without even the fare for a taxi. Cha-Ching shifted gears and set off, following the designated lanes in the parking lot towards the road. Just as they were about to exit the parking lot, Queer suddenly slapped the steering wheel, causing the SUV to honk loudly. A boy on a bicycle ahead was startled, slamming on his brakes to a halt. Around them, drivers of private cars poked their heads and arms out of their windows, looking around in confusion. Quill. Cha-Ching gripped the steering wheel, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hey, look over there. However, Quill was oblivious to this, as his attention was entirely captivated by a figure in the distance. He furrowed his brow in astonishment and exclaimed, "Isn't that Amber Ray?" With Sam. No sooner had the words left his lips than the fair-skinned boy Quill dove down, barely taking the time to unbuckle his seatbelt. As he straightened up, his head struck the car roof, and he winced, rubbing the spot where it hurt, before opening the door and rushing towards Amber Ray, oblivious to the blood seeping from his injury. As the driver, Cha-Ching could not imitate Quill's reckless behavior. She was certain that if she abandoned the car to chase after him, the students waiting to return home would either blare their horns or damage her vehicle. Finding a suitable parking space, Cha-Ching grabbed her backpack and locked the car while pursuing the direction Quill had dashed off in. In a matter of minutes, Quill was on the verge of a confrontation with Sam, with a bandage still wrapped around his head and his face adorned with adhesive patches. Quill gripped Sam by the collar, his pearly white teeth glinting in the sunlight. Sam, too, was baring his teeth, his suppressed fury evident in his heavy breathing. Amber Ray pulled at Quill's collar, attempting to drag him back, yet Quill remained fixated on glaring at Sam. Amber Ray's short hair allowed others to more clearly perceive his agitation and discomfort. Do all kittens have such pristine teeth? Cha-Ching thought to herself. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she stepped in to mediate. You too, Amber Ray, and you, Sam. Could you kindly enlighten me on the brand of toothpaste you all use? The entry point of this conversation was indeed lamentable. Even the impulsive Quail found himself in a state of incredulous amusement. He indignantly released Sam's round-necked shirt and, with a dangerously mocking smile, smoothed out the creases of the garment. In front of the girls, I spared your dignity. But I truly wish to inform you that you are not as formidable as you imagine. This provocation irked Sam far more than a physical blow would have. Cha-Ching, concerned, stole a glance at Sam, whose breath had become increasingly labored. She feared he was on the verge of losing his temper. The recent emotional turmoil caused by Amber was still fresh in her memory, prompting Changqing to step forward, subtly placing herself between Quail and Sam's line of sight. Amber directly voiced her displeasure, rebuking her close friend Quail. Enough, Quail. Sam merely wishes to assist me. Hey, he wants to help you, Quail retorted, laughter laced with irritation. Pointing to his own nose and questioning, am I trying to harm you? You've had enough. Amber shot back. Are you unaware of how worried Quail has been about you these past few days? Calm reasoning proved ineffective in diffusing the situation. Contemplating the consequences, Changqing decisively shouted back. Do you know he has been grounded by his parents and has had his allowance cut for 3 months? Enough of this. Can we not calm down and communicate rationally? Sam growled, his teeth clenched as his bones creaked ominously. Do you truly believe he is worthy of my explanation? Mind your prostaglandins. The backpack was tossed onto the ground as Changqing pulled Queer aside, pointing at his injured head. Don't let it be as if you've overindulged in nitroglycerin tablets. Even in his wounded state, this fellow was intent on defending his friends. It is one thing not to see and appreciate. Must you also wish to inflict further harm upon his head? Here, Changqing prodded her right temple. Is it all muscle that's grown there? Ordinarily, any posture of attack would ignite Sam's fury, yet Changqing resorted to a mocking rebuke. No one cared more for the honor of the Korut people than Sam, who had sacrificed his college aspirations for the next generation of Korut. Sam gazed silently at Changqing, his expression cold and aloof. Amberui tensed, fearful that Sam's wrath might endanger his friend. Unlike the ignorant Queer and Changqing, he understood the terror that an enraged Sam could evoke. They were of the same ilk. Yet, Sam merely retrieved Changqing's backpack, extending his arm to hand it over. I believe your backpack could benefit from a reduction in chemical supplies. The smell is quite pungent. Changqing cautiously accepted the backpack, as if it were a chew toy from the mouth of a large dog. Tossing it over her shoulder, she raised her hands repeatedly, the motion conveying an impression of harmlessness and safety. In a gesture of reciprocity, Changqing inquired, I trust you are aware that I have traveled here from another country. In a few days, it will be a customary festival on my side, known as New Year's Eve. Queer has already promised to negotiate with his confined parents. So, Amberui? Amberui glanced at Sam, seeking his approval. Changqing promptly changed the target of the invitation, clearly indicating that it was Sam who held the reins between Amber and himself. If you wish, Sam can invite your friend along. No, I think I'll pass, came the reply. Sam tilted his chin towards Amber, suggesting, if you want to go, then by all means. Nonetheless, you know our rules. Amber cheered exuberantly, raising her fist in triumph. Accepting the invitation, Amber followed Sam out, leaving Changqing alone to escort Queer home. In the passenger seat, Queer touched the bandage, now stained crimson. The naturally adventurous young man seemed rather exhilarated as he exclaimed to Changqing, I had no idea you could be so brave, Aching. You were absolutely impressive. Next time, I should just steer clear. Mind your own business, isn't really my style. Changqing, focused on the road, did not turn his head, gripping the steering wheel firmly. At that moment, my palms were slick with sweat. I couldn't be certain whether Sam would strike a woman. Changqing could hardly divulge to Queer, hey, buddy. She plans to feign being a damsel in distress when things go awry. No matter how formidable Sam was, she couldn't possibly tear apart a solid block of ice with her bare hands. Queer, unaware of Changqing's underlying confidence, casually rummaged through her backpack, curious as he sniffed. We don't have biochemistry today, do we? What have you stashed in there? Ignoring the fact that he was still driving, Changqing reached out to seize the backpack. Quill, with agile movements, bent down to protect his backpack, his insatiable curiosity almost compelling him to scratch himself. Fully engrossed in a state of excitement and exploration, Quill incessantly inquired, Hey, tell me what's inside. K. Or perhaps specimens of endangered animals. Inside, there were blood samples and dermal tissues extracted from the door of an off-road vehicle, as well as blood collected from gauze. Soaked in a preservative solution and mixed with disinfectant ice, their hues likely retained a semblance to their original state upon shedding. When he gazed upon the fresh specimens from Amber Way, Quill wondered what expression would grace his face. Would he recognize them? Changqing shot an admonishing glance at the nearly uncontrollable Quill, casually threatening, if you see something you shouldn't inside, the consequences are yours to bear. Now, whether to open it is entirely up to you. Quill's face flushed crimson, flustered as he hastily tossed the backpack to the back seat, unsure where to place his hands and feet. Sorry, Aching, I forgot you were a girl. It's just that you're so brave. I lost track. Quill. Young lad, were you thinking of something as awkward as sanitary pads? Silently turning up the volume, Cha-Ching pressed down on the accelerator, weary of conversing with the daydreaming Quill. She couldn't fathom where she had given him the impression that she was anything but a girl. It was truly baffling. Amber Way had been following Sam closely these past few days, never straying far. On New Year's Eve, having just engaged in cliff diving with Sam, Amber Ray stepped into the foyer, his body still dripping with water, dampening the welcome mat beneath his feet. Cha-Ching handed him a dry towel before retreating into the kitchen. As Amber Ray draped the towel over his head, Quill lunged toward him. The two young men began to frolic and tussle over the towel. Meanwhile, Seth was embroiled in a fierce competition with the fruit platter on the table, surrounded by the remnants of pistachio shells. Liar, engrossed in his computer, attempted to circumvent barriers to search for the rumored live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala. A platter of golden spring rolls was presented on the table. Cha-Ching, unable to find the supermarket's frozen variety, had made these from scratch for the first time. The spring rolls, which should have been perfectly square, had mostly burst apart, revealing their crispy, golden fillings. Before the next dish could be served, the spring rolls had been entirely devoured. Forte's friends were gracious, albeit slightly unaccustomed to the need for heating and stir-frying the vegetables. In the end, even before the meal had officially begun, several guests found themselves unable to eat any further. Faced with a table of exotic remnants, the young people expressed their intent to revel throughout the night. The sound system blared with Quill's high-energy music, while Seth, brandishing glow sticks, kept the beat, cheering on his sister as she danced in the center of the hall. Amber Ray, who had previously avoided Quill, joined him for a drink. Although the festivities did not align perfectly with traditional New Year's customs, an unexpected air of foreign charm infused the celebration. The pulsating music proved to be even more raucous than firecrackers. The telephone rang thrice before it caught the attention of the gathering. Riel silenced the speakers, signaling for everyone to quiet down, and picked up the landline. "This is the Ollier residence." Without relaying the call to Cha-Ching, she listened for a brief moment before succinctly hanging up. "I understand. Goodbye." Quill leaned closer. "Hey, what is the matter? Are Ah-Ching's parents insisting she respect her sleeping hours?" Amberly hooked her arm around Quill's shoulder. "I bet $5 that the officer received a report from a neighbor." "Not at all." Riel waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. "Jacob cannot make it. Bella Swan attempted to ride a motorcycle and ended up in the hospital. He is with her for stitches. No need to inform Ah-Ching. Let us pretend it never happened. I always said Bella was ill-suited for motorcycles. Hey, overly exhilarating activities are not meant for girls like her." Unexpected yet reasonable, the two young men exchanged glances, deciding to dismiss the matter entirely. Especially Amberly, who, influenced by Sam, had never particularly liked Bella Swan, the vampire's girlfriend, although she might currently be Jacob's partner. Should Jacob's lineage remain dormant, Quillu's werewolf existence would forever be detached from Bella. The gathering continued until dawn, with friends who needed to attend school the following day departing in small clusters. Cha-Ching made a phone call to her parents, separated by both distance and time, to report her well-being and began recounting the peculiarities she had encountered recently, such as the mysterious Quilut tribe. As they were leaving, Amberly cautioned the others, "Avoid the mountains for now. There are wild creatures about, and it's unsafe." Cha-Ching perceives the profound significance in Amber's words. Chapter 23. Amidst the sounds of firecrackers, a year departs, and the spring breeze ushers warmth into the Tusu wine. The withered branches welcome spring, and all things awaken. The ice and snow that enveloped Fortes throughout the winter gradually thaw, with the melting snow water meandering, allowing both hibernating plants and evergreens to stretch their branches in exuberance, radiating vibrant vitality. Cha-Ching, standing resolutely against the wind at the precipice, extends her arms and spreads her palms. The ice and snow, on the verge of melting, surge forth, shaking off the weight that pressed upon the trees throughout the winter, revealing verdant new buds piercing through the bark. The home can no longer serve as a venue for her intensive practice. It is undeniable that after Cha-Ching embraced her uniqueness, her abilities surged forth like a wild stallion, growing stronger by the day. From initially being able to merely influence a water sphere, she has now reached the capacity to induce snowfall, all within a span of less than 6 months. As she exerts her full power, the bony protrusions on her back unfurl, while ice and snow ascend her cheeks, forming a totem-like armor. She must concede that she relishes the refreshing sensation brought forth by her extraordinary abilities. Yet she remains apprehensive about the potential of transforming into a monstrous entity. The notion of bony spikes sprouting from her back terrifies her. As she fears becoming a creature from a disaster film, such as an alien. In her quest for understanding the transformations within her, Chongqing scoured through various mythologies. The river goddess Mifei of the Luo, Gong Gong who shattered the pillar of heaven, and the rain-controlling Yinglong. Or perhaps the elemental manipulators and ice-based powers depicted in novels. Too many ambiguous choices leave her bewildered as to what exactly has transpired within her body. Chongqing harbors a steadfast belief that one day she shall uncover the source of her abilities. Yet, whenever she approaches the precipice of transforming into a creature of solid ice, she finds herself unable to resist the compulsion to halt her physical form. She is not particularly brave. Perhaps surrendering to her instincts might lead her to the truth. But Chongqing fears the possibility of never returning. The delicate, alabaster skin of humanity, the soft, raven locks, the slender, ethereal eyelashes, and the kaleidoscope of colors within her eyes, these commonplace treasures are not easily relinquished. The total loss of the five senses, sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell, constitutes the greatest terror of existence. Chongqing clumsily concocts excuses for her timidity as she spreads her arms against the wind. The refreshing breeze of spring, transitioning from winter, caresses her cheeks, imbued with vibrant vitality. Tilting her head slightly, she faintly perceives the sound of human footsteps racing through the woods behind her, prompting her to turn in astonishment. There stands a pale-skinned, handsome young man of Caucasian descent. Upon noticing another presence in the forest, the youth is equally astonished. His cerulean eyes widen as he tugs at the collar of his denim shirt, awkwardly stating, "I believe I may have lost my way. Are you a resident of Forte's town? Could you perhaps guide me down the mountain? Or to a place where I can find transportation or a map?" The clouds obscure the sun, and the forest remains tranquil, as the birds and beasts have yet to fully awaken. The handsome young man ought not to be found in the depths of the forest. He should be adorned in a tailored suit at a grand ball, surrounded by elegantly dressed ladies bearing champagne. He resembled a lost prince, sporting a faint, timid smile that evoked a sense of pity, a quality that, while endearing, might be deemed insulting for a man. As I prepared to descend, he beckoned me to follow him. Chongqing, an anomaly who shunned the fantasies of princes and princesses, possessed experiences that compelled her to ponder matters more deeply than her peers. "I shall escort you to the police station." "My gratitude knows no bounds," he replied. The dim, serene forest could occasionally evoke a sense of dread. I stumbled for the fifth time due to the insufficient light, introducing myself as Tails. The young man attempted to grasp Chongqing's hand. Tails capsules, utilized in the treatment of acne, serve to reduce sebaceous gland tissue, inhibit gland activity, and diminish sebum secretion. This medication embodies the majority of side effects associated with excessive vitamin A intake, often being a second choice for those feigning illness to skip class. It was rather unexpected for someone to bear such a whimsical name. As Chongqing felt her hand enveloped within his grasp, she discreetly cast a glance at Tails, striving to suppress a laugh that would betray her manners. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Tails exhaled in relief, tightening his grip on her delicate hand. "What is your name?" Tails inquired, holding Chongqing in place, compelling her to meet his gaze. "I mean, perhaps I could invite you to dinner?" Tails' cerulean eyes were utterly captivating, reminiscent of sapphires. He appeared anxious and restless, his myriad fidgeting gestures revealing his keen concern for Chongqing's response. If there were princes in the real world, he would undoubtedly embody that archetype. This was the second individual of such a kind. Chongqing attempted to withdraw her hand, resolutely declining, "I do not wish to." Yet, she added, "However, I hold a profound affection for you." This resistance only heightened Thales's emotions, as he fervently endeavored to encircle Chongqing in his embrace, whispering with fervor, "The moment I first laid eyes upon you, you resembled an ethereal sprite, with your flowing black hair, exuding strength and solitude. I felt as if a little creature had struck me with an arrow right here." He guided Chongqing's hand to his heart, leaning down in an attempt to bridge the distance to her lips. Why did everyone presume she could be deceived by such trivial antics? Did these otherworldly males truly believe that human females were filled with cotton or romance novels, so that as long as they professed their affections, regardless of reason, they could act with impunity? In that initial moment of hand-holding, Chongqing discerned that the youth, bearing the alias Thales, was not of human origin. No ordinary human could possess a body temperature lower than that of the frost-kissed Chongqing when grasping the wrist of a typical young man. She could still sense the pulse of life within. Nonetheless, Chongqing held no prejudice against the otherworldly. She had no qualms about assisting him as a guide. However, that did not imply her willingness to be treated as a fool. As Thales's lips drew ever closer to the nape of his neck, his palm glided over his chest. Changqing let out a weary sigh. Do you still wish for me to touch your heart? A human being that has emerged from millions of spermatozoa should undoubtedly possess an intelligence well within the normal range. Perhaps Thales himself had not anticipated that a fragile human girl could inflict harm upon his body. His anxiety was palpable. The threat to his life compelled him to hunt urgently to replenish his strength. The joy that radiated from Changqing and his anxious dread of her departure stemmed from genuine emotion. Thales felt parched, and he swallowed hard, overwhelmed by his feelings. It was truly disastrous. Snow and ice surged forth, sharp ice spikes piercing through Thales's limbs, propelling him away from her. In the incredulous azure depths of his youthful eyes, ice spikes continuously sprouted from the palm of Changqing. The solid form of water, the menacing ice spikes, impaled Thales at the center of a tree trunk approximately 7 or 8 meters above the ground. What are you? The youth's eyes, stripped of their disguise, blazed crimson. Fangs protruding from his lips. What manner of creature are you? Carnivorous beings, unless driven to the brink of starvation, seldom prey upon bipeds, for they can never predict the next move of a human. A tempest of ice and snow swirled around Changqing. The ice spikes that departed from her palm siphoned moisture from the air, growing at an alarming rate. Ignorance of one's prey is a grave misstep, dear sir. The cold-blooded entity, the carnivorous vampire Thales, struggled against the ice spikes. Changqing's cautious demeanor rendered his movements increasingly laborious. Each time he shattered a layer of ice. More wrapped around him. The Eastern girl, adept at manipulating ice and snow, exercised great caution. Thales felt an immense relief that the element controlled by Changqing was not the flames most feared by vampires. He was even more grateful, as a noble vampire, for his icy physique which endowed him with remarkable resistance to ice, snow, and cold. As a fledgling vampire, he had yet to fully master his extraordinary speed and strength, and Changqing's relentless attacks overwhelmed him. In this peculiar situation, he experienced his second confession of love. As the vampire struggled, he found himself at a loss on how to manage Changqing, who, despite being momentarily distracted, maintained her offensive stance. The first declaration had come from a puppeteer intent on crafting her into a life-size doll for marriage. The second confession, however, had transformed into a desire for her blood. A motive both crude and straightforward. Previously, when his mother mentioned her plans to return home for the holidays, Changqing resolved to buy an amulet of Guan Yu for protection. The romantic prospects outside were simply too bizarre for her to endure, and she felt the need for the calming presence of the revered warrior. Taking advantage of Changqing's momentary distraction, the vampire managed to break free, though he refrained from launching an immediate attack. Having been pursued relentlessly by the protector of the northwest coast of Washington, he was nearing his limits, despite being a newly transformed vampire with peak physical strength. Were it not for this, he would have directly attacked Changqing, whom he deemed harmless, and drained her of her sweet essence. He intended to conserve his energy. From the shadowy underbrush, the heavy breathing of a beast echoed. Tails sprang to his feet, panic quickening his speech. It is a wolf, a savage wolf. I truly intended to strike at you, but if we do not cooperate now, we shall both perish. They will slaughter every aberration. I do not wish to die. Nor do you, correct? His impassioned plea resonated. Changqing stood resolute, refusing to budge. I will not ally myself with a murderer. From the underbrush, a ferocious beast sprang forth, lunging at the vampire who screamed and turned to flee. Leading the charge was a black giant wolf, larger than a bear, followed closely by 3 smaller wolves. Their powerful leaps left behind claw marks comparable in size to those of a Siberian tiger. The pack had evidently been hunting the vampire for some time, skillfully coordinating to intercept the weary, fleeing creature. Then, they tore him to shreds, alive. The black giant wolf exhaled, forming a misty breath in the frigid air. As it moved with assured grace, its coat glistening like black satin, Changqing stood barely at the height of the wolf's raised chin, his shoulders level with the creature's. The wolf's piercing gaze, like that of all beasts, bore brown vertical pupils, fixated intently on Changqing. The 3 other wolves, having participated in the gruesome tearing of the vampire, sauntered over, encircling Changqing. Snowflakes cascaded from the branches, and the giant wolves shook their fur, baring their pearly fangs. To the left was a brown wolf. To the right, a silvery gray one, and behind them lurked a gray wolf adorned with black stripes. She had just witnessed them tearing apart a living humanoid being, and she found it utterly impossible to remain composed. Her arms trembled uncontrollably, while the icy snowflakes danced joyfully around her. She surmised that these wolves were among the Korut people. Perhaps she had even shared laughter with them in the past. For the sake of her own safety, she refrained from dispersing the ice spikes surrounding her. The lead black wolf tilted its head, scrutinizing her for a moment before growling softly at the other three, subsequently turning to venture deeper into the woods. The remaining three wolves did not follow its departure. Instead, they reformed into a triangular formation, constraining her movements. In contrast to the menacing postures of the brown and silver-gray wolves, the spotted gray wolf appeared relatively gentle, merely standing in place to prevent her escape. Its light brown eyes narrowed. After a while, Sam Uli emerged from the thicket, clad only in a pair of shorts. The giant wolves did not attack him. Rather, they obediently parted to grant him passage, as if welcoming a sovereign. "What are you?" Sam squinted, surveying the ice crystals enveloping her. "What is this?" Sam Uli was the very black wolf who had led moments earlier. "You can transform into a wild wolf." Upon realizing this, she widened her eyes and blurted out without thinking, "So, Sam, were you just off to find some shorts?" She could have sworn she saw him stiffen. Chapter 27. Humans must live according to the rules established, and so must the Korut people. Since the year 1259, when a remarkable nation invented gunpowder and bamboo firearms, humanity began to seize control of its own destiny. Creatures that had once roamed the earth centuries ago gradually faded into legend following the outbreak of World War II. Armed combat not only defended territories, but also upheld the dignity of humankind. Rare non-human races assimilated into society, becoming part of the shadowy underworld. Perhaps they had not heard the ancient adage of their homelands, yet humanity indeed acted upon its wisdom. Those who are not of our kind will surely harbor different intentions. The Korut people's method of self-preservation lies in secrecy and legacy. Tribes and clans instill a sense of belonging, while discreet conduct ensures they remain undetected by humans. Avoiding the fate of being laid bare upon the dissection table, Sam stands as the leader of this generation of Korut werewolves. He adamantly refuses to allow conspicuous anomalies to dwell within his dominion. Evergreen, a being capable of wielding ice and snow, is among the newcomers to the reserve. Should she defy Sam's rule, her fate would be grim, to be expelled by the wrathful werewolves. Sam approached Evergreen with a proposition. If she could refrain from harming ordinary humans within Korut territory and maintain an appearance indistinguishable from that of regular folk, he would permit her to reside in the reserve and familiarize herself with her abilities for the sake of the other werewolves. At an opportune moment, Sam and his clan might extend their assistance to Evergreen, such as calming her during episodes of uncontrolled power, employing claws and fangs. Before the Evergreen, Sam transformed into a colossal black wolf, exhaling 2 puffs of white mist. He shook his fur and flattened his ears, baring his teeth as he emitted a low, resonant howl. Beside him, the silver-furred and brown-furred wolves responded with 2 harmonious growls, keeping pace with Sam. Only the gray wolf, adorned with black spots, lingered behind, growling at Sam, who in turn held back. Although Cha-Ching did not comprehend the language of wolves, she could discern that the gray wolf was in a position of absolute subservience, its voice imbued with a sense of submission. After Sam departed, the spotted gray wolf turned to face Cha-Ching, his ears perked up in alertness. With a puzzled gesture towards her own chest, she cautiously inquired about the large canid's intentions. Did he wish for her to scratch his fur? Was he plagued by fleas he could not manage himself? The spotted gray wolf shook his head and snarled, baring his sharp teeth and extending his claws, sending a flurry of dry twigs and decayed leaves flying as he stomped the ground. Rubbing her forehead, Cha-Ching surmised that he was indeed angered. She raised her hands in a gesture of harmlessness. "Oh, very well. I suppose you do not require a grooming or a scratch under the chin. So, why do you remain? To monitor me, or to lead me along?" The spotted gray wolf turned away, heading in a direction contrary to that taken by Sam. It was not the path leading downhill, but rather a serpentine trail through the woods, alternately steep and gentle, leading deeper into the forest's embrace. The moonlight illuminated the fur of the great wolf, its eyes glimmering with a mysterious luminescence as it clutched a pair of human trousers unearthed from the soil. The spotted gray wolf flared its nostrils, releasing vapor into the cool night air. From its wolfish gaze, Cha-Ching discerned an intelligence and emotion reminiscent of humanity, an otherworldly spectacle seemingly plucked from the pages of a novel, which left her feeling somewhat dizzy. In truth, the first time she recognized her divergence from the ordinary, she experienced a similar sense of disorientation. The spotted gray wolf regarded Changqing for a brief moment before turning away. She followed mechanically, only to be thwarted by a swift flick of its tail, which compelled her to retreat. From its beastly eyes, she perceived disapproval and a warning. After all, it was a creature accustomed to collective endeavors. Unable to prevail, she had no choice but to comply. Raising her hands high above her head with a teasing tone, she remarked, "Very well. Do as you please. I shall await your return here." After a while, Barry emerged from the moonlight. Like Sam, he wore only the lower half of his trousers, his brow furrowed as he averted Changqing's scrutinizing gaze. His trousers bore an identical resemblance to those that the wolf had previously held, still stained with dirt. Barry, the tension in his muscles suddenly relaxed, and Changqing plopped down onto a stone. "If you intend to change your clothes, I assure you I won't follow you like a pervert. I have no desire to appear as an exhibitionist, exposed before you." Barry mumbled an apology as he approached Changqing. "We may have frightened you." Her worldview had long been upended. Today, it was utterly shattered. Changqing shook her head dismissively, signaling that it was of no consequence, and replied, "Let us overlook this matter. I sense your bewilderment." Amberui seated herself beside Changqing, intertwining her fingers and tilting her head to observe her expression. "I sought Sam's counsel. I believe you ought to be apprised of certain matters concerning us, the Quirrell people. Sam has long recognized your exceptional abilities. He has been scrutinizing you for some time. I too noticed it during the Halloween soiree, after confirming that she posed no significant threat. The intention was to formalize an agreement and display her powers as a warning." Changqing felt fortunate that Sam and Uli were not extremists. Otherwise, her predicament would have been far more dire. Sam had inquired about Paul, and in the woods, only Amberui's voice echoed as he nervously swallowed. "Ching, you and Elderya and Liar are friends. They are the descendants of the former alpha and beta wolves. No, I do not imply that they are werewolves. Perhaps they will never awaken their lineage." Upon hearing the names Jacob and Liar, Changqing abruptly turned her head. Amberui felt the intensity of her gaze and shifted slightly to the side. "In essence, I get along quite well with the youthful individuals who may represent a new generation of werewolf bloodlines," Changqing concluded. "So, with you and Paul vouching for one another, you have temporarily gained the acceptance of the werewolf leader, correct? Although it feels rather peculiar coming from your lips." Amberui nodded. "That is essentially the idea. What is it that you pursue?" Amber exhibited an expression that I had anticipated. "I wonder if Jacob and Quill have shared with you the history of the Quirrell people. We possess a natural adversary, those whose skin is frigid, devoid of a heartbeat, and who subsist on blood. Upon encountering them, we are consumed by an overwhelming heat, our blood boiling with fervor. They are known as vampires. Blood boiling and body heating? That sounds akin to an allergic reaction." Evergreen grasped her hands, acutely aware that the young man, Thales, whom she had encountered today, was indeed a vampire, intent on draining her as if she were a mere canister of orange juice. Recently, the influx of vampires wandering into our territory has significantly increased. Amber expressed her concern. "The reason for that mountaineer demise is precisely what you have witnessed today." "Thales the vampire? If this continues, it is inevitable that the Quirrell werewolves will draw attention to themselves." Amber sighed, a cloud of melancholy enveloping her. "I cannot confide in Jacob and Quill. They are not yet one of us. Sam has strictly prohibited the revelation of our existence. Can you comprehend? Indeed, I had been intentionally evading you, yet I never anticipated that I too would be considered an outcast." Evergreen gently massaged Amber's shoulder, offering reassurance. "They will not blame you once they are informed. Besides, you are remarkably adept, particularly in terms of your investigative speed." While Officer Charlie remained in a state of confusion, you had already uncovered the entirety of the truth. What is most vexing is that just days ago, you were as oblivious as the rest of us. And Rue resolved to heed his friend's comforting words, attempting to wear a smile and stretch his body. "I am indeed cheating, Ah Ching." With that, Changqing poked at Rue's pectoral muscles, which had noticeably swelled in size over the past few days, exuding a robust quality. Unaware of the werewolf situation, Changqing might assume he had resorted to hormones. "How does it feel to be a werewolf? Do you grow stronger even when not transformed? Does your speed increase? Can you hear things from a kilometer away? And do your enhanced senses make certain odors intolerable?" Flustered, Rue swatted away Changqing's finger, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. He blinked helplessly, striving to discern Changqing's inquiries. Yes, there are indeed some differences even as a human. Strength increases, speed heightens, and senses sharpen. And What do you mean by intolerable? Various things. I haven't really noticed. Descending the mountain and returning home, Chongqing immediately turned on her computer upon entering. She typed Quilut into the search engine, pressed enter, and poured herself a cup of tea. Opening the first web page, she read aloud, word for word, Quilut, an ancient tribe of the Pacific Northwest. Legend has it that the Quilut were transformed from men into wolves by a great being, and the tribe itself reveres and aspires to the wolf, believing themselves to be descendants of wild wolves. The history of the Quilut can be traced back to the Ice Age, making them one of the earliest inhabitants of the Pacific Northwest. The language of the Quilut people is remarkably unique, bearing no relation to any other language in existence, and is one of the 5 languages in the world devoid of nasal sounds. Their illustrious tribal history is so profound that even the tales from the primeval times recounted in the Bible echo with their vibrant legends. Chongqing has continuously introduced alpha, beta, and werewolves. In English, alpha signifies the original, and the terms alpha and beta are frequently found in the nomenclature of numerous galaxies. For instance, the Alpha Centauri binary star system. The ancient naming conventions have been preserved by scientists, though the specific reasons remain a mystery. Within a pack of wolves, alpha denotes the leading wolf. Aside from films and television shows about werewolves or related to them, the term werewolf refers to a creature from ancient European mythology. Werewolves thrive in dark, damp environments and appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans during the day, yet they often descend into a frenzy on nights of the full moon. Notably, werewolves are particularly fond of the taste of human flesh, with a particular penchant for consuming it raw, akin to sashimi. How marvelous! Chongqing pounded her fist against the desk. The boy she adored was the direct descendant of the previous alpha, and many of her friends bore some semblance of werewolf lineage. Perhaps one day, they could all sit in a row, howling at the moon in unison, partaking in a revelrous banquet, feasting on raw meat. Weight pressing her temples, Evergreen murmured to herself to remain calm, while she tucked her hair behind her ears, before the mass migration. There were no tales of the Quilut tribe being at odds with others in the Pacific. Perhaps they belonged to another category? Yet, I must not allow cinematic narratives to cloud my judgment, despite the fact that Amberly did exhibit considerable agitation during her initial transformation. The coastal regions of America were once inhabited by 3 tribes, the Quinault, the Makah, and the Quilut. Among them, the Quilut people have resided along the Pacific Northwest coast for generations. The emergence of surreal entities prompted a cascade of bizarre thoughts in Evergreen's mind. For instance, could the urgency of the Cullen family's departure be related to an increase in vampires? And when Sam mysteriously vanished for a while before abruptly discarding Leah, could it be connected to his transformation into a werewolf and his reluctance to harm her? Opening the freezer door, a gust of cold air imbued with the scent of disinfectant rushed towards Evergreen's face. She fixated on the specimen bags labeled with Amberly, Quilut, and the corresponding dates. Groaning in frustration, this is utterly dreadful. What is the truth of history? What precisely are the Quilut werewolves and vampires? Chapter 28. Evergreen's future aspirations include becoming a doctor or a biologist. In her childhood, Chongqing held a fascination for researchers, perceiving them as incredibly cool and formidable. Even the most powerful beings would, under their guidance, transform into obedient little lambs. However, after experiencing her own abnormalities, she became fervently determined to uncover the reasons behind them. Yet she was resolute in her desire not to become a mere subject on someone else's operating table. Thus, she set her sights on becoming the most suitable biologist or physician for herself. This future aspiration might also encompass the intention to examine the health of her friends, the Quilut people, while gaining a deeper understanding of their physiological conditions. Naturally, Chongqing would not don a white coat and plastic gloves to conduct these examinations. At present, such a future seems distant and unattainable. In the ensuing 2 weeks, Chongqing isolated herself at home, utilizing every means at her disposal to investigate the changes in Amber's form post-transformation. It is likely that Sam would disapprove of a foreign girl's excessive curiosity, as all her endeavors were conducted covertly, unbeknownst to the Quilut people. Amber remained unsuspecting of Chongqing's intentions, oblivious to the fact that his friend was sprinting down the path of a scientific madwoman. The Quilut, fervent practitioners of martial arts, expressed their dissatisfaction with Chongqing's rigid fighting style. They believed that her static manipulation of ice and snow, akin to a game mage, was a gross misrepresentation of her innate talent. Through the boys' assessments, it became evident that Changqing's physique and fighting approach diverged significantly. She was not the frail existence typical of mages. On the contrary, the Quirut boys were astonished to discover that while Changqing's physical development may not rival theirs, her reflexes, explosive power, and adaptability surpassed those of an ordinary person. Recently, Coach Paul and Coach Amber have been fervently training a mage to become a spellblade. Sam discovered that an experienced vampire had infiltrated his territory, yet he remained oblivious to the vampire's intentions. To safeguard the bloodline of Quirut, Sam found himself compelled to intensify patrols. Apart from Sam, who chose to abandon his collegiate aspirations post-graduation, the other 3 boys are still in high school, resulting in a severe shortage of manpower. Even Evergreen is occasionally enlisted. This illustrates that Sam is not merely a stubborn leader, though he is not entirely progressive either. As a neighbor of Jacob Black, Evergreen never intended to avoid him. Sharing the same school, class, similar addresses, and adjacent seats, it is not a simple matter of evasion. Upon introspection, Evergreen had never contemplated a day without encountering Jacob. However, she never anticipated that she would one day find Jacob stumbling against a mailbox, breathless. The Jacob she knew was one who faced the unknown with a radiant smile, brimming with vitality. The boy with hair as tousled as a lion's mane, despite his youthful visage, exuded a sense of security through his broad shoulders. At present, Jacob's skin is flushed a deep crimson, rivaling that of a well-cooked crab. His dark brown eyes have dulled, and sweat has thoroughly soaked his thin black t-shirt. Leaning against the mailbox, he struggles to remain upright, as if he has stuffed a bellows into his chest, gasping for breath that is audible from several kilometers away. In this moment, he appears even more disheveled than when he was engulfed in flames from gasoline. Back then, Jacob could still laugh heartily. Changqing attempts to approach Jacob, but as she reaches for the mailbox, she is struck by the perilous illusion of a cornered beast. Yet, it is clear that Jacob remains human. What is the current state of Amber's awakened bloodline? Like him, does Jacob exhibit some differences due to being a descendant of the alpha wolf? As her fingertip grazes Jacob's wrist, the intense heat nearly scalds Changqing, whose body temperature is comparatively lower. Jacob suddenly arches his body, evading her touch, and seizes her wrist, baring his teeth and growling, "Get away." Both Amber and Paul favor the tactic of grasping the wrists or ankles of their prey, claiming it allows for better control. Jacob's movements, though not as swift, mirror their precision. Changqing has ample reason to believe that Jacob's mind is currently clouded. No rational person would clutch another's wrist while simultaneously growling for them to depart. He is awakening his bloodline. The heat radiating from his wrist burns, and Changqing takes several deep breaths, reminding herself to remain calm. Channeling the spirit of approaching a wild animal, she kneels, lowering her posture below Jacob's, softening her voice. "Jacob, Jacob, I am Warrior." Their eyes locked. Jacob's face was mere centimeters from Evergreen's. If he so desired, he could effortlessly sever the girl's throat. Conversely, should Evergreen choose to retaliate, her strike could pierce Jacob's skull, causing a spray of crimson. Jacob's grip slackened as he shook his head, the force of it so potent that onlookers might fear he would inadvertently detach his head from his neck. Evergreen retrieved her phone in slow motion, cautious not to provoke the delirious alpha wolf air. Choosing Amber, she dialed. On the other end, Amber, roused from slumber, sounded bewildered. "Who is this?" "Amber. It's me. I apologize for disturbing a vital member of the patrol team during such rare rest. But there is something of greater importance than mere pleasantries. Jacob may have awakened his bloodline." "What?" Amber exclaimed, instantly alert. "Jacob has transformed. To be precise, he is in the process." "Keep your voice down, Amber." The shout through the phone made Jacob's tension escalate, tightening his grip once more. Whenever a Quirut wolf awakens, Evergreen invariably bears the brunt of the consequences on her wrist. "Tell me what precautions to take. How can I assist him?" And summon Sam and the others. "There are no precautions. The farther he is from humanity, the better. You must leave at once." The commotion on the other end indicated Amber was hastily donning her clothes. Leaping out the window, "Our first transformation is perilous. It feels as though we are ablaze, desperate to unleash that which is pent up, devoid of rational thought during the metamorphosis. In that moment, we were utterly powerless against that force." Changqing cast a fleeting glance at her wrist, firmly grasped, and spoke as casually as possible. "All right, I understand. I will hurry over. Until then, do not take any action." With a grave admonition, Amber abruptly ended the call while rushing. The first transformation of human cells, scorched by intense heat, had been annihilated, replaced by new cells more suited to the queerate bloodline's metamorphosis. The agony of that human identity's demise could only be vented through a destructive yearning, could it not? Cha-Ching brushed aside the strands of hair that obscured Jacob's face, her palm imbued with a chilling touch. Jacob, can you still hear me? Will you come with me? Before Jacob succumbed to his madness, Cha-Ching had to lead him away to a place devoid of ordinary people. The bustling roadside was far too perilous. Cha-Ching found herself unable to drag Jacob along, for he would likely resist her guidance. Unfamiliar surroundings often incite restlessness in beasts, and this sentiment equally applied to Jacob. Curled up on the sofa in Cha-Ching's living room, Jacob released her wrist, his remaining rationality compelling him to do so. Yet, Cha-Ching did not depart. Her abilities were of little use against vampires, but they proved advantageous in the current predicament. She immersed a towel in a basin filled with icy water, wrung it out, and placed it upon Jacob's forehead. The heat engulfing Jacob elicited a hoarse groan. As the redness on the skin in contact with the towel began to fade, the towel emitted a dramatic plume of steam, its temperature soaring well beyond that of an average human. I have witnessed the entirety of your misfortunes throughout this lifetime. After replacing the towel, and until the basin of water transformed into lukewarm liquid, Cha-Ching carried it towards the restroom, murmuring to herself, I hope you regain consciousness without revealing this to Bella. Otherwise, she may become quite upset. After changing the water once more, Cha-Ching returned with the plastic basin, now nearly frozen, only to discover an additional presence in the living room. Anderson stood there, gun aimed at Jacob's temple. All of Cha-Ching's wariness was directed towards Jacob, who seemed poised to spring into action against her at any moment. Observing Jacob, who remained still beneath the muzzle of the gun, she found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel pride for her successful care or joy for his trust. Surrounded by the familiar environment and scents, Jacob did not react immediately to the imminent danger, failing to transform into a fierce wolf capable of severing Anderson's throat. Perhaps next time, she should consider training Amber on the perception of peril. Cha-Ching discarded the basin and, in a gesture of compliance, raised her hands in surrender, stating, He is unwell. Please direct your attention towards me. It is I who has brought this upon you. Anderson retrieved a black velvet strap and tossed it towards Cha-Ching, his gun unwavering. Put this on, he commanded. Obediently, she secured it around her waist. It was akin to the basic sandbags found in a gym, equally bulging. Yet the weight provided by Anderson was considerably lighter. Noting the puppeteer's sigh of relief, Cha-Ching seized the opportunity to inquire, what purpose does this serve? A small device rests in my hand, controlled by a controller. Anderson gritted his teeth and declared, it contains a trace amount of explosives. Once detonated, there is an 80% chance it will trigger the adjacent power storage unit, releasing high-voltage electricity. We all know that water conducts electricity. You pondered deeply on how to counter my strategy. With a rapid mental calculation, the ever-compliant Cha-Ching maintained a posture of surrender, saying, Now I am your captive. Should I unleash an icy assault upon you, we shall both meet our demise. I would be reduced to charred remains. I must admit, you are a genius. Anderson's character was marked by a blend of inferiority and arrogance. As a rare puppeteer, he likely believed his life to be superior to that of ordinary humans. This is a common affliction among peculiar individuals, yet they harbor a profound fear of humanity. It must be said, it resembles a form of paranoia. Particularly since Anderson possessed little ability for self-preservation, he likely yearned for the admiration and respect of others. Indeed, upon receiving Cha-Ching's praise, a sense of self-satisfaction appeared upon Anderson's face. Individuals like Anderson are often quite protective of their lives. Any threat to their existence compels them to concede, as evidenced by his previous pleas for mercy that led him to abandon Fortis in order to survive. With a heavy heart and eyes closed in despair, Cha-Ching masked the unusual hue in his gaze, a result of profound contemplation on Anderson's psyche, with an expression of resignation. In light of this, threatening him as a last resort seemed a prudent choice. Now that you have me, can you let Jacob go? He is merely an ordinary man. My heart races with the lies, as Cha-Ching contemplates Anderson's expression, momentarily adjusting her words and tone. If you dare to harm him, I swear I will perish alongside you. Believe me, I am not as attached to this life as you might imagine. Anderson's fury ignited. He strode towards Cha-Ching and delivered a vicious kick to her abdomen, cursing, Bitch. Very well. Observing this reaction, he still intends to make her a puppet. Pretending to be frail, Cha-Ching curled up and timidly gazed out the window. Her vulnerable expression pleased Anderson, who narrowed his eyes with delight. his dark demeanor seizing the phone concealed beneath Changqing's body. Let me see. You're expecting someone to rescue you. A distress message or a call. Damn it. You really did call someone else before. Events unfolded as Changqing anticipated. Anderson yanked her hair, his tone laced with malice. Come with me. Do not even think that anyone can save you. Now come with me. Jacob, please hold on a little longer. Changqing lifted her chin, her peripheral vision sweeping towards the crimson-skinned Jacob. She was terrified that Jacob might succumb to his wolf form. If he reacted in such a way, the half-cur Thursday blood in Anderson would certainly evoke tribal legends, and then he would strike down Jacob. Contrary to her spoken words, Changqing harbored a profound attachment to life, with many experiences yet to be explored. However, she could not passively witness Anderson threatening Jacob's existence. Do not expect anyone to come to your rescue. Upon noticing Changqing furtively glancing at Jacob, Anderson's fury intensified. He seized her by the hair and forcefully hurled her to the ground. Stand up and walk. Changqing staggered reluctantly toward the door. Anderson, convinced she was waiting for assistance, pushed her from behind, urging, hurry up. Otherwise, I will kill Blake immediately. Return him into a puppet. Resigned, she lowered her head, her long black hair concealing her quivering lips. Okay, please do not harm him. Successfully deceiving Anderson, she found herself experiencing a strange exhilaration. It was evident that Anderson had thoroughly studied Changqing's tactics before daring to return to Fortes. After months of preparation, he was unlikely to let his pride overshadow his caution and vigilance. He was not so foolish, rather, his brooding nature rendered him more prudent than most. Changqing had yet to devise a plan for her escape from his lair after provoking a well-prepared Anderson. Yet, the worst outcome would merely entail her and Anderson perishing together, infinitely preferable to Anderson ruthlessly executing Jacob with a single shot, thus sealing their fates in death. Anderson was a man who preferred to extinguish any signs of danger, having survived for over a decade under the watchful eyes of the Querate werewolves. Jacob must not exhibit any signs of transformation. Chapter 29 in a life plan filled with eternal aspirations. There is certainly no intention to experience the sensation of sitting in the electric chair, akin to that of a prisoner on the brink of death. The electric chair, first utilized for execution in 1889, can be traced back to the ingenuity of Edison and his team, capable of delivering an instantaneous surge of kilowatts. This device could incinerate a person to ash, reducing their brain to a charred pudding. The prospect of ever encountering Edison's dreadful invention had never crossed Changqing's mind. The ingenuity of Anderson, who assembled it, was indeed remarkable. Have search engines permitted the dissemination of schematics and principles behind such perilous devices? With a strap securing Changqing's waist, her hands were bound to the armrests of the chair. As Anderson fastened the chest strap, a wicked smile danced upon his lips. Your waist is remarkably slender, and the curvature of your chest is quite admirable. Such a sinister grin had long since become antiquated. Had her wrists not been restrained, Changqing would have certainly rendered him unrecognizable. I hope you've paid your electricity bill. Otherwise, when you flip the switch, it will be your meter that bursts. Anderson chuckled derisively, and with a swift motion, he opened a nearby cabinet, revealing a life-sized replica doll bound within. With its long, jet-black hair, closed eyes, and porcelain-like skin, the doll lay upon the now horizontal cabinet door, resembling an angel in repose. The most unsettling aspect for Changqing was the uncanny resemblance the doll bore to her own features. Anderson extracted a plastic tube from the doll's wrist, carrying the other end towards Changqing. Finding the pulse of Changqing, he pierced the needle tip into the skin of her elbow. Nothing flowed out. Anderson furrowed his brow and felt for the veins again, piercing the needle once more. After several futile attempts, he could not draw blood. Changqing, smiling, felt a sense of triumph. After all, the primary component of blood is water. The more complex the liquid, the more challenging it is to manipulate. Yet, with water constituting 90% of it, wasn't it still manageable? The Querate people believe that strength emanates from one's bloodline. Changqing was uncertain if she shared this belief. But if she could not control another's blood, could she not prevent her own from flowing out? Anderson's intentions were thwarted by her will. One must commend Anderson's cleverness. Changqing remained composed, yet he, recalling her abilities, muttered curses as he withdrew the needle, only to thrust it back in forcefully. He adjusted the control of the electric chair, and blue arcs of electricity climbed over Changqing's hands. Her muscles convulsed violently, and her breath seemed charged with electricity as she screamed. The continuous flow of current shattered her speech, and blood seeped from her damaged elbow, filling the plastic tube with a thick, reddish-brown liquid. Through the tube, Chongqing's blood flowed into the body of the doll on the operating table. In her current state, she was unable to manipulate the blood to flow in reverse. Does your doll possess the ability to produce blood? After 12 hours post-mortem, blood coagulates and loses warmth. Your doll remains cold. When you hold it to sleep, you can only sense the pungent odor of blood. Anderson was consumed by an overwhelming desire to tear apart Chongqing's infuriating smile. In a moment of madness, he attempted to do so, only to be singed by the sparks emitted from the electric chair. With bloodshot eyes, he glared fiercely at Chongqing. The Qiurut people believed that power stemmed from one's lineage, and Anderson shared this belief. What he sought was a puppet capable of wielding ice and snow, not a model reeking of decay. Chongqing's frail words pierced his heart like daggers. The electric chair's output varied according to the creator's mood. Yet when the current surging through a human body exceeded 100 milliamperes, it posed a lethal risk. Chongqing was uncertain whether her physiology resembled that of an ordinary person. But the principles governing the electric chair evidently allowed for high power output, capable of searing her flesh. As long as Anderson paid the electricity bill, the current, an invaluable resource for modern humanity, could hardly be inexpensive. In essence, Anderson was virtually using money to extinguish Chongqing's life. She was far from happy, struggling to breathe. Chongqing arched her neck, stubbornly closing her eyes as her muscles spasmed and consciousness slipped away, unaware of Amber's capabilities. Anderson could not have anticipated that her werewolf friend might come to her aid. In his mind, Amber was merely an ordinary boy, hardly a threat. Under normal circumstances, Chongqing would never abandon Jacob in such a state. It was hoped that Amber would quickly realize this and seek out his kin to negotiate a peace treaty. Sam and his pack could provide assistance under suitable conditions. A vision began to materialize before Chongqing's eyes. Rationality informed her that she remained bound to the electric chair, enduring excruciating torment. Yet an instinctual intuition whispered to her that she had truly arrived in an ancient wilderness. Beings, wielding serpentine and draconic powers, howled in unison as they danced around a humanoid figure, adorned only in grass skirts and animal hides. This figure raised a delicate, alabaster hand, halting the robust men from their sacrificial rites. That slender, pale hand inexplicably evoked thoughts of death. Indeed, within Anderson's studio, the symphony of demise unfolded. As Anderson screamed and fled toward the exit, a massive wolf, cloaked in tawny fur, shattered the glass and leapt into the room. It raised its enormous paw, comparable to a bear's, and with a furious swipe, fractured Anderson's wrist. Without a moment's hesitation to toy with its prey, the wolf swiftly clamped its jaws around the puppeteer's throat, an execution executed with ruthless precision. In those final moments, the puppeteer pondered in bewilderment why he had been so fragile. The tawny-furred wolf deftly extracted the needle from the evergreen wrist with its fangs, a surge of electricity coursing through its incisors, causing the fur along its neck to bristle in anticipation. Shaking its heavy head, the formidable wolf, endowed with far superior resilience than any human, pivoted and lunged, violently tearing apart the control panel adjacent to the electric chair. A simple act of unplugging the power supply could have resolved the situation. Yet, the giant wolf seemed dissatisfied, using the remnants of the control panel to sharpen its fangs. No existing Qiurut werewolf bore fur of such tawny hue. It was not the anticipated amber ray. The closest resemblance was Gerald, whose coat was brown, yet that slightly scholarly Qiurut youth would not act with such brutality. His fur was akin to a rich, deep brown. It should be a friend, not a foe. Chongqing cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless body of the puppeteer, whose eyes remained unblinking in death, and a sense of heaviness settled in her chest. The relentless electric shocks seemed to have an effect on her emotions, causing her lips to tremble incessantly. With the last remnants of her strength, she struggled, but it merely resulted in the belt clanging against the iron ring, producing a sharp sound. Chongqing could only beseech the formidable wolf, transformed into a demolition crew, for assistance. "Could you help me untie this?" The brown wolf growled lowly, flattening its ears and angling its tail towards the ground. If the wolf intended to attack, there would be no escape for her now. Chongqing's teeth chattered. She vowed that this was merely a residual effect of the electric shocks, and not due to the approach of the brown wolf, whose massive paws thudded against the ground. With a clumsy motion, the wolf curled its claws to insert a toe into the belt's confines, awkwardly snagging it. The coarse fur grazed against her flushed wrist, and after several attempts, it finally managed to sever the buckle of her left hand. The same method was applied to her right hand and ankle. As the three-legged wolf became increasingly ungainly, one of its enormous paws rested upon Chongqing's thigh, and with a deft flick of its claw, It sliced through the belt around her abdomen. The wolf's gaze shifted to her chest, prompting Cha-Ching to lower her head as well. That was the only remaining strap. I think I shall handle this myself, she stammered, trembling as she raised her hands to attempt to unfasten the buckle. The notion that the wolf might be the transformed form of some young Kalut boy made it impossible for her to seek further assistance. The wolf, not pressing the issue, emitted a couple of hums, withdrew its claws, and stepped back. After finally unfastening the leather strap, Cha-Ching rose to her feet, feeling as though she were treading upon cotton. Taking a few unsteady steps to steady herself against the wall. With her muscles rendered soft and pliable, she waved at the massive brown wolf, saying, "Excuse me. Could you lend me some support? My legs are quite weak." The brown wolf exhaled 2 puffs of white vapor, hesitantly moving closer to her side. His shoulder blades were nearly level with hers, and his crimson fur resembled that of a peeled shrimp as Cha-Ching clung to his mane, sinking to her knees. Bending down, the brown wolf turned his head, gazing at her with his light brown eyes. His fur was long, fluffy, and soft, his mane particularly so, ample enough to envelop a person. As the wolf's fur brushed against her bare skin, a shiver coursed through Cha-Ching, prompting her to smile as she embraced the giant wolf's neck. Burying her face in his thick fur, her voice trembled as she stammered, "Hey, your eyes are like amber, quite beautiful. I apologize if I seem forward. I merely feel a bit cold." The brown wolf, with his forelimbs crossed and extended, rested his head upon them, no longer paying attention to Cha-Ching beside him. At some point, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. The brown wolf, flaring his nostrils, turned to observe her once more, his eyes reflecting a complex turmoil. He shifted slightly to the side, revealing a portion of his belly, prompting Cha-Ching to adjust her position to lie sideways against him for support. He bared his teeth and let out a series of growls, accompanied by an ambiguous low rumble. Wiping away her tears, Cha-Ching blinked repeatedly, the moisture still clinging to the wolf's fur. "I'm fine. I'm all right," she reassured softly. In the face of impending doom, Cha-Ching could not claim to be unafraid. Yet her trepidation did not reduce her to the wailing of a helpless child. She racked her brain for an explanation, following the electric shock. Her bodily control had diminished to a certain extent, and her incessant tears were merely a response to dehydration. Compared to the infamous loss of bodily functions, she deemed her situation to be relatively tolerable. Anderson's escape route lay through the door, which had been deformed by the impact of the massive brown wolf in pursuit. Ambery exerted considerable effort to pry the door open, fortunate that his human form endowed him with significant strength. "Damn it!" Choked by the dust. He coughed repeatedly while waving his arms as he entered. "Ah-Ching? Alier? Are you all right? Are you here? Ambery, do you aspire to be a police officer?" Cha-Ching raised her right arm to signify her survival. After the incident, perhaps. The scene resembled a sci-fi disaster film, rendering Ambery speechless when he had intended to retort. A severed plastic tube leaked blood onto the floor, while a lifeless mannequin gazed vacantly at the ceiling. Beneath Anderson's corpse lay a large pool of blood, his emerald eyes fixated on the mannequin on the operating table. "I will take you to the hospital." Picking up Cha-Ching, Ambery glanced at the brown wolf that was also rising. "You would do well to put on some clothes before following. This matter must not come to the officer's attention, Jacob." "Ambery, what?" Jacob might not have brought any clothing with him. Behind her, a howl of indignation echoed, prompting Amber to stiffen and flee, unable to utter a single word of consolation. Chapter 27. The sunshine after surviving calamity serves as the finest catalyst for emotions. Shielding her eyes with the back of her arm, Cha-Ching tilted her head to peek through the narrow gap at the dark figure of a head resting beside the bed. Though she could not see his face, she instinctively recognized Jacob, even though the boys of Quirret favored long hair. Cha-Ching's resilience surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Having awakened from her perilous state, she now felt a pervasive itch and a languid weakness that rendered her limbs powerless. The only part of her that could move, her eyes, remained fixated on Jacob, oblivious to the radiant smile that had unconsciously graced her lips. Jacob furrowed his brow. The keen sense of smell inherent to the Quirret werewolves lingered, unable to be entirely suppressed, even in human form. It was this very ability that had guided him to find and rescue Cha-Ching. The scent of antiseptic in the hospital troubled him deeply, even in the depths of slumber. Nothing could surpass the beauty of awakening to the sight of someone cherished, even if that person did not reciprocate her feelings. The dappled sunlight filtered through the window, warming Cha-Ching's heart. A voice whispered to her, "Look, Jacob cares for you. Acknowledge it, you harbor feelings for him, and perhaps he feels the same for you." To harbor affection for someone, despite their myriad imperfections, renders those flaws endearing in the eyes of the admirer. Moreover, Jacob is a rather charming young man, kind-hearted, physically robust, responsible, and devoted. The gentle caress of a feather against the heart can evoke a delightful flutter, and Cha-Ching finds herself captivated by visions of Jacob's serene slumber, her heart softening inexplicably. Is there not a person who makes you wish to disregard reality and forsake thoughts of the future, just to grasp their hand and be together, believing naively that you possess the entire world? Yet, alas, this cannot be. She shifted her arm downward, completely shrouding her eyes. The sun continued to warm her being. And as reason returned, she reminded herself that the rays constituting sunlight possess energy. Stars are, after all, luminous and radiant entities within the cosmos, regardless of Jacob's presence. The sun shall remain warm, though the moonlight refracted through it has lost its warmth. No matter how exquisite another's possessions may be, they lose their essence once seized. Jacob's affections lie steadfastly with Bella Swan. It is not that Cha-Ching is lacking, rather, she has arrived too late. The harsh clarity of reason brings forth a pang of bittersweet sorrow in her heart. She smiles at the sun, harboring no regrets for her choices. Even if her daily encounters deepen her fondness for the boy by her bedside, one must possess unbreakable convictions and principles. As Jacob rubbed the corners of his eyes and awakened from a deep slumber, he lamented the length of his hair. Tugging at it with a sigh, "I shall have it cut soon. At times, its excessive length can be quite bothersome." He inquired, "How are you feeling?" "The doctor mentioned you have passed the most perilous phase. Rest well, and all shall be well." He emphasized with an added assurance, "Moreover, there will be no scarring." Cha-Ching left with Anderson on a Friday evening, and now, glancing at the phone beside her pillow, she realized it was Sunday. To her astonishment, she had slept for more than 24 hours. Recognizing the gravity of the situation that could no longer be concealed, she sat up and pressed, "What did you say? What actions were taken?" "Anderson, after abducting you, fled in fear of his crimes. The officer has notified the state police and issued a manhunt for him." Understanding the question that lingered in Cha-Ching's mind, Jacob's presence at her bedside was partly due to the need to corroborate her account. What he did to you is sufficient for conviction, even if he possesses half of the Quileute bloodline. The unfortunate fate of Anderson, who met his demise by having his throat severed by a large beast, was certainly unworthy of the name Charlie. The Quileute elders, aware of the truth, conspired to conceal it. Officer Charlie alone could not unravel the reality of the situation, especially since his deputy, Harry Clearwater, was a respected elder among the Quileute. Cha-Ching gazed intently at Jacob's stark white teeth. They had pierced Anderson's neck, severing his trachea and arteries, much like all great carnivorous beasts. Jacob, feeling uneasy under her gaze, sought to change the subject, asking, "What are you thinking about? Have I, in a moment of weakness, paid a price that casts a shadow over us both?" Cha-Ching candidly expressed, "Have I erred in merely driving him away?" He got what he deserved. Subsequently, Jacob and Cha-Ching deliberated on the details they had devised. The truth of the matter unfolded as Cha-Ching cared for the ailing Jacob, only to be threatened and abducted by Anderson. In a state of half-consciousness, Jacob managed to alert his close friend, Ambery, who, along with Sam leading the underdog rescue team, came to Cha-Ching's aid. Anderson was shot and subsequently fled, while Cha-Ching was taken to the hospital. Sam confessed that he might have struck a vital point on Anderson. Being the only adult among the werewolves and possessing a legal firearm license, he took full responsibility for the incident. Officer Charlie, upon learning the truth, could not blame Sam. His reaction was both reasonable and lawful. Consequently, Charlie intensified the search efforts in the mountains for the fugitive criminal. Ever since Bella and Jacob became a couple, Cha-Ching has made it a point to avoid them as much as possible. It had been a long time since she and Jacob had sat together for a calm conversation, leaving her feeling quite out of sorts. After discussing the pressing matters, curiosity got the better of her, and she impulsively inquired, "Jacob, hasn't Bella asked you what happened?" Jacob's expression darkened instantly. "I mean, Bella's father is the sheriff of Forks." Upon realizing this, she must be quite concerned about you. Observing Jacob's increasingly somber demeanor, I felt akin to a malicious witch unearthing wounds. Cha-Ching, in a moment of desperation, buried his face in a pillow and toppled backward. I apologize. Did you two have a quarrel?" "Yes. That evening at the cinema, I confessed my feelings to her and nearly confronted her friend." Jacob gazed at his palm, lost in thought, murmuring to himself, "I might hurt her. Perhaps I should keep my distance. I have transformed into a monster, teetering on the brink of losing control over my temper." The series of events instigated by Anderson, along with his demise, has undeniably impacted Jacob. Yet being a boy, he tends to harbor certain feelings within. It is an instinctive guise, one that Chongqing has also experienced. Well then, my monstrous friend. Chongqing's palm coalesced into a shard of crystalline ice, morphing into a figure of a human and then a wolf. I have long since become a monster. You cannot evade me. That is different. Jacob cradled his head, suppressing his rage, his voice resembling a wolf's howl. That is different. This sentiment was echoed by Amber Ray, who entered at that moment, placing a bag of apples nearby. Anger can lead us to lose control. Such power is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Perhaps we merely seek to deliver a warning through a sudden onslaught. Every awakened werewolf tends to distance themselves from the crowd. And our affairs cannot be disclosed to mere mortals, which is precisely why I distanced myself from you during that time. Jacob's expression was a blend of helplessness and sorrow, his dark eyes silently conveying a message. Look, this is how it is. Bella is an ordinary girl, and he promised her he would never harm her. Ironically, just a few hours after uttering those words, he transformed into a creature capable of inflicting harm upon her in moments of anger. Perhaps he could even take her life. Jacob found himself burdened with countless unvoiced thoughts, unable to share them. The matters concerning the Cullen family, the Quileute werewolves, the vampires. A tale that has spanned centuries, now inherited by his generation. The myriad of hidden truths not only deepened Jacob's understanding of the girl he cherished, but also illuminated aspects of himself. At least, in the presence of Charlie and Amber, he could still muster a smile. Jacob Black was not easily defeated. He merely found himself in a moment of denial, struggling to organize his thoughts. If you insist, he said, propping a pillow behind him. Charlie sat up, casually reaching for an apple, and remarked, "If the boy who confessed to me yesterday starts avoiding me, I would probably be frantic." The notion of unreciprocated heroism isn't particularly fashionable among girls. We prefer our boyfriends to consult us before making decisions. Some matters require our mutual deliberation, and such collaboration brings us joy. Jacob and Amber exchanged a knowing glance. Charlie took a bite of her apple, exposing their silent understanding, and tilted her head, inquiring, "What's wrong?" As we ponder the situation regarding the two boys who have expressed their affections for you, Jacob murmured, "One wishes to transform you into a puppet and was expelled from Fortis by your hand, while the other yearns to drink your blood and would be torn to shreds by claws and fangs. It seems you are not particularly distressed by their absence." Jacob, Evergreen hurled an apple at him. "May you be courted by a wild she-wolf. I find that rather unlikely." After catching the apple and taking a bite, Jacob deliberately shook the green fruit and expressed his gratitude. "You are correct. I ought to have a word with Bella. However, that is a plan I shall pursue only after I learn to temper my temper." Amber disagreed. "Jacob, you should not." Amber was due for a shift. Jacob raised an eyebrow at Evergreen, seemingly reverting to his usual charming Quileute demeanor. He approached the door, and just before closing it, he peeked his head back in, emphasizing, "He has something to say to you. Euler, you would do well to listen. It is of utmost importance, truly." Without waiting for a response, Jacob shut the door behind him. "You both appear more in sync than before," Evergreen remarked, glancing curiously at Amber, who realized it was not too late. "There exists an ineffable connection between you two. It seems that you can comprehend each other's thoughts without uttering a single word. Telepathy. At certain moments, we are able to intuitively perceive each other's thoughts, regardless of our desires. Only the Wolf King possesses the ability to unilaterally block such communication." Amber pulled a nearby stool closer and, after taking several deep breaths to summon her courage, declared, "Jacob is right. I have something to discuss with you." A foreboding expression clouded Chongqing's features as he silently gazed at Amber. In truth, it was not a matter that necessitated discussion. Unable to withstand Chongqing's unwavering stare, the broad-shouldered Quileute boy abruptly stood and hurried outside, stating, "I'll inquire about when you can be discharged." The tension in Chongqing dissipated as he watched Amber flee the room in a state of panic. Chapter 28. So on Valentine's Day, February 14th, you spent the entire day at home doing homework with the vampire girl? Oh my God, Jacob, boys like you are incredibly rare. Shut up. If you keep referring to her that way, I will ensure your head has a close encounter with the ground. No. Don't be so irate. I am complimenting you, Jacob. You must realize that at 15, you have matured quite a bit. Perhaps I could teach you a few tricks? Hey, Paul? Could you refrain from teasing Jacob any further? I am on the verge of losing my mind with his incessant thoughts about Bella as the subject. I still wish to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. The chill of early spring in March lingered in the air. as the primitive wilderness of the reservation had yet to warm. The coastal thickets were even colder than in Forks. The Quileute boys, however, dressed as though summer had already arrived, their shorts and sleeveless t-shirts accentuating their robust physiques as they gathered in groups to chat and play. Having also cut his long hair like amber, Jacob was provoked by Paul, his canines elongating, and his human pupils transforming into those of a beast. Gerard sat between the two, firmly gripping their shoulders, his voice languid as he said, "Jacob, calm yourself. Your current state is far from that of an ordinary human." The phrase ordinary human and Bella hung in the air like a spell, as Jacob, caught in his wolfish transformation, pounded the ground, panting heavily as he fought against the primal instincts coursing through his veins. The first lesson the Quileute werewolves must learn is how to control their desire to transform. "Paul, why so quiet?" Gerard inquired, turning his gaze toward Paul, who had refrained from making any snide remarks. "This isn't like you." "Oh no." From somewhere, an unexpected snowfall had buried Paul, while vibrant greenery flourished just half a meter away, contrasting with the avalanche-like scene surrounding him. With a roar, Paul, now a silver-gray giant wolf, burst forth from the snowdrift, shaking off the powder and howling at the sky. Above him, branches swayed, adorned with evergreen needles, as snowflakes danced in the air. "Are you looking for a fight, Coach Paul?" Evergreen taunted, leaping forward, her foot-sized ice block landing precisely in front of her as she descended gracefully. "I can't listen to this any longer." Paul, visibly irritated, snapped his wolfish jaws. After all, Evergreen's fighting style was his own teaching. As Paul and Evergreen faced off, Jacob, now a tawny giant wolf, flattened his ears and bared his teeth. Slowly emerging from the underbrush, he approached Evergreen, lowering his body in a display of submission to the silver-gray wolf, Paul. The two colossal wolves emitted low growls, their fangs clashing, and as their vocal cords vibrated, thick saliva dripped from their canines. The opaque, solidified ice formed into armor, clung to the evergreen limbs on either side. Jacob let out two sharp howls at Evergreen, who slightly tilted her head in a gesture of inquiry. Paul, his canines clashing heavily, charged toward Evergreen from the side. His limbs intertwined, muscles rippling beneath his fur, exuding the raw beauty of primal instinct. In a swift motion, Jacob lunged and collided with Paul. His forepaws intertwined around Paul's wolfish waist as they tumbled away. Meanwhile, Evergreen, evading the chaos, leaped into the air, stepping upon the ice that had materialized beneath her. A row of ice spikes formed before her, and with a quick flick of her hand, the blunt-headed spikes came crashing down upon Paul and Jacob. The two entangled giants of wolves rolled twice, then sprang up, using the recoil to evade and howl plaintively at Evergreen. "Your teamwork still needs refinement." Gerald, maintaining his human form, could no longer bear to watch, covering his forehead as he stifled a laugh. "If he had enough, it's time to stop. And could you perhaps step aside for a moment?" They wished to dress. With her ears burning, Evergreen feigned calmness as she turned and fled. This scene unfolded daily. Yet Gerald couldn't help but chuckle. "Thank goodness we have no she-wolves in our pack, right? Paul, Jacob?" After a considerable time, the Quileute boys finally changed their clothes, and Evergreen returned, albeit a bit late. Paul approached Jacob, draping an arm over his shoulder, and said, "Can we adhere to the rules? A 2-on-1 is one thing, but deviating from the battle plan to engage both at once is quite another. Eavesdropping and proclaiming it with such audacity is unacceptable." Jacob gave Paul a gentle shove and smiled encouragingly at Chongqing. "It's all right. Next time, I will articulate it more thoroughly." "Jacob," Chongqing replied, bewildered, "do you possess any semblance of a battle plan to share with me? Was I not stating, when I knock him out, that is when you should strike, swiftly eliminating him?" A hint of exasperation and grievance laced Jacob's voice as he massaged his spine, sore from the ice shard. "I did mention it to you, but you chose not to listen. It hurts a lot." Chongqing recalled that indeed, prior to the engagement, Jacob had emitted a couple of low growls, distinct from the customary growls preceding a wolf's attack, possessing a somewhat rumbling resonance. Thus, she adopted a serious demeanor and emphasized, "You merely growled twice." "Yes, twice." A rather evocative wolf growl that reminded me of the brief signals given by wolf packs before an assault. Jacob pressed his lips together, a smirk dancing on his face as he raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? I believed I was speaking." "Hey, Jacob, are you saying that for my benefit?" "I heard you loud and clear." Paul lightly nudged Jacob's shoulder. Although he had just remembered that Evergreen did not understand their language, it did not deter him from teasing the rarely awkward Jacob. It is worth noting that Jacob's progression was remarkably swift. As an elder of the Quileute werewolves, he felt considerable pressure. During their conversation, Sam emerged in his human form, followed closely by the massive wolf, Amethyst. "I do not wish to interrupt your engaging discussion," Sam said, maintaining a meter's distance ahead of the giant wolf. Yet even in his human form, his presence could command the attention of the pack. As the alpha wolf, he was truly deserving of the title. "Our scouts have detected a vampire at the border. He has ascended the mountain. Perhaps we should extend a greeting." Paul let out a whistle. "What manner of vampire?" Amethyst's eyes shifted toward them, emitting a low growl. And the previously puzzled Quileute boys suddenly displayed understanding. In their human forms, they too could comprehend Amethyst's wolfish growl. The mottled gray wolf glanced at Evergreen. "It is a dark-skinned, curly-haired vampire. He has been here before." Paul might still remember his foul scent. Jacob turned to Evergreen and explained. "Amethyst inquired if you require a ride. Our speed is considerable, and you may struggle to keep up." After Amethyst had fled in haste that day, Evergreen had earnestly reflected on her inner thoughts. She harbored no romantic feelings for Amber Ray, nor could she gradually cultivate such sentiments. She believed it impossible for her to ever like him as she did Jacob. Chongqing understood that her true belonging was not with Fortis, and she had no right to accept such a burdensome affection, even if it were merely ambiguous. It was inconceivable for Chongqing to remain in Fortis for Amber Ray's sake. Therefore, the most responsible course of action was to resolutely decline his advances. Although Amber Ray had not confessed his feelings, she felt too awkward to confront him directly to say, "Do you like me?" "But I do not like you," as such words seemed overly dramatic. Instead, Chongqing chose to bluntly evade and reject Amber Ray's concern and special treatment. "No, thank you. I would like to try." Amber Ray shook his ears, turned slowly, and dashed away. The other Quileute boys exchanged glances, helplessly nudging one another. Chongqing instinctively spread her palms and took the lead in following Amber Ray. She was aware that at this moment, the Quileute boys had to consider their influence and manage logistical arrangements. In no time, four majestic wolves unleashed their limbs and sprinted, surpassing the running Chongqing, closing in on Amber Ray, who was leading the way. The Quileute wolves, transformed into colossal beasts, were significantly larger than ordinary wild wolves, nearly the size of cougars. Once their size was no longer a constraint, the hunting range of the pack expanded accordingly. They could collaborate effectively to capture larger and more ferocious prey. While ordinary hungry wolf packs dared to attack elephants, the Quileute wolves were utterly fearless. The Quileute werewolves possessed the sharpest canines and claws in the world, their biting force rivaling that of the ancient saber-toothed tiger. Though they are quite large, they remain wolves, agile and ferocious. Nestled between Fortes and the reservation lies a sunlit meadow, situated in a basin with a temperate climate conducive to plant growth. Perhaps due to the distinct trace elements in the soil, few trees manage to thrive there. Over time, the youth have come to regard it as an ideal locale for picnics and gatherings, despite the arduous ascent that precedes their arrival. Jacob, sprinting amidst the pack, flared his nostrils and abruptly quickened his pace. Even in his human form, his physical prowess was remarkable, and following his bloodline awakening, he has made rapid advancements. Just days ago, Sam had contemplated passing the leadership of the wolf pack to Jacob, given his alpha lineage and formidable strength. Yet Jacob declined, perhaps out of indolence, or perhaps because Sam truly is an admirable leader. Ahead, something provoked Jacob's fury, and he broke from the formation of the pack, darting through the underbrush. Upon entering the meadow, he lunged at a vampire cloaked in dark skin. Bella Swan, not far from the vampire, resignedly closed her eyes and whispered, "Edward, I love you." Sam followed closely behind, his claws fully extended, churning up large clumps of wet earth as he raced forward. Laron, the ebony vampire, diverges significantly from the archetypal vampires found in bedtime tales. His unique African heritage triumphs over the pallor typically engendered by centuries of vampiric seclusion from sunlight. With hair reminiscent of the legendary Jamaican reggae pioneer Bob Marley, Laron is an exceptionally seasoned vampire. Even though he has never encountered a Quileute werewolf in his nearly century-long existence, he exclaims in astonishment, "Such a creature exists." Yet, the instinctual prowess of an old vampire compels him to swiftly turn and flee. Most Quileute werewolves do not pause for Bella's presence. They pursue Sam, their fangs clashing in a cacophony of aggression. After Jacob successfully drives Laron away, he halts beside Bella. The vampire, now beset by the pack, poses no further threat to her, and the distance between them steadily widens. With a slight tilt of his wolfish head, Jacob's light brown eyes reflect Bella's figure, her gaze wide with astonishment at the emergence of the colossal Quileute wolf. Jacob emits a low growl, rejoining the fray of the wolf pack's hunt. The fury of having nearly lost his beloved spurs him to strike with even greater swiftness. Surrounded by the pack, Laurent finds himself beleaguered. Bella, desperately stifling a scream that threatens to escape her throat, clutches her backpack tightly and flees down the mountainside in a state of panic. Still human, her movements lack grace, and she stumbles several times over the slick moss underfoot. Chasing the footprints of the wolf pack, Changqing narrowly brushed past Bella, her flowing hair lightly grazing the nape of his neck. Crouched down, Changqing was diligently attempting to discern the claw marks left by the werewolves, assessing their direction. Unbeknownst to him, Bella, in a state of trepidation, was shouting in alarm, her limbs flailing. Victoria. The force of her urgency caused her thigh muscles to twitch momentarily. Supporting herself, tears brimmed in her eyes. As she called out Victoria's name, her mouth slightly agape, her expression was as innocent as that of a white rabbit. Rising to his feet, Changqing grasped Bella's frantically waving arm, seeking to prevent any accidental injury, and said, "I am called Ollier." "Oh, no, I mean to say, I sincerely apologize. I mistook you for someone named Victoria." Bella, panting heavily, gathered her long hair back as if the sensation against her scalp could soothe her racing thoughts. Embarrassed, she spread her palms, her words tumbling out in haste. "Let go. I mean, release me. I saw a massive wolf attacking, hunting some creature." Upon hearing her words, Changqing relinquished his hold, stepping back 3 paces to widen the distance between them. Bella nodded, then nodded again, repeating the gesture as her evident panic lingered. "I must descend the mountain to inform the others. Ollier, you must leave with me. You cannot continue onward. The colossal wolves in the grass could harm you. The recent incidents of beast attacks might very well be attributed to them." How to prevent Bella Swan from proceeding? This was Changqing's immediate thought. He resolved to accompany Bella down the mountain, intent on dissuading her from speaking recklessly. Chapter 29. Changqing and Bella descended the mountain together, supporting her as they walked home. Officer Charlie and Harry happened to be at home, gathered around the dining table in the living room, deliberating on the recent assault case. Bella broke free from Changqing's assistance and rushed towards Charlie. "I saw it, Dad. It wasn't a bear in the woods, it was a wolf, a huge wolf." Charlie's immediate concern was why Bella had ventured into the woods, which had been designated off-limits to the youth of Forks following the fatal incident in that dense forest. Bella merely repeated that it was a wolf, omitting any mention of the vampire Lawrence, who had been attacked by the pack. Not wishing to further alarm his frightened daughter, Charlie turned his attention to Changqing, who had accompanied Bella. "I didn't see or hear any fighting." Changqing, of course, refrained from revealing the truth. "I suspect it may have been a startled brown bear hunting. It has been hungry all winter. Forks was hardly North America. It was implausible that gray wolves roamed there." Charlie nodded, sharing his skepticism about the wolf theory. A professional veterinarian had examined the mountaineer wounds and concluded they were not consistent with injuries inflicted by a wolf. However, since Bella insisted it was a colossal wolf, Charlie resolved to take a firearm up the mountain for a closer look. "All right, Harry, want to join the hunt? Bring a few of your men along." Charlie and Harry departed in turn. Allowing humans to enter the vampire-infested woods armed was not a prudent idea, yet Changqing had no reason to intervene. If she were to inform Charlie that the forest was a battleground between vampires and werewolves, he would undoubtedly insist on having her examined for a concussion. Changqing needed to inform the Quileute werewolves of her keen interest in the vampire's physique. Many tasks remained unfinished within her plans, so she bid farewell to the distracted Bella. Considering Victoria, Bella lacked the disposition to retain or meet new acquaintances. By the time Changqing returned, the battle had already concluded. Paul and Jacob maintained their wolf forms as they dug into the earth, while the human forms of Gerald and Ambry had only managed to don shorts, wielding small shovels to scrape the muck from the pit. To prevent the resurrection of the vampires, they habitually seared the remains of their fangs after tearing apart the bodies, interring the vampires' corpses in the ground. It must be said that the sight of 2 massive wolves digging like they were burying bones was quite distressing for Changqing. Just moments ago, the Quileute werewolves had been engaged in combat, and now the protagonists had transformed into large canines, especially with 2 humans nearby wielding disproportionately small shovels, laboriously scooping the sludge from the pit. The reason Sam returned home first was likely due to a sense of embarrassment, although he held privilege within his pack. Employing it in such a manner was less than dignified. After hastily collecting the vampire Lawrence epidermal tissue and blood, Cha-Ching realized that the charred vampire offered little in the way of material, yet it was still more satisfying than having nothing at all. The Quileute werewolves did not hinder her. They had not contemplated what Cha-Ching might accomplish with the remnants of the vampire's tissue. After all, it was not the vampire's venom that could transform a human into a cold, heartbeatless corpse. Accompanied by the Quileute boys, Cha-Ching ventured to Sam's home for the very first time. Sam resides on a hillside, surrounded by towering trees that have stood for decades. Save for a small patch of land behind his house that has been transformed into a flower garden. A bumpy dirt path connects Sam's abode to the road, and a fence adorned with vibrant water lilies exudes a youthful charm. Were it not for the confirmation from the other werewolf boys, Cha-Ching would surely believe she had taken a wrong turn. It's merely a matter of acclimatization, Paul chuckled, turning to Cha-Ching, amused by her bewildered expression. He kindly advised her before stepping through the door, "Do not provoke Sam, the elder. Stay calm, regardless of what you encounter," Amber reiterated. Unbeknownst to her, Amber had been a member of the Quileute werewolf pack for over a month. There were certain aspects that Jacob, a newly transformed werewolf, remained oblivious to. Yet Amber was acutely aware. For a considerable time, he had grappled with the dilemma between his friends and his tribe. Upon witnessing the scene behind the door, Cha-Ching suddenly comprehended the reason for this conflict. Within the warm embrace of Sam's nest, a young girl with black hair was nestled against him. She bore an angelic visage on one side and a devilish one on the other, blissfully leaning into Sam's arms while curiously observing the unfamiliar girl, Cha-Ching, as she entered the room. Cha-Ching recognized her from Riel's private album, Emily Yang. Sam's amiable demeanor towards Cha-Ching was partly influenced by her. Emily possessed a trace of mixed heritage, as her surname suggested. She was also a cousin of Riel Clearwater, having shared a close relationship with him in their childhood. Sam's tacit acceptance of Evergreen's approach to his group may not be devoid of concern for Emily's solitude. The disfigurement on one side of Emily's face bears the unmistakable marks of a Quileute werewolf's claws, deep wounds from a past encounter. Fortunately, her eyes and brain remained unharmed, perhaps due to the lingering remnants of reason in the wolf that attacked her, which spared her from a fatal blow. Nevertheless, Emily's visage is forever marred by permanent scars. She is a vivacious and cheerful girl, her smile radiating the sweetness of a boyfriend's affection as she greets Cha-Ching and the other Quileute werewolves. "I am Emily Yang. I have heard tales of you, the wondrous girl who commands ice and snow." Cha-Ching merely nods in polite acknowledgement before turning his attention to Charlie's plans to ascend the mountain in search of and to hunt the great wolf. Emily, understanding, refrains from interrupting, yet Cha-Ching's lack of warm conversation following his statement remains evident. Sam's expression soured, resembling that of someone smeared with quicklime. Emily possesses a commendable character, yet Lyre has long been Cha-Ching's confidant. Sam was once Lyre's boyfriend. Cha-Ching, no fool, quickly discerns the truth of the matter through the attitudes of those around him. It was not a desire to become a werewolf, nor a wish to spare Lyre from harm. It was because of Emily that Sam severed ties with Lyre. Cha-Ching must consider Lyre's perspective, that Lyre would not blame her for her kindness towards Emily. Yet, as Lyre's friend, Cha-Ching does not believe she can accept Emily or bless her union with Sam. Having encountered Lyre first, she feels compelled to offer her unwavering support, especially since Lyre is not at fault in this situation. Even though this may provoke Sam and complicate Cha-Ching's life in the future, she gazes deeply at Sam and turns away just before his anger erupts. Paul, oblivious to the wooden cup slipping from his grasp, rubs his eyes in disbelief at what he has witnessed. He jabs Gerard in the ribs with his elbow and exclaims, "Wow, what did I just see?" Ollier confronts Big Sam. "Should I commend this girl for her audacity?" Gerard, covering his face, retorts, "It's utterly foolish." Jacob and Ambry exchange desperate glances before hastening after Cha-Ching. The swifter Jacob reaches her first, grasping her arm and urgently imploring, "Are you going to find Lyre?" "Don't. It's not as you perceive." Ambry adds, "Sam doesn't intend to betray Lyre either." Cha-Ching crosses her arms and scoffs, "So? Is it Lyre's fault?" "This is not Lyre's issue." Jacob, who is attempting to restrain Cha-Ching, gestures for her to wait for Ambry and points to the white frost on the ground, saying, "First, let us take care of this. If we must find fault, it can only be attributed to an imprint gone awry. It's merely a feeling. Upon seeing that person, everything will change." As Amber Ray turned to leave, Jacob reassuringly patted his shoulder and turned to Cha-Ching with a smile. Let Amber Ray explain it to you. I must go check on Sam. I hope he isn't too upset and follows your scent. Do those in love wish for everyone around them to fall into romance as well? Feeling rather troubled, Changqing rubbed his temples and looked up, saying, So, Amber Ray, shall we discuss this as we walk? What is the imprint? Is it the fated mate of that werewolf? Sam once cherished Lyre deeply and had declared that he would marry her after graduation. Amber Ray sighed, walking alongside Changqing, and slowly recounted the tale of the younger Quilut generation. This matter is known by nearly all the youth, yet they fail to comprehend why Sam's heart suddenly wavered. Lyre's only boyfriend has been Sam. She once nearly went mad searching for him when he went missing. They were each other's first love, and Lyre had envisioned a future with Sam. Now, she finds herself as a bridesmaid at the wedding of her ex-boyfriend Sam and her cousin Emily Yang. All of this stemmed from the werewolf imprint. Some Quilut werewolves can be imprinted upon by humans. Perhaps such an event may never occur, but once it does, the werewolf will unconditionally submit to the person they are imprinted with and can only bond with that individual. For the imprinted Quilut werewolves, there is no room for anyone else in their hearts. They are destined to love and obey that person for a lifetime, even if they once had a beloved girlfriend. Just like Sam, Changqing interjected, interrupting Amber Ray. As Sam amberly nodded affirmatively, he recalled every detail of his time with Riel, yet the feeling had dissipated. He found himself unable to part from Emily, despite being nearly driven mad by guilt. Is this obedience above the pack? Indeed, it transcends the tribe. A marked individual, if in conflict with the pack, would find themselves estranged from the group. Amberly was perplexed by this sentiment. Thus, the Quilut werewolves abide by a singular rule. One must not harm the imprint of any werewolf. Aching, I despise this. Amberly abruptly halted, seizing Changqing's wrist, compelling her to face him. I cannot accept being unable to be with the one I cherish, while completely submitting to someone I have never met. Perhaps the marked individual is but a 3-year-old child, and I might still find myself powerless to resist. How can one resign to such fate? Changqing tugged at her wrist, unable to withstand Amberly's strength. Indeed, not wishing to squander this rare opportunity, Amberly closed his eyes to bolster his resolve before reopening them. He gazed intently at Changqing, his clammy palm striving to take hers, radiating the intense warmth of a werewolf. Yes, I desire to share my life with the one I adore. Not merely with a mark that benefits the lineage's continuation. That person, Amberly. Changqing resolutely withdrew her hand. Amberly, you must sense that I have been avoiding you lately. You surely can. I am aware of whom you hold dear. Amber smiled serenely, extending her arms and gazing expectantly at Changqing. I like you. This is something I feel compelled to express. After a moment's hesitation, Changqing embraced Amber's bare waist, gently patting his back in a tender hug. Thank you. This is the most heartfelt confession I have ever received. And thank you, Amber. Encircling Changqing's shoulders, Amber bestowed upon her an extraordinarily strong embrace. Chapter 30. The cells of vampires possess an additional layer of scales compared to those of humans, resulting in a cellular nucleus configuration that is visibly distinct from that of human beings. Current technological advancements have yet to decode the cellular code, and Changqing has attempted this endeavor, perhaps due to her insufficient expertise. Strangely, despite their name, vampires do not possess blood within their bodies. What composition ensures their millennia of immortality? Another significant characteristic, which Changqing also failed to examine, is that the skin removed from Lawrence's corpse no longer shimmered. It remains uncertain whether this is due to death or the damage inflicted upon the fundamental structure by the charred skin. A brief, wolf-like cry pierced through the window. Changqing leaned out to look. Amidst the densest thickets by the roadside, pairs of glowing eyes were staring back. Even in broad daylight, confronted by the primal gaze, Changqing felt a slight chill run through the hairs on her arms. If she felt this way, how would an ordinary human react upon encountering such a specter? Paul saw Changqing peering through the window, and, growing impatient, urged her twice. His tone was reminiscent of a jackal greeting its companions, not that of the esteemed Changqing of the Quilut wolf pack, and her forehead bumped against the glass. She truly did not comprehend the language of the werewolves, much like she struggled to grasp the Quilut dialect that Jacob and his friends occasionally uttered. Mastering a foreign language was of utmost importance, and Changqing had toiled over it during her childhood. Hastily gathering her experimental apparatus, she locked the door and dashed outside. She vowed she held no curiosity for the Quilut tongue, nor did she desire to learn it. Just 2 days prior to Lawrence's invasion of the werewolf territory, A red-haired female vampire had breached their borders. She was swift, more cunning than Lauren, cleverly evading the werewolf's pursuit by retreating into the ocean. Ordinary vampires were aware that this territory was guarded by werewolves. After escaping, they would naturally seek alternate hunting grounds. However, this particular vampire was different. She had been haunting the fringes repeatedly. The werewolves had cornered her more than once at the edge of Canadian territory, yet she continued to stealthily return. The Quileute werewolves speculated that the Fortes must possess something that attracted the female vampire. Not all werewolves were required to perpetually patrol. The Quileute boys spontaneously split into two groups. One traversed the woods in search of the scent of the red-haired vampire, while the other maintained their human forms to guard Fortes. Although Chongqing did not belong to the Quileute werewolves, in gratitude for the training she received, she willingly participated in the defensive efforts. The Quileute werewolves also tacitly accepted her temporary role as an auxiliary member. After that incident which angered Sam, Chongqing refrained from accompanying the werewolves for several days. Typically, after school, she either consoled the melancholic Quill or completed her homework at the Clearwater residence. Quill and Leah were perplexed by Jacob, who had been diagnosed with mononucleosis, suddenly cutting his hair and mingling with Sam after Billy Black had declared it a misdiagnosis. Perhaps he was driven to madness by the fear of transmitting a virus to Bella through a kiss? Whenever Quill vented his frustration, Chongqing, aware of the truth, felt a phantom pain in her limbs. Naturally, she dared not utter a word about the werewolves or the imprinting to either of them, especially Leah. Sometimes, ignorance is a blessing. Nearby, Jacob leaped out of his bedroom window, rolling on the grass to release some energy. He mouthed to the hesitant Chongqing, "Don't worry. Sam is fine." Chongqing caught up with the two jogging Quileute boys, expressing her concern. "I'm afraid it won't go well if he sees me." Paul chuckled at this, gesturing with his thumb and forefinger. "Don't underestimate Sam. At most, he'll just gnaw on some ice. I assure you, it will be merely for a brief moment." Chongqing truly wished to turn back home immediately. The solar term of Jingzhe signifies the awakening of insects, as creatures that have slumbered through the winter begin to relish their first grand feast upon awakening. For Chongqing, this meant that the paths through the woods were far more treacherous than during the winter months. Countless instances of crushing sluggish insects beneath foot, the sound beneath her feet differing from the crunch of stepping onto the leaf litter, signifying that Chongqing's soles were once again smeared with the peculiar hues of insect blood and fragments of flesh. In this moment, Chongqing grasped the sentiment of those who detest pests. They must have sprinted through the tropical thickets for an entire spring. Upon encountering Sam, Chongqing's hair was thoroughly soaked. The vines clinging to the trees paid no heed to her preferences, as the dew collected throughout the night unceremoniously plastered itself onto the unwelcome intruder traversing through them. Jacob and Paul, both with short hair, fared better. Their choice of sleeveless shirts and denim shorts was evidently practical. As Quileute werewolves, they were largely impervious to the minor creatures of the forest. Rather, the thick clothing of humans proved to be an encumbrance. "Good morning, Sam." Emerging from the underbrush, Chongqing flicked her damp sleeves and awkwardly gestured with her right hand. "You look particularly spirited today." Sam's wolfish visage was elongated and narrow, lacking the human feature of lips to conceal his teeth. His four longest canines were perpetually bared unless he remembered to keep his mouth firmly shut. Chongqing, fixated on his teeth, flashed a grin, and Sam emitted a low growl, breaking through the humid confines of the thicket as he darted away. Ready to harness the icy armor of protection, Chongqing blinked in a daze. The wolf-like Gerard and Amber, unable to restrain themselves, raised their forepaws to rub their eyes, while Gerard, on patrol duty, followed after Sam. Paul, behind Chongqing, chuckled heartily. "Huh? Sam is laughing at you." Amber shook his ears and ventured into the depths of the indistinct forest. After a while, he returned clad only in shorts, his upper body exposed. Jacob carried a shoulder bag containing his belongings, his phone, keys, wallet, and a change of clothes. Moments later, he felt compelled to check his phone. Paul, growing weary of the wait despite having downloaded numerous movies and TV shows, set down his device and leaned to the left, asking, "Hey, why hasn't Bella called yet?" Jacob remained silent. Paul then turned to the right, pondering aloud. "Perhaps she is deliberating whether to call me or not. If she does, will I answer?" Amber, diligently working on his homework, chimed in as he lay on a relatively smooth rock surface. Occasionally, he pressed too hard, causing his pen to puncture the paper. "Maybe I should take the initiative and call her instead?" "Hey, you guys, stop making me the punchline." Jacob laughed in exasperation at their antics, feigning a punch. You can't hear what I'm thinking, so behave yourselves if you don't want to fight. Evergreen, engrossed in a textbook on immunology, turned a page and inquired, so, what are you thinking about? The red-haired vampire, named Victoria, Jacob replied just as he was surrounded by the two boys. They had been tracking the cunning vampire for nearly half a month without success, which heightened the werewolf boy's sensitivity towards her. Paul and Amber eagerly pressed Jacob for details about how he knew the vampire's name and what else he might know. Evergreen had also heard of Victoria through Bella's exclamations. It was a significant biological assault from the previous year. Jacob, thoroughly irritated by their incessant chatter, selectively explained, and that dark-haired vampire, Laurent, was one of the architects behind last year's incident. Victoria was also involved. If you wish to know more, consult the records at the police station, you lot. Paul, returning to his seat, muttered, if I possessed such patience, I would have aced my exams long ago. Coupled with Bella's terror-stricken demeanor, Quill surmised that the crimson-haired vampire, Victoria, had set her sights on Bella. Jacob was aware of this as well. He chose to conceal it to safeguard Bella. He endeavored to suppress thoughts of the matter. Fearing that Sam might target Bella to draw out Victoria, Quill made a similar choice. Not only for Jacob, but also due to the peril posed to an ordinary human girl involved in this predicament. The following morning, Bella stormed into Jacob's home in search of him. Suspecting that Sam had coerced Jacob into their affairs, she struck Paul, whose impulsive temper flared, leading to a skirmish with Jacob, who was intent on protecting Bella. The sight of two massive wolves entangled in conflict left Bella in astonishment. After that day, Jacob deemed it unnecessary to keep his werewolf identity hidden from Bella. He began to spend increasing amounts of time with her for her safety. Sam likely sensed Jacob's concerns regarding both the threat from Victoria and her intentions. He allowed Jacob to utilize his time beyond patrols to be with Bella, saying nothing at all. The relationship between Jacob and Bella is gradually blossoming. Out of concern, Jacob refrains from confessing his feelings. Yet their interactions increasingly resemble those of a couple. Occasionally, Chongqing observes them hand in hand, with Bella gently swaying Jacob's arm. Such endearing gestures are reserved for those closest to one's heart. It is time to let go, Chongqing repeatedly reminds herself, to release with blessings. While accompanying the Quileute werewolves on patrol, she often mentions her longing for home and her progress in controlling her abilities during calls with her parents. They have consented to her plans. After this semester, once the matter with Victoria is resolved, Chongqing will return to her homeland. Charlie has been conducting searches in the dense forest with increasing frequency, making it difficult for the werewolves to operate. It appears Victoria has set her sights on Charlie Swan, having nearly attacked him today. Harry Clearwater's timely intervention prevented Officer Swan from facing a dire fate, though Harry was lifted by Victoria and thrown to the ground by Jacob's ferocious assault. Thankfully, Jacob's swiftness ensured that Charlie, turning around, noticed nothing amiss. Even so, this incident startled the Quileute werewolves. Victoria is remarkably cunning. Her escape routes lead either to the ocean or densely populated towns. However, after Chongqing once encased her in ice, nearly allowing the werewolves to tear her apart, Victoria has since avoided fleeing towards water. Once again, the Quileute werewolves watched helplessly as their prey darted into the human settlement, their agitation manifesting in bared teeth and growls. In the unshielded wilderness, it was not difficult for them to envision the reaction of the humans witnessing a pack of colossal wolves pursuing a humanoid female, men brandishing weapons, women shrieking in terror. Police cars and animal protection agencies, alerted by reports, would soon arrive. The Quileute werewolves, who had been in pursuit of Victoria for quite some time, had no habit of carrying burdens in their mouths. Their teeth and claws served as instruments of attack, seldom employed for transporting packages. There were no shops nearby to procure clothing. Unless the werewolf boys were indifferent to the prospect of the next day's headlines reading, Quileute descendants from the reserve driven mad, engaging in a wild chase miles away. The evergreen, not particularly swift, raised an arm, stifling a laugh. I believe I bear no significant burden. Shall I pursue? The werewolves exchanged glances, and Sam stepped back, obstructing the evergreen's path. Growl. I cannot comprehend your words. The evergreen pushed against the spotted gray wolf and the tawny giant wolf flanking her, earnestly addressing Sam. However, I shall not overestimate my strength. I still possess a chance of escape. Sam regarded the evergreen for a moment before conceding space. The stubborn spotted gray wolf, Amber, refused to relent. He could not single-handedly impede the evergreen and thus followed closely in her wake. The evergreen halted, tugging at his neck fur, and with a resigned tone interjected, I understand your concern, but Amber, you are so large. Do you wish for me to remove my coat and lend it to you? Then you could transform into a human and follow me?" With a snarl, the gray wolf and the brown wolf bared their teeth, unable to suppress a puff of white breath. Humans could never regard a wolf of the size of a cougar as a domesticated sled dog like the husky. Even if Chongqing were to lend his coat to shield the vulnerable parts of Quirit, it would undeniably attract the gaze of onlookers. A woo. In a futile attempt to protect Chongqing, Amber pressed her ears down, emitting a brief, ambiguous growl. Unable to bear the sight, Jacob pushed him aside, his paw resting on Amber's head as he fixed his gaze upon Chongqing. "I understand," Chongqing whispered. "I will be cautious." Sam directed his tail towards the group of young ones, as he momentarily wished to avoid the sight of their antics. Chapter 31. Victoria's desperate choice. The place Victoria chose, to be precise, was not a town, but rather a residential area composed of several farms. The dusk sky was draped in evening hues, as the weary individuals, who had toiled throughout the day, set down their farming tools and machinery, easing their stiff joints as they returned home. Today might hold special significance for the farmers, as colorful lights adorned the main house. Many of those finishing their work instinctively wandered into the backyard of the main house, picking up glass cups from the long table beside the pond and filling them with ale from the nearby oak barrel. The cook, donned in a white apron, brought forth platters piled high with fresh fruits and vegetables, placing them on another long table not far away. Acquaintances and strangers alike raised their cups, brimming with the fragrance of wheat, greeting each other with smiles. Amidst the kaleidoscope of colorful lights, Chongqing discerned the silhouette of the crimson-haired vampire, Victoria. As she navigated through the throngs of people, she cast a glance over her shoulder, her vibrant locks swaying in tandem with the pulsating neon illumination, yet failing to obscure the intense scarlet hue of her eyes. The pupils of these carnivorous vampires resembled blood as they preyed upon humanity without hesitation. These creatures of the night were not the mere figments of theatrical tales. They regarded humans as sustenance and seldom contemplated the repercussions of gluttony. There were plenty of humans. The demise of one was inconsequential amidst the multitude. The spirited crowd at the festival evoked memories of the Halloween celebration, the first festive occasion Chongqing attended at Fortes, where revelry reigned supreme. It was during that time that a puppet, amidst the chaos, had attempted to strangle her. Chongqing spun around, adjusting her perspective to ensure she was the first to spot Victoria. The speed of vampires was formidable, and lacking in swiftness herself, Chongqing feared that a moment's inattention could result in her being overwhelmed and her neck severed. Yet, the thought of allowing the vampire to escape unscathed after an assault in plain sight was unacceptable. If Victoria dared to flee, Chongqing was equally capable of crafting an ice shard from juice or vegetable extract to retaliate. She acknowledged her desire to resolve the matter with Victoria swiftly, yearning to return home. A boy clad in a waiter's tailcoat hopped past her, his freckled face radiating exuberance, though his attire was hardly prudent. As he passed by, he cheerfully offered her a glass of fresh orange juice. Having enjoyed the attention of a flirtation, Chongqing received the drink without sparing him a glance, merely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, it tastes delightful." She sensed to gaze upon her from the crowd, one that bore an unmistakable intent to harm. It could only be Victoria. The awkward boy touched his nose and retreated. "But you haven't taken a sip." Chongqing surmised that Victoria was currently contemplating how to eliminate her. The wolf pack was ill-suited for combat in water, and Chongqing's presence effectively mitigated that disadvantage. Victoria's situation grew increasingly perilous, as she narrowly escaped being encircled by the wolves on several occasions. If only she could escape into the sea, her movements would be considerably more graceful. Should Victoria wish to harm Bella as retribution against Edward Cullen, she could not avoid the sharp fangs of the Quileute wolves. Her most prudent course of action would be to seize the opportunity to deal with Chongqing while she was isolated, avoiding the throng. Chongqing carried her juice and maneuvered to a table where fewer people congregated. Typically, patrons would take their food and depart, leaving only a handful of individuals engaged in conversation. Chongqing spotted Victoria once more and decisively raised her hand in that direction. An omnipresent mist descended as juice and vegetable liquid cascaded to the ground, frost creeping up the pant legs of those nearby. Victoria nearly lost her footing, but her remarkable agility as a vampire saved her, allowing her to retreat swiftly. Others slipped on the icy surface, beer and juice splattering across their clothes. A slightly plump middle-aged woman, seated on the ground, waved her hands in frustration. She had thrown her cup just in time to avoid being injured by the shards of glass, exclaiming, "What is happening? How could there be ice on the floor? Hey, who threw a cup at me?" The juice cup, forcefully hurled by a woman, traced a graceful arc through the air, spilling a considerable amount of orange liquid. Nearby individuals were caught in the splash, while, in the distance, a man lost his wig as the glass struck him, his hands clutching his head as he danced in agitation. The sight alone was painful to behold. Chongqing, feeling a twinge of shame, stuck out her tongue, refraining from further mischief. "I am truly sorry." After more than half an hour of relentless vigilance, the tranquility of her life was nearing its breaking point. She could not anticipate how Victoria might reappear, her taut nerves refusing to relax. Suddenly, her phone rang sharply from her pocket, nearly prompting her to throw it away in alarm. A hand halted her impulsive action, and before she could retaliate, the owner of that hand revealed his face. Sam understood Chongqing's heightened sensitivity after enduring such prolonged tension. Even the slightest disturbance could provoke an exaggerated reaction. She was no longer herself. Chongqing blinked in surprise. "Sam?" The vampire was absent. Clad in ill-fitting denim overalls, Sam surveyed the surroundings with a defiant gaze. "If she were here, my body would be ablaze, yet I feel nothing." The phone's persistent ringing drew the attention of those nearby. Chongqing glanced at her phone, noting that the caller ID displayed amber. "Answer it." Sam, towering over Chongqing, had to bow his head and spoke in a lowered voice. "I can hear just fine without the speaker." Sam mistakenly believed Chongqing was seeking his counsel. "I am all ear." Chongqing answered the call, casting another glance at Sam before pressing the accept button. "Sam is here too." Chongqing would not disclose to Sam that her frequent glances at him were prompted by the sheer incongruity of his attire. Those cowboy overalls paired with a tattered t-shirt were utterly misaligned with his persona. Speculating on where Sam might have pilfered such an ensemble, she suppressed a smile, her shoulders instinctively drawing forward. The voice of Gerard crackled through the phone, revealing that he was with Amberly. "Has he found you?" "Sam, Harry Clearwater's condition is dire. His heart ailment has flared up. We returned without encountering that vampire." "It shouldn't be her ploy," Amberly interjected, "or perhaps she is yet to return." Gerard spoke swiftly, the wind howling in the background, accompanied by the distant growl of wolves. Amberly, maintaining his wolf form, was keenly sniffing the air, surveying the entire territory. Although not the strongest among them, his agility was unparalleled. Bella seems to have fallen off a cliff. Jacob rescued her and remains by her side. "Sam, it would be prudent for you to return quickly, along with Oler. Perhaps if you hurry, you might catch a final glimpse of Harry Clearwater." "We must depart," Sam said, his brow furrowed. "I am familiar with this area. A bus is about to leave for Fortes. If we miss it, we will have to run back." Harry Clearwater was not only a highly esteemed elder among the Quileute, but also the father of Leah and Seth. Now, he was teetering on the brink of death, succumbing to his heart condition. Chongqing had never witnessed Liar Clearwater weep. Even after parting ways with Sam, the girl merely adopted a colder, more aloof demeanor, which, paradoxically, only served to enhance her allure. It was only when Liar spoke of her brother Seth and her family that a gentle smile graced her features, revealing a breathtaking beauty. At this moment, that feline-like girl was curled up, clutching a wrought-tan cushion from the sofa, weeping inconsolably. Her cries, even with the windows shut, echoed outside, resonating with heart-wrenching intensity. The flickering light cast shadows as the once-beloved girl cried out in anguish. After escorting Chongqing to a short distance from the Clearwater residence, Sam halted his steps. Perhaps you could offer her some solace. It might provide her with temporary relief. Yet, he firmly dismissed Chongqing's suggestion, turning away. Amber and Gerald approached the entrance of the Clearwater home, clad in black athletic attire, no longer revealing their bare skin. Charlie had taken him to the hospital, but the prognosis was grim. Amber fixated on a patch of grass beside Gerald's sneakers, clenching her fists. Quail had also arrived. Quail had gone to find Seth and had not yet returned. "I have been in the same class as Liar since our first day at school. I came to see if there was anything I could assist with." Gerald, suppressing his usual smile, opened his palms and spoke solemnly. "I believe it would be best for you to go in now. There are things you can do that we cannot." Chongqing nodded repeatedly, but as she pushed the door open and beheld Liar, she found herself at a loss for words and actions. The less one cries, the more bewildering their tears become to others. Chongqing crouched beside Liar, attempting to embrace her. Liar's knuckles turned pale from the pressure, and the wicker mat she clutched tightly began to warp. It is worth noting that woven items are typically crafted from sun-dried vines by the locals. Their durability rivals that of conventional furniture, which often prioritizes aesthetics over resilience. You will be all right, liar, everything will. Chongqing felt a pang of shame for her clumsiness in comforting Liar. Liar's sobs grew louder. Harry Clearwater departed on the following evening, and Liar's mother, Sue Clearwater, remarked that he left peacefully, a smile gracing his lips. After weeping throughout the night, Liar succumbed to a high fever the next evening, her temperature soaring to 41 degrees Celsius. While others speculated whether her sorrow might lead her to a fatal end, Liar, burning with fever, suddenly burst through the front door. She vanished into the woods, her speed leaving Sue unable to keep pace. Upon receiving this news, the Quileute boys exchanged silent glances. A high fever is a prerequisite for the awakening of their lineage. Werewolves naturally exhibit elevated body temperatures, often exceeding 40 degrees during regular activity. However, history bore no record of female werewolves, leaving Sam and the others uncertain of Liar's condition. After a prolonged silence, the alpha, Sam, made a resolute decision. Regardless of the circumstances, we must find her. Perhaps she could become a member of our clan. In her search for Liar, Chongqing encountered Bella and Jacob at the doorstep of the Swan residence. Charlie was overwhelmed due to Harry's funeral and was not at home. Bella sat in Alice Cullen's car, someone she had encountered before, while Jacob clung to the driver's side window, preventing her from leaving. His voice was weak and helpless. Please, Bella. For Charlie, or for me. I must go? I implore you. Jacob pressed his hands against the window, slowly crouching down and bowing his head. I beg you. Goodbye, Jacob. Jacob gradually withdrew his arms. His eyes filled with sorrowful despair. Alice Cullen drove the black sedan away, taking with her the girl he cherished. Bella was en route to Volterra in Florence, determined to prevent Edward, who believed her to be dead, from seeking death at the hands of the Volturi. Ice spikes, as thick as utility poles, fell from the sky. Alice abruptly swerved, changing lanes to evade an ice spike that plummeted straight towards the front of the car. The black Mercedes S55 brushed past Jacob and through the window. Alice's eyes suddenly transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Snow began to fall from the sky. Chapter 32. Fortes was meant to embody a typical maritime climate, yet this spring, an unexpected snowfall occurred. Jacob crouched in front of Swan's house for a considerable time, pressing his knee and gradually standing upright to walk towards the reserve. The snowflakes fell upon him, quickly melting into water, and the werewolf's body temperature, which often soared above 40 degrees Celsius, failed to provide him any warmth. Jacob felt as though he might be afflicted by vertigo. The road, the trees, and the snowflakes lost their significance as he trudged forward, head bowed, directionless. His jeans and t-shirt clung to his body, drenched, while the snowflakes stubbornly sought to remain by his side. His clothing could absorb no more moisture, leaving a trail of water behind him, the once warm liquid now crystallizing into ice. The ice spike embedded in the center of the road failed to capture Jacob's attention as he brushed past Chongqing and continued onward. Chongqing raised her hand, and the snowflakes that should have settled upon Jacob gracefully veered away, drifting towards the distance. I want it. Jacob turned his head, his gaze sharp yet sorrowful. It can bring me solace. He resembled a lone wolf mourning a lost companion. The most tragic aspect being that he did not even know who had taken his partner's life, rendering him powerless to seek revenge. Previously, someone had told Chongqing that heartbreak could lead to a disdain for life, to which she had merely laughed. Yet now, witnessing the anguish in Jacob's eyes, a heavy ache settled in her chest. She could not fathom that Jacob would succumb to depression or contemplate ending his own life. He had always been remarkably resilient, burdened by a strong sense of responsibility. However, events that had not transpired in one's own life remained mere topics of idle conversation, forever oblivious to the depths of anguish that others bore. Do not speak to me. Jacob grasped Evergreen's wrist and pulled her down. As snowflakes once again cloaked his frail figure, I cannot listen. A few hoarse and parched words of refusal escaped him. Jacob released Evergreen's hand and, facing the biting wind and snow, turned to leave. The snow will fall heavier, Evergreen murmured. Flurries of snowflakes coalesced into flakes larger than goose feathers, brazenly asserting their presence along Jacob's path. Evergreen followed Jacob from across the street, walking leisurely for several hours. The two, one ahead of the other, arrived at Plash Beach, roughly a 10-minute drive from Fortis. The dawn began to break, the yet-to-rise sun's rays piercing through the clouds, illuminating the distant sea. Jacob plunged into the water, swimming to a rocky outcrop not far from the shore, where he climbed to the summit and sat down. The briny sea breeze, laced with ice and snow, blasted against the barren rocks, rendering Jacob's skin a vivid crimson. Even a werewolf's robust physique should not be subjected to such treatment. The snow and wind enveloped Evergreen as she settled beside Jacob. Billy will worry about you. You've been gone all night. He worries more. Jacob buried his face in his arms. I am like this. Others will worry too, such as I, Quill, and Amber. Evergreen recited the names of all the people Jacob knew, yet he remained unresponsive. After a moment's pause, she added, I thought this wouldn't defeat you. At least not the Jacob Blake I know. Jacob, with his brows twisted like a corkscrew, remained silent. He curled into a small ball, the posture closest to the maternal womb, the most psychologically secure position. The sea breeze was briny and sharp, and on the horizon, the sun timidly revealed a sliver of its golden crown. Changqing licked her lips and adopted a different approach. I saw you speaking. You were pleading for Bella to stay. Jacob finally responded. That is quite embarrassing. Indeed, most boys I know would never use the term plead with a girl, unless they genuinely cared more about her than their own fragile pride. Changqing continued her gentle prodding. Jacob, you've already done wonderfully. It couldn't be better. Don't forget, there are plenty of girls in our reserve who would be utterly enamored with you. If you wished, they would never refuse to be your girlfriend. Jacob dismissed her words, responding with a sardonic nonchalance. Do you think I should? No, what I mean is, you're exceptional, you're quite popular. You are a good boy and would make a fine boyfriend, Changqing replied, biting her lower lip and wrapping her arms tightly around her knees. The icy sea breeze was chilling, and the rocks lay in the wind's path. I just don't want you to feel too constrained. You see, you rarely hurt others. Changqing braced herself for Jacob's inevitable wrath or scornful retort, believing he would unleash his emotions with fervor. Yet, Jacob was a good boy. He did nothing at all. Changqing would have preferred him to vent his feelings. Anything would be better than his solitary self-torment amidst the gusty winds. Jacob could not bring himself to accept the notion of a transient girlfriend to mend his wounds. The coastline was bathed in the warm glow of the rising sun, its golden rays stretching across the horizon, gradually illuminating the world. The morning light remained gentle, yet when gazed upon directly, it felt akin to an orange spotlight being thrust upon one, eliciting tears from prolonged exposure. The shoreline appeared hazy, with distant rocks and islands transformed into shadows against the backdrop of the sunrise. The sea breeze caressed the air, waves lapped against the sandy shore and rocky outcrops, while foraging seabirds chirped and squawked noisily. In the shallow waters, fish splashed, sending droplets cascading into the air. Jacob remained silent, often unresponsive even to the hundreds of words spoken by Changqing. The boy, Quill, gazed at the coastline with an inscrutable expression, the rising sun reflected in his dark pupils. As the sun fully emerged from the horizon, Jacob turned to Changqing and said, You should go home. Once I leave, the snowstorm will cease immediately. Aren't you seeking calm? Seated atop the uneven rocks in the sea, with his arms wrapped around his knees, Changqing swayed his dangling feet and tilted his head, smiling at Jacob. I saw Alice. She has come to pick up Bella. Are you going to find Edward? Jacob, do you believe Bella will return? At this, Jacob lifted his gaze, contemplating the ice cone obstructing the path, and his expression subtly shifted. Before he could utter a word, the anxious Changqing explained, I merely offered a small greeting. I mean no harm to your cherished girl. I have no desire to engage in a confrontation with you. Her initially cheerful tone gradually dulled as she continued. Everyone knows you would go mad if she were wounded. I simply couldn't stand by and did a small greeting. Edward Cullen wished for his own demise. Jacob seemed to be speaking more to himself, emphasizing the latter part of his statement. Bella is only trying to stop him. Jacob, let us wager. Changqing extended her hand, the snow and wind pausing before her. Although she longed to accompany Jacob a while longer, her body had begun to issue warnings. She rose onto her toes, gazing at the sun, which was receding ever further from the horizon, and said, under Jacob's watchful gaze, Let us bet on Bella's return and whether she will act as you hope. What are the stakes? If you win, you may dictate the terms. Changqing smiled lightly. If I lose, you must help me find Lyre. I have not lost. Jacob paused for a moment and replied, But I can accompany you in searching for Lyre first. Jacob, intent on locating Lyre, likely had little time to ponder matters concerning Bella. The unseasonable snowstorm persisted far too long, and one could only hope it would soon abate. Jacob transformed into a massive brown wolf, shaking off the snowflakes clinging to his fur before leaping onto the shore. The first destination in the quest for Liar was her home in Clearwater, from where she had departed. Jacob required items that Liar often interacted with to discern her scent, preferably her clothing or bedding from when she had been feverish. It is essential to understand that the scents of Quileute humans and those transformed into werewolves may differ significantly. The Clearwater family is currently conducting Harry's funeral, and amidst the solemnity, no one notices the stealthy approach of Evergreen as she slips into the bedroom and clandestinely takes a sheet. With Jacob's shoulder bag slung over her own, Evergreen brings the sheet to her nose, carefully folds it, and prepares it for concealment. In the shadows of the woods, Jacob squints. His wolf eyes glimmer in the night. Fully opening them would expose him to human detection. Jacob gestures for Evergreen to mount his back. The spine of a wolf is its vulnerable point, and the Quileute are no exception. As Jacob begins to run, the passenger on his back will certainly feel discomfort. Yet if Riel has also transformed into a werewolf, he must outpace her to catch up. Finding Riel is a race against time. Her scent will dissipate with the melting snow. As Evergreen mounts Jacob's back, her palms are slick with sweat. It is her first experience riding a Quileute werewolf, and the thought that it is Jacob Black causes her to freeze. Gripping tightly onto Jacob's neck, which has notably shortened since their first meeting, Evergreen buries her face in his sun-kissed fur. She finds herself distractedly pondering whether Jacob has recently encountered an abundance of mites. As the scent seems to have arisen from the heat of the sunlight, Jacob runs swiftly, searching as they sprint. They arrive at a dock hundreds of miles away by evening. Riel's scent has vanished from this place. Flipping over and re-establishing contact with the ground, Chongqing retrieved the shoulder bag from behind and handed it to Jacob, who had all his belongings within. Jacob clutched the bag between his teeth, took a few steps back, and darted around the corner of the container. Using the cargo-filled container as a shield, he transformed back into his human form and donned a spare set of clothing. As Jacob approached Chongqing, he ruffled his short hair and licked his lips, pondering. Riel may have leapt into the water. I cannot ascertain her whereabouts. Her scent dissipated at this dock. I believe she might have become the first female werewolf of Quirit. No one with a fever could have run that far. Unless, perhaps, she is a werewolf with elevated body temperature? Chongqing interjected. Does Quirit lack female werewolves? Jacob nodded. Never has there been one. This is troubling news. Creatures that defy historical context either succeed in their innovation or face annihilation, and Chongqing's concern for Riel grew. If there were no mother wolf among Quirit werewolves, could Riel succumb to fever, or perhaps transform into something even more peculiar? Chongqing grasped Jacob's wrist and began moving toward the gathering of dockworkers, stating, I have an idea. Jacob withdrew his arm, remaining rooted in place. What is it? Chongqing smiled, biting his lip. Is my hand too cold for you? Or do you have a brilliant idea of your own? Jacob averted his gaze and strode forward. No, not at all. Perhaps I was mistaken. It is no mere illusion. Jacob, Chongqing approached the boatman with a harmless smile, describing the beauty of Liar to the bustling, tireless men. A beauty like Liar is unforgettable even after a day, especially as she was burning with fever. Indeed, Liar had once visited this port. Chongqing inquired in detail about the vessel that had departed at that time, and after paying $50, a kind-hearted black man provided an answer. At that time, only one cargo ship had set sail, destined for Canada, without passing through any other locations. Chapter 33. Crossing into Canada, the scent of Liar re-emerged. The day was overcast, with the evening glow obscuring the sunlight. Following the fragrance of Liar, they arrived at a residential area. Jacob gazed at the distant, expansive twilight and suggested they find a place to eat and rest. As individuals who were essentially stowaways, they could not afford to stay in a formal inn. Fortunately, Canada boasted a fair number of bed and breakfasts. The owner of one such establishment was initially reluctant to accommodate two individuals wishing to pay in dollars, but Chongqing, with tears in her eyes, recounted their plight. Her sister, fleeing from an unwanted marriage, had taken their belongings along with their identification. The two young individuals had endured countless hardships in their pursuit of her, yet had been mistaken for wrongdoers, going an entire day without a meal or a sip of water. The plump middle-aged landlady was immediately moved to tears and resolved to take in the two unfortunate children for one night at the price of $120. The conditions of the bed and breakfast were naturally modest. The landlady provided them with a single bedroom and agreed to prepare some food for them. The single shoulder bag was tossed onto the bed, and Jacob, who had long served as a mere backdrop, playfully tapped his lips, his voice quivering with laughter as he retorted, You and I? In search of a runaway sister? Observing the room's layout, Cha-Ching opened the wardrobe embedded within the wall and indeed discovered a second set of bedding. He retrieved a set and hurled it onto the bed, then, with feigned ferocity, poked at Jacob's muscular chest, masking his embarrassment with a complaint. "I never knew I could ramble so much. Do you think it's easy to convince the landlord that a brawny fellow like you is harmless? She actually charged us 120. 120 for a room that's barely 20 square meters." Jacob, suppressing his muscles, seized Cha-Ching's wrist to halt him. "But you still chose her? We had no alternatives. After all, we possess nothing. A place to stay is all that matters." Cha-Ching gestured toward the second set of bedding on the bed. "You are the underground one. Are you sure the sin of liar is quite potent?" Struggling to avert his gaze from the bed, Jacob, now aware that they were to share the same room, opened the bedroom window and looked outside. "She is hidden within this town. I can sense her presence." Around the houses visible to Jacob, security nets were installed. To his knowledge, the safety in Canada was relatively sound, except for the neighborhoods inhabited by black residents, where such precautions were commonplace. The streets bustled with predominantly white pedestrians. And since Jacob's transformation into a werewolf had sharpened his senses, he could discern the relaxed muscles of the residents as they moved about. The inhabitants of the neighborhood exhibit peculiar behavior. He hesitated, expressing, "I sense something amiss." "So do I. Observe this," Cha-Ching replied, lifting the glass orb atop the vanity. The decorative piece was filled with water, within which silver glitter floated, settling upon one of the beast-like, sharply pointed teeth. These were not the teeth of an ordinary creature. Their material was distinctly unusual. Jacob took the crystal ball, furrowing his brow in an effort to recall its familiarity. "I also find it rather unsettling." Leaning against the windowsill, Cha-Ching abruptly drew the curtains and turned to Jacob with utmost seriousness, stating, "There is someone outside watching us." I locked eyes with him. "How strange," Jacob mumbled, advising, "Do not stray too far from me. You have but a single set of clothes left in your backpack, correct?" Jacob looked at him in astonishment, to which Cha-Ching shook his finger, narrowing his eyes with a sly smile. "You see, the people here tend to be quite amiable towards ordinary girls. Wouldn't you agree? If I were you, merely a sturdier boy, I would conceal the tribal markings on my arm." "That makes sense. I assume you are aware that my remaining shirt is long-sleeved?" Jacob replied, raising the hem of his shirt with a smirk. His well-defined abdominal muscles were partially exposed, and he deliberately gazed at Cha-Ching, arching an eyebrow as he inquired, "I still wish to take a shower. Will you wait here for me? I shall see if there is something to eat." She burst out of the door, Jacob's distinctive laughter echoing behind her. Cha-Ching touched her cheek, acutely aware without needing to look that her face was flushed. Normally, Jacob would not behave in such a manner, even with Bella on his mind. He would refrain from such actions unless he wished to evade others for a private endeavor. Cha-Ching hesitated, then turned and dashed back to the bedroom, pushing the door open. Jacob, bare-chested, glanced over, still holding a black long-sleeved shirt. "Hey!" Cha-Ching, flustered, turned her back instinctively and closed the door. Through the barrier, she finally found her voice. "I was just wondering, would you like me to bring you some food? Are there any items you prefer to avoid?" "Please, no onion rings," he replied. Listening to Cha-Ching's footsteps descending the stairs, Jacob donned his shirt and leapt out of the window onto the adjacent triangular roof. The olfactory senses of his human form were significantly inferior, and he frowned as he strained to capture the lingering scents in the air. There was not only the aroma of Lilith but also the acrid scent of smoke. With agility, Jacob traversed the rooftop and silently descended to the street below, orienting himself toward the residential area where the security fence was most clandestinely installed. Cha-Ching, balancing a tray of food in her hands, called for Jacob to open the door. But no response came from within the room. Steadily, she managed to hold the tray with one hand and opened the closed door. The open window stirred the curtains, revealing Jacob's shirt and shoulder bag carelessly tossed onto the bed. The sheets, imbued with the scent of Lilith, were pulled askew, missing half a curtain. Setting aside her plate, Cha-Ching seized an onion ring and bit into it, shaking her head as she closed the window. Personal heroism is truly detestable. After bidding farewell to her landlord, she dashed out of the guest house with the room key in hand. While inquiring for directions from a passerby, she was soon confronted by a middle-aged man with tousled golden hair, his waist bulging with a visible holster. The man, whose appearance was notably respectable, halted Cha-Ching, scrutinizing her for a moment before abruptly producing a medical blood bag. He tossed the bag onto the ground, his smile failing to mask the sharpness of his gaze. "Apologies. I may be having a seizure," he said, his smile turning somewhat frigid and laced with provocation. He then discarded a silver-cased flashlight, kicking the blood bag until it burst. Could you assist me in picking that up? I kindly request your help. Of course, Changqing replied, a layer of frost enveloping her palm as she crouched to retrieve the flashlight. Her fingertips grazed the splattered blood. After extracting a tissue to wipe the blood droplets from her shoe, she rose and shook the silver flashlight. I presume you must be quite affluent. Wealthy individuals often possess peculiar preferences, such as silver-plated flashlights. I imagine you have little need for the broken blood bag? You are quite astute, the middle-aged gentleman, exuding an air of sophistication, slowly accepted the flashlight, his charm accentuated by a captivating maturity. Do you have a penchant for the wealthy? I mean, you might want to take a closer look at it. Suddenly activating the flashlight, an unusually intense beam of light shot towards Changqing. Believing herself under attack, she raised her icy barrier to shield against the light, though some still managed to reach her, its warmth akin to sunlight. Oh my! The middle-aged handsome man murmured vacantly. A flashlight that mimics natural light would reveal the true form of a vampire. But, what is this now? Who are you? The several icy shields surrounding Changqing slowly shifted their positions, as if intentionally refracting light. Are you a vampire hunter? The ice shield cracked open at its center, disintegrating into fine ice particles and vapor that melded into the surroundings. Changqing scrutinized the seemingly ordinary man dressed as a middle-aged handsome figure. Did you fixate on us when my companion and I arrived? Kicking the blood bag. Changqing remarked humorously, blood makes vampires ravenous, and sunlight causes their skin to shimmer? Who are you, and how do you know all this? Changqing's demeanor towards the vampire elicited a more cordial response from the seasoned hunter, Alvaro Rossi. Cautiously, he extended his hand. Alvaro Rossi, a hunter. And you? Someone akin to you. Changqing replied nonchalantly, his palm, imbued with ice, grasped Alvaro's. Only, I possess greater capabilities than you, old man. Alvaro recoiled immediately, asserting, as a child, you must have been rather unlikable. Changqing did not expect the experienced hunter Alvaro to trust her much. As long as he remained uncertain about whether Changqing posed a threat to humanity or if she was an otherworldly being. Typically, hunters of otherworldly entities do not attack humans. They exist to protect humanity. Let us hope Jacob does not transform into a giant wolf before other hunters, for that would pose a greater test to a hunter's heart than the existence of vampires. My friend and I have come in search of our lost companion. Changqing tentatively remarked, her powers are on the verge of awakening. She is burning with fever. I believe you may have noticed something similar, perhaps akin to your own abilities. Indeed, it is possible that she might be able to exhale flames. Well, are you referring to that boy of Native American descent, or another girl? Alvaro, not permitting Changqing to decline, extended an invitation. I believe my friend has invited them over. You wish to join, do you not? Yes, I would be honored. The stronghold of the vampire hunters lay beneath the surface. The homes in the town center, equipped with protective nets, served merely as a faade. Their basements interconnected, forming a tightly secured subterranean complex. Alvaro removed his fingerless gloves for ease of movement, discarding all weapons save for the gun at his waist. Changqing followed closely behind, observing with increasing concern as he retrieved various small items from unexpected places, worried for Liar's predicament. After passing through layers of scrutiny, Alvaro reached the innermost hall, where several men were engaged in cleaning. He approached one particularly burly African man, who was in the midst of a heated argument with Jacob, who appeared to be thoroughly incensed. Changqing hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Jacob's hand, signaling him to remain calm. She turned to Alvaro and remarked, my friend has a rather short temper, but he is generally a reasonable young man. Perhaps this is a result of your hospitality? I believe not. We merely lost our tempers a bit, did we not, my friend? The confident evergreen intrigued Alvaro as he stroked the stubble on his chin. Clearly possessing a notable stature among the hunters due to his commendable prowess and impressive track record, the burly, disdainful African-American turned away, granting Alvaro a modicum of respect as he remarked, I shall check on the repairs to my rocket launcher. Your friend wouldn't mind demonstrating his abilities, would he? Alvaro leaned against the table behind him, his fingertips lingering near the holster at his waist. You may not be vampires, yet that does not preclude the possibility that your companions might be. As he caressed his firearm, he raised his gaze, smiling at the two. When the venom of a vampire infiltrates a human body, the immune system's resistance often results in fever, intense heat. The duration of this process varies from individual to individual. Therefore, Provide me with a compelling reason to meet your friend. Jacob stepped forward, intent on rolling up his sleeve to reveal his clan's insignia. However, Evergreen halted him, producing a metallic necklace from beneath her clothing and tossing it to Alvaro. Perhaps you could investigate the circumstances in other nations across the ocean, such as my homeland. The necklace vividly depicted an arm grasping a dragon and a serpent, a talisman that Evergreen had carried with her throughout her life. Chongqing believed that even with the hunter's abilities, uncovering the whereabouts of the elusive individual who had crossed the seas would require considerable time. In comparison to the nearby Quirit tribe, the seemingly insignificant metal talisman could serve to delay matters further. The priority was to lure Riel closer. What they lacked most was time, as Chongqing, who had aspirations of ascending to the Performing Arts Academy, turned her gaze towards Alvaro, who had just caught the necklace. She inquired, "Now, can you bring my companions who could apprehend you?" It was imperative to remember that they were currently within the heart of your stronghold. Alvaro, seemingly amused by Chongqing's cautious demeanor, chuckled heartily. "I can fully empathize with your eagerness to reunite with your companions. It reminds me of the vampires I once had to stake out for 3 days and nights. Please wait here." Gently squeezing Jacob's hand, Chongqing felt her palms slick with sweat. She fervently hoped Alvaro would deliver Riel. This way, even if they managed to escape the hunter's stronghold, they would face fewer constraints. Jacob, reassuring her with a soft smile, replied, "It's quite risky. However, your performance was exceptional." Chongqing felt a surge of pride and eagerly pressed. "Really?" "Indeed. I am absolutely certain," he affirmed. The hunter's secret base was replete with numerous compartments, where rudimentary iron-barred cells housed an array of weaponry. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and gunpowder, reminiscent of a battlefield. Occasionally, the sounds of hunters testing new weapons and the ominous clicks of gunbolts could be heard. The atmosphere surrounding them felt as though they had been abruptly transported from a peaceful existence into the chaos of World War II. As a man, Jacob gently patted Chongqing's shoulder, offering her a reassuring smile. "Once we locate Lyre, we shall depart from this place." He leaned closer to Chongqing's ear, lowering his voice to avoid alerting the hunters. "They cannot match my speed. After all, I am a werewolf." Chongqing joyfully accepted his goodwill, saying, "I hope you do not find the weight of Lyre and me too burdensome. Otherwise, we would not hesitate to give you a kick. First, we must retrieve Lyre." Jacob chuckled, but the mention of return inadvertently stirred the hidden anxieties within him. With a somber expression, Jacob leaned against the wall, crossing his arms and letting his right limb dangle, bowing his head to conceal his discomfort. Chongqing suspected he was thinking of Bella. Perhaps he pondered whether Bella would miss him upon returning to Fortes, just as he missed her. When free from pressing tasks, the mind often wanders into idle thoughts. Yet, it truly is remarkable. As she twirled a lock of hair around her finger, Chongqing reflected on the topic, softly exclaiming, "To conceal my differences, I moved to the Fortes reservation and encountered you all. Suddenly, one day, I discovered the existence of vampires in this world, and today, I met hunters who pursue them. What an astonishing journey it has been." Jacob's lips curled downwards before breaking into a smile. The world is far grander and more intricate than one might imagine. He crossed his arms, seemingly lost in thought, shaking his head with a chuckle. "However, perhaps your experiences could indeed be deemed a tale of the common folk. An ordinary girl suddenly endowed with powers, encountering werewolves and vampires. Wow, now she is a hunter." Making a playful gesture as if to pounce like a wild wolf. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Such stories typically feature a dashing hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Chongqing leaned closer to Jacob, teasingly inquiring, "Who do you suppose he might be?" Jacob stepped back, grasping Chongqing's shoulder to prevent her from advancing further. "That remains uncertain. I doubt it would be Sam, Gerard, or myself. Perhaps a young, handsome hunter? Sam and Gerard are both werewolves marked by other women." Chongqing straightened, aware she could not be too suggestive. In the distance, Alvaro, supporting the semi-conscious Lyre, approached with a hearty laugh, tossing a piece of shifting metal toward Chongqing. Quick on the uptake, Jacob raised his hand to catch it, glancing at the metallic necklace that originally belonged to Chongqing, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Jacob's brows were dark and thick, when his elongated eyes lacked warmth. His demeanor could be quite intimidating. "Your companion's condition is rather concerning," Alvaro remarked, observing Chongqing cradling the semi-unconscious Lyre. "I extracted a small amount of her blood. I hope you don't mind. I am quite curious about her extraordinary vitality, yet it has not transcended the realm of humanity." Similarly, the evergreen, tested against the vitality of werewolf cells, fearlessly accepted the necklace handed over by Jacob, retorting sharply, "I hope you will destroy it once you ascertain the results. Furthermore, may we take our leave with our friends, Mr. Alvaro?" "Certainly. The elder has mentioned certain matters regarding that family." Alvaro adopted a posture of acquiescence, while the tense evergreen passed by him. He then murmured, "The boy and girl beside you do not belong to that family, although I am perplexed as to why you, as the heir, would resort to falsehoods in light of it." He gestured towards the evergreen's necklace and laughed heartily. Reveling in the fright he had instilled in the two, "The hunters have decided to spare you this time." The evergreen found herself uncertain whether Alvaro was deceiving her. Upon escorting the three to the door, Alvaro inquired of the evergreen and Jacob, with a gentlemanly demeanor, "Shall I escort you home?" After their refusal, he elegantly turned back, waving, "We nearly played a little trick on your friends. I hope you can forgive us. Until next time." Sweating profusely as they departed from the hunter's stronghold, Jacob leapt through a window to reclaim his shoulder bag, reuniting with the evergreen, who was supporting the semi-conscious Riel. In the peculiar town of hunters, the two dared not linger any longer, only pausing to catch their breath once they reached the harbor. They did not even dare to reclaim the $120. Leaning against a container, the evergreen remarked, "What an extraordinary world this is." Jacob, however, found it impossible to smile. He pondered, "Well, perhaps you, Olor, hail from a family steeped in tales." He believed that inept lies could not deceive hunters whose lineage spanned centuries. Those capable of capturing vampires surely possessed greater wisdom than to fall for such foolishness. The werewolves of Queeret, too, were not as straightforward as they appeared. Cha-Ching idly toyed with the metal necklace that swayed against her chest, her arms, delicate as a woman's, clasped around it. The thoughts that crossed Jacob's mind mirrored those of her own. The necklace was a gift from her parents, bestowed upon her when they parted ways. She had worn it since childhood, had it not been for the inability to present other items as a semblance of her family's insignia. She might not have thought to retrieve it. Yet, it seemed to be an emblem of an ancient lineage, a symbol in its own right. So much had transpired recently that Chongqing chose not to delve into its significance just yet. "In any case, we have successfully located Lyre. Let us return her home." Abruptly, Chongqing turned and shouted towards the dock, "I suddenly feel so small. Like the obedient child who used to rush home to complete her homework. There is so much in this world that I remain unaware of." The echo of her feelings, of smallness and the enormity of the unknown, intertwined, and Jacob smiled as he watched Cha-Ching revel in her exuberance. With her hands behind her back, she swayed playfully, suggesting, "It's best to adopt a lighter perspective." Jacob could only shake his head in resigned amusement. Lyre's body grew increasingly warm, prompting Chongqing to take urgent measures. The two procured some plastic strips and towels, while Chongqing assumed the task of creating ice cubes. Lyre's fever was not a typical illness, and they dared not resort to indiscriminate medication. Instead, they alternated in caring for Lyre, tirelessly escorting her home. Upon returning her to the Clearwater residence, Lyre's mother, Sue, overwhelmed by the preparations for Harry's funeral, entrusted Chongqing with Lyre's care for a while longer. Jacob, equally concerned for Lyre, who had grown up alongside her, brought a basin of water to Chongqing before turning away. Chongqing froze the water and used a towel to gently wipe Lyre's body in an effort to reduce her temperature. She had witnessed the awakening of Amber and Jacob's bloodlines, and neither had endured for as long as Lyre. Jacob remarked that it was as if the human gene was battling against the Queeret werewolf gene within her. Cha-Ching gestured for Jacob to fetch another basin of water. Contemplating aloud that there were no female werewolves in Queeret history, Lyre was treading a path untrodden by any before her. If Lyre were to transform into a werewolf and possess the ability to bear children, would her offspring inherently carry the werewolf gene? Lyre's fingers clutched tightly at her shirt. After a long night of vigil, Quill, taking over the watch, arrived with his cousin and sent Cha-Ching and Jacob away. After 3 days and 2 nights of sleeplessness, Chongqing felt she could endure no longer. She sneezed and began walking home alongside Jacob. After bidding farewell to the seemingly normal Jacob, Chongqing opened her front door and headed straight for the refrigerator. The growl of hunger echoed within, yet Chongqing felt disinclined to prepare a meal. He nibbled on a few bites of stale bread from the refrigerator, washing it down with some water just enough to satiate his appetite. With a heavy sigh, he collapsed onto his bed. Meanwhile, Jacob had not returned home. He was in wolf form when he escorted Lyre and Cha-Ching back, through the mental bond with his pack. He had come to know one significant truth: Edward Cullen and Alice Cullen had returned. Bella was back. After dropping Liar and Cha-Ching off, Jacob felt an urge to wander alone. And before he realized it, he found himself at the Swan residence. Gazing at the open window of Bella's bedroom, he stood frozen for a few moments, then leapt onto the branch beside the window. Bella lay in her room, her scent unmistakably familiar to Jacob. A wave of warmth enveloped him. He yearned to believe that this warmth was stirred by the sight of Bella, yet the rising tide of revulsion deep within shattered his hopes. The Quileute werewolves only experienced such sensations under one condition: the presence of a vampire nearby. There was a vampire in Bella's room, and Jacob hesitated to ponder who it might be. He would never easily forgive me, could you? The eternally 16 or 17-year-old Edward Cullen spoke softly, laced with an alluring sentiment. I hope you can, for without you, I truly do not know how to live. Jacob's fingers probed into the inner layers of the tree trunk as he cast his gaze downward. He listened to Charlie as he came and went, to Edward and Bella exchanging heartfelt confessions, to the sound of lips repeatedly meeting and parting in tender kisses. Jacob harbored a deep resentment for the acute hearing bestowed upon him by the Quileute wolf physique. He longed to feign ignorance, just as he had been unable to retain Bella during that fateful moment. He sought to think of nothing. Silently, Jacob descended from the tree trunk and turned to flee. Chongqing's mother was a university professor, while her father was a businessman. Unlike her mother, Chongqing's memories of her father from childhood were filled with his frequent absences, business trips, meetings, seminars, and a myriad of other excuses. Yet, Cha-Ching never doubted the harmony between her parents, for whenever her father was home, he would always kiss her mother first before bestowing affection upon her. The young Cha-Ching adamantly denied any feelings of jealousy over this. One day, when someone informed her that her seemingly ordinary parents actually held the same professions as the Smiths, how did she feel? Chongqing found it utterly absurd. Upon awakening, the first thing she did was call her parents, directly inquiring, "Dad, where did you get the necklace you gave me? Does it have any special historical significance?" Her father, who was on the other side of the ocean and about to retire for the night, recognized the seriousness in his daughter's tone and wondered aloud. "Who have you been listening to with such nonsense?" Before he could finish speaking, Chongqing, well aware of her father's notoriously difficult temperament, interjected, "Stop deceiving me. You are not even a bit surprised that I can manipulate ice and snow to foresee the weather. I can even change the weather now, Dad." The silence on the other end of the line suggested he was contemplating how to evade her inquiries. With a sense of exasperation, Cha-Ching pressed on, "Dad, what do you truly know? My necklace, the family crest, what does it signify? I have already reached the legal age to obtain my ID." Her father, Chongqing, busy with his affairs, found it difficult to steer the conversation away from the topic. His tone turned serious as he cautioned, "Regardless of what you have heard, you are still my daughter. Indeed, you belong to a unique lineage. No matter what you have been told from the outside, upon your return, I will share our history with you. The judgment rests solely with you." Speaking in such a grave manner usually indicated to Chongqing that there was no room for negotiation, and despite her curiosity, Chongqing had to restrain herself. After exchanging a few pleasantries and inquiring about his health, she realized she had unknowingly ended the call. Once again, she had been misled by her father. After hanging up, Chongqing pounded her fist against the wall in frustration. The world felt utterly insane. The clock above the television cabinet, ticking away, prompted her to disregard her annoyance. She leaped up, grabbing her backpack from beside the sofa and the car keys from the coffee table, exclaiming, "This is bad." In her quest to locate Riel, who had skipped classes for 2 days, she could not escape the fate of being late once again. Stealthily, she maneuvered around to the back of the classroom, slipping inside, only to catch a glance from the teacher at the front, who regarded her with a disapproving yet expectant expression. Jacob is absent from the classroom. The vigilant Cha-Ching instinctively searches for familiar figures, the squinting queer, and the absent-minded Amber. Jacob's seat remains unoccupied, and fortunately, it is still empty. The return of the Cullen family has stirred not only the predominantly white student body at Forks, but has also sparked discussions among the students from the reservation. Bella Swan, who transferred here last year, has become a well-known figure. Her romance with the unattainable Edward Cullen has been a perennial topic of conversation among the youth. Shortly after Chongqing's arrival, Edward ended his relationship with Bella, igniting a fresh wave of gossip. However, this chatter gradually subsided due to the intervention of Jacob Black, the star student from the reservation. The students from the reservation are united, and they refrain from excessive discussion regarding Jacob's girlfriend. Now, with Bella having vanished for 2 or 3 days and Edward along with the Cullen family back in town, almost all the students are distracted from their lessons. whispering about the love triangle involving Jacob, Bella, and Edward. Opinions regarding the Cullen family's elite status vary among the reservation students. Some view them merely as a source of amusement. Jacob's current predicament is glaringly apparent, and discussions about Bella and Edward are tinged with disdain and resentment. The reservation school is notably cohesive, yet it also harbors an air of exclusivity. Queer and Amber, who are relatively close to Jacob, have been relentlessly questioned on this topic. Now it is Changqing's turn to endure the scrutiny. Several boys and girls at the neighboring desk toss erasers her way to capture her attention. Euler, have you heard that the Cullen family has returned? Do you sense a connection between their return and Bella Swan? The day after Bella's return, the Cullens appeared, and some even claim to have seen Edward accompanying her. Bella Swan? Isn't she Jacob's acknowledged girlfriend? Who do you think she will choose, Jacob or Cullen? I say Jacob. He is quite popular and has recently become even more attractive, exuding a mature charm. The Cullen family. I must admit they are quite enigmatic. But I cannot accept that pale skin. Don't you know that women are often drawn to men who possess a touch of mystery? Jacob is too ordinary. Euler, aren't you on good terms with Jacob and his friends? What is your perspective? Before Changqing could respond, several others eagerly engaged in the discussion. Frustrated, he closed his textbook and raised his voice slightly. My opinion is simple. Be quiet. Consider the feelings of those involved. Imagine if the roles were reversed and you were in their position. Then, keep silent in front of Jacob. I am pleased that you possess a unique perspective on certain matters. The entire class turned to look at him, and the teacher, dressed in professional attire, tapped the wall with a pointer. However, in my class, it is you who should maintain silence. Changqing sighed and reopened his textbook. I apologize, feigning interest in a mobile game to evade the probing inquiries of others. Quell cast a sidelong glance at Changqing, offering him a playful thumbs up. Meanwhile, Amber, fiddling with her pen while propped against her textbook, turned her head back to share a sympathetic smile, one of understanding and camaraderie. At noon, Jacob burst into the cafeteria, a shoulder bag slung over one arm. Balancing a tray in one hand, he disregarded the curious gazes that accompanied him and headed straight for Changqing's table. Quell turned his head to continue his game. Amber focused intently on her meal, while Changqing was at a loss for words. After 3 sleepless nights, Jacob's stubble had grown, and despite his late arrival, he had neglected to groom himself. Those familiar with him could discern the dark circles under his eyes and the vacant look he wore, his pent-up frustration evident. Jacob pulled out a chair and sat down, idly toying with his tray, remaining silent. I can't take it anymore. Jacob, Quell exclaimed abruptly, throwing his game console onto the table and kicking his chair aside. Both you and Amber have become so peculiar over the past 6 months, and that's one thing. But Jacob, just look at yourself. You've become the laughingstock of the entire reservation. Hey, wait a minute, man, Jacob muttered, not wishing for this to be the case. Avoiding the toppled tray, Amber attempted to mediate, her lips curving into a half-smile. Calm down, Quell. Yet Jacob remained unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to Quell's outburst. Quell's anger intensified. The worried boy could only express his concern and disappointment through his fury. Clenching his fists, he stormed out of the cafeteria. I shall go and see him. So do not worry. Changqing stood up to pursue Queer. Jacob and Amber were ill-suited to chase after Queer. The altercation between the boys could elevate their heart rates, and should they transform into wolves, Queer might sustain harm. Indeed, Changqing possessed superior control compared to the werewolves, and understanding this, Amber gently patted Jacob on the shoulder. Queer merely sought to restore Jacob to his former self, even if it meant engaging in a scuffle. Yet, lacking the awakened bloodline, he was oblivious to the magnitude of destruction an enraged werewolf could inflict. He remained unaware that Jacob could no longer frolic freely with him. Humans could not withstand the speed and strength of a werewolf. Jacob endured an abysmal day. As evening fell, Changqing found himself sleepless. Jacob hung his head, squinted his eyes, leaned on the table, pleaded with Bella, sat upon the rocks, faced ridicule, and bore a stubbled visage. His mind was cluttered with a myriad of Jacobs, leaving him bewildered. In frustration, he pounded the pillow, while Changqing, afflicted by the so-called werewolf virus, ruffled his hair as he sat up. Just past the full moon, the moon waxed and waned, casting its luminous shadow. Ultimately, the most vivid scene etched in Changqing's memory remained that of Jacob, repeatedly imploring, please, please stay for me. Just days prior, that night, for the very first time, Changqing felt an overwhelming urge to attack a human. The blizzard that night arose in response to her will. Perhaps due to an improper sleeping posture, Cha-Ching experienced a sense of heaviness and discomfort in her chest during class the following day. Jacob, disinterested in the lecture, found himself in a worse state than the previous day, his hands glued to his phone throughout. He stared blankly at the screen, reflecting on the fact that Bella had not reached out to him in 5 long days and nights, a stark contrast to their previous frequency of calls and messages. The absence of this communication had not been so palpable while he was searching for Lil, but upon returning to Fortis after Bella, Jacob sensed a void in his life. Cha-Ching's attention remained partially tethered to Jacob, even as she immersed herself in her most cherished biochemistry lab course. After completing the final line of her experimental notes, she closed her notebook just as the bell signaling the end of class rang. Stretching languidly, she deftly maneuvered past scattered classmates making their way out of the classroom and stood before Jacob. Jacob clutched his phone, scrolling through the voicemails Bella had left him, oblivious to the fact that class had ended and his time was now his own. Is she truly worth your constant concern? Cha-Ching challenged, her textbook pressed firmly against the desk as she struggled to suppress her dissatisfaction. Do you really prefer to wait for her to explain herself rather than simply asking her? Jacob looked up, taken aback, his stubble indicating that he had neglected grooming for several days. The potent hormones of a queer were not only responsible for their robust physiques but also for accelerated hair growth compared to ordinary individuals. While no girl relishes the sight of her beloved drawing near another woman, Cha-Ching found Jacob's indecisiveness and passive demeanor even more distasteful. Indulging in the task of tidying Jacob's textbooks, Cha-Ching extended a hand, inquiring about his backpack, methodically packing each book. Before our meeting, I believe you ought to tidy yourself up. I doubt any girl would be enamored with your disheveled, vagabond appearance. Regaining his voice, Jacob instinctively made an invitation he would soon regret. Would you like to accompany me? The textbooks thudded against the table as Cha-Ching, brimming with enthusiasm, leaned on it, exclaiming, "Of course. Moreover, you should head home, take a shower, shave, and allow me to curate your outfit. By the way, do you possess a signature men's fragrance?" "I am a werewolf," Jacob retorted. "A werewolf with an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Please do not poison my olfactory senses with perfume." Despite Cha-Ching's unexpected fervor and zeal, Jacob remained impervious to his enthusiasm. He averted his gaze, folding his arms to cover his ears, much like a wolf resting its head upon its forelimbs while in its wolfish form. "Rest assured, Jacob, your appearance will astonish the entire town." With an air of self-assuredness befitting a protective agent, Cha-Ching adjusted his glasses and donned an enigmatic smile. "It will convey just how remarkable you are, and how utterly unmissable. Wait, I must contact Paul for clothing, Gerald for grooming products, and Quill for some funds." Before he could finish his sentence, Cha-Ching began dialing each number in succession. "Are you certain Quill will lend you money rather than deter your peculiar notions?" Jacob chuckled softly, replying, "Or perhaps, I wager $5 that I believe you are mad." After hanging up on Gerard, Cha-Ching spoke earnestly. "I have sacrificed myself to be your driver and servant. You would surely be willing to part with a little money." Imagining Quire's woeful expression, Jacob's lips curled into a sly smile. As he realized that everyone was concerned about him, however, his smile gradually turned bittersweet. "Maintain that radiant smile. You are the most dashing star." Cha-Ching gestured as if taking a photograph, winking at Jacob and unabashedly bragging, "With my transformation, you shall become the coolest guy in Fortes." If giving his all still could not win Bella's affection, Cha-Ching pressed his lips together, disdainfully dismissing her overly passionate and foolish rhetoric. If Bella remained unappreciative this time, she and her friends had resolved to impede Jacob's efforts wholeheartedly from then on. Sam would not appreciate having a pack member chasing after a vampire girlfriend. Jacob, flustered by Cha-Ching's exaggerated tone, felt stiff as he was pushed out of the school gates. But as he was about to see Bella, his excitement had vanished. It had nothing to do with Edward. He felt uneasy and contemplated retreating. To Jacob's astonishment, he realized he seemed to lack the fervent desire to see Bella. He attempted to convince himself, was it because Bella might choose Edward, leaving him with no reason to approach her? The werewolf's keen instincts told Jacob otherwise. Whether as the valiant Jacob in his human form or as the courageous werewolf, he possesses an undeniable bravery. The reason he refrains from pursuing Bella Swan after Edward's departure is simply to avoid seizing the opportunity to claim the girl he cherishes. Hearing from Embry that Jacob intends to present his most admirable self in the contest for Bella against Edward, the other Quileute werewolves remain indifferent to the likelihood of his success. Regardless of the reasonableness or absurdity of their actions, they eagerly extend their assistance. In the words of the Quileute wolves, They are nearly driven to madness by the incessant phrases beginning with Bella that echo in Jacob's mind. And they yearn to be liberated from such torment. If he could resolve the matter of Bella with a single decisive action, it would be all the more delightful, allowing the Cullen vampires to taste the bitterness of defeat. Even Quill, who has been at odds with Jacob, readily agrees. Jacob's demeanor aligns well with the sporty, casual aesthetic. At his current age and level of experience, he cannot yet carry off a suit with finesse. Among the Quillute, Paul epitomizes the trendiest of casual styles. His physique only slightly more robust than Jacob's. When Jacob, freshly shaven and draped in a towel, gazes upon the array of stylish casual outfits laid out on the bed, he inhales sharply. The multitude of choices provided by Paul, along with Embry's meticulous coordination of the ensembles, is overwhelming. Embry even placed a note detailing which tops pair well with which bottoms. Clutching the numerous pages filled with suggestions, Jacob's eyes gradually fill with unwavering determination. He recognizes the goodwill and concern from Embry, Quill, Angela, and the other werewolves, realizing that he should not, and cannot, continue to languish in despair. With a casual gesture, Jacob, donned in a neat and refreshed attire, opened the door. It was impossible to discern the appearance of a mere vagrant from moments prior. Liar, arms crossed and scrutinizing, bore a flushed complexion, the fever still lingering, which lent her an added allure beyond her usual wild and cold demeanor. Just moments ago, I had thought that Cha-Ching had taken in some wild creature, intending to temporarily entrust it to my household. Alas, your definition of a wild creature is rather too lenient. After a prolonged absence from Liar's sharp tongue, Jacob sidestepped the barbs with a light-hearted smile and offered her a friendly embrace. It brings me joy to see you healthy and fierce, Habby. Where is Ollier? Sensing the concern and worry veiled in his words, Liar shot Jacob a glare. Her eyes filled with a mix of annoyance and amusement. You're in Seth's bedroom. Of course, Chang-Ching would retreat to mine. If you face rejection, I shall have no sympathy for you. You best come to a resolution, Jacob. Turning his back to Liar, Jacob pushed open the door to her room. On the bed, Cha-Ching was rolling about, clutching a pillow, regretting the impulsive promise made earlier. Hi, Ollier. Jacob smiled, radiating the same warmth as when he first encountered Cha-Ching. The car glided smoothly along the road as Cha-Ching stole a glance at Jacob, who occupied the passenger seat. He opted for a simple ensemble, denim jeans paired with a denim shirt, complemented by a fitted white t-shirt that accentuated his chiseled abs, embodying the wild essence of a Quillute wolf. He declined the various trinkets, such as bracelets and pendants, that Paul had prepared for him, even opting for a canvas belt instead of leather. Jacob flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites, as he turned to Cha-Ching with an infectious grin. After a moment, when she glanced over again, Jacob was still facing her, his smile unwavering. Driving towards Bella with the impeccably dressed Jacob, Cha-Ching mused that there was no one more foolish than Fortes. Yet, she found it impossible to resist Jacob's beaming smile. She hesitated, tapping the steering wheel, and, as the car honked in complaint, she ventured to ask, "What do you plan to say?" Jacob raised an eyebrow, his smile tinged with playful sarcasm. "Are you inviting me to practice my lines with you?" His demeanor suggested that he was in good spirits, regardless of whom this boy's affections lay with. Cha-Ching found herself fond of his current disposition. It suited him far better than that of a lovelorn drifter. With a mischievous grin, Cha-Ching replied, "Why not? My suggestions might refine the message you wish to convey. All right, I shall tell her how much I long to be with her. I will express that Edward is not right for her," Jacob affirmed, to which Cha-Ching insisted, "As a vampire, she will lose many things, but being with me, she won't have to." "Are you engaged in trading?" The process of elimination. Cha-Ching was momentarily taken aback during the day, only to realize that it was indeed a confession. The more refined interpretation could be termed advice, while the less palatable could be seen as a threat. "Jacob, girls require sensitivity. You have been passed over." Jacob leaned back against the car seat. He genuinely intended to convey such sentiments to Bella, not in jest. Cha-Ching's swift and resolute dismissal compelled Jacob to concede that perhaps he did not grasp the nuances of a girl's thoughts. "Very well. What do you think about me holding her hand and, if the opportunity arises, giving her a hug?" Cha-Ching relentlessly doused his enthusiasm. "That depends on the atmosphere you have previously created." After a moment of silence, Jacob's voice suddenly resonated within the car. The Quillute werewolf, deeply engrossed in contemplating how to express his feelings to Bella, spoke with a serious and maturing tone, imbued with a compelling resonance. "I will not take anything from you. Accept me, and I will be loyal, holding your hand and seeing you every day." I wish to protect you. To be by your side whenever you need. The shrill sound of the car horn abruptly interrupted Jacob's heartfelt musings, as a flustered Chongqing inadvertently disrupted his flow. Her heart raced, accompanied by a faint ache. It bore an unsettling resemblance to a wedding vow. I'm sorry, Jacob squinted, a wild smile gracing his features. Hey. Not bad, right? I'm almost moved to tears. Chongqing held her breath, fearing that her sigh might spoil the moment. Upon seeing Jacob's smile, she suddenly questioned whether bringing him before Bella was indeed a favorable choice. If Bella were to reject him once more, the young man before her might become even more despondent. Yet, if Bella were to accept, Chongqing detested the way he beamed with joy at the sight of other girls, and she wished for him to retain his smile. Sensing the shift in her demeanor, Jacob inquired with concern, Oluwa? I'm fine, really. I just wish this would conclude swiftly. Bella would pass by the road they were currently traveling, and Jacob, mimicking Chongqing, forced a smile that was both stiff and resigned, saying, Your expression hardly conveys that you are well. All right, let us stop here and turn back home. His gaze was clear and resolute as he looked at Chongqing, his tone reminiscent of a solemn vow. Trust me, I can handle this splendidly. I know what to do. Both before and after, Chongqing shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, the engine roaring as they sped forward. Shaking his head, Jacob was well aware that Chongqing would not simply comply, yet he felt grateful for his friend's unwavering support. However, the intuition of the Quileute werewolf warned him that a meeting between Chongqing and Bella was ill-advised. With little time for contemplation, Jacob clutched his chest and gazed intently down the road ahead. Oluwa, stop. I'm feeling overheated. Vampires? Aware of the werewolves' reactions to nearby vampires, Chongqing immediately slammed on the brakes, swerving to intercept an oncoming vehicle. I recognize that car. I've seen it before. I too have witnessed it. Steadying himself by grasping the safety handle, Jacob's gaze darkened. It belonged to the Cullen family. The driver of the oncoming vehicle was Edward Cullen, who, realizing that the SUV barreling down the lane was intent on obstructing him, immediately slammed the brakes and veered into another lane. Beside him, Bella tightened her grip on the seatbelt, her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. She spotted Jacob in the passenger seat of the approaching SUV as it drew closer. Skimming past them, Jacob opened the car door and stepped out. Regardless of how tranquil the journey had been, the moment he laid eyes on Edward, Jacob was filled with aggression. This road marked one of the boundaries between the Quileute wolves and the Cullen vampires, and Jacob's muscles tensed. A closer inspection of his pupils would reveal that they had ceased to be purely round. Charlie unbuckled his seatbelt, approached Jacob, and lightly punched his forearm in a gesture to urge him to remain calm. Displaying aggression towards a rival in front of the girl he admired was hardly rational. Edward, possessing the ability to read minds, cast a glance at Charlie and gently explained to Bella, he wishes to speak with us. Edward's words may have been understated. His telepathic gift allowed him to comprehend Jacob's thoughts. Charlie speculated that Jacob's foremost desire was to converse with Bella, to express his emotions and feelings, yearning for her response. There is no need for you to read my thoughts. Jacob's calf muscles tensed like springs as he circumvented Edward and addressed Bella. Bella, grant me a moment. You should not transform into a vampire. It would spell your ruin. And Carlyle, I must remind you of a crucial aspect of our agreement. Narrowing his eyes, Jacob's long-suppressed aggression erupted suddenly. As long as vampires bite humans on this land, they become our targets for hunting, including the Cullen family. The images flashing through Jacob's mind displeased Edward greatly, igniting his primal instincts of protection and possessiveness. Despite his gentlemanly demeanor, he instinctively obstructed Bella's path. I am grateful to you, Jacob, for safeguarding Bella when I was powerless, but I have returned. Jacob met Edward's gaze with unwavering resolve. As Bella slowly approached him, tilting her head up, her dark eyes captivating. Jacob, I love you. So do not force me to choose, for I will always select him. Always. Bella wished to resolve this matter independently. She aimed to convey her desire to willingly become a vampire to Jacob, seeking his support. Charlie Swan, as an ordinary man, could not be privy to the existence of vampires, and Bella hoped Jacob would assume the role of family protector. The evergreen Paul and Embry, who trained Jacob in combat, had often praised Bella's keen observational skills. Jacob and Bella's faces were mere inches apart, their gazes intertwined with deep affection, causing Chongqing's heart to feel as though it were being gripped by another's hand. However, when Bella uttered the words, I love you, Chongqing caught a glimpse of Edward's momentary panic and astonishment, along with his clenched fists. A wave of revulsion surged within her, She loathed those 3 words on Bella's lips. Along the way, Jacob revealed to Chongqing that the vampire Edward possessed the ability to read minds. Observing Edward's reaction, Chongqing swiftly concluded that Bella must be immune to Edward's powers, a fact that caused Edward's unease. Bella Swan was an anomaly among humans. The instinctive curiosity towards the unusual, coupled with her deep-seated disdain for Bella, gave rise to a wild thought. Could Bella withstand her icy demeanor? Or perhaps, could Bella's blood resist her influence? Reading Chongqing's eager anticipation, Edward abruptly rushed to her side, unable to tolerate any harm coming to Bella, opting for the most direct and forceful approach. Edward's speed transcended the limits of human perception as he extended his hand towards Chongqing, attempting to intervene before Bella could be injured. Edward's arm pierced through layers of ice, and in the blink of an eye, numerous blocks of ice rose before Chongqing. The jagged edges of the irregularly shaped ice threatened Edward as Chongqing swiftly retreated. The cheeks, heart, and neck were encased in layers of ice, while the surrounding moisture surged towards Evergreen. The droplets of water cascading down her arms spontaneously converged upon the surface of her clenched fists. As Edward tore through the layers of frost, his eyes transformed into a brilliant golden hue, signaling that the vampire was prepared to unleash a full-scale assault. Frost spread outward from Evergreen, with moisture first crystallizing into frost, which then coalesced into ice. Pale-sized spheres morphed into sharper, more injurious forms. These entities danced around her. Edward, incensed, discerned a more infuriating aspect from Evergreen's thoughts. The icy spikes she commanded were poised to descend upon Alice's vehicle. If a mere human were at the wheel, Edward could scarcely fathom the consequences. Edward, Jacob swiftly interjected between the 2 adversaries, growling at Edward. Cullen, I must remind you, should you harm ordinary humans, the accord will cease to hold. She seeks to harm Bella. She aims to endanger one of our own. The posture of the vampire attack sent chills through even the most ordinary souls. While Edward's golden gaze bore the chilling indifference towards life, can this creature before me truly be deemed human? To my eyes, Eulalia is but a human. The expanded spine and muscles tore through the meticulously prepared garments of Paul, as Jacob dropped to all fours, lowering his head in a stance of aggression. Evergreen stood behind Jacob, casting a glance at Bella, who was inching closer to Edward, before turning back to Edward with a deep, warning growl. Reading others' thoughts is indeed impolite. Chongqing, in a fit of rage, ironically laughed. She was not one to refrain from retaliation when provoked. Her good nature and patience were reserved for only a select few. I despise someone enough to want to smash a cake in her face, and I am enamored with another to the point of wanting to steal a kiss. My financial constraints compel me to contemplate bank robbery. The howling wind and snow heralded a sudden shift in the weather, transforming the previously clear skies into a foreboding gloom. With lightning dancing amidst the clouds, Chongqing's abilities inadvertently influenced the atmospheric changes. But did I? She pondered. Humans possess the rationality to govern their actions, Mr. Karen. Instead of succumbing to anger, perhaps you should consider how to manage your parasitic kin, such as Victoria. The reflexes of ordinary individuals do not lag behind those of the supernatural. Bella was taken aback by Chongqing's power. With her long hair tucked behind her ear, Bella bravely approached and grasped Edward's hand. Ordinary humans do not contemplate harming others. The warmth radiating from Bella's palm enveloped Edward, whose fingers intertwined with hers, forming an unbreakable bond that instilled a sense of calm within him. I cannot trust you, even if you speak your true thoughts. I cannot believe that as a woman, you would refrain from causing her harm. Please, leave Bella alone. Edward turned his gaze towards Jacob. Jacob's tail drooped to the ground. Typically, animals do not allow their tails to touch the ground unless they are in a state of extreme emotional instability, like feeling lost. Flattening his ears and suppressing his aggressive demeanor, Jacob's eyes reflected Bella's figure. Leaning partially against Edward, Bella gazed at Chongqing with eyes that betrayed not solely fear, but also a flicker of yearning. Bella had longed to transform into a vampire to accompany Edward. Disdain does not equate to hatred, and jealousy shall not incite me to commit indiscriminate acts of violence. You despise the perilous creatures that threaten Bella, while I loathe witnessing my friends suffer repeatedly. With Jacob present, I would not harm Bella. Jacob stands as her protector, and in his presence, Chongqing's icy gaze softened with a gentle warmth as she declared, no one else shall dare to harm him. Jacob flattened his ears, retreating to Chongqing's side, casting a sigh towards Bella. The heat emanating from the werewolf's body transformed the exhaled vapor into crystalline droplets that fell rhythmically to the ground. Reflecting on the hypothesis we discussed earlier, The wind and snow carried Chongqing forward. "Jacob, I shall await you ahead." Ignoring the intertwining roots of the forest, she leaped over the dense branches, sprinting upward against the pull of gravity along the path formed by the wind and snow. When troubled, venturing outside to breathe is a splendid remedy. In comparison to the eternal expanse of nature, countless beings merely adorn its vastness. Perhaps today they vanish, only to be replaced tomorrow by nature's corrections, as new life emerges to fulfill their roles. What troubles could possibly outweigh the embrace of the boundless natural world? Upon ascending the endless mountain peaks, Chongqing has rectified her mood. The exquisite beauty of life does not necessitate possession. Merely observing from a distance can be a source of profound enjoyment. By adopting a different perspective, one can transform love into an appreciation that remains unchanged. It is not erroneous to admire others or to cherish beautiful things. The paramount aspect lies in recognizing one's own boundaries and gracefully letting go when necessary. Recently, Chongqing has been consumed by a tempest of anger, losing her rational judgment as she selfishly resented Bella for the pain inflicted upon Jacob. She neglected his desires and must reflect upon her actions. Chongqing believes she could take a leaf out of Amber's book, boldly confessing her feelings before relinquishing them. After her departure, Edward's taut muscles finally began to relax. Bella pressed closely against the vampire's cold, tense physique, and in moments of Edward's anxiety, she could distinctly sense the flow of liquid coursing through his muscles. This sensation, akin to blood surging throughout the body, is indicative of the rapid circulation of venom within a vampire's being. Typically, vampires maintain a semi-dormant state, which is their secret to longevity and sustained bodily function. Jacob cast a deep glance at Edward and Bella before turning away. In just a few days, the anxiety stemming from Jacob's transformation affected the Quileute wolf pack and other closely knit friends. He noted that Quill had recently smiled less, Amber had become more talkative than before, and Leal, despite suffering from a high fever, invited him to join in activities, while Seth shared his cherished toys with him. Furthermore, Chongqing took him to confess to Bella. Bella instinctively reached out and called out, "Jacob." Jacob's figure disappeared into the thicket as she buried her head in Edward's arm, murmuring, "Jake, I'm sorry." Edward gently patted Bella's shoulder and replied, "Alice is still waiting for you to try on the dress she prepared, Bella." Nearby, the birds flitted up from the underbrush, and the wolf-like Jacob emerged from the foliage. Shaking off the pine needles from his fur, he sniffed the air with his dark brown nose, searching for the scent of Carlisle, and gazed upward towards the mountain peak. The path on the ground was far more winding than that in the sky, even though Jacob, as a werewolf, moved with remarkable speed. He could not catch up to Carlisle, who was making his way through the snow. By the time Jacob navigated the detour and reached the summit, Carlisle had already gathered his composure and was prepared to return home. "Jacob?" Carlisle was quite surprised by Jacob's sudden appearance. He had assumed Jacob would take his time finding clothes and conversing with Bella, perhaps wasting an entire afternoon. Carlisle believed that Jacob preferred not to have Edward reading his thoughts and relaying them to Bella, allowing Edward to serve as a bridge for their communication in his wolf form. Jacob, in his wolf form, was not fond of vocalizing. Upon hearing the questioning tone from Carlisle, he let out a short, resigned bark. "You've ruined Paul S.'s favorite outfit." Not understanding the wolf's call, Carlisle chuckled teasingly, "I guess you didn't anticipate having to transform into a wolf. Hey, do you plan to use your paws to write and express your thoughts?" Jacob's tail drooped to the ground, the tip flicking upwards intermittently. He found himself caught in a playful banter with Chongqing, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry, his canine teeth partially exposed. "You look rather fierce. I suspect you're contemplating a friendly pounce," Chongqing jested, feigning the unbuttoning of his outer garment, tilting his head with a cheerful grin. Jacob approached Chongqing's side and gracefully assumed a posture reminiscent of the Sphinx, lying down with poise. His front paws dangled precariously over the cliff's edge, the sharp claws of his wolf-like paws gripping the rocky ledge. He tilted his head slightly towards Chongqing, his expression serene as he endeavored to dispel the slander with reason. Seizing an opportune moment while Chongqing was distracted, he lowered his wolfish muzzle, using his forepaw to obscure the revealing canine teeth. Resuming his position at the cliff's edge, Chongqing playfully inquired, "Jacob, do your kind require a mental connection? Is it perhaps for the newborns who struggle with the language of the wolves?" With a playful howl, Jacob nudged Chongqing, causing him to shift back onto his haunches. No longer perched at the cliff's edge, Chongqing curled his legs beneath him and sat beside Jacob, patting his hind leg. "It's still daylight. Shall I fetch you a piece of clothing? Or would you prefer to leap back into the room through the window to avoid the crowd? Jacob emitted a low growl. Yet humans seldom deciphered the nuances of a wolf's expression beyond basic vocabulary. Despite Jacob's earnest efforts, Chongqing remained bewildered. Jacob shifted slightly, evading the hand that Chongqing had placed on his hind leg. The sensation of the wolf's fur retreating felt delightful, its soft texture teasingly scratched by her playful touch. Jacob kicked back, casting a warning glare in her direction. Your vitamins must be quite ample, he mused, reflecting on how a healthy liver promotes the metabolism of vitamins and proteins. In the presence of a plush creature, Chongqing's feminine side was unmistakably revealed. She gazed regretfully at Jacob as he withdrew his leg, chuckling. The luster of an animal's fur is indeed indicative of its health. A woof. Jacob let out a brief, low howl. Chongqing assumed he was offended. After all, no human relishes being likened to an animal, despite humanity being one of nature's creations. I apologize, she said. I simply couldn't think of a more fitting metaphor in the moment. Jacob waved his wolfish snout dismissively, indicating his indifference. He attempted to scratch the ground with his paws, but as a wolf, forming words proved to be an insurmountable challenge. The letters he had just written were obscured by the soft fur on the sides of his paws, leaving behind an indecipherable mess. Unable to tolerate this mode of communication any longer, Jacob sprinted southwest, his limbs intertwining as he moved. He recalled a nearby enclave of queer werewolves, where he might find some spare clothing left by others. He simply could not bear the thought of being naked in front of a woman, even if separated by a thick curtain of underbrush. Taking Jacob's earlier howl as a farewell, Chongqing rose, brushing off her backside, and made her way back home to the reservation. Halfway through, Chongqing was intercepted by Jacob, who had returned. Utilizing his keen sense of smell to track Chongqing's whereabouts, he rummaged through a discarded pair of spare shorts, seemingly left behind by some young queerette. Jacob chose not to revert to his slower wolf form, instead maintaining his wolf shape as he paced around Chongqing, reminiscent of a jungle sovereign surveying its prey. If it weren't for the military green shorts he had clamped in his jaws, Chongqing finally grasped that Jacob likely had something he wished to convey. Suppressing her laughter, she pointed at the saliva-stained military green shorts and suggested, "If I were you, I would change my clothes first." The uneven canine teeth of a wolf ensured that it could not prevent saliva from escaping. Even a queerette transformed into a werewolf could not possess a set of perfectly aligned teeth. Jacob retreated into nearby bushes to change, the saliva-stained area on his right pant leg resembling a palm-sized blotch. Thankfully, it had not quite spread to the center. Nonetheless, Jacob's new appearance elicited uncontrollable laughter from Chongqing. "Oh dear," Jacob lamented, awkwardly tugging at the saliva-drenched pant leg, his voice tinged with embarrassment and irritation. "Hey, stop laughing." All right. What do you need me for?" Chongqing inquired, rubbing her stomach, trying her best to dismiss the memory of the incident from 6 years ago involving Jacob. She politely fixed her gaze into Jacob's eyes, unable to suppress her laughter. "Oops, I'm sorry. I can't help it. I almost shared the story of Jacob's 17th incident." "Oh, Lyra." Jacob gritted his teeth, ultimately succumbing to a helpless shake of his head. "I believe I owe you an apology. Had I known Edward Cullen would assault you, I would never have summoned you here. It's quite all right. I was the one who provoked him," Chongqing remarked, mimicking a throwing motion with a confident wrinkle of her nose. "I would relish the opportunity to confront him and see who is truly superior. Yet your speed is merely a notch above that of an ordinary individual." Jacob chuckled at her exaggeration, nodding in reluctant agreement. "Very well, I suppose you possess some prowess. At the very least, your ice could cause vampires to slip. Do bear in mind, that tactic is ineffective against us. We have 4 legs. I can refine it, making you all skid in place," she retorted, unwilling to concede. "Have you had a proper conversation with Bella?" "No, I have not." Jacob's expression dimmed momentarily, only to be swiftly restored. He flashed a bright, straightforward smile. "I believe Bella has provided me with an answer. She professed her love for me." He paused, and under Chongqing's concerned gaze, his smile broadened even further. "But evidently, her feelings for Edward outweigh her affections for me. The Quileute werewolves do not harbor particularly amicable sentiments towards the Cullen family, yet to distinguish them, most opt to refer to them by name. For instance, Sam has taken to calling the Cullens they, those, the cold-blooded, vegetarian vampires." Edward found it challenging to discern Bella's thoughts and to differentiate Jacob's emotions. However, the ever-optimistic Emmett suggested, "I believe Bella holds a special place in Edward's heart, at the very least." Jacob merely shrugged, having long harbored suspicions, unclouded by emotions. He proved capable of being a competent leader. In fact, the Quileute werewolves ought to feel fortunate that their current leader, Sam, is blessed with the serene Emily as his mate. At least she refrains from imposing her will on Sam's decisions, for the Quileute are utterly susceptible to imprinting. Jacob, both for your own sake and for ours, we hope you can maintain your composure. Emmett sensed that Jacob was still receptive to a few words of counsel. He observed Jacob's expression and cautiously added, "We are all worried about you. Just the other day, Billy called me and Amber, inquiring about your current thoughts. He cannot afford to lose you. He will not lose me. None of you will," Jacob replied, distress evident as he raked his fingers through his short hair and sighed. "I understand. I have tried to avoid transforming into a wolf, fearful of hearing their thoughts. Yet, I remain a part of my family, my school, my pack. I simply do not want Bella to become like the Cullens." "That is merely your perspective," Emmett retorted, wishing to avoid lecturing Jacob. His tone became firm. "Your life's focus cannot solely be on loving a girl. Beyond that, you must fulfill your responsibilities to your family, your pack, and your friends. I do not mean to interfere, but Jacob," Jacob offered a bitter smile, halting Chongqing's continued discourse. "I believe I require a period of adjustment regarding my recent rejection, as well as my defeat by the cold-blooded creature." Chongqing struggled to comprehend the male perspective, faintly sensing that Jacob's concern for Bella transcended mere affection or love. "I loathe vampires. I do not wish for Bella to lose her heartbeat. Can you grasp that? Do you believe you are rescuing her from Edward's grasp?" Observing Jacob's almost taciturn expression, Chongqing felt an overwhelming urge to bang her head against the ground. Perhaps all Quileute werewolves shared this sentiment, even the Quileute themselves. The tribal legends of Quileute reveal their perception of cold-blooded beings as heretics. They do not entertain the notion that any human might willingly transform into a vampire. Perhaps Jacob still clung to the belief that Bella was coerced by Edward. Both Jacob and Chongqing erred in their subjective understanding. Wishing to momentarily set aside Jacob's emotional turmoil, she wearily waved her hand and said, "Jacob, I think we should return home and focus on our studies. Perhaps you need to offer an apology to all those who care for you." The innate animosity of werewolves towards vampires stemmed from their very nature. The arrival of vampires disrupted their ordinary lives, each perceiving an intolerable essence in the other. Though vampires have forsaken their body heat, their skin glimmers under the sun, and they subsist solely on blood, Chongqing does not deny the merits of this race. The longevity of vampires inevitably endows them with vast knowledge, granting them ample time to savor the world. One might recall that Qin Shi Huang, in his quest for immortality, once dispatched Su Fu to the seas. The yearning for extended life is an innate instinct of all living beings. Jacob, unaware of Chongqing's silent acknowledgement of his nemesis's virtues, invited, "Would you care to visit my home, alongside Amber and Queer? Perhaps Queer is still in a state of displeasure? A tranquil life is indeed a source of happiness. After completing my expansive family assignments, having sufficient time to indulge in cherished activities brings immense joy." Chongqing has been in high spirits these past couple of days, as Jacob has largely returned to normalcy, and everyone is filled with delight. Unity is a defining characteristic of the reservation school. And following the warnings from the Quileute werewolves across various grades, the rumors surrounding Bella's love triangle have gradually diminished. The werewolf gene is a mysterious phenomenon, and those boys who ascend to become Quileute werewolves are among the finest of their generation. With leaders emerging from all grades, most have begun to empathize with Jacob Black, no longer subjecting him to the incessant torment involving the Cullen boy and the Swan girl. Upon rescuing Lyre, Chongqing noted a decline in the hormone levels within her blood. She and Lyre had previously experimented, discovering that the use of contraceptive medication could alleviate Lyre's body temperature. Chongqing finally comprehended why Alvaro from the Hunter's base felt compelled to apologize. Their intention was to subject Riel to sterilization, effectively eliminating any possibility of the emergence of hybrid beings. Upon discovering this unsettling plan, Jacob and Chongqing were nearly provoked into confronting Alvaro, but it was Riel's calm reasoning that restrained them. According to Riel, Alvaro and his associates had yet to execute their intentions, and presently, the Quirit blood within her was eroding her feminine hormones. This Quirit blood sought to transform her into a Quirit werewolf, a creature that, throughout the extensive course of history, had never manifested in a female form. On one hand, the Quirit werewolves were not the traditional werewolves Jacob vaguely alluded to. He could not divulge this historical narrative to outsiders without the elders' consent. He subtly conveyed to Cha-Ching that the strength of the Queret was derived not solely from their lineage but also from their spirit. Cha-Ching had conducted experiments, extracting a portion of Riel's blood and combining it with Jacob's. Soon after, Jacob's platelets began to erode Riel's blood, rendering it inert. Cha-Ching then attempted to introduce substances such as royal jelly, sesame, and onions into the blood, only to witness them succumb to the same fate of erosion. Jacob, who was typically unpicky with food, displayed a strong aversion to Cha-Ching's selections. Suddenly, Cha-Ching recalled Jacob's earlier remark, no onion rings. Royal jelly, sesame, and onions contain trace amounts of estrogen. The reason Lyre has yet to transform into a Queret werewolf lies within the abundance of estrogen in her body. A deficiency in this hormone for a woman equates to an early onset of menopause, leading to symptoms such as irritability and anxiety. This phenomenon is also one of the factors contributing to female menopause. Cha-Ching sought Lyre's opinion, inquiring whether she desired an immediate metamorphosis into a werewolf. By merely suppressing the estrogen in her system, Lyre could safely and swiftly undergo the transformation into a Queret werewolf. However, there exists a 90% likelihood of irrevocably losing her fertility as a side effect. Conversely, allowing the estrogen and the Queret lineage to battle within her presents a 50% chance of death for Lyre. Apart from the grim possibility of being consumed by the power of her bloodline, there is also a 30% chance that her estrogen will be entirely depleted, reverting her back to a normal human state, with the odds of becoming a Queret werewolf being less than 10%. Cha-Ching confidently asserts that there are 3 reasons Lyre may reclaim her humanity. Firstly, there has never been a female werewolf among the Queret, despite women constituting 40% of their population. Secondly, as a Queret, she should possess considerable resilience. And thirdly, it is conceivable that her female ancestors underwent a similar transformation. Lyre's response was resolute. Let me be the first to embrace this transformation, even in the face of death. The Queret spirit embodies neither cowardice nor evasion. From that moment on, Lyre's diet became inextricably linked to royal jelly, flax seeds, sunflower seeds, sesame, onions, and peanut butter, accompanied by several glasses of red wine after each meal. The most distressing aspect was her feeling of being unable to endure any longer, compounded by the necessity of consuming fried soybeans to balance her physical energy and female hormones. Jacob was of no assistance in these matters, and Cha-Ching could only prepare medication for Lyre. Recently, Jacob had resumed his studies at Lyre's home, accompanied by a few friends. The remainder of his time was dedicated to the realm of mechanics. In addition to customizing motorcycles, he occasionally repaired cars for extra pocket money. Mechanical maintenance was Jacob's passion, even if it often left him covered in oil, resulting in what was humorously referred to as his black history or the visage of a calico cat. Cha-Ching relished the tranquility of her current days. If possible, she wished to spend the remainder of her time in Fortes in such serene and peaceful fashion. She anticipated returning to her homeland, yet never contemplated leaving in haste. Before the age of 7, Cha-Ching was surrounded by numerous playmates, and at that time, she was no different from any ordinary child. Among her distant relatives, there was a quiet and shy boy, for years her senior, whom she had mischievously bullied alongside her accomplices. That boy had always kept his distance from her until she moved abroad. Cha-Ching was taken aback to receive a call from Yi-Jun, the long-lost relative boy, even if it was at 3 in the morning. The grown-up Yi-Jun was quite brusque. Apart from his name, he bore no resemblance to the boy of her childhood memories. Speaking rapidly, he informed Cha-Ching that he had booked a flight back home and, at the behest of Uncle Chong, demanded that she return within 13 hours. Cha-Ching inquired about the reason. Yi-Jun expressed his dissatisfaction with Cha-Ching's ignorance, raising his voice in admonition. Are you truly unaware that you have provoked the Volturi? Remarkable. The Volturi is the foremost family of vampires, the enforcers of vampire law, and the landlords of that realm. One might regard them as the most formidable mafia presence in your vicinity. Yi-Jun had received this information from Alvaro Rossi. Cha-Ching swore that recently she had only encountered a vampire named Cullen, and this was her first hearing of the Volturi. Unfortunately, vampires do not engage in reasoned discourse at the battlefield. Thus, Cha-Ching could only prioritize the matters she deemed urgent, spending 4 hours to reach the airport and return to her homeland. Once she had packed her belongings, Cha-Ching selected gifts for her friends in Quilliti. Time was not on her side to personally deliver these tokens, so she left a note for her sister-in-law, who would handle the aftermath. As dawn broke, Jacob was finishing his early morning run. Recently, Lyre had taken a respite, temporarily suspending his morning exercises, leaving Jacob to run alone. The surrounding youth did not share such an early morning practice. Changqing intercepted Jacob, greeting him. "Hello, Jacob." Unaware of her impending departure, Jacob, who had just run past Changqing's courtyard, wiped his brow with his sleeve, revealing a bright smile as radiant as pearls. "Hey, Ollier, you look splendid today." The time available for lingering in Fortis is merely 5 or 6 hours, and Changqing wishes to spend it with Jacob. However, Jacob has class to attend shortly, and Changqing had just taken a leave half an hour ago. She is aware that her desires may be somewhat impulsive. Yet, if she does not act now, it may be too late. A foreboding sensation envelopes her. She may not have the opportunity to return. The faint morning light filters through the forest and white mist, illuminating the hazy cobblestone path. Changqing appears lost in thought for too long. Jacob, noticing her distraction, tilts his head with a concerned smile and asks, "Oriole, who occupies your mind so deeply?" "I'm contemplating whether to impose upon you for a half-day escape from class." She swats away the hand that hovers in front of her face, wrinkling her nose defiantly. "Dare to refuse, and I shall have you executed." "Skip class? Why?" Jacob chuckles, emphasizing the words. "Have you become entangled with something peculiar again?" If being ensnared by the first vampire family, the Volturi, qualifies as peculiar, then so be it. Changqing smirks slightly, choosing not to elaborate. Go or not go. Make a decision swiftly. Ultimately, the good-hearted Jacob succumbs to Changqing's insistence, rubbing his nose as they make their way to Angel Alley. This is where their friendship blossomed. Last year, they had faced supernatural spirits together. At that time, they were merely an ordinary boy and a somewhat extraordinary girl. The vibrancy of Angel Alley remains unchanged. Yet Changqing feels as though she has spent a significant part of her life in Fortis. Jacob was reluctant to allow Bella to intrude upon his life, and Changqing had never considered the opportunity to weave herself into Jacob's existence. She made every effort to avoid any ambiguous gestures such as serving tea or offering towels, maintaining a respectful distance of friendship between them. External circumstances compelled her to leave Fortis, and while she felt a twinge of reluctance, there was also a faint sense of relief. In the early morning, the pace of life in Angel Lane was leisurely, with many shops still shuttered. Changqing linked her arm with Jacob's, leading him through the streets in search of food. In just half an hour, they gathered enough breakfast to satisfy the ravenous appetite of the werewolves for the morning. Reluctantly releasing Jacob's completely rigid biceps, Changqing bit into a hot dog and reclined on a park bench. Her gaze followed the shifting clouds in the sky, while Jacob, laden with food, carefully settled beside her. Struggling to retrieve the food that had been devoured in haste, Jacob took a bite, splattering ketchup. "What is going on? You seem off today." "Jacob, look at that cloud. Doesn't it resemble a coiling serpent? Oh, look. Doesn't it seem like the serpent is poking its head out and flicking its tongue? Just moments ago, that cloud was not as large as this one. It appears to have been drawn out, almost as if it had devoured a wisp of smoke. It bears some resemblance." Jacob grew up on the edge of the forest, having encountered snakes and other creatures on numerous occasions. The description provided by Changqing piqued his interest, and he found himself nodding, mimicking her gestures as he gazed skyward. However, the plastic straps hanging from him were rather unsightly. Jacob disregarded the curious glances of passers-by, and the two of them stood there like fools, staring at the clouds for an extended period, until Changqing softly spoke. "I must leave Fortis." "Where to?" The abrupt disruption of the tranquil environment startled Jacob, prompting him to ask, "When will you return?" "I will be home for a while." Changqing instinctively concealed her foreboding and cheerfully added, as a parting gift, "Jacob, would you accompany me to a movie? I noticed their S-Night X Speaks playing." Upon learning of Changqing's departure, Jacob's enthusiasm waned considerably. Nevertheless, he readily agreed to her request and attempted to persuade her to stay. "Is it an urgent matter? If not, could you leave in a few days?" Seth had mentioned wanting to travel and Lyre's health. "Jacob, it is urgent. It is of utmost importance. So critical that it may jeopardize the Queeret tribe of the reservation." Changqing's tone was unusually grave. She could not bring the evidently non-vegetarian vampire family to Fortis, as that would only increase the number of Queeret werewolves. Changqing remained oblivious to the exact reasons that had incited the ire of the vampire aristocracy, the Volturi. Even if it were merely a rumor, she could not afford to dismiss it. Her friends, the Queeret wolf pack, would never permit the Crimson-Eyed clan, who feasted upon humans, to roam freely within their territory. The Queeret wolves would declare war, confronting vampires to safeguard her and other ordinary humans. Chongqing could not stand idly by and witness such events unfold, even if the likelihood was minimal. She had to leave, and she must ensure that everyone was aware of her departure. As the lights dimmed in the cinema, images of wolves and vampires flickered upon the screen. The vampires, cloaked in billowing capes, brandished their sharp claws towards the towering, bipedal wolves, while the remnants of human form in the werewolves howled skyward, their elongated ears quivering as they swiped at the airborne vampires. In Night X Speaks, it is depicted that the shared ancestors of werewolves and vampires originated from an immortal human, whose 3 sons underwent mutations, one bitten by a bat and the other by a wolf. The wolf-bitten ancestor lost his sanity, and the vulnerable werewolves became the daytime guardians of the vampires. But one fateful day, everything changed. A werewolf named Lucien fell in love with a vampire princess, only for her father to take her life. The intimacy once shared between these rival races now seemed a distant, absurd memory. In the rear seat, Jacob suddenly clenched his fists, the overwhelming scent of popcorn in the theater causing discomfort to his senses. The quiet and enclosed atmosphere tended to provoke agitation. And for a werewolf, a darkened cinema was hardly an ideal setting for a date. Gripping the armrest tightly, Jacob's breaths grew increasingly labored. This film did not appeal to him. Chongqing reached out to cover Jacob's trembling fists on the armrest, turning to face him. His eyes glimmered with an ethereal light in the darkness, distinctly different from those of ordinary humans. In the back seat, someone was nibbling on a sausage. And just as Chongqing made contact with Jacob, the sound of tearing echoed. On the screen, the vampire princess was pulling the triggers of her dual guns, a cacophony erupting as bullet casings clattered to the ground. Startled, Chongqing instinctively withdrew his hand, his cheeks flushing. However, Jacob reflexively grasped Chongqing's palm. His hand was broad and weathered, hardened from years of mechanical work, its surface rough and calloused. I thought it was a game of catch. Jacob quickly released Chongqing's hand, awkwardly rubbing his fingertips together and touching his nose, as if he could still sense the lingering chill of Chongqing's touch. I tend to react swiftly. Jacob, Chongqing interjected, pulling Jacob's hand away, his fingers slipping between Jacob's. I have an affinity for werewolves, both those in the film and beyond it. Jacob turned, astonished, locking eyes with Chongqing. On the screen, the valiant vampire princess brushed aside her hair, her icy, cerulean eyes revealing a gentle demeanor towards the human doctor. She holstered her twin pistols and bestowed upon him a soft kiss. Jacob's countenance bore a hint of inebriation, the ambience enveloping him in a bewildering embrace. The acute senses of the Quileute werewolf allowed him to discern the actions of other humans within the cinema. In the third row, a young couple shared a kiss, while several rows back, a group of youths flirted with the young ladies beside them. The air was thick with palpable emotion, the scent of fervent hormones wafting from afar. Jacob, the voice of Chongqing resonated softly, her greatest concern resting upon him. You need not force yourselves to protect all of humanity. Being a hero can be exhausting. You are merely exceptional humans. Wouldn't it be better to live joyfully each day? Are you suggesting that there are humans who would be enamored with vampires, akin to the protagonists in films? Jacob sighed, recognizing Chongqing's knack for unsettling the atmosphere. He no longer felt the heat of unease. Rather, he pondered her insinuation that Bella's affection for vampires held merit. She willingly chose to become a vampire, and Edward was bound to transform Bella to preserve his lineage. Eulalia. I find this notion distasteful. No, these are not the most significant matters. Evergreen playfully pinched Jacob's fingers, lifting their clasped hands and wrinkling her nose as she declared, I mean, should anyone dare to call you a drowned dog or a foul dog again, you ought to kick his eggs. She added, Hey, you've spent far too much time with Leo. Trust me, Jacob. Bella voluntarily became a vampire. Do not entangle yourself further in matters that do not concern you. Evergreen chuckled mischievously, shaking her finger and seizing the moment when Jacob withdrew his hand. She swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. You are one of the rare good boys among humans. Jacob, caught off guard by Evergreen's sudden move, froze. And he was certain he might have reached the pinnacle of wolf-like body temperature. After all, he had only ever attempted to kiss Bella and had yet to succeed. Jacob was an innocent young wolf, even though some residents of Forte's town regarded a kiss on the cheek as mere etiquette. Jacob stiffened at this simple brush of soft lips, feeling his cheek ablaze. Noticing Jacob's shyness surpassing her own, Evergreen was struck by a playful idea. She wrapped her arms around his neck and bestowed upon him a gentle embrace. Jacob, if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly pursue you. It took Jacob a considerable time to regain his voice, and he was once again taken aback. struggling to utter a few words. Feeling his inquiry was both unnecessary and foolish. You, an early April Fool's joke? I am about to leave. Chongqing released him, stood up, and bid farewell. Goodbye. Jacob. The film had yet to conclude, and Chongqing walked towards the exit. The midday sun filtered through layers of clouds, illuminating the streets. Chongqing realized she could no longer remain in Jacob's presence. She tilted her head back, striving to suppress the prickling sensation in her eyes. Jacob did not pursue her. The Quileute werewolf's mind was a tangled mess. He had no justification to prevent Chongqing from departing, nor did he possess the courage to retain her. He endeavored to convince himself with thoughts of Bella, yet the memory of Chongqing's farewell kiss intensified his heartbeat. The Quileute werewolf shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the soft sensation on his cheeks, striving to forget the haunting whisper amidst the multitude of humanity. I will surely chase after you. 4 hours later, Chongqing appeared at the airport, dragging her suitcase and awaiting her ticket. The transparent floor-to-ceiling windows segmented the waiting hall into rectangles. The sunlight streaming in was exponentially warmer and more radiant than that of Forte's. After a while, as she boarded, Chongqing located her seat by the window. Peering outside at the empty airport runway, she exhaled deeply. Jacob did not come to bid her farewell. Her abrupt actions made it evident he would not. Nevertheless, she felt no regret for her impulsiveness. Discarding her momentary disappointment, Chongqing nodded in greeting to the middle-aged man with dark hair seated beside her. The gentleman, with his long black hair neatly tied back, bore an air of profound history. His smile was slightly exaggerated, yet left a lasting impression without being impolite. A middle-aged man removed his black gloves and lowered his grayish scarf. His complexion was slightly paler than that of an average person, and his speech bore a unique foreign lilt. I surmise you must be rather reluctant to leave this place. It has been quite some time since I have encountered such splendid weather. Chongqing looked up politely, smiling as he observed the man's outstretched palm, which was even wider than his face, devoid of any color. I was just contemplating a trip to Neon. You may refer to me as Arrow. The gentleman, appearing to be in his early 30s, did not inquire about Chongqing's nationality, but engaged in conversation as any ordinary passenger would. Perhaps I might be fortunate enough to find a guide? I am headed to. Chongqing grasped his hand momentarily before releasing it. I had thought foreigners were accustomed to the custom of kissing on the cheeks. Arrow's smile broadened slightly, exuding an elegance and confidence characteristic of someone with extensive experience. I believe that for unfamiliar Easterners, this may not be the most advisable practice. Sir, please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt. The plane is about to take off. A flight attendant, clad in a burgundy short skirt, approached. Her long, jet black hair was elegantly pinned up, and the classical allure radiating from her features unmistakably marked her as a native of Chongqing. The flight attendant initially tilted her head in hesitation, observing him for a few seconds before her expression transformed into one of surprise. Long time no see, Chongqing. I am your sister, Chonglingxi. Noticing the dawning recognition on Chongqing's face, Chonglingxi apologetically blinked. Shoo, let us not make a fuss. I still have work to do. And brother Yijun is here as well. We shall gather together later. Uncertain whether it is the professional ethics of a flight attendant, Chonglingxi softly uttered these words in English. Arrow, with a genuine smile, warmly congratulated. What a joyful reunion after a long separation. It seems this journey will be both pleasant and fortuitous. Although their interaction was brief, Yijun did not strike Chongqing as a meddlesome individual. Chongqing firmly believed that the first encounter was mere happenstance, the second a coincidence, but the third bore the weight of inevitability. Chongqing harbored a slight suspicion that Arrow might be a vampire, perhaps an avant-garde member of the Volturi clan. Aside from albinism and photosensitivity, one would not choose to be fully clad in such weather. Like all curious teenagers, she knelt on her seat, searching for Yijun's whereabouts. As she apologized to Chonglingxi, who was attempting to restrain her, she obediently returned to her seat, contemplating the passengers she observed. Indeed, it seems so. There appeared to be at least 3 individuals with excessively pale skin. Surrounding Yijun were 5 individuals, all simultaneously gazing in her direction. Dear passengers, please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The plane is about to take off, Chonglingxi announced sweetly, her movements poised as she traversed the aisle, checking on each passenger. Children, please refrain from moving about. Including Chonglingxi, there were at least 6. The aircraft traverses the azure expanse, enveloped by 2 types of cumulus clouds. Above, delicate wisps of cloud, akin to silk, obscure the sunlight, while beneath, The translucent stratocumulus clouds are peppered with patches that harmonize with the rising sun, coalescing into a radiant glow. A few ice crystals, stirred by the aircraft's passage, descend towards the earth, their hexagonal forms visible through the window. Clouds, a natural spectacle composed of water vapor and ice crystals, rise into the atmosphere as the moisture from all living things ascends, gathering strength until the thunderous clouds release their bounty in the form of raindrops, nourishing the earth. The gentle breeze created by the aircraft's swift movement stirs the clouds, continuously influencing their shapes and contours. The cumulus clouds, dense and clustered, press towards the ground, while above them, the shimmering, fish-scale-like stratocumulus clouds dance in the light. In this ocean of clouds, at an altitude of several thousand meters, the airplane finds itself wedged between two layers of clouds, transforming the earthly panorama into a blurred expanse of verdant green. The scenery amidst the clouds is enchanting, particularly for Changqing. Within the cloud layers lies an air of mystery that resonates with her soul and spirit. She believes that if she so desires, a bolt of lightning could tear across the sky, and the pristine clouds would heed her command, reshaping themselves into droplets or hailstones. This sensation is extraordinary. Above the clouds, Changqing becomes the sovereign of all creation. Oh, your palm is quite frigid. Arrow extended his hand to clasp Changqing's palm. His excessive intimacy evoked a sense of inevitability, reminiscent of an esteemed leader difficult to refuse, or an artist exuding a unique aura. His expression unmistakably conveyed concern for Changqing, devoid of any pretense. As he held her hand, Arrow gently caressed the back of it, gazing intently into her eyes. This sequence of actions was executed with remarkable familiarity. I perceive you may harbor some worries. Even aware of Arrow's substantial likelihood of being a vampire, Changqing found herself contemplating the triviality of exchanging a few inconsequential remarks. Her instincts warned her of the dissonance, yet she felt an inexplicable fondness for the vampire before her, whose exaggerated expressions retained an air of warmth. Arrow must have been a vampire of considerable antiquity. As this thought crossed her mind, Arrow, seated beside her, narrowed his eyes, the crimson hue of his irises gleaming brilliantly behind the invisible lenses. Compared to mine, your hand is even colder. A fine mist, barely perceptible to the naked eye, enveloped his palm, crystallizing into ice flowers, their hexagonal shapes spreading across the bare skin of his arm. Changqing remarked politely, "You might consider taking some antibiotics. Although cold extremities are not uncommon, the severity of your chill is quite rare. I fear that without preventative measures, you may fall ill." "Oh." My niece Jin often expresses similar sentiments towards me. You must find much in common. Arrow's grip gradually intensified, the strength of the vampire Superman causing a brittle sound to emanate from Changqing's hand bones, which struggled under the pressure. Arrow's smile remained imbued with an elegant, classical charm, a habit deeply ingrained in his very essence. The blonde vampire, Jin, seated 2 rows back, slightly lowered her head, her keen hearing allowing her to distinctly catch Arrow's whispers. Her eyes were remarkably unique. Even when adorned with colored contacts and accentuated by a striking eyeliner, they could not conceal her enchanting allure. Jin's gaze gradually shifted towards Changqing. The pain and itch emanating from her soul intensified, causing Changqing's palm to quiver. Instead of withdrawing, he found himself gripped even tighter by Arrow, struggling to concentrate. Changqing sensed the surrounding humidity becoming increasingly agitated, while the clouds outside the aircraft raced by at an unsettling pace, turbulent air currents causing the fuselage to tremble faintly. Amidst the captain's steady announcements, the sweet voice of Chang Lingxi broke through the ambience. "Little sister, is that black-haired uncle in front your father? Would you like to sit with him? You appear to long for it." Arrow sighed inaudibly, annoying humans. Imagining Arrow as her father, Jian silently turned her gaze towards Chang Lingxi. Her eyes, deep and tranquil, bore an abyssal charm. Arrow, who had nurtured her, held a unique place in Jian's heart. She resented the way humans spoke of Arrow, regarding them merely as one of the essential lowly sources of sustenance. Chang Lingxi maintained a composed and graceful smile, softly inquiring, "Would you like a drink, Felix?" A flicker of confusion passed through Felix's eyes as he glanced at the smiling Arrow to his left, then turned to address the robust young man with chestnut hair beside him. Felix, whose complexion mirrored his own pallor, slightly shook his head. The sudden pang of pain that had arisen vanished in an instant, yet it caused him to instinctively flinch for a moment. While Jane's abilities remained intact, they proved ineffective against Chang Lingxi. "My apologies," Chongqing seized the opportunity to retract her hand, her clothing now damp against her skin. As she reined in the surrounding turbulent energy, the occasional tremors of the aircraft settled into a state of smooth flight once more. After a while, Changqing excused herself under the pretext of visiting the restroom, only to be intercepted by Chang Lingxi midway. "Do not worry. We can assure your safety," Chang Lingxi's voice, tinged with a slight huskiness when she stepped out of her role as a flight attendant, conveyed a sense of aloofness. "Do not wander. They will merely test you. Their destination is not aligned with yours. So what is it that you wish to convey? Recognize your worth and handle all matters with composure." She pondered, momentarily questioning if her younger relatives would become so peculiar with the passage of time. An unsettling apprehension about returning home began to take root within her. After a brief slumber, Chongqing opened his eyes to find it was nearly time for departure. He exchanged a few perfunctory remarks with Arrow, and thereafter, the once overwhelming sense of anguish dissipated. Upon disembarking from the plane, Arrow even waved goodbye to Chongqing with remarkable friendliness. Trailing slightly behind Chongqing were Yi Jun and 4 young individuals, who had maintained a conspicuous silence throughout the journey. Chang Lingxi informed Yi Jun that she had some matters to attend to and urged them to leave first, promising to catch up shortly. "Are you not concerned for Chang Lingxi's safety?" Yi Jun's demeanor was reminiscent of a seasoned underworld figure, prompting Chongqing to respond with a hint of unfamiliarity and caution. "You should be aware that there are at least 3 vampires on the plane." In the passenger seat of the car, Yi Jun opened his eyes, intertwining his fingers on his abdomen, and spoke in a languid, detached manner. "Chang Lingxi possesses more experience than you. This is not merely a matter of experience. Jian's ability is designed to inflict excruciating pain, rendering one incapable of resisting. Arrow's power likely requires skin contact to take effect," Chongqing urged, his concern palpable. "Do not underestimate such creatures. I have encountered mind-reading vampires, and their unique abilities can catch one off guard." Yi Jun tilted his head, studying her for a moment before exclaiming, "So you are not entirely devoid of intellect. It is known that certain Western bats may develop a variety of extraordinary abilities after transformation, yet you must trust in our family." In a moment of distraction, Chongqing found herself pondering. Since she possessed a unique ability, perhaps others of the same lineage harbored even greater powers. Yi Jun was right. She needed to deepen her trust in her family. However, wait a moment. A splash of cold water jolted her to awareness. As the water she controlled transformed into a myriad of delicate icicles that scattered across her body, she shook her head and, in a fit of anger, demanded, "What have you done to me?" Yi Jun gestured for the driver to pull over, coolly adjusting his glasses. This is also referred to as the principle of verbal manifestation. In the initial stage, it influences. In the intermediate stage, it induces illusions. And in the later stage, it compels. According to the outside world, this is known as the art of words, or perhaps a special ability. Chongqing felt lost. If others possessed such powers, why had her parents sent her abroad? No, it was a hereditary ability. With a hint of a smile, Yi Jun appeared more animated, acknowledging the innate bond shared among those of the same bloodline. "You and I are somewhat exceptional compared to others. You should already be aware of some foundational knowledge. When we arrive, I will explain further." "Where are we going?" Chongqing inquired, perplexed. "Jiangxi," Yi Jun replied, observing her through the rearview mirror. "Mount Longhu." Chongqing's eyes widened in shock as vivid images flashed through her mind. Yi Jun's impassive face demanding money, tourists dazed and confused, caught up in the allure. "Are you all engaging in the profession of exorcists now? Wait, could it be that you're using your abilities to swindle money? That is one of our legitimate professions," Yi Jun remarked, finding his distaste for this relative growing stronger. Silence. Mount Longhu in Jiangxi, a national geological park, is embraced by towering mountains, where a Taoist temple with white walls and gray tiles nestles within. The ever-changing mist envelopes the layered peaks, while a ferryman guides cormorants in their pursuit of fish amidst the lush green hills and flowing waters. After crossing the river and winding through mountain paths for several hours, the valley, shrouded in white fog, finally reveals its shy visage. Unlike the artificially developed tourist attractions, the temple hidden in the deep mountains and secluded valleys exhibits a modern architecture that starkly contrasts with its remnants of ancient charm. Solar panels line the ground outside the temple, and several powerful engines vibrate with energy, yet emit not a whisper of sound. A group of boys clad in jeans and white t-shirts, their long hair flowing, approach and greet Yi Jun with enthusiasm. "Brother Jun? Is this beauty beside you the next witch?" The leader of the group, sporting a streak of red in his hair, has his hairstyle flowing elegantly to the tips. His speech carries the essence of a modern youth mingling in bars, addressing everyone as handsome or beautiful. Chongqing, however, notes the term which spoken by the leader. She glances at Yijun. Haven't you always wanted to know who we are? Didn't you mention that Bai Qi and Ing Zheng were our ancestors? The boys exchange glances, caught between laughter and bewilderment. Yijun adjusts his glasses and replies, they merely share our bloodline. It does not imply that we descend from them. We are of the ancient witch clan. Chongqing is momentarily taken aback by this revelation, while Yijun, unmindful of her capacity to absorb the information, emphasizes, we are witches, practitioners of the ancient ways. The witch clan believes in the animism of all things, from soaring birds in the sky to insects underground. Even the invisible winds and ever-changing clouds possess their own souls. This clan, endowed with an innate ability, is regarded as the witch clan. They hold a deep reverence for their bodies and for the natural world. The witch clan believes that after death, their essence returns to the earth and, transcending barriers, is drawn back to the ancestral witch for rebirth. Perhaps one day, through the communion of celestial beings and humans, a child with extraordinary abilities may emerge, one who carries the bloodline of the witch clan. In this present age, where bloodlines have diluted, it is often only through intermarriage within the clan that the lineage is sustained, resulting in an ever-decreasing number of children with special powers. It is rare to find proof of the existence of legendary ancestral witches, let alone the great witches themselves. The innate great witches have nearly become mythological, and the few who attain greatness through cultivation are lamentably scarce. Throughout history, only one postnatal great witch has left a record, Wuanjun Bai Qi. The ancient witch clan seems like a mythic legend, capable of monumental feats, whereas the contemporary witch clan resembles a minority with a unique bloodline, possessing talents akin to ancient polymaths who understood the heavens and the earth, human affairs, and the divine. After countless generations of intermarriage with humanity, the witch clan has acquired a new name, the witch people. The emergence of this term has divided the witch clan into the ancient mythic witch clan and the historically documented witch clan. Shaman, do ordinary shamans share similarities with me? Is your voice akin to theirs? The evergreen one plays with the ice ball in her palm. The crisp sound of its impact causes her heart to race with astonishment. No, we are a rarity. The ordinary clansmen differ from us. Yijun whispered, they can only dance, but cannot know. Some have chosen to abandon their gifts and live as regular humans. Like your Aunt Chongqing. The red-haired youth seated beside Yijun interjected, crossing his legs. Some are unwilling to forsake their innate talents. After prolonged training, they arrive here. Lingfu. Lingfu? Chongqing asked, perplexed. A Taoist temple? The five mansions, the temple of the five emperors. The Tsang represents the Lingfu, while the Qi denotes the Wenzu. We offer sacrifices and perform songs and dances, dedicating ourselves to the spirit abode. The red-haired youth recited a couplet and summarized, it is a dwelling for those deemed celestial masters by the outside world. We assist them with their challenges, and in return, they donate incense money. Thus, Lingfu also refers to the heart's abode, a spiritual residence. It aligns perfectly with the shamanic culture. The peculiar books Chongqing read in her childhood have now served a purpose. She easily grasped the concealed meaning in the red-haired youth's words. Her parents likely encouraged her to delve into such strange literature, anticipating that a day like this would eventually arrive. There remain many aspects of the shamanic concept yet to be understood. But the question that weighs most heavily on Chongqing's mind is not about that. Are my father and mother human or shamans? Why did they send me away, only to summon me back so abruptly? It was not a sudden revelation. Uncle Chong had long forewarned you when you accepted your identity as a sorcerer. Yijun adjusted his glasses, his dark eyes intently fixed upon the ice orb cradled in Chongqing's palm. His lips formed an exquisite curve. If one cannot accept this truth as a sorcerer, you shall vanish. The chill emanating from the ice orb intensified, fracturing into irregular shards no larger than fingernails, which, beyond Chongqing's control, began to spontaneously shift their polarities towards Yijun. With a flick of his wrist, he dispelled the retaliatory ice spikes and gestured for Chongqing to proceed. In his youth, many sorcerers possessed extraordinary traits, such as keen perception, photographic memory, and words imbued with enchantment. Some exhibited abilities that could be deemed ancestral phenomena. The red-haired youth cast a furtive glance at Yijun, continuing with a grin. Yet, their inner refusal sets them apart from ordinary people as they age. They increasingly resemble common humanity, until ultimately they cease to be sorcerers. Incidentally, Junji was once too timid to utter a word because of this. Please do not regard me as a monster. Silence until you learn to hold your tongue. Shu Wang, Yijun retorted, his face flushed with indignation. The red-haired youth, Shu Wang, opened his mouth in a silent gasp, a look of grievance directed at Chongqing. His jet-black eyes rolling expressively. We hope that our kin have the right to choose, Yijun stated earnestly. But we also wish for those who choose to be sorcerers to bear their responsibilities. Shu Wang, unable to contain himself, smacked his forehead with a resounding clap. As Yijun awaited an answer from Chongqing, he glared fiercely at Shu Wang, exclaiming, "You bumped your head." Shu Wang, in a fit of frustration, struck his forehead against the ground, toppling the nearby coffee table. While several individuals engaged in conversation, a cacophony erupted from the outer courtyard, accompanied by a boisterous voice demanding entry. The group exchanged glances, instinctively silencing their chatter to observe. The outer courtyard of the Spirit Manor was seldom guarded, and those who could navigate the winding mountain paths to reach this secluded sanctuary were typically either humans who had abandoned their aspirations of becoming shamans or longtime patrons of the estate. A slender, diminutive doorkeeper was no match for the robust figure of a hefty man weighing 200 to 300 pounds, who huffed and puffed as he pushed his way past the young, robed attendant. "Let me in. I must see the shaman. Allow me entry. I must speak with the shaman." Upon glimpsing the individual seated in the foyer, the hefty man's beady eyes sparkled with determination. He released the dazed doorkeeper and bellowed, "Oh, esteemed shaman. Oh, revered celestial master. I am wronged, grievously wronged." The others present were dressed in contemporary attire, lacking any semblance of the celestial master's dignified aura. Yet, upon seeing them, the hefty man seemed to regain his composure, his earlier fervor dissipating as he lunged forward, half crying, half wailing, "Oh, noble masters, please, save my father. I bow to you, great ones. I would offer my very being, over 200 pounds of myself, if only you would save my father." Chongqing stood there, utterly astounded. The 18 or 19-year-old Shu Wang kicked open the door and tumbled to the ground, landing a kick on the rotund figure before him. The ample flesh around the man's waist jiggled as he lifted his head, squinting his eyes and grinning ingratiatingly. To Shu Wang, this man, who was in his 30s or 40s, appeared akin to a grandchild. The rotund man was a childhood friend of my nephew, whose penchant lay in commanding others without spending a dime. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that no one cherished his corpulent form, Shu Wang, with a playful reproach, said, "Get up quickly. You've embarrassed yourself in front of everyone." Despite his size, the rotund man moved with surprising agility, rolling himself upright and seizing a nearby teacup to drink heartily. Wiping his mouth, he chuckled, "Uncle Shu Wang, is there anyone as cruel as you? I had no choice. My father is more important than anything else, and I must surely acknowledge the expenses incurred. Honestly, is what you said true?" Shu Wang, adopting a tone of feigned maturity, retorted, "Then tell me, when have you ever spent money without relying on someone else's help?" As the presence of outsiders became apparent, Yijun reverted to his usual taciturn demeanor, squinting his eyes to scrutinize the rotund man. The man's eyes, somewhat obscured, darted around the room, assessing the individuals present. Ultimately, he focused on Shu Wang, hesitatingly stammering, "I suspect my father has become entangled with something unsavory." Unable to tolerate the sight of a 300-pound man behaving like a timid wife, Shu Wang scolded him sternly, "Be straightforward. It seems my father has become entangled with a fox spirit or some other supernatural being, persistently pestering my mother." The rotund fellow, startled, straightened his posture and stood tall, his voice resonating with vigor as if it might burst through the ceiling. "I am concerned that my father's health may not withstand this. We must engage a capable individual to accompany us home and assess the situation." Most shamans reside at the spiritual estate, earning their livelihoods by addressing matters beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. When a business opportunity arises, they certainly do not decline. Yet there are particular nuances regarding who should be dispatched. Numerous mysterious and bizarre occurrences exist, and not every common shaman possesses the aptitude to handle them. To circumvent such predicaments, employers typically provide a detailed account of the strange events they have encountered. Fortunately for the rotund fellow, he was spared the burden of description, as Chongqing had just returned to the clan. To better understand the essence of a shaman and their way of life, an experienced shaman would accompany her to resolve the rotund fellow's dilemma. Naturally, Shu Wang, who was acquainted with the rotund fellow and possessed the requisite qualifications, felt compelled to assist. However, Shu Wang was not entirely altruistic. His involvement was not merely to profit from the rotund fellow but also stemmed from his curiosity regarding Chongqing. When Yijun became a shaman and was brought back, that group of eager individuals, keen to experience newfound abilities, became quite frantic, with a ready-made excuse. How could Shu Wang refrain from taking advantage of the situation? The rotund fellow was quite insistent, leaving Changqing little opportunity to inquire further before being hastily pulled down the mountain by the impatient Shu Wang. The gathering place at the foot of the mountain was well prepared with luggage and vehicles. After trekking over 2 peaks, the stout man, panting heavily, made no complaints and sank into the rear seat, closing his eyes in slumber. Despite his somewhat roguish demeanor, he was truly a filial son, reminding the driver before dozing off to drive swiftly, as he would take care of any fines incurred. Shu Wang nudged the stout man aside to squeeze into the back seat, leaving the front passenger seat for Changqing. With the stout man's encouragement, the driver boldly pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding westward. Both Changqing and Shu Wang traveled light, unencumbered by luggage. Even with the portly companion aboard, the vehicle moved swiftly. In the desolate house of Ford Street, once filled with life, Jacob's bedroom window faced the residence of Changqing. After completing his homework, he habitually drew back the curtains to gaze across the street. The warm orange glow of lights from the opposite house dispelled the chill of the night. Having observed his neighbor's darkened floor-to-ceiling windows countless times, Jacob was momentarily startled by the familiar illumination. He quickly grabbed a t-shirt from the chaise and hurriedly slipped it on while making his way toward the charming, cream-colored house across the street. Standing before Changqing's front door, Jacob placed his palm against the floor-to-ceiling window he had once shattered, gazing at the inviting orange light within, filled with anticipation as he pressed the doorbell. The door was answered by a middle-aged woman in casual attire, her wavy hair suggesting she was in her 30s. One could faintly discern the original dark hue of her hair from her scalp, and her features were gentle, hinting that she was not of Western descent. Upon seeing her, Jacob's heart plunged with a chill, and he inquired with difficulty, "Excuse me, is this the home of Aller? You must be from the neighboring Blake household?" The woman, exuding warmth and kindness, affectionately wrapped her arm around Jacob's, her demeanor both inviting and composed. "I have heard of you from my niece. She spoke of you as good children. You are here to bid her farewell, I presume? How unfortunate, for she returned to her homeland just 2 days ago. In her haste, she entrusted me with gifts to deliver to each of you." Aunt Cha-Ching bore little resemblance to her niece, as her prolonged stay abroad had shaped her habits to mirror those of the local populace. Changqing's exuberance rendered Jacob exceedingly uneasy. Tentatively, he ventured, "I came to inquire when Aller might return. I fear that without her, our struggles with homework will intensify." "That is indeed a pity," she lamented, as she pressed Jacob's farewell gift into the hands of the worried young man. Kailat, adhering to the note left by Changqing. "She has only just arrived in Jiangxi. She may never return." "What?" Jacob exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. "Oh, do not be alarmed. It is merely a light-hearted April Fool's jest," Changqing chuckled, covering her face with amusement. "It seems you are quite concerned for my niece." "Oh, do not mind me. I am simply curious about the progress of your relationship. You understand, the persistence of a devoted parent. It seems we share a close bond, conversing freely with one another." Before Changqing could pose a more challenging question, Jacob hastily retreated, declaring that he needed to return to his homework. "You truly work hard. I admire diligent children." Upon returning to his room, Jacob flung himself onto the small bed, his arms shielding his eyes, a frown creasing his brow as his eyebrows knitted together. The rationale behind Changqing's April Fool's prank failed to alleviate Jacob's restless agitation. As a werewolf, he understood that such feelings were unwarranted. His anxiety could incite aggression. Yet, he could not suppress it. His keen instincts incessantly urged him. She was not jesting. Ural, Chang might indeed never return. In his hurried departure, he had neglected to bring anything to occupy his time. Changqing's phone remained in the Fortes, and her luggage was left behind at Lingfu. With his arm draped over the car window, Shuang observed her boredom and initiated a conversation. "How is life abroad?" The plump, easily perspiring Huang dared not express dissatisfaction to Shuang, pitifully wiping his brow, hoping for a moment of mercy from his father's whimsical uncle. After touching his lips, overwhelmed by a series of events that rendered him incapable of contemplation, Changqing eventually realized that she had begun to miss Jacob and the friends of Kalut. It appears rather commendable. Changqing's demeanor made Shuang realize that he had posed an unnecessary question. The youth with a streak of red in his long hair yawned and lamented. "I advise you not to take it too seriously. A few years may be bearable, but after a decade or several decades, even the most fervent emotions will inevitably fade. The world and all its matters are not solely sustained by feelings. Reason, wisdom, and responsibility are indispensable elements. Cha-Ching cast a glance at Shuang, signaling him to refrain from further elaboration. I am Shuang, also known as the Tree King. Shuang was quite self-absorbed, indifferent to whether his audience could follow his erratic thoughts, and promptly introduced himself. Current Wuji, you may not yet grasp its significance. Haha, the quasi-Wu Xian. He seemed utterly unperturbed by the possibility of being overheard by the rotund fellow, revealing secrets without hesitation. Perhaps the plump man, capable of uttering the name of the Wu Xian, was indeed worthy of knowing certain truths. Both Cha-Ching and Shuang turned their attention to the plump man, who, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze, responded with an innocent smile, his somewhat uneven flesh jiggling together. Shuang flung his arm and kicked his legs forward twice in an oddly rhythmic manner. You will come to know eventually, especially since you refer to me as Quasi-Wu Xian. Cha-Ching, unfazed, suppressed his curiosity and shot Shuang a disapproving look. Since you all acknowledge me as one of the Wu, does that mean that the wooden block, Yijun, feels a sense of belonging? A wooden block, quite a vivid description. With a light swing of his arms, Shuang, having seen through Cha-Ching, elongated his tone and laughed heartily, a small child with a devilish spirit. The more you wish to remain uninformed, the more I shall divulge the secrets of the Wuji to you. The voice of Shuang carries a languid inflection, distinct from Jacob's bass that sends shivers down one's spine. His tone possesses a clarity that belies his youth, imbued with an incongruous maturity, despite his seemingly restless demeanor. When he recounts an event, he exudes a sense of trustworthy detachment, akin to the reassurance that this individual would stand by you in a crisis, even as you strive yet remain ever distant from his heart. After the ancient shaman tribes vanished and the ancestral shamans and primordial sorcerers became mere legends, the cataclysm of antiquity left the remnants of the shaman lineage numbering less than 1,000. Hundreds of shamans assimilated into the human race, their impact akin to a mere droplet merging into the vast ocean. The ambitious souls within the shaman community, unwilling to see their kin assimilated and extinguished by humanity, began to pen a history unique to their lineage. As the remnants of the ancient era faded, humans ascended to the position of world dominators. An increasing number of humans encroached upon the dwindling spaces allotted to other races, leaving the ancient powerful tribes baffled by humanity's propensity to occupy the same territory in multitudes. The contemporary sages of the shaman tribe, after observing several generations intermarrying with humans, reached a poignant conclusion. Rather than be regarded as outsiders and face extinction due to their uniqueness, it would be more prudent to fully integrate into human society. The semi-reclusive shamans, despite their reluctance, found their deeply ingrained nature compelling them to accompany their kin into the fires of adversity. The first batch of shamans integrated into the human court. Henceforth, the witch clan officially adopted the name of shamans, and through generations of intermarriage, their abilities gradually waned. As envisioned by the ancient sage, the witch clan fully assimilated into humanity, thus sharing in the destiny of mankind and free from the fear of extinction. The great sage of that generation accompanied Emperor Yao in both peace and war, laying the foundation for the integration of the shamans into humanity. He was revered by Emperor Yao as the divine shaman, adept in astronomy and geography, and knowledgeable of both ancient and modern times. The shamans honored him as Wu Xian. Subsequently, 9 other remarkably contributing shamans emerged, joining Wu Xian to form the 10 shamans of Ling Mountain. They are Wu Xian, Wu Ji, Wu Pan, Wu Peng, Wu Gu, Wu Zhen, Wu Li, Wu Di, Wu Xie, and Wu Luo. To this day, the shamans continue to uphold their titles and fulfill their respective duties. The feeling of being a teacher is indeed delightful, yet it hinges upon the worthiness of the students. As Shuang cast a glance over Changqing's contemplative visage, he smiled and remarked, Wu Xian excels in divination, Wu Ji in spirits, Wu Pan in governance, Wu Peng in shadows, Wu Gu in guardianship, Wu Zhen in hearing, Wu Li in rituals, Wu Di in souls, Wu Xie in fortune-telling, and Wu Luo in combat. Historically, it has often been the case that many significant matters were jointly decided by the 10 shamans. After a moment of earnest contemplation, Cha-Ching realized that many concepts within the witch clan were not particularly clear. From inception to present, the essence of the witch clan seemingly remained unchanged. Thus, do you wish for me to witness firsthand what the modern shamans truly embody? Do you intend to convey that as one of the next Wu Xian? My burden encompasses countless shamans. There is not much to say. Even with the presence of individuals, our fertility remains alarmingly low. Shu cast a glance at the rotund man, observing, the shaman is indeed adept at harnessing spirits, yet this is contingent upon certain circumstances. The rotund man, being rather astute, surprisingly only grasped the initial two sentences. A peculiar, fragrant breeze wafted through, reminiscent of countless birds singing, inducing a sensation of being enveloped by woods. The rotund man recognized that Shu did not wish for him to comprehend the forthcoming discourse. He reclined, his corpulent form sprawled over the back seat, swaying with a blissful expression. The rotund man's perceptiveness elicited a satisfied smile and nod from Shu. Chongqing cast a few more glances at the rotund man, wrapping her arms around her waist and closing her eyes for a brief respite. The sunlight cascaded repeatedly over her closed eyelids, the warm, golden hue evoking memories of her bedroom in Lille and the time spent studying with Jacob. As her thoughts wandered to the shamans she had encountered thus far, the smile at the corners of Chongqing's mouth diminished slightly. The driver, a shaman himself, exhibited stamina surpassing that of the average Special Forces soldier. After 4 or 5 hours of driving, he showed no signs of fatigue. As Chongqing, feigning slumber, opened her eyes, she was greeted by a picturesque landscape. However, something felt amiss in this place. Shu, seated in the back, did not lift his eyelids, instead offering praise and explanation. Truly, one cannot underestimate a shaman with the reputation of the great rainmaster. Their sensitivity is remarkable. This area had been plagued by inexplicable droughts and torrential rains for centuries. Initially, they had sought assistance from the shaman clan, but generations had passed without mention of it. In a few days, this region will be beset by unrelenting downpours. The overly active moisture and restless winds are conveying messages to Chongqing. She does not believe that she can resolve the age-old quandaries that have perplexed her ancestors. And meddling is not in her nature. As Shu Wang's words echoed in the air, she closed her eyes once more. From the perspective of the witch clan, a dispassionate shaman is evidently more beneficial than detrimental. Shu Wang nodded slightly, exhaling softly. The number of human beings who once inhabited this place has dwindled significantly. There have been shamans who have explored this area, and the geological veins here are utterly normal. After centuries of bizarre climatic changes, most humans have despaired and abandoned their homeland. After more than 3 hours of travel, the vehicle turned off the highway and began to wind along the rugged mountain paths. The steep inclines necessitated navigating several U-shaped turns within a mere 100 meters. The route twisted eastward and then westward, making it difficult to discern directions amidst the serpentine trails that clung to the mountainsides. The gravel and cement slopes sometimes required shifting to a lower gear to ascend. The vehicle roared for 2 hours, yet the straight-line distance covered was barely 50 miles. The saying "the mountain tires out the horse" not only implies the great distance of the mountains, but also reflects the necessity for horses to frequently circumvent the low hills near the mountains. After a while, even the mountain paths disappeared. Fortunately, the prosperous Huang Fatsi did not forget his father. He took the initiative to construct a road suitable for vehicles with considerable effort. The 4 of them finally arrived at their destination just before dusk, a clearing carved out of the mountainside, situated on the outskirts of a secluded village deep within the mountains. The once barren land is now adorned with rows of tea trees sprouting fresh leaves. In an effort to please his elderly father, Huang, the hefty man, has established a modest tea-picking field, not with the expectation of profit, but to bring joy to his father, who resides here in retirement. After traversing the tea plantation and walking a mile or two along the mountain path, one arrives at the abode where Huang's father has settled for his golden years. Perched on the mountainside, the 2-story building is constructed of red bricks and white tiles, its foundation solidly laid, with portions of the gray base exposed and painted to match the courtyard walls surrounding the quaint structure. Cream-colored ceramic tiles enclose a front yard filled with tender green scallions and seasonal vegetables. At the center of the courtyard stands a towering tree, reaching a height of approximately 30 meters, casting a vast shadow over the entire house. The tree boasts pinnate leaves, with newly sprouted leaflets either oval or lanceolate in shape. A gentle breeze rustles through the verdant foliage, creating a soft symphony of whispers, while delicate blossoms, hidden among the dense leaves, reveal themselves with charming pale purple petals. Occasionally, clusters of golden, spherical fruits peek out from the branches, akin to bashful young maidens observing their guests with modesty. Typically, the tree of heaven can reach heights exceeding 20 meters, yet the one in the old man's courtyard stands tall at an impressive 30 meters. Dappled sunlight filters through the branches, casting delightful patches of light on the ground, each no larger than a fist. It is a haven of tranquility. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, the evergreen feels a genuine sense of joy and admiration, exclaiming that Huang's father is indeed a remarkable person. Ah, indeed. The plump man stammered awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. And by the way, my father's surname is Jean. Could it be that the plump man was an adopted child? Such a scenario would indeed reflect remarkable filial piety and gratitude, indistinguishable from that of a biological son. Contemplating this, Chai-Ching's gaze towards the rather unsightly plump man shifted. Imbued with a hint of admiration and respect. Don't overthink it. I am indeed my father's blood. Perhaps having sensed the implications of Chai-Ching's scrutiny, the plump man quickly waved his hands in protest, eager to clarify. Back when I hadn't made a fortune yet, my work was rather, well, you know. He rubbed his thumb and index finger together, a gesture hinting at the clash between his surname and his former profession, which had earned him the nickname of the plump man. Over time, he had grown accustomed to this moniker. He was almost ready to thump his chest and declare that he was certainly not one to forget his roots. Fearing that Chai-Ching might inquire further about his previous occupation, the plump man hurriedly dashed into the courtyard, his loud voice easily drowning out the barking of the local dog. Father, Xiao-San is back. Xiao-San has brought precious medicine to cure your ailments. The elderly Jean, with his white hair and youthful spirit, was supporting a frail old woman. And he boomed in a robust voice. You rascal, which illness are you cursing now? I am perfectly fine. Ah, father, I am indeed your rascal. The plump man mumbled softly, retreating slightly. Just as the keen-eared Jean was about to glare again, the plump man nimbly bounded to Chai-Ching's side and earnestly introduced, Father, look, this is Uncle Shuang, and beside him is Miss Chai-Ching, a remarkable person who possesses the ability to cure your ailments. Who is sick? Old Master Jean exclaimed. I am certainly not. He carefully assisted the elderly woman into a reclining chair outside, then glared at the plump fellow, chastising. Do not roll your beady eyes at me, as if I were oblivious to your intentions. Do you think I would shy away from seeking medical attention? I am in perfect health. Why would I consult a physician? But father, the son protested, look at how my mother has been worn down by you. You are not ill, yet there are few elderly gentlemen your age who resemble you, and my mother is no youthful maiden of 18. The rotund man forced a knowing smile, his flesh jiggling as he rubbed his hands together, saying, Father, I have brought someone for you to meet. The elderly woman, in her twilight years, spat at the plump fellow. Young lady, why don't you go inside and make yourself comfortable? Old Master Jean faced Chai-Ching, but kept his eyes fixed on the rotund man. With a knowing smile, Shu Wang took the perplexed Chai-Ching into the inner room. Outside, a commotion ensued. Old Master Jean brandished a bamboo broom, chasing the plump man around the courtyard, exclaiming in frustration, Do you not see that I am robust and fully capable? I did not raise you to find me a young lady. I shall teach you a lesson for this nonsense. Your mother has nurtured you all these years. Father, the plump man yelped, his previous profession having endowed him with agility. Yet, as old Master Jean pursued him, he could only scurry in panic. Father, listen to me. I never anticipated that a young lady would accompany us. Old Master Jean instinctively struck harder. So you wish to find your father a young man instead? That warrants even more punishment. After a while, the elderly Mr. Jean, panting heavily, was halted by the old matriarch, Madame Jean Wang, whose melodious voice still bore the sweet charm of her youth. Wait a moment, old man. I believe that Xiao-San has genuinely found you two young doctors. Isn't this a testament to Xiao-San's filial piety? Mr. Jean, fuming with indignation, flung the broom aside and sat down with a flourish. Without clarity on the matter, just watch me break his legs. In the perpetually rainy town of Fortis, it seemed as if a cruel April Fool's joke had been played on everyone. For the recent days had brought a warmth akin to that of a winter's day in Phoenix. Edward had originally planned to spend an unforgettable holiday with Bella, but the rare bout of fine weather disrupted his intentions. Their fingers intertwined, they sank into the sofa. The towering trees nearby could not obstruct the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting delicate rays upon Edward's exposed skin, causing the vampire to shimmer with a diamond-like brilliance. Bella. She leaned against Edward's cold, unyielding chest, which bore little sin apart from the fresh aroma of soap from his recent bath. Charlie has asked me to check on Jacob. You know, Bella. Edward lowered his gaze, gently playing with Bella's fingers, his voice soft. This is not a prudent idea. Charlie has forbidden me from seeking you out. Later, he inquired if I would give Jacob a chance. If I only come to see you, he will be displeased. Bella's palm entwined with Edward's, her index finger tracing circles on his right chest. I don't wish for it to be this way. But Charlie mentioned that Jacob's condition has been quite concerning lately, and I am genuinely worried. Edward held Bella tightly around her waist, lowering his head to kiss the delicate strands of her hair. It must be said that the vampire, capable of perceiving the depths of the human heart, was tasting the bitter flavor of jealousy. He felt an unsettling uncertainty regarding whether his beloved girl might waver, and the unknown filled him with dread. He had once contemplated allowing her to live as a human, realizing that the werewolf was right. It could offer Bella a serene existence. Though Edward longed to let her go, despair enveloped him upon learning of her false demise. He discovered a selfishness within himself far greater than he had anticipated, rendering it impossible to relinquish his hold on her. Vampires, akin to lifeless beings, strive to grasp every fragment of warmth and beauty life has to offer: friendship, family, love, passion, and blood. Edward, every girl, in the presence of her beloved, experiences a subtle shift in her voice, enhancing her allure. Bella tilted her head to plant a gentle kiss on Edward's chin, which was adorned with fine stubble. Oh, how captivating his chiseled jawline was. "Let us go to Angel Alley," Bella suggested. Edward, turning his head away, gently halted her with a pleading tone. "Please don't. I might lose control." Bella straightened up, her excitement for the date with Edward palpable, yet she feared more the possibility of being discovered by others. "But your skin?" she inquired. "We could go watch a movie." Edward chuckled softly, entwining his fingers with Bella's. "Or we could go shopping." Angel Alley serves as a boundary between the territories of werewolves and vampires. Upon arriving in Forks, the newcomer, Charlie, encountered Alice, Carlisle, and Sam here. The vampires could detect the foul stench of the werewolves from a considerable distance, while the werewolves were equally aware of the vampire's odor of decay. Despite being positioned at opposite ends of Angel Alley, the werewolves' bodies would still radiate heat. Neither vampires nor werewolves wished to find themselves on the human newspapers the following day. Thus, they typically opted to avoid one another. For trivial matters, they would invariably choose to return another day. Seth, who had just transformed into a werewolf, struggled to acclimate to his new form, unlike Leah, the sole female werewolf, who had adapted much more swiftly. After the death of Harry Clearwater, his two children subsequently became members of the Quileute tribe. From a distance, Leah extended her arm, halting Jacob, who was lost in thought, and whispered, "There is the stench of a corpse ahead. I wish to investigate." Jacob glanced at the poster outside the cinema and replied, "Isn't that a terrible idea?" Leah harbored no fondness for vampires. In fact, every Quileute who had transformed into a werewolf due to their presence held little affection for the Cullen family. "However, if you insist, Jacob, can I assume that you are still grappling with H&S departure dam?" There she is. Turning a corner, Leah spotted Bella, who stood under the eaves with Edward, and narrowed her eyes, muttering under her breath. Leah reached out to restrain Seth, the youngest of the Quileute werewolves, preventing him from advancing with the curious glint in his eyes. "Sister." The playful and energetic Seth does not possess the same clear racial perspectives as others. He remains in an age of curiosity about all peculiarities. He has long desired to converse with his vampire girlfriend. When he once again approached his cousin, Emily Young, he persistently engaged her, until the embarrassed Sam and Leah separated them. Leah is reluctant to recall her reunion with Emily, for it is not a fond memory. Bella relaxed her embrace around Edward's arm, hesitating to speak. She feared hurting Jacob, and Edward, attempting to empathize with her feelings, did not shy away upon initially detecting the scent of the Quileute werewolf. His tense muscles stiffened, but he gradually loosened his grip on Bella's arm and lowered his hand to hold her warm one. "Jacob, are you all right?" Bella inquired, gazing at the weary Jacob as he approached step by step, guilt overwhelming her. "Jacob, I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you." "It's fine. I don't want to discuss this," Jacob replied, halting by the poster. He shook his head toward Leah behind him and remarked toward the exit of the underground cinema, "There's time to retrieve your motorcycle if you still need it. I've repaired it." Receiving Jacob's signal that he did not require assistance, Leah also wished for Seth to have minimal interaction with vampires. She took hold of her inquisitive younger brother, Quill Atera, and headed toward the outdoor refreshment stand in the distance. "Apologies, Jacob, but I believe I am currently not permitted to engage in such perilous activities." Bella, in a flustered manner, gathered her hair and averted her gaze from Jacob, emphasizing, "You know, Charlie has been quite worried about me. My sudden disappearance terrified him. I think I should attempt some gentler pursuits." Without the need to invoke danger to conjure Edward's specter, Bella naturally refrained from risking her involvement in endeavors beyond her expertise. Edward, beside her, grasped Bella's hand firmly, while Jacob felt discomfort at the images swirling in his mind. The thought of the she-wolf lingered, and he sensed he was losing control over his sharp fangs. "You are right. I certainly do not wish to witness you tumble onto the rocks and sustain a head injury, requiring stitches at the hospital. Jacob teased, a smirk gracing his lips, his fitted shirt accentuating his chiseled physique. Today's film was quite enjoyable. Did you catch the portrayal of werewolves and vampires through human eyes? No, we did not watch that. Bella quickly retorted, as she and Edward had opted for a romantic film. She instinctively avoided the topic, nodding earnestly. Perhaps it was splendid? I shall prioritize it next time. Becoming a vampire is not a trivial matter. Bella, consider Charlie. Jacob's enthusiasm for conversation suddenly waned as he employed a stark truth that Bella was reluctant to hear to conclude the discussion. He has already lost Renee. For your sake, he is not remarried. He cannot afford to lose you, at least not until you come of age. Jacob Black. As before, Bella called out Jacob's name loudly. In the past, Jacob would always be the first to apologize, amusing her with humorous jokes. The Quileute boy, who was a year younger than her, exhibited a surprising maturity. His tolerance and generosity endeared him to girls, and his occasional temper was not overly vexing. Edward, who could vaguely decipher Jacob's thoughts, shook his head at Bella, who, with an apologetic gesture, looked toward the two of them. Jacob once believed he would pursue the protection of Bella until her heart ceased to beat, until her body temperature rose. In reality, he spent most of his time anxiously fretting over the vampires lurking nearby. I'm sorry, Bella, not now, Jacob said, shaking his head as Leal and Seth approached his side. Bella, I am serious. You should consider this. We could even help persuade Sam. They were a pack, a cohesive unit. Leal exchanged a knowing glance with the other two Quileute boys, crossing his arms and stating, I despise you. But for Jacob's sake, I think I could speak to Sam. Thank you, but no. Bella firmly rejected, angrily pulling Edward away with great haste. Jacob's demeanor unsettled her. And Edward had also mentioned the possibility of injecting her with venom in 5 years. Bella's heart raced as panic surged within her. Leal, arms crossed, smiled knowingly and remarked, Jacob, are you doing this on purpose? Jacob chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye, his pearly white teeth gleaming. It is indeed unfair to Charlie. I merely voiced my thoughts. The insatiable thirst for blood that newborn vampires experience is exceedingly difficult to endure. I dread the day I might lead the pack to hunt Bella. Well, perhaps you are right. Maybe I am rather wicked. Lyle, with a gentle smile, replied, No, you have matured. When Jacob encountered Bella, the evergreen trees basked under the moonlight. She sneezed, straightened up, and pressed her hands against the armrests of the wooden lounge chair, rubbing the sides of her nose. For several days, she and Shuang had not discerned anything amiss. The old mansion of the Jean family was bathed in splendid light, making it an excellent choice to sunbathe after lunch or gaze at the stars after dinner. Dressed in a vintage robe reminiscent of wide-sleeved Han garments, Shuang lightly tapped his toes to the ground, the rocking chair emitting a soft creak. Those without special abilities among the shamans typically relied on ritualistic dances to invoke spirits and awaken their latent powers. Many shamans, through years of dedicated practice of these dances, had managed to awaken even the faintest traces of their ancestral gifts. The dance demanded precision in steps, gestures, props, and even the shaman's spirit. Shuang, donning modern jeans and a t-shirt while performing the shamanic dance, appeared utterly foolish. At times, his hand movements resembled a clumsy attempt at a divine invocation. Changqing had once mocked him, leading the usually indifferent Shuang to glare at her for a solid half-hour. Since then, whether surveying ley lines or exploring caves, Shuang had adopted the attire of an ancient scholar. Suddenly encountering an ancient figure clad in a crown and ceremonial robes is quite peculiar. Yet Changqing cannot help but concede that this attire, reminiscent of a divine dance, no, a shamanistic performance, is far more aesthetically pleasing. It possesses an enchanting aura that seems to transcend the mundane. The cool moonlight cascades over the courtyard, illuminating the central tree of the Melia Zeterak. Its roots entwined with several small wooden saplings that emerge from the earth, the furthest extending beyond the courtyard's confines. Most of the young trees have yet to reach human height, scattered sporadically both inside and outside the courtyard walls, merging with the climbing vines outside to form a verdant tapestry of varying shades of green. Shu Wang, employing the methods of the shamanic tribe, has discerned that the portly Huang is indeed a capable feng shui practitioner. He has chosen a location near a flowing ley line. This water-associated ley line connects several mountains, and the chosen site is precisely where the ley line transforms into water, known as the Dragon's Return. The Melia Zeterak in the courtyard captures a wisp of the ley line's moisture, preserving its integrity while simultaneously creating a feng shui formation. The water-associated ley line, known for its nourishing properties, is further enhanced by the Melia Azedarac, providing the elder with a gentle, restorative vitality. It is no wonder that the Melia Azedarac in the home of Old Master Jean has grown to such impressive heights. In a couple of days, it will be Qingming Festival, a time when spirits often wreak havoc, seizing their opportunities. Despite Old Master Jin's recent vigor, one cannot dismiss the possibility of an untimely demise in the days to come. Xu Wang, reclining in a rocking chair, remarked, "This place is beneficial for water and wood. Water nurtures the wood dragon. We need not overly concern ourselves about the full exertion of energies on Qingming Day." I inquired with the villagers down the mountain, who expressed their intention to pay respects during the Qingming festival. Perhaps due to hereditary factors, Chongqing readily accepts the supernatural. Her mind is sharp, and her courage has notably increased. The neighboring villages do not share this custom, and I pondered descending the mountain to explore the possibility of an unexpected breakthrough. Do you wish for me to remain here to handle unforeseen circumstances? Shuang has never witnessed such audacious New Witch clans as Chongqing, although they have devolved into mere practitioners. The lineage of witches has never lacked impetuous and passionate individuals. Indeed, you possess great skill and experience. Chongqing's palm shimmered with an ethereal mist, swirling in a vortex-like manner, and she playfully winked her right eye, declaring, "I am not to be underestimated. I have once struck werewolves and kicked vampires." Shuang is now utterly convinced that Chongqing possesses the bloodline of a witch, and indeed, a pure one at that. Look at her admirable combat awareness. Since ancient times, the human race has revered heaven and earth. From the time of Emperor Yao, this has been an unwavering tradition among successive rulers. Even in dynasties where imperial power was consolidated, the rise of divine authority could not be avoided. Ancient monarchs adeptly wielded and suppressed divine power. Subsequently, emperors were referred to as the sons of the heavenly emperor, with the concept of the destined dragon arising for similar reasons. In ancient times, the shamans, representing divine authority, served alongside emperors as officials. Their duties encompassed invoking blessings, ensuring prosperous years, mitigating calamities, and averting misfortune and illness. These have traditionally been the responsibilities of shamans. Even in the past few centuries, practitioners have remained inevitably engaged in related professions, with the Lingfu Tianshi temple being a prime example. Certainly, after the human race mastered a weapon known as technology, the once formidable alien tribes began to retract their claws, adhering to the rules of the game set forth by humanity, and ceased their frequent appearances. Cha Qing, unaccustomed to the earthen Kong, rose early while dawn had yet to break. The water from the well was icy. As he pumped the water and washed his face, the fatigue that had enveloped him was swiftly dispelled. The elderly couple was already awake. At their age, sleep often eludes them. Mrs. Jean was hanging out the bed linens, thanks to the arrival of Chongqing and the others. She had enjoyed a few restful nights lately. Having spent a lifetime as a homemaker, she immediately set about tackling the household chores that had accumulated over the past fortnight. The family's troubles were a source of embarrassment for Mr. Jean, who found it disconcerting to solicit help from 2 children younger than his own offspring. After rising, he settled beneath the neem tree, using the ladder from the house to climb high and gather the fruits and leaves of the tree. With little else to occupy his time, the old man indulged in his fondness for brewing tea. Recently inspired, he had harvested the young leaves of the neem tree from the yard and prepared them for brewing. The resulting tea, bitter yet sweet, proved to be unexpectedly delightful. This newfound endeavor instilled a sense of confidence in Mr. Jean, who not only invented neem leaf tea but also crafted preserves from the tree's fruits. The couple found great pleasure in savoring a piece or two, living their days with remarkable ease. Not long after, Xu Wang and Huang Pengzi rose in succession. Upon seeing Xu Wang, who was half squatting and brushing his teeth on the extended foundation surface, Huang Pengzi excitedly grabbed him, chattering away, "Uncle Xu, do you think I've been to a land of treasures? The mountain shrouded in a mist so strange and ethereal, with fruit trees laden with dark purple jujubes all around. Ever since I returned, I've inexplicably struck it rich. Uncle, could you perhaps foresee if I shall have another chance to visit that place?" Shuang gave Huang Pengzi 2 light taps on the back of his head, disdainfully shaking off the grease from his fingers. The prosperous Huang Pengzi took no offense, his rat-like eyes crinkling into a delighted crescent. "Do tell, what did you do there?" Chongqing, driven by curiosity, pressed on. "For instance, did you eat a jujube?" With the conversation ignited, Huang Pengzi perked up, puffing out his chest with pride as he recounted. Of course. Miss Changqing, you have no idea. That place was littered with white jade. In a moment of foolish impulse, I picked up a piece and stuffed it into my pocket. I circled around the Juju Grove searching for an exit, and some of those trees were as thick as 8 embraces. Hee. I even relieved myself by one of their roots. Huang Pengzi, caught up in his excitement, forgot his request for Shu Wang to divine his fortune. Although he was unaware of Changqing's true identity, it did not hinder him from befriending her. After all, should the young lady become a shaman in the future, it would forge a connection of fortune, would it not? Huang Pengzi was oblivious to the distinctions within the shamanic community. In his eyes, the men referred to as shamans within the spiritual realm were the most formidable celestial masters. I must tell you, at that moment, I truly believed that the mountain's white jade was mine, and fortune awaited me. Without much thought, I ventured towards the rushing river, where the fish leapt from the water as if they could fly. The once exuberant yellow fellow paused, thumping his chest in despair, lamenting how he could no longer find that place after venturing out. The white jade in my pocket turned into a mere compass of lost dreams. Gradually, I found success, yet I could never locate that enchanted spot again. Such celestial abodes are not easily discovered. Shu Wang scoffed, deliberately undermining the yellow fellow. Moreover, the tree you defiled is likely the king of that mountain. It is fortunate you escaped with your life. Perhaps it was your inability to produce the purity of a child that saved you. This topic was hardly suitable for a lady, and Changqing wisely turned her attention to gathering the leaves of the Melia Zederac for the esteemed old gentleman. The new leaves of the tree exhibited a tender yellow-green hue, with delicate petioles outlining a three-dimensional form. The fruits bore intricate dark patterns reminiscent of the petioles, and under the sunlight, the spherical golden fruits shimmered, their patterns resembling strands of gilded artistry, utterly enchanting. Observing Changqing's admiration, the old gentleman thoughtfully plucked a budding branch adorned with pale purple blossoms, releasing a subtle fragrance into the air. The yellow fellow ceased his conversation with Shu Wang, consumed by jealousy, his eyes aflame with envy. Even as the sole surviving son of the venerable old gentleman, he would dare not approach the treasured Melia tree, lest he provoke the old man's wrath. Thank you, sir. Rest assured, Changqing gazed towards the cloudless sky. With us around, you shall certainly remain safe. Days passed, and the venerable Mr. Jean gradually came to believe the assertions made by the corpulent Huang. The elder, not lacking in wisdom, was acutely aware that something was amiss with his condition, suspecting he had encountered some unsavory element. However, having lived for half a century, Mr. Jean had seen much in his time and remained remarkably open-minded. The young third son was a commendable lad, having shouldered the responsibilities of the household after the departure of his older brother, far surpassing the second sister, who had long since lost her way after marriage. One must do their utmost and live without regret. That alone suffices for a fulfilling life. The third son was indeed admirable, which put Mr. Jean at ease. The once pristine sky was swiftly cloaked by gathering storm clouds, and a fine rain fell, nourishing the lush, verdant chinaberry trees. This downpour was confined to the front courtyard and ceased after just a few minutes. Changqing waved his hand, dispersing the dark clouds into wispy threads until they vanished. Aside from Shu Wang, the elderly couple and Huang stared wide-eyed at Changqing. They were aware that the two they had summoned possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet they had never anticipated such enchanting prowess. Summoning the winds and rain, akin to the legendary Dragon Clan, Changqing's actions indeed instilled a sense of tranquility when wielded adeptly. Power can evoke not only fear but also reassurance. Witnessing Changqing's remarkable abilities, a deep-seated desire for survival burgeoned within Mr. Jean. With such a capable young woman present, how could he even contemplate death? To live harmoniously and beautifully, who would wish for demise? Changqing reassured him. Elder, rest assured. You are destined to live a long and prosperous life. With the golden fruits and purple blossoms of the neem tree tucked into Shu Wang's embrace, Changqing deftly secured her hair into a ponytail and extended her hand towards the rotund figure of Huang. Hand me the keys to the motorcycle at the outer courtyard. I shall descend the mountain for a while. Frequently mingling with Jacob at Fortes, Changqing had long mastered the art of riding a motorcycle. While Jacob had imparted the rules of driving with due diligence, riding a motorcycle was a different matter altogether, allowing for a sense of freedom. Shu Wang lifted the pale purple blooms of the neem tree, inhaling deeply, and gestured towards the cluster of fruits still attached. Return promptly. If not, create a ruckus loud enough for me to hear. Be cautious, young lady, the elderly couple advised, their hands clasped in concern. I have collaborated with a pack of wolves. Chongqing refrained from divulging the details of her encounters with vampires, mindful of startling the elderly. Nevertheless, her demeanor conveyed a sense of confidence that offered them some solace. The couple appeared somewhat bewildered, undoubtedly unfamiliar with tales of foreign beings. Accepting the keys handed over by Huang, Chongqing engaged the clutch and twisted the throttle, stirring up a cloud of dust as she sped away. The village below was abuzz with activity that day. Every household had hung cured meats at their doorsteps, while mischievous children pilfered firecrackers crafted by adults, chasing each other in gleeful chaos. Chongqing, with a gaze as icy as still water, seized a couple of firecrackers from a table in a backyard and stuffed them into her pockets, preparing them as a signal for Xu Wang in case the situation turned dire. The village was hosting a grand temple fair, honoring the deity worshipped by generations past. A bright yellow silk cloth cloaked an 8-person sedan chair constructed from earth and timber. Several burly laborers, bare-chested, positioned themselves around the chair, collectively consuming a jar of yellow rice wine. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the 8 men abruptly shattered their porcelain bowls, their faces flushed as they hoisted the sedan chair, which resembled a sacred altar. The surrounding maidens gasped in astonishment, only to be chastised by their nearby aunts and uncles. Within the sedan chair sat not another, but a clay effigy of a weasel, seated cross-legged. "To the celestial being," exclaimed an elderly woman dressed as a shaman, her voice resonating. "One must possess a sincere heart and genuine intentions. The offerings for prayers and vows are carried from household to household." Several matrons of the household lifted the cured meat from the doorframe, while others clutched a string of copper coins, trailing behind the grand sedan chair. The robust bearers of the chair, their faces reddened and necks straining with visible veins, exerted themselves immensely. A throng of villagers spontaneously followed in the wake of the sedan, making their way toward the desolate countryside. Chongqing, observing from behind, noted that they had circled a certain spot multiple times, the faces of several young children turning crimson from exhaustion. Are they blinded by a single leaf? Chongqing pondered. Is it a ghostly wall? A weasel demon? 2 years ago, not only was she fearful of monsters, but even solitude would lead to wild imaginings that instilled dread within her. Yet, she now finds herself transformed. Her initial response is not one of retreat, but rather a more cautious endeavor to conceal her own identity while seeking to uncover the true nature of the weasel spirit. Having grown accustomed to werewolves and vampires, her first encounter with the local supernatural beings invokes a certain trepidation, for she fears being deemed insufficiently powerful and subsequently devoured as a mere delicacy. With a shard of ice clenched tightly in her palm, she moves forward alongside the throng of people. The city's inhabitants exhibit curiosity, while the villagers remain unfazed, cheerfully sharing tales of local customs. A sudden memory surfaces of her and Jacob's inaugural confrontation with the supernatural. They were nearly 2 ordinary individuals then. The warmth of Jacob's hand clasping hers, offering encouragement, is an imprint that will forever linger in her heart. From Jacob, she gleaned the essence of courage, and ever since, she has endeavored to confront all challenges with a proactive spirit. Consequently, she has wholly embraced her peculiar abilities, which set her apart from the mundane, and has naturally assumed the role of a witch. She wonders how Jacob is faring. A smile escapes her lips at the thought of Jacob's reaction upon learning of her origins. She forgets her fears, imagining he would be utterly taken aback. Meanwhile, at Fortis, after school, Jacob rides his motorcycle alone as clusters of youths pass by him. Amber and Riel approach, with Riel giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Quill is unwell. Is that so? Jacob's curiosity is piqued. Oh no. No, he merely invited Kim, Gerard's girlfriend, who was subsequently kicked into the lake by Gerard and caught a cold. Deeply enamored with Gerard, Kim is his marked companion. Riel smirked slightly, as she was unfamiliar with Kim and held little affection for Gerard's destined partner. Quayle pondered how such an ordinary girl as Kim managed to ensnare Gerard. We ought to spend more time with him, Amber suggested. Ever since we transformed into werewolves, many activities have become impossible to share with him. Now that Aching has left Fortis, Quayle may be seeking Gerard out of loneliness. Recently, a peculiar shop has opened on Angel Street, Riel added, offering an assortment of strange items that might pique Quayle's interest. The establishment is named Treasure's Gift Shop. Jacob, as if bitten by a snake, leaped up, nearly toppling his motorcycle. Treasure's Gift Shop? Are you certain? Under Riel's repeated nods and inexplicable gaze, Jacob declared gravely. No one is allowed to go there. Inform everyone. Amber, you must notify Sam. I shall investigate this matter first. Jacob. Amber reached out, attempting to restrain the swiftly departing Jacob, but he left too quickly. With a sorrowful countenance, Amber murmured, "At the very least, you should provide me with a reason." The ordinarily composed Jacob was not one to act so impulsively. Riel, arms crossed and chin resting on her hand, speculated, "It is either that place is exceedingly perilous, or it holds unforgettable memories for Jacob." Amber was perplexed. What is the distinction? Liar smiled enigmatically. Perhaps there is none, or perhaps there is. A woman's intuition informed me that Jacob undoubtedly had someone in mind. The elder often spoke of the significance of incense offerings. In ancient times, oaths were sworn before deities with incense burning and blood being drawn in ritual. This underscores the paramount importance of incense to certain divine beings and spirits. As reflected in the saying, people strive for a breath, while Buddha receives a stick of incense. Chongqing formed a gesture and executed the dragon step. The knowledge imparted by Shuang was immediately put to use. As the surroundings became a blur, the cacophony from the outside world fading into indistinctness. It was as if Chongqing had transcended into another dimension, where only a wisp of brownish fragrance gracefully unfurled and drifted into the distance. The haze of incense, which should have appeared nebulous to the ordinary eye, was strikingly vivid to Chongqing. She could even discern the individual particles released as it twisted and turned. The weasel brazenly trumpeted the name of the great immortal, not merely coveting the villagers' meager smoked meats and ancient coins. This incense significantly increased the likelihood of Chongqing locating the weasel. In the mythological narrative, local monsters exhibited formidable combat prowess, alongside extraordinary entities such as the skinning fox spirit, which defies scientific explanation. Chongqing believed that a creature capable of self-skinning must possess the ability to maneuver its muscles autonomously in battle, ensuring its own safety. Exhaling nervously, Chongqing recognized the necessity of preparing in advance as frost crept across her cheeks and neck. Typically, the melting point of ice is quite low. Yet the ice crystals produced by Chongqing's innate talent seemed perpetually subjected to atmospheric pressure, showing no signs of reaching their melting point. The ice she wielded was colder and sturdier than that which nature could conjure, embodying the essence of resilience amidst the snow. Weasels inhabited the abandoned ice cavern, while the biting winds stripped away the rough surface of Chongqing's protective armor, causing ice shards to merge with the chilling gusts. Beneath the long-neglected ice structure, hexagonal ice fragments began to form. With her palm pressed against the ice-laden rock wall, she abruptly descended into the dimly lit underground, her eyes requiring time to adjust. At that moment, the presence of a Kailut werewolf would have been most advantageous. Upon her return, she resolved to inquire with Yujun and Shuang about how practitioners of the arcane arts enhance their physical prowess and survival skills. Surely, practitioners are not limited to merely performing rituals, are they? Recalling the delicate and soft-bodied individuals she had encountered thus far, Chongqing found herself uncertain. In contrast, the robust physique of the Kailut werewolf seemed far more reliable as a physical training instructor. As her mind wandered, her retina adjusted to the dimness at the base of the ice cavern. A trickle of light illuminated the space, revealing that it was once a vast underground storage chamber. To the left and right lay two divergent paths, each leading to a subterranean stone chamber. It was unclear how many years this place had been abandoned, as ice stalactites of various sizes crowded the passageway, resembling the formations of a cave. Were it another human, even the slightest reminder would prove insurmountable. It is likely that only creatures such as weasels or foxes could navigate the convoluted, narrow passages with ease. Chongqing crouched to examine the claw marks left by an animal on an ice stalactite. A shadow of brownish yellow darted past, with a swift motion of his arm. Chongqing caused several icicles attached to the ceiling nearby to shatter, sending a cascade of irregularly shaped ice shards raining down. "Yikes!" exclaimed the weasel, startled, as it lost a significant tuft of fur from its tail. Its two relatively small front paws clutched its flat, yellowish tail, and it began to curse in authentic Hunan dialect. "Which fool is that, sending me into a frenzy? May 1,000 blades strike you." Bewildered, Chongqing sensed the weasel's words were far from flattering. He hurled a fist-sized chunk of ice, striking the gigantic weasel and sending it tumbling backward. In this icy realm, Chongqing was in his element. What should have been the weasel's safeguard of its lair in icicles had now become its hindrance. Upon recognizing its assailant, the weasel ceased its cursing. Its dark, round eyes darted about, mimicking the cunning expression of humanity with remarkable accuracy. This weasel was considerably larger than the average creature, with a length of nearly 1.5 meters, including its tail. Its elongated head was a shade of brownish black, gradually transitioning to deep brown and earthy yellow towards the back. It sat upright, its body resembling a long, plush rod. Its fur fluffed out due to the frigid temperatures of the icy surroundings. The weasel, with its glistening black eyes wide open, pleaded in a soft, childlike voice, "Oh, beautiful lady, please have mercy and spare me. I have a family, just acquired a home, and I am still young, yet to marry." It was no longer the fierce creature that had just hurled insults, speaking in a faltering Mandarin mixed with its high-pitched cries. I posed a question, and it responded. It bore no resemblance to a lofty, articulate demon. Chongqing stifled a laugh, feigning ferocity. "If you utter even a single falsehood, I shall skin you alive, half for a fur shawl and half for a brush." To prevent the cunning creature from escaping, icy crystals spread across the ground around it, climbing up its hind legs. The weasel trembled in the chill, its dark green eyes pitifully half-closed in the darkness. Under the threat from Chongqing, the weasel chirped in fear, submissively pressing itself against the ground. "Tell me, did old Master Jean offend you?" The weasel's answer was a muddled murmur, barely audible. As Chongqing stepped forward, the icicles parted to clear her path. "Old Master Jean, the one from Golden Sixth Brick, halfway up the mountain." Upon getting closer, she finally discerned the weasel's response. It suddenly kicked out, its narrow cheekbones stretching wide, revealing long, straight canines and slightly yellowed, jagged teeth in a menacing display. "How could I possibly remember anything about Old Master Jean or Old Master Ian? I want you dead." Thanks to years of experience battling the Qualut werewolves, Chongqing instinctively sensed a need for caution upon observing the animal's powerful muscle contractions. Armor in the form of a honeycomb-patterned ice began to extend from her cheeks, neck, and arms, with slender eye spikes emerging from the center of each cell, aimed at the weasel. The weasel suddenly surged forward, tearing through an unknown number of ice spikes with ferocity. As it approached, Chongqing decisively sidestepped and threw a punch. Her fist, encased in a layer of ice reminiscent of iron, struck the exhausted weasel in its abdomen, sending it flying. With her entire arm enveloped in a blue ice armor, Chongqing seized the weasel by its tail, lifting it upside down. "It seems you truly wish to become a series of exquisite wolf hairbrushes, ready to be encased in fine blue and white porcelain gift boxes." With a sudden release, the weasel let out a foul-smelling flatulence. A noxious stench assailed her, and Chongqing, prepared for such an eventuality, smacked the weasel's side. The thick layer of ice enveloped the relatively large creature, encasing it into a spherical form. Yet, she soon realized she had underestimated the potency of the weasel's scent glands. The corrosive odor began to dissolve the ice surrounding her face and body. It is worth noting that the ice crystals under her command were impervious to high temperatures. Quickly retreating, Chongqing watched as the corrupted chunks of ice scattered around her. The newly formed ice dared not come into contact with the foul odor, instead opting to manipulate ice spikes from a distance to obstruct the weasel's advance. Realizing the futility of confronting Chongqing, the weasel cunningly flipped onto its back, adopting a posture reminiscent of a laid-back negotiator, and remarked, "Who are you, little one? Have you not heard of the protection decree for cohabitation of different species? I have neither taken a life nor harmed the environment, and I have certainly not alerted humanity. Yet you dare invade my domain and expect no retaliation?" Upon reflection, Chongqing reined in the swirling shards of ice and countered, "So, did the old man Jean offend you? You are using the allure of the demon to wreak havoc upon him. You refer to that family on the mountainside, do you not?" The weasel rolled its eyes and grinned sarcastically. "I would only seek to offend that old man if I were truly bored. We creatures of the wild cannot even encroach upon his territory. Do you think that the transformed tree is easy to deal with? Not to mention, even if I desired to cause harm, that tree would surely consume me whole and turn me into its own hide. It would be a pity to become mere leather." Chongqing mused, cautiously reaching out to stroke the weasel's sleek fur. With a teasing tone, she added, "The fur of an ordinary weasel makes for excellent wolf hairbrushes, but yours would surely create the finest writing instruments. I might take a tuft back with me. Perhaps my kin, skilled in the art of talisman crafting, would go wild over it." The weasel lay flat, instinctively emitting a soft low sound of contentment when stroked. Upon hearing Chongqing's words, the weasel shivered. Having refined the bones of a 100-year-old monster, it shrieked like an invaded maiden. "You cannot do this. I am the exclusive supplier of wolf hair for the Lingfu Celestial Master Temple. They will seek retribution. Then tell me, What do you know about the tree of heaven? Chongqing replied with a cunning smile, his eyes crescent-shaped. I forgot to mention, I am one of the Lingfu people. The weasel, on the verge of tears, lamented how its gluttony had attracted this malevolent spirit. It swore to abstain from the villagers' offerings for 3 years. The tree of heaven has stood there for centuries. A decade ago, when the earth's veins shifted, it nearly withered, yet somehow it survived. Later, that family of humans moved in, and the tree has thrived ever since. The greedy weasel recalled the heavenly taste of the tree's fruit it had stolen, licking its sharp teeth. It was exquisite, truly nourishing. I could feast endlessly. With the weasel's guidance, Chongqing made his way back to old Master Jin's home. The bumpy dirt road caused the motorcycle to lurch, occasionally bouncing over large stones that bent the front wheel. At old Master Jin's residence, the tree of heaven in the front yard was entwined with slender green vines. Their fresh shoots as vibrant as fluorescent green, yet untouched by the grayish-green skin of maturity. As gentle breezes caressed the tree, pale purple petals and stamens fell like confetti, while old Master Jin and Shu Wang peacefully reminisced about events from decades past. Upon hearing the sound of a motorcycle engine dying outside, the venerable Mr. Jin sighed deeply, grasping the armrest of his chair as he stood to return indoors. Though he possessed a broad-minded disposition, he had no desire to engage with the peculiarities of the world. Ignorance, after all, could be bliss. What he truly wished for was to peacefully enjoy his twilight years alongside the Jin family. Shu Wang, I may have discovered the reason. As Chongqing entered the courtyard, she could not help but scrutinize the towering chinaberry tree, which seemed to greet her with a gentle sway of its branches. Shu Wang raised her hand, signaling Chongqing to remain calm, instead steering the conversation towards an unrelated topic. Please, have a seat. Chongqing, are you aware of the shadows concealed by history, particularly the 2 significant incursions by foreign entities upon our eastern lands? Chongqing shook her head, for her life thus far had spanned less than 20 years. How could she be acquainted with such ancient matters? During the late Western Jin and the late Qing dynasties, Western vampires, sorcerers, and the church conspired with various foreign races to launch assaults in the name of war against humanity. At that time, they regarded our East as an untouched delicacy. Shu Wang's voice flowed smoothly, as if she were delicately unfurling the scroll of history. In those days, European werewolves and gargoyles served as vanguards, clashing with the zombie horde from the cliff tombs. The aquatic beings confronted Medusa. Ultimately, the ghouls proved to be flawed and were vanquished by the zombies aided by the exorcist of Maoshan. The European werewolves, too, were left in disarray. I have never heard of werewolves in Europe, she remarked. Later, it was their own internal strife that led to the downfall of the European werewolf clans. Shu Wang remarked. Since I assumed the mantle of the shaman 50 years ago, I have witnessed the decline of foreign tribes with my own eyes. Many, unable to bear the change in their status, have succumbed to a deep slumber, including our ancestors. The principal faction in the Second East-West War sought to capture your family. The Volturi, the royal bloodline among vampires? Chongqing pondered. I have never provoked them. Prior to this, I had not even heard of their existence. The shamaness power derives from the spiritual bloodline, a profound understanding of all things. I once had a sister who could command thunder and lightning from birth. Before she could accept everything, we sent her away. She went to the land of the white-headed eagle. Shu Wang's gaze was grave. Imbued with profound sorrow, we lost contact with her, and later, we discovered her among the Volturi's guards. She attacked us without expression. Chongqing recalled where she had inadvertently revealed herself, catching the attention of the Volturi family. Are you suggesting that the Volturi family wishes to transform me into a vampire? Yes. We believe there is no unsolvable secret art. She must have been controlled. Shu Wang smiled faintly, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. Yet the glint in his eyes indicated the gravity he placed on the matter. I have heard that you are fond of human science. Perhaps you could examine the remnants of the previous 10 shamans. You can no longer use the identity of Alier. Chongqing sighed in disappointment. Are you implying that I cannot travel abroad for the time being? Very well. I suppose I should send an email to my friends in Quility once I return. In the perpetually rain-soaked vicinity of Fortes lies the largest shopping establishment, Angel Lane. The cacophony of bustling voices drowned out the resonant whistles of cargo ships. The posture of the rider accentuated the visibility of Jacob's fishing line. As he twisted the throttle to its limit, the modified motorcycle beneath him roared, tail sliding around the bend, its vivid red rear light drawing a straight line into the gloom. He halted before a shop named Treasure's Gift Shop, where 2 grand Medieval-style floor-to-ceiling windows framed an interior still brimming with antiquated bookshelves. As Jacob pushed open the door, the wind chimes behind it chimed softly, a delicate sound echoing in the air. During his last visit, he had overlooked the desolate cash register. Now, seated behind a till that seemed more suited to the 80s, was a young woman adorned in the garb of a gypsy sorceress, her makeup strikingly enchanting. With smoky black eyeliner blending beautifully into her hairline, the woman glanced up, her allure palpable, a young patron, or perhaps a lost puppy. Jacob's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a prophecy book embellished with the gilded words Prophecy Bella, then drifted over a charred music box, ultimately resting on the woman's exquisite visage. His deep voice sent a shiver down her spine. Apologies, I didn't quite catch that. I meant, the woman pouted her crimson lips, lifting the hem of her deep purple gown, deliberately revealing a glimpse of her alabaster leg. A lost little wolf pup, in need of a big sister's assistance, perhaps? 1 note. Which muddled fool, that wretched individual, should perish. 2 note. He deserves to suffer for his excess. The lost little wolf dog seeks the assistance of an elder sister. With a sullen expression, Jacob swung his fist toward the woman. Even in his human form, his speed was formidable. The woman, abandoning her lazy and alluring facade, let out a sharp scream and dove beneath the table. A jet-black crystal orb shielded her from harm as she hastily adjusted her disheveled hair, attempting to regain her composure. Jacob's fist struck the tabletop, leaving 4 small indentations in its surface. His gaze was piercing and resolute. You should be grateful you are a woman. I made a promise to someone important. If anyone dares to call me a dog, I shall crush their manhood. I believe it would be prudent to heed the opinions of the younger generation, perhaps considering a change of venue for your establishment. Such behavior is unbecoming of a good child. The witch's lips twitched slightly. Jacob's aggressive approach had disrupted her plans. She was merely a practitioner of divination and crafting. Internally cursing the mindless brutality of the Crut wolves, she was compelled to conjure a warm and enchanting smile. I swear. I only wish to create a few trinkets for the children. They are harmless. Harmless? Jacob's gaze shifted to the scorched music box, faintly imbued with the scent of gasoline. He raised an eyebrow in a half-smile. You could do this elsewhere. This is the territory of the Quileute werewolves. Do not be so hasty. I can divulge information that may pique your curiosity. Had it not been for the vampires discovering her experiments with their venom, the sorceress would not be here, engaging in idle chatter with a young werewolf barely past adolescence. She was in a state of vulnerability, seeking refuge in a safe haven. For instance, the very friend you hold dear, Euler, whom the Volturi are pursuing. Jacob's expression shifted subtly. The sorceress was grateful that, in a moment of carelessness, she had allowed Jacob and Evergreen to enter, and intrigued by Evergreen's abilities, she had taken a moment to observe them. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss as to how to sway a quick-witted young werewolf who valued his territory. Jacob, suppressing his usual smile, cautiously probed the sorceress. Even so, I cannot allow you to harm the humans here. Whether by design or coincidence, the sorceress discerned Jacob's internal struggle and wavering resolve. No. I merely wish to recuperate here. I swear by the demons I believe in that I will not harm a single soul in this place. The sorceress tempered her enchanting demeanor, adopting an unusually solemn tone. As soon as I am capable of self-defense, I will take my leave from this place. I can even offer divination for that girl, guiding her to evade the Volturi. Jacob was not deceived. The terms presented by the sorceress were too enticing, which only served to heighten his wariness. Who was his adversary? The vampires. The Volturi family. The sorceress gritted her teeth, her alluring red lips attempting to incite Jacob's indignation. One of the 3 elder Volturi, Caius, had obliterated the entire population of werewolves in Europe merely because a werewolf had nearly taken his life. My only true friend perished during that time. I firmly believe that only werewolves possess the strength to combat vampires. I must confer with the Alpha. Before that, you must close this establishment. Jacob remained unmoved. The sorceress underestimated his intelligence. Offering her sanctuary was permissible, but only on the condition that it would not bring unwarranted troubles to his kin. Do not presume that making this widely known will allow you to remain. This is the territory of the Quileute. The sorceress, receiving no tangible benefits, bit her lip in frustration, cursing the foolishness of the gullible werewolves, and escalated her stakes. The Elder Arrow has a penchant for collecting humans with unique abilities, transforming them into vampires. I possess much knowledge. Charlie and Bella are both endowed with extraordinary talents. Charlie has the power to control the weather, while Bella can defend against mind reading. Eulalie cannot be turned into a vampire by the Volturi. She would never consent to such subjugation. Jacob was astonished to find that the first person who came to mind was Charlie. Perhaps because Bella had the protection of the Cullen family, she might willingly become a vampire? Jacob was deeply concerned for Charlie's safety. Jacob, consumed by worry, lay languidly beneath the pillows and blankets. Upon returning to his homeland, the Volturi family would remain immobile unless they desired to ignite a third war among the tribes. Shu Wang was a shaman, adept in the art of spirit manipulation. He excelled in harmonizing yin and yang and regulating the 5 elements. On that day, when Chongqing departed, leaving him a branch from the neem tree, he sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Typically, neem trees blossom in the spring and summer, yet the one before him bore mature fruit. While the average neem tree reaches a height of no more than 20 meters, this particular tree had already surpassed 30 meters and exhibited imperceptible growth each day. The neem tree was a divine entity, shrouded in mystery, had it not been for the subtly revealing fruit from the branch pruned by old Master Jean. Shu Wang would not have been able to affirm his suspicions so swiftly. This neem tree was rooted in ancient energies. Only the fruit of an ancient neem tree, when crushed, could cleanse garments, and its consumption could bolster the kidneys. Thus, the peculiarities surrounding old Master Jean were elucidated, not the result of malevolent spirits. In recent days, Chongqing had been bustling about, assisting Shu Wang in preparations for rituals. Indeed, it was a sacrificial rite invoking ancestral spirits to harness their power. This practice could be employed by both the naturally gifted shaman clans and ordinary practitioners alike. The latter relied on this method, lingering at the threshold for years, steadfast in the hope that one day they might awaken their innate extraordinary abilities. The mutated, ancient-looking neem tree is also expressing gratitude. It extracts the essence of the earth's veins and infuses it into its branches, which are then harvested by the venerable Mr. Jean for consumption. His health has subsequently improved remarkably. However, the ancient neem tree, being a symbol of yang wood, does not bestow the same benefits upon the Jean family, which instead finds itself increasingly weakened under Mr. Jin's strain. The solution proposed by Shu Wang is to cultivate a vine of green, harmonizing the yin and yang of the 5 elements. Henceforth, the Jean family need only pluck the tender shoots of the vine for bathing, coupled with the consumption of fresh neem leaves by Mr. Jean, which will instead prolong his life. For the balance of dragon and tiger to be achieved, the green vine must withstand the strength of the neem tree. Shu Wang, lacking such prowess, finds his own extraordinary abilities at birth inferior to that of Yi Jun, having borrowed strength from the great shaman Quafu for over a decade. Now, he intends to return to his former profession, to conduct rituals honoring the 12 ancestral shamans, invoking the power of wood to rejuvenate the green vine. Ngqing and Huang Piangzi have toiled for 3 or 4 days to gather the items Shu Wang requires. After 3 days of bathing, burning incense, and consuming a vegetarian diet, Shu Wang rises early today. His fingers glide over the wooden offering table made of mountain locust wood in front of the neem tree, as he respectfully bows with a joss stick before the central clay effigy of J.M.ing. The subtle fragrance of sandalwood incense brings tranquility to the mind and body. The clay effigy of J.M.ing, with a bird's face and a human body, stands poised with its feet upon 2 dragons, unfurling a pair of colossal wings that obscure the heavens. The pupils of the clay effigy are devoid of distinct irises and sclera, presenting a hue reminiscent of verdant wood. The tree of heaven and the green vine embody the duality of yin and yang, softness and strength, thereby aiding your cultivation. Wu, known as Shu Wang, gently caresses the rough bark of the tree, his typically capricious demeanor as a spirited young man, giving way to an unexpected depth and tenderness in his gaze that belies his years. Your union with the green vine not only secures the earth's veins, but also draws upon the moonlight to nourish this land during your cultivation, greatly benefiting the elderly couple. The tree trembles, its leaves shimmering in a vivid green, delicate as pine needles. Shu Wang playfully tugs at the streak of dyed red in his hair, his eyes serene. There is no need. My clan is born and nurtured by nature, and it is only right to reciprocate the earth's gifts. I merely hope that should my clan face adversity in the future, you might remember this moment and preserve a trace of our bloodline. Both the tree and the vine sway in unison, the rustling sound evoking the sensation of being enveloped in a forest, a gentle breeze brushing against the face. The altar is adorned with fragrant flowers and herbs, alongside wine and pepper juices. Dressed in a flowing, deep robe, Shu Wang is complemented by a jade tablet of dark green, his belt adorned with 2 entwined dragons, and a blue bird mask perched askew on the back of his head. His hair cascades freely, a striking lock of red tumbling beside the jade tablet. The rituals performed by shamans vary according to the ancestral spirits or great shamans they honor, and they have not practiced beforehand. In the moment preceding the first offering, the shaman, entering a state of communion with the divine, instinctively knows whom to honor and how to perform the sacred dance. During the ceremony, the shaman's movements resonate with the soul's reflections, drawing upon the unique wisdom imparted by their ancestors regarding the myriad spirits of nature. Perhaps, centuries hence, the evergreens too may become subjects of veneration within the sacred rites. Shu Wang moved gracefully, performing actions that transcended the capabilities of ordinary mortals. The dark green jade tablet clashed with the tassels of his sash, as the flames of the candles on the offering table flickered from bright to dim. A gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of flora stirred the 2 strings of silver bells tied at the table's edge. The heart of the candle's flame transformed into a vibrant green hue, while the once lacquered mountain locustwood table seemed to bloom anew, with countless tender and resilient sprouts pushing up the tablecloth, growing to the height of a finger in the blink of an eye. Only within a 3-inch radius around the figurine of Zhu Meng did the new sprouts of locustwood dare not intrude. The smoke of sandalwood enveloped the table, while wisps of green smoke rose from the ground, obscuring Shu Wang's figure. Shu Wang's form resembled a dragon emerging from the sea, striding with the grace of a tiger and the vigor of a dragon, exuding boundless vitality. With each step he took, grass sprouted and flower buds bloomed, the surrounding mist thickening with a vibrant green hue. As Shu Wang completed his dance, the courtyard of the venerable old man was now a vibrant spectacle of colors. Awakened abruptly from his dreams by an unsettling sensation, Chang Qing clung to the window frame, gazing at Shu Wang's retreating figure, murmuring, "If this is to pursue a career in horticulture, he is undoubtedly setting the standard as the foremost leader in the field." All notions of closeness to nature and pure ecological environments pale in comparison. With a twitch of his lips, Shu Wang gestured with a flick of his hand, and the lush, verdant mist surrounding him surged toward the creeping vine. The green smoke entered his being, and the vine expanded with a force akin to a gust of wind. The growth was visible to the naked eye, as a vine thick as a wrist transformed into a greenwood giant python, unmistakable in its presence. In the forthcoming days, Shu Wang must cleanse the Qingting every 2 days to ensure that the tender sprouts do not wither in his absence. Chang Qing and Shu Wang are to reside at the home of the Rotund Man for some time. The author has a few words to share. 1. The melia tree, also known as the bitter neem, is a deciduous tree that blooms in the transition from spring to summer, adorned with delicate purple flowers. Its fruit is spherical or elongated and turns yellow upon ripening. The timber is robust and easily workable, suitable for furniture, musical instruments, construction, and agricultural tools. According to ancient wisdom, crushing the seeds of the melia can serve as a laundry detergent, while consumption is believed to benefit the kidneys. 2. Witch dances, a discourse on how a family that has practiced shamanistic rituals for generations maintains a slender physique. The 10 witches who have emerged from the witch clan, with tears in their eyes, proclaim, "We have earned our title as the 10 witches only after enduring rigorous training and dieting. Heaven knows how exhausting it is to practice dance. We do not wish to perform shamanistic rituals every day." Chang Qing leads a rather leisurely life, thanks to Shu Wang's efforts, as the scallion seedlings in the front yard flourish splendidly. Recently, the culinary prowess of the recovering Jin Wang has delighted everyone with dishes like scallion tofu, scallion oil noodles, scallion pancakes, and scrambled eggs with fragrant chives and scallions. April, being the season of burgeoning grass and singing orioles, allows for the freshest ingredients from their own garden. The only lament is that being nestled deep in the mountains, Chang Qing cannot connect to the internet to share these moments with friends from Fortes. Yi Jun from Lingfu harbored no such concerns. After receiving a phone call, he began to devise a plausible and lawful rationale for Cha Qing to remain in the country. Illness served as an excellent pretext. Yi Jun would never curse Uncle Changjin. Yet he felt no qualms in targeting his peer, Chang Qing, in a gesture of friendly retribution for the bullying he endured in his youth. Yi Jun opted for the rare diagnosis of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Fabricating medical records posed no challenge for him. With merely a word, he could conjure a patient who had never even set foot in a clinic. despite the benevolent ethics of the attending physician who knew that issuing false medical documents was a breach of protocol. Yet, they could not restrain their hands. Swiftly processing the paperwork and prescriptions, even going so far as to rectify any apparent inconsistencies. At this point, Yi Jun remained oblivious to the dire consequences his impulsive actions would impose on Changqing's friends. The truth of Changqing's condition and fabricated medical records traversed oceans. Reaching the ears of the educators at Forte's school, the mustachioed teacher, who often relished exerting his authority, lamented the fate of the young girl, subtly informing Changqing's class of her potential absence. The teacher harbored a fondness for Changqing, admiring her earnest demeanor in class. He sighed in regret, for it is known that the chances of curing amyotrophic lateral sclerosis are exceedingly slim, and patients are ill-suited for long journeys or solitary living. Before the class bell rang, Jacob and Amber rushed to the mustachioed teacher, reporting that Quirrell had missed 3 days of school due to a high fever. The two Quirrell were anxiously leaning over the desk, their brows furrowed in concern. The eager gazes of the two youths stirred something within the small bearded man, who had initially intended to conceal the truth. He paused in his task of organizing the lesson plans and exclaimed, "You two troublesome kids. Since you are so eager to leave early, you shall both report to the library for an hour after class." Jacob and Amber exchanged glances before obediently following the small bearded man. Upon arriving at the library, he set down his lesson plans and gestured for the boys to take a seat in the lounge area. The primary physician of Ural has advised against any long-distance travel for her. The stress of flying is too great for her condition, and the duration of a sea voyage is excessively long. I trust you comprehend my meaning, gentlemen. Jacob and Amber felt a heavy weight in their hearts, rendering them speechless. The direst possibility of losing contact with Changqing was that she had fallen into the clutches of the Valtori family, leaving them to consider the worst-case scenario regarding the discreet werewolves of the distant land. The small bearded man patted the boys on the shoulders, shouldering his bag filled with lesson plans as he moved towards the exit. "ALS, it's not as if she's dead. Cheer up, lads." The most dreadful notion was that she was not suffering from ALS but had instead transformed into a rigid, corpse-like vampire. Her body temperature vanished, baring her fangs at humans, and viciously attacking their kind, the querulate werewolves. Oh dear teacher. To the uninitiated, it seemed as though the true culprit behind their distressing thoughts was none other than the small bearded man himself, with their minds clouded by their self-proclaimed truths. The two despondent querulate youths grew increasingly disheartened, their gazes filled with indignation directed at the source of their troubling associations. "Very well, gentlemen. Perhaps it is time for you to calm down here." The little mustached man took his leave. "I shall return home first. I intend to dispose of the glass in that wretched bedroom." Once assured that he had distanced himself, Ambery sank despondently into the wicker chair. "I have come to realize how utterly futile and lamentable it is to scatter ourselves across various lands as tribes. Perhaps we should reach out to other wolf packs, to contact the Quinault, the Macaw, and then unite with the shape-shifting bear folk and the shape-shifting leopard folk in pursuit of reinstating the Inca Sun Empire? Hey, wake up, buddy, before those vampires react. Fortis will be surrounded by bomb squad officers, and the FBI agents will relish the opportunity to delve into our childhood anecdotes." Jacob had never recognized his sharp tongue until now. A stream of unfiltered thoughts escaped him. He was taken aback, fell silent, and pressed his temples. "I apologize, brother. I became overly excited. No, I did indeed propose a dreadful idea. I believe I can comprehend your sentiments." Equally astonished, Ambery widened his eyes, shook his head, and delivered a playful punch to Jacob's bicep, which echoed resoundingly. "We share your concerns. You are correct. Reaching out to other clans to expand our territory and influence is not a prudent notion. Perhaps we are the only ones stirred by the vampire's bloodlust. Sam does not wish for conflict. None of us do." Jacob rose to his feet, his eyes half closed, and abruptly declared, "I am going to the Celestial Empire." As lifelong friends, Amberly unconditionally supported Jacob's decision. "I called Leal and Seth. They can accompany us." Jacob shook his head, his gaze fixed on Amberly with an unwavering intensity. "I apologize for not being clear, my friend. I must go alone." "Jacob, are you out of your mind? Don't tell me you intend to face a potential army of vampires by yourself." Amberly exclaimed, nearly convinced his ears were deceiving him. "We don't even know Ching's whereabouts." "I have an idea of where she might be," Jacob replied, relieved to have encountered Changqing's aunt that day. At least he wouldn't be aimlessly wandering. "Do you remember that sorceress? I believe Sam requires additional manpower. Bella possesses unique abilities. She has even ventured into Volterra, and the reservation could benefit from the presence of the Quileute wolf pack, all being werewolves. The mental bond allowed him to perceive the profound affection Jacob once harbored for Bella. Yet at this moment, Jacob's concern for Bella's safety infuriated Amberly. It's always about Bella. Why don't you just stay in Forks if you're so preoccupied with her? We will handle a Ching-esque situation ourselves. You merely need to watch over your vampire girl. Were it not for Jacob Black, the Quileute wolf tribe would undoubtedly reject the existence of a vampire girlfriend, especially one who had once been a werewolf's beloved, privy to many of the Quileute's secrets. No, it is not Bella that is needed, it is the Quileute. Jacob, with a playful grin, held Amber's head firmly and countered. Have you forgotten about the vampire, Victoria? My friend, the Quileute require a pack of wolves, as does Leah. I shall locate her and bring her back, after which we will require the protection of the pack. Persuaded by Jacob's words, Amber scratched his head, a mixture of apology and complaint in his tone. All right. Jacob, you can play the hero. We shall handle logistics. Oh no, how did I let myself be swayed so easily? When did your eloquence become so remarkable? God knows. Perhaps it is because I am so eager to accomplish this task? A round trip to Washington State was not a daunting challenge for a Quileute wolf. There were no flights from Forks to the Celestial Empire, but nearby Grays Harbor County, Aberdeen, and even farther Seattle had options. Though the elders of Quileute had repeatedly cautioned the wolves against entering Seattle, Jacob thought that in these exceptional times, he could make an exception. Having persuaded Billy Black, with the assurance of Forksole Sheriff Charlie Swan, who had been a childhood friend, Jacob implored Charlie to expedite all the necessary arrangements. He could not afford to listen to Charlie's slow-paced advice. Jacob nearly snatched the documents and placed them in his bag before finding a secluded spot to transform into his wolf form, racing toward Seattle. Hey, I haven't yet mentioned how long you can stay there. Charlie was unable to halt the restless young werewolf in time. He turned to Billy Black, his expression one of astonishment, and remarked, I never knew your son could move so swiftly. I hadn't even had the chance to teach him how to exchange currency. Who would have thought? Seated in his wheelchair, Billy found amusement in the antics of this boy who had merely pushed him over in pursuit of his own goals, only to forget about his father. He secretly wished the lad would encounter a few setbacks. Perhaps it would encourage him to think more critically. Hey, old friend, it seems I must trouble you to take me back. Care to join me at my home for a pint? And don't forget the Clearwater family's special fried perch. Charlie instinctively requested the best pairing and chuckled. Let us hope that Jacob doesn't find himself apprehended by the sheriff of another state on charges of smuggling. I certainly wouldn't condone any form of favoritism. Of course, my friend, I wouldn't wish to put you in a difficult position. Billy grinned, raising an imaginary glass. Now we truly need to toast. Having never visited Seattle, Jacob remained oblivious to the reasons why the Quileute elders would prevent them from going there. It wasn't merely due to Seattle's status as the largest city in Washington state, but also because of its persistent, overcast weather. The instant Jacob set foot in Seattle, his body felt as though it were being scorched by molten iron, beads of cold sweat erupting across his face, arms, chest, and abdomen. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jacob used his sweat-soaked t-shirt to dab at his face before darting into a perfume shop, as if fleeing for his life. Under the shopkeeper's bewildered gaze, he requested the most pungent and overpowering fragrance available. Ignoring the shopkeeper's look of disbelief, he paid and promptly twisted the nozzle, dousing himself entirely. Jacob had not anticipated the abundance of vampires lurking in Seattle. He should be grateful that werewolves can detect each other's presence before vampires catch a whiff of the Quileute wolf scent. Surely, the vampires of Seattle would not mind discovering a lost lone wolf, kindly tearing him to shreds. Jacob understood that vampires are capricious beings. While Quileute werewolves are prone to fits of rage, vampires exist in a constant state of rationality, albeit one that can easily veer into chaos. They meticulously calculate the repercussions of their actions, always seeking to minimize trouble, for the things that pique a vampire's interest are exceedingly rare. They cherish every opportunity that captivates their attention. The Cullen family was an anomaly, not only for being vegetarian vampires, but also for their willingness to forsake that nature. The acrid scent of perfume made Jacob sneeze repeatedly, a testament to the trials his sensitive werewolf nose endured. He tugged the hood of his sweatshirt lower, the shadows accentuating the furrows in his brow. Seattle's airport has always been the most bustling transport hub in Washington state. Upon arriving at Seattle Airport, Jacob's back was already drenched in perspiration. The short-sleeved t-shirt accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow hips, while the overpowering scent of his tightly fitted hoodie was quite overwhelming. Jacob's appearance was reminiscent of an epileptic, prompting him to tidy himself up before entering the airport. Otherwise, the security personnel would have barred his passage. Throughout his journey, he encountered no fewer than a dozen vampires, and on one occasion, he was pursued for 2 blocks by a particularly curious one. Just as he could no longer resist the urge to veer into an alley and transform into a werewolf to sever the vampire's throat, a rather overly enthusiastic woman intervened. She audaciously inquired about his monthly fee. Born in Fortistown, Jacob had never encountered such a woman before, nor did he realize that the sleek, healthy muscles of a Quileute werewolf could easily eclipse the vulgarity of his own perfume. The vampire seemed to disdain such women and, upon seeing Jacob momentarily trapped, chose to retreat in annoyance. Jacob felt fortunate not to have experienced the awkwardness of a pickup line, as he lacked the swift rejection skills that would have spared him from that moment of helplessness. After shaking off both the vampire and the eager woman, Jacob, disregarding the gazes of passers-by, pulled down his cap and hastened forward, following an explanation to the airport security that he had accidentally been struck by a perfume bottle. He finally managed to reach the quiet waiting area after much tribulation. With over an hour remaining before his flight to the Celestial Empire, Jacob, a staunch skeptic of the supernatural, rubbed his damp hair and silently prayed to avoid further encounters with vampires. Uncertain whether it was the ancestral spirit of Quileute who heeded Jacob's prayers, his feverish body temperature gradually subsided, and the acrid scent of perfume dissipated. Even upon boarding the flight, Jacob did not encounter any vampires. He marveled at the airport's exceptional lighting, realizing that unless there was an urgent matter, vampires would not willingly subject themselves to the discomfort of air travel. They would rather run, under normal circumstances. After a prolonged period of tension, Jacob soon succumbed to slumber shortly after the plane took off. The bloodline of the Quileute werewolves invigorated his growth, rendering him slightly more mature in appearance than his peers. Yet he still remained firmly within the realm of a young boy. Jacob's eyes gleamed with a deep, dark brilliance. When angered or stern, they reflected a fierce, wolf-like intensity. However, as he peacefully slumbered, he was merely a serene and quiet young man, his physique striking enough to attract attention. A passing flight attendant discreetly draped a thin blanket over him. Jacob arrived at the airport in the Celestial Empire during twilight, the sky ablaze with the hues of sunset. After a 6-hour journey of restful sleep, he felt invigorated. Though the bustling metropolis lacked the prosperity of Seattle, it presented a familiar panorama of illuminated streets, reminiscent of a city that never sleeps. Recalling the pronunciations of place names he had heard from his aunt, Jacob approached the airport staff for inquiries. Despite his dark hair and eyes, his features were more defined than those of the typical Oriental, who often appeared more slender. The airport personnel quickly discerned his mixed heritage, and it was no surprise that he spoke fluent English. After repeated attempts to decipher his destination, the staff finally understood that Jacob wished to venture to the enchanting Jiangxi, a land of extraordinary beauty and remarkable talent. Though they privately lamented Jacob's audacity to wander alone without comprehension of the Chinese language, the staff remained diligent in providing him with clear directions and patiently instructing him on the pronunciation of the train station. Jacob, with his tongue twisted in confusion, hesitantly inquired, Kajang train station? Overwhelmed, the staff placed a hand on their forehead in exasperation and responded, Sir, may I call you a taxi? Jacob had initially believed that the Kuyurut language was among the most challenging tongues. It was only now that he recognized the true linguistic genius lay with Chongqing. The staff's suggestion greatly alleviated his anxiety, and fearing he might reconsider, he promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, Okay, thank you. Prior to his journey, Jacob had assumed that possessing hands and feet would suffice, allowing him to navigate simply by asking questions until he located Chongqing. However, as he settled into the taxi and left the confines of the airport, he began to grasp the multitude of individuals among whom he would search for Chongqing. Jacob had thought Seattle was densely populated, yet upon observing the throngs of heads in the bustling shopping areas, he realized how little he had truly encountered. The neon lights and towering skyscrapers crafted by human hands were, ironically, the most familiar sights to Jacob in this foreign land. The essence of the people from the Celestial Empire was far more subtle than that of his hometown, a myriad of scents intertwining, rendering them almost unrecognizable to him. Upon unlocking his phone, Jacob navigated to the photo gallery. The evergreen images, a gift from his friend in Leo, showcased a girl with a radiant smile. Closing his phone, Jacob gazed vacantly out of the car window, while the driver discreetly observed the young international companion through the rearview mirror. His accent tinged with the distinctive lilt of Jiangsu and Shanghai. "Where are you from?" Jacob stared blankly. "What?" The driver, only capable of uttering a few simple phrases, chuckled foolishly and offered a mismatched hello, falling silent thereafter. It dawned on him that this well-built young man did not comprehend human speech at all. Jacob believed he had stumbled upon a significant realization. Not all of his fellow compatriots could communicate with him effectively. This revelation cast a shadow over Jacob's meticulously planned journey, as his intuition warned him of impending difficulties. The ride continued in silence until the taxi driver halted at the train station, gesturing toward a distant sign while turning to Jacob with a smile. 108 yuan. Jacob could not decipher YOLING, yet he understood the driver's motions of finger, fist, and checkmark. He pondered that perhaps the cost of living in his companion's hometown was exorbitantly high, complicating any attempts to negotiate due to the language barrier. After a moment's reflection, Jacob retrieved a $50 bill from his wallet and handed it to the taxi driver. This evidently exceeded the driver's expectations. He glanced at the colorful bill and then at the innocent Jacob, reiterating, "The cost of living in your hometown is truly steep." Consequently, Jacob added an additional $20 to the amount. The author has something to say. 12,000 words across 3 chapters have been completed. Thank you all for your support. Jacob should consider himself fortunate to be on the flight from Seattle to the bustling metropolis. As a first-tier city, it has integrated with the world in such a way that it can accommodate a queer werewolf who is at a loss for words. Jacob encountered a kind-hearted driver who, upon seeing his bewilderment, paused for a moment. After passing through the train station security again and lowering his hat's brim, Jacob, alone in a foreign land, blended into the long serpentine queue. Having had the experience with the taxi driver, he began to question whether the money he carried would suffice for his expenditures. Perhaps he should seek out someone fluent in English to inquire about the best way to manage his finances. Typically, staff at transportation hubs like airports and train stations are expected to be proficient in English. Even if there are occasional language barriers, assistance is readily available. As the line progressed, and it was Jacob's turn, the ticket clerk at the train station, upon hearing his impeccable English, was momentarily taken aback, responding in a local accent. "Here you buy the ticket?" Jacob was immensely grateful to the airport personnel who had taught him how to pronounce these 2 syllables. The ticket agent was perplexed. Any child who has studied geography would know that Jiangxi refers to a region, not a city or county. He simply could not comprehend where Jacob intended to go. Many trains passed through, some fast trains that did not stop at small stations, and others that made frequent stops. Jiangxi, Jacob reiterated patiently. In Jacob's understanding, Jiangxi did not equate to Washington state. It should be akin to Forte's town. "Jiangxi, great. Oldly, come here," the ticket agent called out, acknowledging his insufficient command of English to clarify matters for Jacob. He decisively turned to seek assistance. Oldly, who had been taking a sip of water, approached, dressed in a deep blue uniform adorned with yellow epaulets, appearing quite spirited. The ticket agent gestured towards Jacob, saying, "Your English is better. I struggle to communicate with him. This person wants to go to Jiangxi, but he seems unclear about where in Jiangxi." Jacob furrowed his brow, scrutinizing them, unable to comprehend a word of the ticket agent and Old Lee's conversation. "You and travel? Or find someone?" Old Lee cheerfully waved his hand to catch Jacob's attention, filled with confidence. "Do you know her phone number?" Jacob's eyes sparkled as he immediately replied, "Sorry, I don't know her name. It's Oriel." Old Lee, who had overestimated his English proficiency, instinctively inquired about Jacob's quest. However, Jacob seemed utterly unaware. And if it weren't for the clarity in Jacob's gaze, Old Lee would have almost believed him to be a naive victim of deception. Sweat poured from Old Lee's brow as he struggled to grasp where exactly Jacob intended to go. Reluctantly, Old Lee acquiesced to Jacob's wishes and sold him a ticket, one that could be described as a portal to myriad wonders and tales, a ticket to the scenic Longhu Mountain tourist area. After sending off the young man who had consumed half an hour of his time, Old Lee wiped the sweat from his forehead, vowing never again to claim proficiency in foreign languages. He hoped that the scenic area in Ingtan would meet Jacob's expectations, perhaps allowing him to catch the temple fair and the rituals performed there. After a few twists and turns, Jacob finally boarded the train. Fortunately, the station announcements were made in English, and the departure schedules and train numbers were presented in Arabic numerals, which he could decipher. With a mix of guesswork and intuition, Jacob located his carriage according to the ticket's markers. Seated beside him was a woman in her 30s. Noticing that Jacob was traveling alone, she smiled and remarked, young man. Are you on your own? Be sure to look after your personal belongings. The woman smiled benevolently, and though Jacob could not comprehend her words, he responded with a bright, sunny smile. Jacob's features were sharply defined, and his smile made hearts race. The woman could not help but praise, young man, you have a rather handsome smile. This left Jacob baffled, as he did not understand her compliment. Before boarding, Jacob inquired at the information desk about the time of his stop, as his ticket did not indicate when to disembark, and he feared missing his destination. Aware that he still had over 10 hours of travel ahead, he resolved to take a nap. To avoid excessive interaction with others, Jacob closed his eyes and pretended to doze off once he found his seat. This left the woman, who had hoped to engage Jacob in conversation to pass the time, feeling somewhat disheartened. She pulled out a compact mirror to check her appearance, pondering whether her enthusiasm had startled the shy, athletic young man. Jacob's seat was by the aisle, and initially, as he closed his eyes, the woman offered gentle reminders to keep an eye on his belongings. Noticing he seemed to be sound asleep, she gave him a light nudge. Jacob, not understanding her intentions, chose to ignore her. The woman assumed he was simply a weary traveler in need of rest, and after settling her own head on the pillow, she decided to keep a watchful eye on him, letting it be. In the dead of night, after the train had jolted for 3 to 4 hours, the woman succumbed to her own fatigue and fell asleep. The carriage was enveloped in silence, and a man clad in a black jacket slowly rose, stealthily making his way down the aisle, his hand silently reaching toward Jacob's pocket, where his wallet lay. Even if Jacob were to drift into slumber, the proximity of an unfamiliar individual would rouse him instantly. Moreover, having already caught up on his rest, he could only be considered in a state of half-sleep. The slumber of a wild wolf is notoriously light, and a lone wolf, distanced from its pack, is particularly susceptible to the slightest disturbance. Jacob seized the man's wrist with a firm grip, his elongated eyes gleaming in the darkness. Cursed fate! The man glared fiercely at Jacob, twisting his wrist in an attempt to free himself. Jacob's strength was considerable, and the man felt as if his bones were being constricted. Jacob had no intention of escalating the situation, being in a foreign land. He deemed it troublesome to stir up trouble that he could not articulate due to the language barrier. Gradually, he eased his grip, allowing the man to finally extricate his hand from the vice-like hold. Rubbing his reddened wrist, the man, having tested Jacob's strength, dared not provoke the unusually young boy further. He shot a feigned glare, his resolve waning as he muttered curses under his breath while retreating to his seat. Unbeknownst to the man, Jacob's silence was not a sign of acquiescence, but rather an inability to engage. The man assumed Jacob simply wished to avoid conflict and let him off lightly. He believed that opportunities were abundant, and Jacob's gaze hinted at latent aggression. He could wait until the boy disembarked to address the matter. Trains on lengthy routes are prone to delays, especially those that traverse numerous minor stations, often allowing only 2 or 3 minutes for boarding. A slight delay in ticket checking could result in the train being late by several minutes, should the weather shift. It was not uncommon for delays to extend by an hour or more. Jacob encountered the diligent ticket inspector, Oldley, who was acutely aware of Jacob's inability to understand Chinese. He thoughtfully selected a fast train with minimal stops. Nevertheless, even this train was delayed by over 10 minutes upon reaching Yingtan. For Jacob, this experience felt like an agonizing eternity. He constantly questioned whether he had overslept or boarded the wrong train. Those 10 minutes seemed to stretch into what felt like hours, and he had no one to inquire with, as the expressions of his fellow passengers remained placid. The crowded carriage was stiflingly hot, and the narrow aisle was rendered impassable by those standing with tickets. Beside Jacob sat a man with a standing ticket who had brought his own stool and, taking advantage of the conductor's absence, casually puffed on a cigarette. Jacob pressed his hand to his chest, feeling his heart rate accelerate with anxiety. He gripped his thigh, reminding himself to remain composed and resolute. He could not afford to succumb to feelings of loneliness and confusion. Such a fate would spell disaster, and he would lose all hope of finding Cha-Ching. The announcement of their arrival in Yingtan was nearly drowned out by the cacophony of voices. Jacob felt a surge of relief at being a Kiluit werewolf. As a werewolf, he was not only able to detect a myriad of scents but also heard the arrival announcement that was obscured by the clamor of the crowd. Disembarking amidst the throng, Jacob validated his ticket and stepped out of the station, standing bewildered in the waiting hall. The bustling crowd paid little heed to the lost werewolf, as they were preoccupied with their own affairs. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Jacob, utterly exhausted, gradually began to move forward into the outside world. The exterior of the Ington station resembles a pristine cluster of office buildings, with most of its walls adorned by rows of grid-like glass windows. Upon exiting, Jacob was momentarily blinded by the light, squinting to discern the indistinct figures in the distance. It was precisely due to his aimless, leisurely pace that a few individuals waiting outside took notice of him. People brandishing signs for hotels, internet cafes, and various tourist attractions approached Jacob. This locale is a bustling hub for travelers. Although the touts possess a modicum of proficiency in Mandarin, they typically prefer to entice visitors with their distinctive dialects before switching to Mandarin to facilitate their sales. The local dialect is not only incomprehensible to Jacob, but even to first-time visitors, it poses a significant challenge. The hotel promoter spoke in a rapid-fire New Jersey dialect that was daunting. The young woman advertising the internet cafe sang her words in a soft, melodious Wu dialect, which was quite pleasant to the ear. However, the ticket seller promoting local attractions was the most straightforward, repeatedly shouting Panyang Lake. Panyang Lake. One-day tour. A young lady who favored Cantonese observed Jacob as he maneuvered past two individuals, hastening his departure. She blinked and lowered her sign, opting not to utter a word. Even without her verbal introduction, Jacob discerned that the three individuals employed three different languages. Overwhelmed by the unexpected linguistic diversity, Jacob felt a swell of confusion. Longing for the familiar sight of Chongqing, who would stand before him, gently calling him Yake in her warm, comforting voice. Jacob believed he was afflicted with a relentless case of perpetual longing, having spent a mere 20 hours in her hometown, during which he found himself incessantly yearning for every facet of her existence. Hello? A hesitant greeting echoed from behind him. The voice belonged to a man, and Jacob did not immediately associate it with Chongqing. However, upon hearing a familiar tongue in a foreign land, even if it was not articulated with precision, Jacob swiftly turned to discover the source of the sound. Noticing his immediate response, the man, who had initially approached with an air of chance, hastened forward. Gesticulating as he inquired, "Are you traveling alone?" Jacob shook his head, then nodded. He was indeed in search of someone. The young man, clad in traditional Hakka attire, ceased his inquiries and began to speculate about Jacob's nationality. "Are you from Japan? Vietnam? Korea? Canada?" Upon arriving here, Jacob realized just how fortunate he was to have chosen Shanghai as his first destination. The prevalence of Mandarin was evidently low, and the number of individuals proficient in American English was scarce. Jacob's acute senses were pained by the cacophony of poorly accented English, causing him further bewilderment. After a moment, Jacob slowly nodded in response. "I know something, a good place." The Hakka-clad man intently fixed his gaze on Jacob's eyes, articulating each word with exaggerated difficulty. He adjusted his attire, reminiscent of traditional Han clothing, in an attempt to capture Jacob's attention. Strictly speaking, the Hakka people are not considered a minority. Rather, they are a branch of the Han ethnicity, with customs reminiscent of ancient Han culture. During the Halloween gala, Jacob donned a hanfu crafted by Chongqing, and as he had wished, his gaze was immediately drawn to the somewhat familiar attire of a man. He scrutinized the individual carefully. His instincts as a werewolf alerted him to the many peculiarities surrounding this man. Nevertheless, his eagerness to locate Chongqing, combined with his confidence in his own abilities, compelled Jacob to take a risk. Jacob speculated that the Hakka man might belong to a tribe near Chongqing's homeland, as their clothing bore some similarities. Perhaps, once he reached that place, he could trace the sin of Chongqing, transforming into a wolf to traverse the mountains and forests until he found her. Should he succeed in locating Chongqing, Jacob felt it imperative to caution her about the individuals in her surrounding tribe. Although his gaze was well concealed, it harbored an insatiable greed and malice. He was increasingly concerned about her safety, given the apparent aggressiveness of the nearby tribe. Reflecting on this, Jacob felt a surge of anxiety. Lacking knowledge of the historical context of the Celestial Empire, he was unaware of a dynasty known as Han. Nor did he know that there existed a group of young enthusiasts who adored the attire of that era, referred to as Hanfu fans. At this moment, Jacob was resolute in his belief that the Hakka-clad man could lead him to Chongqing, even in the absence of a shared language. And despite his inability to fully comprehend the man's intentions, Jacob willingly entered his van. The author wishes to convey, "You were originally a beautiful person who discarded a rocket launcher." The scholar of the Three Goats cast a landmine on April 22, 2014, at 12:34:30. Grateful for the generous benefactor's rocket launcher and landmine, I rolled with delight. Receiving a rocket launcher for the first time filled me with joy. After uncovering the cause of the elderly couple's ailments, Cha-Ching found herself at a loss for further actions. Her time at home was still brief, and neither Yi Jun nor Shu Wang intended to teach her the intricate witch dances just yet. The rituals for the ancestral shaman would have to wait. As the ancestral shrine was not a place that opened annually, the next occasion would coincide with Changqing's 18th birthday. Shu Wang still needed to tend to the vines, while Changqing wandered aimlessly. As a young girl, despite being aware of her extraordinary nature, the old gentleman could not help but offer her warnings. In the words of the rotund man, in this remote village, beautiful girls are scarce, dear lady. You must exercise caution to avoid being abducted and sold as a child bride in the mountains. That you are capable of vanquishing monsters. What if you were caught off guard and harmed? Noting Changqing's indifference, the rotund man continued to ramble. You may not understand the nature of these abductors. They covet blood and the possessions of living beings, all within their purview. Intrigued by her identity as a witch, Cha-Ching inquired further. Have they ever abducted individuals who are distinct from ordinary people, perhaps those whose blood cannot be utilized or whose organs differ from the usual? The internal organs of a shaman may differ significantly from those of a human, yet Cha-Ching remains uncertain. However, she is acutely aware that if her Kylert friend's organs were transplanted into another's body, even something as minute as a cornea, they might very well be hailed as possessing extraordinary sight. The thought of transferring the heart of a Kylert werewolf raises a question. Could an ordinary person truly withstand the blood pressure exerted by their heart's typical rhythm without bursting like a balloon? Although the rotund man lacks telepathic abilities, the fervent gaze of Changqing sends beads of sweat cascading down his brow. The notion of an ordinary human suddenly acquiring superhuman capabilities delights her. Upon reuniting with her Kylert friends, she yearns to share these thoughts. Little does she realize that Jacob, who should be on the other side of the earth, is only a mere 200 to 300 kilometers away from her. The bumpy provincial road pales in comparison to the smoothness of the highway. The frequent passage of heavy trucks has left the unmaintained surface riddled with potholes. What might have been a flat stretch just moments ago transforms into a roller coaster of road conditions upon entering the jurisdiction of the next county. A van, its license plate obscured, inches forward, hindered by its age of over a decade. Jacob notices the driver casting inquisitive glances, prompting him to irritably close his eyes and feign sleep. Observing Jacob's impassive demeanor, the driver cannot help but marvel at his fortitude. Feeling quite pleased with such a remarkable specimen, in a buoyant mood, the driver hums a cheerful tune reminiscent of tea picking. In the thriving tourism city of Ingtan, one might still refer to it as a town, yet beyond the areas developed for national tourism, the provincial roads have transformed into dusty, cemented paths, and the surrounding modernity has diminished. Towering electric poles jut into the ground, leading into the mountains, while the unevenly spaced transmission towers spin their fans. Occasionally, one might witness a motorcycle overtaking a van, ridden by the sun-baked farmers who toil in the fields year-round. Jacob finds himself frequently sniffling, in search of the sin of evergreens. The man, dressed in traditional Hakka attire, remains oblivious, merely assuming Jacob is unaccustomed to the local climate and on the verge of catching a cold. After pondering for a moment, he concludes that Jacob has nowhere else to escape to. Thus he halts in a small county town ahead. To call it a county town would be an understatement. It consists of a marketplace formed by two intersecting streets lined with brick and tile houses. He backs the vehicle up beside a small shop, ensuring ample space for the car behind him, and gestures to Jacob with a pressed palm, dismissively uttering, "Stop, stop," as his lips grazed his prominent canines. Jacob resolved that once he located the evergreens, he would toss this man, who deemed him a fool, into the air. Little Lou, what a clever tactic. The shopkeeper, a hunched old man in his 50s or 60s, keen-eyed from a lifetime of experience, immediately discerned that Jacob had been abducted. With a toothy grin revealing yellowed teeth, he remarked, "Look at the size of this lad. He must be worth quite a sum. Go away, stop prying into my affairs." The Hakka man, fully aware that Jacob could not comprehend their thick local accent, could not help but cast sidelong glances at him. He rudely addressed the old man, saying, "Bring out all the remedies for motion sickness and anything else you have. This is a delicate guest. Keep your language clean, or I shall send someone to guard your shop every day." The old man secretly looked down upon the unscrupulous Lou, yet he maintained a dry smile on his face, replying, "I wouldn't dare. Do you need anything else?" The man ceased his discourse, turning to engage Jacob instead, uttering a few words regarding business and water. He pinched his fingers, signaling Jacob to make payment. In the mind of the man, who was deliberately masquerading as a fake tour guide, Jacob, despite his sharp features, was merely a naive individual ripe for exploitation. Foolish people with money are easy to deceive, and goods are easy to sell. Although Jacob could not understand their conversation, his keen senses allowed him to detect the malice in the man's tone. Licking his sharp canine teeth, Jacob suppressed the urge to retaliate with a punch. Feigning ignorance of the man's intentions, left with no choice, the man reluctantly reached into his pocket to purchase water and medicine, stifling the impulse to throw it in Jacob's face, and handed it to him in a cordial manner. Jacob responded with a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Filthy scoundrel." As the man turned away, the old man muttered harshly at his retreating figure. Previously, the old man had been terrified, yet now he displayed a different demeanor, prompting Jacob to turn his head in curiosity to observe him. The elderly man was taken aback, his heart softening at the sight of Jacob's clean, dark eyes. He pointed towards the man and made a gesture of cutting his throat and drawing blood. Sensing goodwill, Jacob offered the old man a reassuring smile. To avoid arousing Jacob's suspicion, the man guided him through the bustling market. As they turned a corner, they encountered a 7 or 8-year-old girl, her hair styled in pigtails, her face smeared with dirt. In front of her lay a dented iron basin, and she wore a tattered shirt, shivering in the chilly April air. Upon seeing the well-dressed Jacob and the man, the girl gasped and repeatedly bowed her head in reverence. Having witnessed street urchins before, Jacob discerned the girl's unspoken desires. He crouched down, quietly retrieving $50 and placing it in the girl's battered basin. The girl, covered in grime, blinked in astonishment at the unfamiliar paper, unsure whether to bow her head in gratitude as taught by others. Realizing that he was no longer in Fortis, nor in any land familiar to him, Jacob felt a rush of embarrassment for his foolishness. He quickly retrieved the money and replaced it with a bright red coin featuring an elderly man's visage. The werewolf, Crud, observed him with a bemused gaze, while the little girl pouted, tears trickling down her dirt-streaked cheeks. Her face transformed into a patchwork of sorrow as she extended her frail, bony arms towards Jacob, sobbing softly. This is not a lesson in feigning pity to extort money from others. The little girl is aware that there are those who would offer her money, yet who would embrace her, unperturbed by her filthy appearance. Jacob evokes the comforting memory of a neighborly older brother when she was still nourished and clothed. The man behind Jacob glared fiercely at the little girl, convinced that Jacob's money was rightfully his. A single coin from an elderly person could provide him with several indulgences, yet he lamented the waste of giving it to a mere child. However, since Jacob had not yet been deceived, he could not demand it back, for he knew he could not overpower Jacob's stature. The audacity of the child, asking for a hug, was infuriating. Jacob reached out to tousle the girl's dry, coarse pigtails, embracing her without a hint of disdain, lifting her high, much like he used to do with young Seth during their time at Fortes, before Seth grew too old to allow such antics. The little girl, her tears subsiding, clung tightly to Jacob's neck, leaving smudges of dirt upon his clean sweatshirt. She squeezed him fiercely, blinking back tears. To evade the man's gaze behind Jacob, she whimpered softly, reminiscent of a frightened kitten. "He-s a bad man." The man, unable to catch her words clearly, sought to intimidate her, widening his eyes. "What did you say?" Having encountered a myriad of personalities, the girl possessed a maturity beyond her years. Burying her face in Jacob's neck, she sobbed softly, "When I grow up, I will marry my big brother." The man seemed to smirk at the absurdity of the situation. Unless the little girl happened to be the daughter of a wealthy patron, he might consider selling such a fine specimen. With the girl's interruption, the man's gaze upon Jacob intensified, scrutinizing the quality of his wares. This secluded mountain ravine was already deserted, and he resolved to move forward before taking action. By then, even if Jacob realized the man was not of good character, he would be unable to escape. Jacob should be grateful that he did not comprehend the dialect of Chongqing's homeland. After holding the little girl for a moment, he offered her a few bills, hoping to brighten her recent days. The man behind had no choice but to urge Jacob to hasten his pace, determined to make an example of Jacob, who wasted money. After more than half an hour of trekking, they reached a point where the van could no longer proceed, so they found a place to stow it. The man, carrying a small backpack, gestured for Jacob to follow him up the mountain. They navigated the winding paths for 2 or 3 hours as darkness began to descend, forcing even the seasoned traveler to proceed with caution. When encountering narrow passages, he would use a stick to probe ahead, fearful of slipping. Following closely behind, Jacob's eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light. He did not suffer from night blindness, rather, as a querate werewolf, He required only the faintest glimmer to see for hundreds of meters. After an hour of navigating in darkness, the man finally arrived at his destination, a remote mountain village with scarcely a dozen households. He smiled malevolently and shouted a signal, prompting several muscular men to emerge from their homes, armed and ready. This is hardly a mountain village. Rather, it serves as a transit hub for the goods of men. Jacob, still unable to detect the scent of the evergreens, felt a chill descend upon him as he discerned faint sounds of struggle emanating from the cabin. Although the Kylite youth was aware that his primary objective was to locate the evergreens as swiftly as possible, he could not turn a blind eye to the distress he witnessed. The hulking figures across from him were undoubtedly enhanced by steroids, their bulging muscles more robust than Jacob's thighs. While the Kylite werewolf possessed heightened senses compared to ordinary humans, they hardly sufficed against 5 or 6 armed brutes. Like vampires, Kylite werewolves needed to conceal their true nature, yet outside of Fortis, a slight indiscretion seemed inconsequential. After all, they remained oblivious to the Kylite reservation, suppressing his pent-up frustration. Jacob tossed his backpack, containing his identification, to the ground. He removed his jacket, kicked off his sneakers, and with a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, he provocatively clenched his fists at the group of muscular men. Anger flared among the hulks, but they were horrified to realize that what they had assumed was a timid foreigner, intimidated into disrobing, had transformed into a colossal, brown-furred wolf, taller than a compact car. Before Jacob could utter a sound, the muscle-bound men, gripped by the terror of their own horror film, let out a cacophony of howls. A woo, a woo, a woo. Those who had committed numerous wrongs inevitably felt a twinge of guilt and anxiety, seeking an outlet or a means of spiritual solace. When non-humans truly materialized before them, the visceral dread of retribution was a sensation that not everyone could muster the courage to confront. Feeling a sense of ennui, Jacob exhaled a plume of vapor, his lips curling back to reveal canine teeth of a hand's length. The formidable figures, once filled with the will to resist, had long since succumbed to fear. Retreating hastily at the sight of Jacob's swift, interwoven limbs approaching with alarming speed. Upon catching up, Jacob executed a sudden halt, rearing onto his hind legs. And with a flourish of his forepaws, he delivered a resounding slap to each of them. The bones of the Korut were notably resilient, their musculature in wolf form surpassing normal limits. Even without claws or fangs, Jacob's padded paws, soft as they were, still sent the burly men sprawling several meters away, as if struck by a heavy mallet. The man who had lured Jacob to this place received particular attention, being flung onto the thatched roof interspersed with mud. In the dim confines of a small, dark room, a female tourist, bound and silenced, gazed upward at the leg that protruded through the roof, stifling her cries. The leg's owner was evidently still alive, twitching and thrashing, ensnared yet unwilling to relinquish their struggle. As Jacob clawed at the unconscious muscle-bound men, confirming their incapacitation, he transformed back into his human form. From his backpack, he retrieved a change of clothing, donning garments and trousers with ease. After searching through several rooms, Jacob liberated a female tourist and a young boy, approximately 5 or 6 years of age. Upon witnessing a plethora of muscular men sprawled across the ground, the young female tourist, in her 20s, gazed at Jacob with eyes that sparkled like stars. Previously, she had believed her fate was sealed, haunted by the incessant reports of organ trafficking and child abduction that plagued her mind. To her astonishment, a twist of fate had led to her rescue by a strikingly handsome man with sharply defined features. Long live personal heroism. She could no longer disdain American television dramas. The young tourist, a junior in college, had become separated from her traveling companion at the ferry terminal, only to be rendered unconscious by an unidentified assailant. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself confined within a rudimentary dark room, devoid of her phone and wallet. Proficient in English, she was able to communicate effectively with Jacob. Realizing that Jacob was unfamiliar with her native tongue, she promptly switched to English to request the use of his phone. Jacob informed her that his device lacked service and was incompatible with the communication signals of her homeland. Undeterred, the young woman insisted on borrowing Jacob's phone, intent on secretly inputting her contact information. In her quest to locate Chongqing, Jacob's phone remained primarily on the photo gallery interface. As she opened the device, she immediately stumbled upon a photograph of Chongqing. Since her confinement, she had been continually replaying the details of the ferry terminal in her mind. And the moment she saw the photo, memories flooded back. Chongqing had been queuing ahead of her, waiting for the boat to cross the river. Could it be that he, too, had been separated from his companions and rendered unconscious at that moment? Stealing glances at Jacob's captivating profile and the fluid lines of his physique, she felt an undeniable sense of destiny woven by the hands of fate. Out of a sense of discretion, the female traveler refrained from divulging her thoughts to Jacob. Naturally, she would not reveal that she had indeed seen Chongqing in his photo album. Jacob intended to escort the female traveler and the young boy down the mountain before devising a plan to locate Chongqing. The author wishes to convey Countdown to the Encounter, 3 chapters. Having located a bicycle behind the house using the car keys he found on several unconscious men, Jacob set off. The young boy timidly settled into the rear seat, and the female traveler began pedaling downhill. Jacob jogged alongside them, guiding the way. The werewolf possessed a keen sense of smell, capable of tracking all the scents he had left behind, and his night vision was exceptional, at the very least. With his guidance, the female traveler would not recklessly ride off the cliff. Descending in darkness was not the wisest decision. Yet the female traveler was utterly terrified of the place that had confined her for several days, and upon gaining her freedom, she was eager to descend. Perhaps to alleviate her fear, coupled with a burgeoning curiosity about Jacob, she chattered incessantly, inquiring about him throughout their descent. Having spoken little since the onset of their language barrier, Jacob found himself unaccustomed to the chatter and could only inform the female traveler that he had urgent matters to attend to. "Is it someone from your phone album?" She promptly recalled the photo of Chongqing, her curiosity piqued. "I apologize. It was unintentional. I opened it and saw her. Who is she to you? Your girlfriend? It's truly admirable that you traveled such a distance to find her. I'm rather envious." Jacob remained silent, reluctant to refute the notion of having a girlfriend, unwilling to explain the matter to others. The female tourist, harboring a slight affection for Jacob due to his life-saving actions, quickly relinquished her hopes upon speculating about his relationship status. Determined to repay him, she resolved to uncover Chongqing's whereabouts at the internet CAF upon arriving in town, believing that the travel agency must have retained the information of the tourist from that day. As she pondered, she inquired, "What is her name?" "Warrior. Chan." After cycling for about an hour, she finally returned to the place where the van was stored. The small boy in the back seat had already fallen asleep, clinging to the female tourist's waist. Next to the van were several other vehicles. Jacob, armed with the scrapped keys he had collected, attempted each one until he selected the vehicle with the highest chassis and successfully ignited the engine. He turned to ask, "Can you drive?" The female tourist eagerly nodded at her exceedingly reliable hero. "I can drive a little." Jacob punctured the tires of the other vehicles and, noticing the female tourist's uncertain expression, reluctantly took the driver's seat himself. "I cannot read the road signs. Could you guide me?" Such a considerate and gentle man is indeed rare. Oh, how the female tourist wished to shower him with admiration. Tears welled up in her eyes from the overwhelming emotions, and she vowed to assist Jacob once they reached the town. If Jacob was not inclined to accompany her to the police station to file a report, she would first accompany him to the internet CAF to request the list of tourists from the travel agency. She did not believe that after being abducted, the travel agency would dare to withhold the information of the travelers. Should they attempt to evade her inquiries, she would not hesitate to take them to court. The county town is merely a 30-minute drive away. The financially constrained female traveler, yet to reach the internet CAF, is already enticed by the delectable aromas wafting from nearby street vendors, causing her stomach to grumble in anticipation. Having subsisted on merely half a steamed bun each day for the past 3 days, her ability to chatter away until now reflects her innate optimism and resilience. Observing her predicament, Jacob kindly purchased a meal box for her before she could even ask for money. With her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she activated 2 machines under the curious gaze of the young cashier, sitting down with a conflicted expression as she stared at the meal box. Should she be reserved to leave a favorable impression on her idol, or should she succumb to her instincts and devour her food with haste? Moments passed, and suddenly, a cacophony erupted around her. Having taken a trip to the restroom and conveniently purchased 2 bottles of mineral water, Jacob handed one to the daydreaming traveler, who seemed lost in thought. Jacob had grown accustomed to a life devoid of verbal communication. He simply took what he needed, indifferent to the prices, as long as he could present a versatile note for payment. The female traveler, now overwhelmed with gratitude, hurriedly consumed her meal while searching online for the travel agency's contact information. It was utterly unacceptable for her to waste Jacob's time. After all, he had witnessed her at her most vulnerable. What was there to fear? Jacob turned his attention to the nearby map, diligently committing the details to memory. Grateful for the Microsoft system, he noted that regardless of the country, browsers and search engines are relatively similar. With the assistance of a local who understood the characters of his homeland, Jacob was finally spared from aimlessly wandering about. Changqing is not a tourist from that travel agency. Thus there is no record of her. However, to avoid complaints from the female traveler, the agency mobilized all its staff to brainstorm and provide her with satisfactory information. Ultimately, a guide who frequently led tours to Longhushan recalled that those accompanying Changqing seemed to be locals who often frequented the area. Yet, the travel agency could not uncover where Changqing was staying, for they were merely ordinary individuals, not the FBI. The female traveler remained somewhat dissatisfied, but Jacob was quite content. As long as he had a general idea of the vicinity, he could locate Changqing using the keen sense of smell inherent to werewolves. The information received indicated that the Volturi family had yet to find Changqing, ensuring her temporary safety. Jacob's lips curled into a joyful smile. Disregarding the female travelers pleased to stay for a night, and he departed from the town. Upon reaching the remote mountain forest, Jacob shed his clothes and shoes, stowing them in his backpack, and transformed into a reddish-brown giant wolf. Jacob possessed an excellent memory and an innate sense of direction. After orienting himself, he sprinted towards Longhushan. Although Longhushan was not far from Ingtan, after meandering for a while, Jacob found himself quite distant from Ingtan and realized he needed to retrace his steps. The night forest was tranquil, with the sounds of insects hushed. As the lone wolf Jacob raced swiftly, his paw pads stirring up fresh earth mixed with decaying leaves. Compared to the bustling town, the deserted forest was far more suited to the quiet werewolf. Jacob believed he should have ventured into the forest earlier, following the ill-intentioned stranger. He had made a considerable detour, ultimately finding himself retracing his steps. Perhaps Changqing had once been very close to him. If he persevered a little longer, he might discover her presence, for she could be just around the corner. As he ran and sniffed the air, Jacob reminisced about the time spent with Fortes and Changqing. He wiped away the heavy dew clinging to his wolfish kiss with his paw, exhaling a cloud of white breath, his ears flattened into triangular shapes. Jacob felt profoundly dissatisfied with his efficiency. Perhaps during his foolish wandering, the Volturi family had already found Changqing, those damned corpses, who, despite their longevity, might not even grasp the language of Changqing's homeland. The brilliant sunlight here would surely be unforgettable for them. The thought of the vampires hiding in the shadows, too fearful to emerge, slightly lifted Jacob's gloomy spirits. When one mentions Longhu Mountain, the quintessential image that springs to mind is undoubtedly the enchanting Xianshui rock, surrounded by azure waves. Renting a small boat to drift downstream, the winding stream meanders around the mountains, while the rosy glow of dawn filters through the clouds, casting a picturesque scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. As the boat drifts further away, one might catch a glimpse of individuals in traditional attire drawing water along the shore. If fortune smiles upon them, it wouldn't be unusual to spot one or two young Taoist priests adorned with crowns by the water's edge. Jacob was not particularly fond of the environment at Xianshui Rock, where the flowing stream masked most sense. Splashing his way to the shore, Jacob glanced up at the steep, towering cliffs in the distance, silently shaking his fur. The waterlogged wolf fur flopped with a crackling sound, dislodging a couple of thumb-sized fish that plopped onto the ground, while the half-damp, fluffy coat made Jacob appear significantly bulkier. The frigid waters of the lake in the early morning caused Jacob to sneeze, sending the backpack he had been clutching in his mouth flying away. He sniffed his brownish-black nose, cautiously lowered his head, and bit down on the strap of the backpack to lift it once more. Wading through the water, the backpack inevitably became quite damp. It seemed he would have to don wet clothes. Jacob thrust his head into the bag, turning to nudge the backpack with his wolfish snout, pushing it onto the relatively dry fur at the back of his neck. During the time Fortis was tracking Victoria, Changqing had often assisted them with the backpack, as well as when they were searching for Lyre. Jacob found himself reminiscing about Changqing, the large reddish-brown wolf, who pulled at his lip and sighed silently. His formidable canine teeth glinted ominously in the moonlight. Several fragments of ancient wooden planks fell before Jacob, prompting him to shake his ears in confusion. The reflexes of a werewolf were remarkably acute, and he immediately tilted his head to gaze at the nearly vertical cliff. A cold breeze swept by, and the insects remained eerily silent. As Jacob paused to shake off the moisture and hasten the drying of his fur, he swiftly adopted a defensive posture. Wolves, whether on the offensive or in defense, instinctively shield their underbelly, a behavior reminiscent of the Quileute werewolves. No wolf, unless assured of victory, would foolishly expose its vulnerable abdomen. Jacob detected an unpleasant scent, a heavy metallic tang akin to blood. Though not as repugnant as the stench of a vampire's decaying corpse, it was still an intolerable odor. Near Scanshui Rock, numerous steep and towering cliffs were adorned with man-made openings of various sizes. The small caverns mined from high altitudes often contained coffins, which archaeologists refer to as cliff tombs. Longhu Mountain boasts the largest cluster of cliff tombs in the Celestial Empire. While those of archaeological significance are typically preserved, exceptions do exist. Above Jacob, what should have been a smooth cliff face shimmered with rippling distortions, emanating a repulsive aura. Gradually, a coffin of fragrant Nama wood, inlaid with gold, emerged from thin air. Weighing between 500 to 600 pounds, it tilted ominously towards Jacob, who was positioned headfirst towards the ground. The undulating waves that released the coffin began to close, revealing the true nature of the cliff, which bore nearly 100 dark, foreboding openings. Once the coffin, painted a sinister crimson, freed itself from the ripples, the mountain wall regained its sheer, polished appearance. Although a couple of ancient pines stood sentinel, the overall visage of the cliff remained stark and barren. The coffin lingered unnaturally for a few seconds before hurtling downwards towards Jacob's head. The tremendous force tore through the air, the howling wind reminiscent of a mournful wail. Startled, Jacob's tail, which naturally drooped with a slight upward curve at the tip, suddenly stood erect as he crouched and rolled to the right. The gale unleashed by the opening coffin caused him to lose his footing, his front paws bending while his hind legs slid straight. Quickly rising to his feet, Jacob darted away from the coffin, emitting a low growl towards the casket that had suddenly crashed down. With a creaking sound, the coffin slowly revealed a narrow slit. A foul, black liquid, which had lingered for countless years, seeped through the crack, penetrating several centimeters into the ground. The coffin continued to creak open, slowly revealing just enough space for a hand to emerge. It was a pallid, grayish hand, mottled with decay, which pressed against the edge of the coffin, halting its further opening. The nails of the hand were dark and opaque, measuring 5 to 6 centimeters in length, curved like tiny scythes. Jacob's fur bristled along his neck, and he flattened his ears, letting out a thunderous roar. Yet, his warning fell on deaf ears. Provoked, the coffin's occupant grasped forcefully, and the robust casket, which had withstood nearly a millennium, began to splinter along its grain. The shroud of decomposing cotton inside had become desiccated and fragile, easily torn into filthy, blackened shreds by the occupant's hands. If Evergreen were present, he would surely recognize that within the coffin lay a nearly 1,000-year-old corpse, on the brink of evolving into a flying zombie. In its former life, the zombie may have been a prominent official, its hair having grown freely for centuries, now bursting through the remnants of its official garb. In a few sparse areas devoid of hair, faint traces of the military insignia can still be discerned. The zombie's cheeks are gaunt, its eye sockets sunken, and its pupils are mere white orbs lacking irises. Its elongated venomous fangs, measuring over 10 centimeters, pierce through its lower lip, protruding from the skin, yet it exhibits no sense of pain. With a ferocious roar, the zombie responded to Jacob, unleashing a pent-up rage that had festered for centuries. A cacophony of howls echoed forth. Howl, howl, howl. In that moment, Jacob, caught in a fit of sneezing, could not discern whether it was the imposing presence of the creature or the stench of its breath that compelled him to retreat a few steps. In stark contrast to Chongqing's homeland, Jacob suddenly found that residing temporarily in Fortes, amidst a gathering of vampires, was no longer an unbearable ordeal. Even if the existence of vampires was a source of disdain for the youths of Quirit, the zombie-s howls were a blend of wolf and human-like sounds. Yet its vocal cords had long since stiffened. Only upon reaching the state of a flying zombie would its desiccated bodily organs gradually regain vitality. At present, this half-furred zombie was teetering on the brink of that transformation, struggling to emit a few severely fragmented and discordant syllables amidst its howling. Its eyes glowed a furious red, kill. Though Jacob could not comprehend its words, he understood the zombie's bloodshot gaze and the palpable aura of deadly intent surrounding it. Swiftly maneuvering behind the zombie, Jacob grappled with his instincts and hesitated to bite, instead opting for a clawed swipe. Yet the zombie did not lose a single strand of its fur. The lineage of the cliff-tombed zombies can be traced back to the ancient figure known as the Post-Qing. In contrast to the other factions of zombies, the descendants of the zombie ancestor, Post-Qing, exhibit a relatively placid demeanor. It is precisely for this reason that many zombies from the cliff-tomb lineage have entered into mutual aid contracts with the corpse handlers of Maoshan, playing a crucial role during the Second Eastern and Western ethnic wars. In essence, the Cliff Tomb lineage possesses a deeper understanding of, and a greater disdain for, the Western otherworldly beings than the other three factions. If Jacob were able to converse with the zombie before him, he would undoubtedly express, "Those Westerners have gone too far. They have even intruded upon the territory of the Cliff Tomb." The Cliff Tomb lineage does not intimidate the foreigners. They engage in one-on-one combat, aiming to slay them and fashion their pelts into rugs. Utilizing his incredible speed, Jacob circled the zombie, scratching and biting, though his claws failed to inflict any damage, forcing him to suppress his minor aversion to filth. Yet, the zombie remained impervious, shedding not a single hair. The evolution of the zombie into a fur-covered entity rendered it resistant to ordinary blades and firearms. Jacob's claws had grown sore, and his stamina was not limitless. The zombie, keenly observing Jacob's movements, suddenly swung its taut arms. Caught off guard, Jacob could only crouch to evade, but the dark claws grazed his spine, stripping away a significant patch of wolf fur. The monstrous strength of the zombie sent the young Kalut flying. Jacob let out a half-hearted wail before leaping back to his feet, pressing down on his buzzing ears, his forelimb muscles quivering slightly. Fortunately, his backpack cushioned his fall. Otherwise, the abrasion against the ground would have been far more detrimental. He found himself utterly incapable of breaking through the creature's hide. Jacob was acutely aware that if he continued on this path, he would inevitably meet his demise, so he decisively turned and fled. The zombie tilted its head slightly and resolutely leaped after him. The author wishes to convey, "You, a captivating beauty, have once again taken away my first grenade. You must take responsibility." The distance from the Cliff Tomb's zombie lineage to the Spirit Mansion is merely a few miles. Although they have only signed an agreement with the corpse drivers of Mao Shan, their attitude towards the shamanic practitioners of Longhushan is generally amicable. As remnants of ancient lineages, they conceal their presence not far from the scenic area developed by humanity, relying on mutual assistance. In this scenic area, there are typically few pure, small villages. The locals, having been nurtured in a business-savvy environment, possess both cunning and courage. When Jacob, in a panic, stumbled into a small village populated by humans, the dogs of nearly every household erupted in frenzy. As a member of the Kalut werewolves, Jacob naturally exuded an aura of intimidation over canines. Whether out of fear or courage, the cacophony of barking drew the village men, who armed themselves with homemade shotguns and kitchen knives, donning clothing as they ventured into the darkness. Pursued by the terrifying creature behind him, Jacob understood that leading it into human territory might buy him some time. Yet, he abruptly halted, veered off course, and fled away from the village. At the edge of the village, a man caught sight of a shadow darting out from the woods. With a surge of anxiety, he raised his rustic shotgun, but the shadow nimbly veered around a corner and vanished. Most of the villagers suffered from night blindness, and the dogs, having grown silent since Jacob's departure, were reluctant to venture into the dark in pursuit of an unknown apparition. They abandoned their weapons and retreated to their homes, seeking solace in the warmth of their beds and the embrace of their spouses. The zombies, particularly those of a higher grade, defied the stereotypical, sluggish portrayal found in tales. The zombie warrior pursuing Jacob, while lacking in agility and the ability to navigate corners, possessed linear speed that rivaled that of a werewolf. It could effortlessly leap over intricate terrains with a single powerful bound. Born in an era when martial arts thrived, this ancient zombie warrior had combat experience and predictive prowess that far surpassed that of Jacob. Feeling the weight of solitude, Jacob gasped for breath, his stamina waning after a night of relentless flight. As he traversed a winding path, he suddenly inhaled sharply. Torn between gratitude and curses directed at the zombie trailing him, he detected the scent of evergreens. This serpentine route was a necessary passage to the spiritual realm for Cha-Ching, and few had traversed it. Remnants of her and Yi Jun's presence lingered in the air. Drawing upon a newfound reservoir of strength, Jacob quickened his pace. The ascent became easier for the zombie, which could simply leap to scale the cliffs that required Jacob considerable effort to navigate. Jacob discovered that the monstrous creature with a ghastly visage was drawing nearer. Without a care for his dignity, he clambered up using all fours, his tongue, usually kept discreetly within his mouth, now dangled to the right. Just as he narrowly escaped the grasp of the zombie, Jacob finally ascended the cliff, beyond which lay a winding, treacherous descent. Shaking his ears, he lowered his head and surged forward. A moment later, the zombie, leaping onto the cliff, flattened its palm and gazed silently at the contrasting brown-red fur of the wolf hair in its hand. Gradually, the zombie cracked its maw open, revealing a menacing and terrifying grin. Having pursued Jacob, it had harbored a rather favorable impression of the Quileute werewolf, observing him as if he believed that once he reached the shaman's domain, he would be safe. Perhaps it would be best to leave the rest to the shamans. The cliffside tomb zombie, dormant for centuries and unacquainted with the foreign conflicts of East and West, held little obsession over Jacob. Having sufficiently stretched its limbs, it deemed that rather than continue the pursuit of a slippery wolf cub, it would be far more agreeable to return to its coffin for another 200 years of slumber. After running for some time and realizing that the zombie had relinquished its chase, Jacob's front paw faltered, collapsing to the ground. The injury on his back elicited a sharp intake of breath from the young Quileute werewolf, who slowly curled its body to observe the wound. The gaping wound, significantly devoid of fur, was starkly evident, with flesh turned outward and a hint of an unusual blackness at its center. The werewolf's hematopoietic cells were laboring diligently. As the dark stain gradually began to fade, Jacob was acutely aware that the monster's black claws were filthy, undoubtedly harboring viruses. Gritting his teeth, he probed the wound, confirming it was not overly severe. He then transformed into his human form. Removing the backpack that hung around his neck, he retrieved his undergarments and trousers, donning them slowly. Despite his transformation, the wound on his back remained unhealed, the viscous blood mingling with sweat trickling into the waistband of his belted jeans. As he rummaged through his backpack, Jacob realized he had forgotten to bring any medical supplies. Typically, it was Chongqing who remembered such things. The Quileute werewolves preferred not to carry items, believing that the cumbersome claws would hinder their speed. They could easily race home to tend to their wounds. Resigned, Jacob tore his t-shirt, using a piece of gray-green cloth to dab at the injury and wipe away the sweat that clung to him. While he contemplated transforming back into a wolf to lick the wound for disinfection, the last remnants of dark filth were finally expelled, and the gash that ran across his shoulder and part of his back ceased to bleed. Phew, the local delicacies from your hometown are quite overwhelming, he mused. Relaxing. Jacob felt a deep ache throughout his body. Even after 3 days and nights of pursuing the vampire Victoria, he had never felt such exhaustion. I think I can understand why you've grown accustomed to such monsters. This truly hurts. I wish the Volturi could experience this delicacy. Though he cried out in pain, Jacob could not help but smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. He found solace in the presence of the monster behind him. Believing that if Chongqing's hometown were filled with such creatures, Chongqing's situation might be far safer than he had previously imagined. Leaning against the trunk of a tree for a while, Jacob waited until the wound was nearly healed and no longer at risk of reopening. With a buoyant spirit, he resumed his journey, murmuring to himself, "Perhaps it is not you, Oriole, who is in need of assistance." The exotic architecture ahead bore faint traces of modern innovation. Jacob sniffed the air. Apart from the metallic scent of his own blood and the fragrant essence of the surrounding trees, the aroma of evergreens was most pronounced. As Jacob approached the entrance, the diligent doorman of the spirit mansion barred his way. The 2 coiling dragon statues at the threshold stood majestically. A youthful attendant, clad in the attire of a Taoist priest, maintained a stern expression. "State your name." "Oh, no." Jacob realized he had overlooked a significant detail. The majority of the inhabitants from Evergreen were unable to understand him. Touching the side of his nose, he retrieved his nearly depleted phone, displaying a photo of Evergreen. He crouched to meet the young attendant's gaze. Her name, Oriole. Evergreen. As a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, the young attendant, recently battered by the rigors of oral comprehension, tilted his head, indicating his distaste for foreign languages. After a moment of contemplation regarding Jacob's intent, he decisively replied, "You appear somewhat familiar, but we have no foreigners here." "Ah, we do not clear the area. We merely do not permit strangers to enter." "Jacob, could you please respond in words I can understand?" In a rather serious and absurd exchange between a werewolf and a young acolyte, Jacob struggled to recall the words Evergreen had once spoken to Amber. He clarified that Fortis was pronounced as Ching. The young acolyte, however, tilted his head in irritation, exclaiming, "I do not recognize anyone named Evergreen or Ching Chong. Here, we only have Lord Wuji, Lord Wuxian, Lord Wuzhen, and numerous other shamans." Humph. Jacob, observing the obstinate young acolyte, concluded that creating a commotion might be a more effective way to summon Evergreen than engaging in polite discourse. Indeed, the chaos Jacob generated caught Evergreen's attention. At that moment, she was on a phone call with Yi Jun. After several days of learning from Shu Wang that Yi Jun had labeled her with a terminal illness, Evergreen immediately thought of how anxious her friends from Quirit would be. Yijun, you must send a message to my friends or inform my Aunt Changqing at once. You must immediately tell Fortis that my friends are safe and that this is merely your excuse. I do not believe that is necessary, he replied. In summary, follow my instructions. At the very least, you should learn to respect the thoughts of others. Initially, upon discovering this matter, Changqing felt a sense of dread. She could hardly fathom the emotions of her werewolf friends from Quirit upon hearing this news. Yijun, if you believe that such a statement cannot alter your walnut-like rigid mind, how would you respond if the next witch demanded that you must comply? Listening to the escalating commotion outside, Yijun muttered, as the next witch, I do not consider this a prudent idea. Yi-jun. Changqing was infuriated by his nonchalant demeanor. Hearing the clamor outside, she could not help but inquire, wait, it seems something is happening over there? So I will resolve this first. Do not contact me in the meantime. Goodbye. As Changqing contemplated hurling the phone in anger but restrained herself from making the call, she glanced at the source of the disturbance, Yijun, who was staring blankly at Jacob in the distance. He truly did not anticipate that a single phrase could attract the western wolf cubs. When investigating Changqing's living conditions, he had previously seen Jacob's face in the files. The son of the Blake family, Changqing's neighbor in Fortes, a Quirit werewolf from the preserve. I know him, Yijun said, lowering his gaze to deter the other eager witches, addressing the tautly muscled Jacob with, I know you. It's me, werewolf. Jacob, whose identity had been revealed, gradually relaxed his tense body, tilting his head in contemplation as he chose to trust and follow the man. This man carried a faint scent, suggesting he was an acquaintance of Changqing. Upon entering the living room, Jacob was enveloped by a more potent fragrance associated with Changqing. He conveyed his purpose to Yijun, who scrutinized Jacob with an expression of bewilderment, feeling that nothing could be more extraordinary in this world. He had just spoken to Changqing over the phone, who had warned him that trouble would ensue, yet here stood a living Kailut werewolf at the spirit abode. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yijun replied to Jacob in English, she left a few days ago. Finally discovering Changqing's whereabouts, Jacob sprang to his feet in excitement, asking, where is she? Can you give me her phone number? He had meticulously considered that with a means of contact, he could locate Changqing. You must understand. The signal in the deep mountains is rather poor. Under Jacob's watchful gaze, Yijun discreetly tucked away his phone, adopting a serious demeanor. I can tell you where she is and how to reach her, having just been reprimanded by Changqing. Yijun had no intention of informing Jacob that waiting a few days at the spirit abode would ensure Changqing's return. He even refrained from providing Jacob with her contact number, instead requesting a map, ostensibly eager to mark the route for Jacob. Yijun did not deceive Jacob regarding the location and the path to reach Changqing. However, whether she would still be there upon his arrival remained uncertain. Jacob tilted his head to observe the bespectacled Yijun, whose earnest tone and detailed narrative intrigued him. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in Jacob's mind. This map is for you as well, Yijun sighed inwardly, contemplating the cunning nature of the Quirit werewolves, and added with a weighted voice. Hurry and leave to find her. Remember, her name is Changqing. Initially eager to inquire further, Jacob swiftly folded the map, stowed it in his bag, and exited the spirit mansion. He departed without even sipping a drop of water. The author wishes to convey, OTZ, you have triumphed. Your adorableness is undeniable. Thus, I present you with 2 updates today. Expect generous updates on Sunday, akin to 2 chapters. Furthermore, I kindly request gentle nudges for updates. My speed is rather sluggish. Beneath the moonlight, the tree of heaven shimmered brilliantly as dawn had yet to break. Changqing and Shuang bid farewell to the elderly couple and embarked on their journey homeward. The shaman who had driven them had other matters to attend to and had long since departed. The rotund man personally drove them back nearing Tan. Intending to return and comfort the elderly couple, the rotund man remained as frugal as ever. Shuang glanced at a message regarding a remittance and smirked, never mind. I shall let him off this time. Next, do you wish to rest or accompany me to other locations? Changqing did not hide her keen interest in such matters. Before departing, she also requested some branches and leaves from the tree of heaven and the vine for her future research. Other locations? A couple is expecting their 7th child, having previously given birth to 6 daughters. Do they not fear the consequences from the family planning authorities? It is too mundane a matter to be resolved by the supernatural. Mused Changqing. Could it be that they encountered a ghost and conceived a spirit child? Or perhaps their baby is a reincarnation of a powerful being, and we must awaken its memories? You have watched too many scripts, Shuang remarked, his expression tinged with an unusual sense of wonder. The reality is that not only is the woman pregnant, but it seems the man is also expecting a child, and he remains remarkably calm. Changqing was left in a state of disbelief. Shouldn't they consult a hospital? Perhaps they could unravel a genetic mystery. It's possible that during the fertilization process, he absorbed his twin, and the parasitic embryo within him is merely undergoing secondary development, gaining life that was meant to be granted decades earlier. Such medical phenomena are not unheard of, as embryos can draw nutrients from the male's body for further growth. Shu Wang's expression turned even more peculiar, prompting him to hastily change the subject. Wait, do you think we should take a boat? You haven't been back in a while. It would be nice to see the scenery of your hometown. Half an hour later, Jacob arrived at the port not long after Changqing's departure. In the nearby grass, he donned human attire and unfolded the map that Leaf June had given him. He was still over 100 kilometers from the home of the rotund man. The scent of Changqing lingered in the air, and in wolf form, Jacob had circled the area several times before changing his clothes and moving toward the crowd. Having made a rough assessment of his direction and forthcoming route, Jacob purchased a bottle of water from a convenience store. After numerous trials, he had become adept at discerning which color of currency would yield the least amount of change. As a consequence, his bag was nearly overflowing with an assortment of coins. The waterways of the Xiangjiang region were already abundant, providing an exquisite opportunity to appreciate the mountains and scenery while on his journey. With the rise of tourism, the astute Southerners capitalized on this, attracting numerous visitors. Observing Jacob pausing to scrutinize the small harbor designated for tourists, a man resembling a tour guide approached him. Typically, such individuals received a commission for attracting clients, and some foreigners had a penchant for tipping. However, Jacob departed before the man could reach him, as recent experiences had made him hesitant to engage with others. It was not that Jacob had become reclusive. Rather, his inability to comprehend their language rendered communication quite cumbersome. He resolved to adhere to the route marked on the map, hoping to encounter Changqing, who might also be heading in that direction. As he floated downstream, the air was filled with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. The fresh air of nature's garden, coupled with the refreshing mist, enveloped Changqing in comfort. Observing that she no longer mentioned parasitic twins or teratomas, Shu Wang felt a great sense of relief. Suddenly, Changqing sneezed unexpectedly, and after a few moments, she sneezed again. The frequency of her sneezing suggested she might be catching a cold. Logically, it was uncommon for a shaman to fall ill, prompting Shu Wang to wonder aloud. Are you allergic to the fragrance of the flowers, or have you caught a whiff of something unpleasant? Neither, Changqing responded, followed by another sneeze. With no other options, Shu Wang turned to the boatman and said, "Could you please increase your speed? My companion is likely eager to reach land sooner." Jacob, continuing his journey towards Huang Pengzi's residence, gradually veered off his anticipated route. The traffic on the shortcut was sparse, and the lingering scent of Changqing was still quite pronounced. Unbeknownst to Jacob, he had strayed from the woods and was now running along the path he had traversed with Changqing, navigating through the roadside where the Quilut werewolves had to dodge the occasional human presence, which ironically slowed them down. As time passed, Jacob noticed the scent of Changqing becoming increasingly faint. Doubts began to creep in regarding the correctness of his path. Stopping once more to consult his map, Jacob concluded that Changqing was heading in the opposite direction. He resolved to trust the instincts of the Quilut werewolves, choosing to abandon the map and rely on his keen sense of smell to locate her. Following the scent, Jacob arrived at the previous waterport. The aroma grew faint, indicating that Changqing had taken the waterway. He surmised that she must have traveled by boat, as he could still faintly detect her fragrance. The prospect of finding Changqing lifted Jacob's spirits. He splashed his face with fresh water to invigorate himself and stood before the waterport's map. Fortunately, there were markers indicating the routes of the ferry boats. Jacob memorized the accompanying pinyin and compared it with the map. He smirked, encouraging himself with a smile. Trying to maintain a positive outlook, he should have trusted his instincts earlier, and he hoped it wasn't too late now. Perhaps I should recount this adventurous journey to Seth. Before anyone approached him for conversation, Jacob had plunged into the secluded depths of the forest, even before the ranger could inform him that entry was prohibited. The swift-footed Jacob had eluded others, transforming into a great wolf, racing along the riverbank. Upon reaching a fork in the river, Jacob lifted his head to scent the air, but he was unable to discern which path the aromas belonged to. Thus, he leapt into the water, swimming forward while gauging the intensity of the scents. After swimming for a while, the evergreen aroma gradually faded. Jacob emerged onto the bank, shook off the dampness from his fur, and sprinted towards another fork. The boat, draped with a sunshade of bamboo, featured a vintage propeller at its stern. Upon hearing Shuang's request to accelerate, the boatman withdrew the wooden oars from the water, secured them to the bow, and turned to activate the motor at the rear of the vessel. As the boatman, he preferred the notion of starting the engine. Rowing was typically reserved for the amusement of tourists, and he found it tiresome to row for extended periods. As the speed of the boat increased, Chongqing felt her heartbeat quicken, an instinctive sense urging her to halt. Slow down. There is no need to rush. The boatman glanced at Shuang with a look of uncertainty. Noticing the secured oars, Chongqing promptly altered her request. I seem to be feeling a bit seasick. Could you please slow the propeller? I would like to acclimate for a while, thank you. Recalling the affinity that Chongqing had for water and its tranquility, Shuang found herself in a delightful misunderstanding. What was happening ahead? Could there be some mischievous water spirit at play? That seemed unlikely, as this stretch of water, frequented by tourists, was devoid of any resident spirits. I don't know, Chongqing said, her brow furrowed tightly, her heart pounding audibly. Her limbs moved with great urgency, uprooting large patches of grass. Jacob's padded paws made hardly a sound, yet the force of his swift movements was undeniable. He drew ever closer to Chongqing, until at last his eyes caught sight of her. Chongqing stood at the bow of a wooden boat distinctive to her homeland, gazing towards the shore. Jacob nearly believed she had spotted him, almost convinced that she anticipated his arrival. However, as he observed her bewildered scanning of the surroundings, he could no longer contain his excitement and let out a short, hyena-like howl. Woo. In Fortis, Paul had often made similar sounds whenever he saw Jacob. Chongqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the lush greenery surrounding her, the trees swaying gently, stirred by the wind or passing creatures. Though Jacob rarely howled in such a manner, she instantly recognized it was him. She urged fervently, "Come to shore. Please, come to shore. It is quite unusual." When a young lady requests something softly, even a minor breach of principle would typically prompt the boatman to acquiesce. Yet, upon hearing Jacob's call, he resolutely insisted. This area remains unexplored, and there are aggressive wild creatures present. Absolutely no visitors are permitted ashore. I shall not dock the vessel. Chongqing had already located the source of the sound. Not far behind the boat, on the shore, Jacob concealed himself behind a towering rock, his wolf-like ears, reddish-brown, distinctly recognizable to Chongqing. It is likely that no other wolf in the world possesses ears as large as Jacob's. Shuang, wait for me here. The obstinate boatman remained steadfast, and Chongqing managed to restrain her impulse to utilize her abilities to traverse the water. She kicked off her shoes, clasped her hands together, and dove headfirst into the water. It was indeed perilous. Come back. The boatman was taken aback, gritting his teeth as he prepared to leap in after Chongqing. With equally keen eyesight, Shuang followed Chongqing's gaze and spotted Jacob's ears. Sporting a bemused smile, he stopped the boatman. Oh, give it up. My friend has encountered her companion from childhood, but such a large disturbance could very well be a bear. We should take our firearms and investigate. The boatman lamented his decision to have taken Chongqing aboard. If she were to act impulsively and be harmed or consumed by a wild animal, would he ever be able to continue his business? He feared that as soon as the boat reached the port, others would point fingers and label him as the unscrupulous man responsible for carelessly allowing a girl to be devoured. Swimming to the shore, Chongqing disregarded her damp and sticky clothing as she hurriedly ran to the rocks beside the thicket. The massive wolf crouched behind the rocks turned its head. Jacob? Jacob! It was indeed the visage from her memories, causing Chongqing's eyes to nearly bulge in astonishment. After listening to the sound of the giant wolf's breathing for a moment, she joyfully exclaimed, "Jacob, it's been so long." Her lustrous black hair dripped incessantly, her clothes thoroughly soaked, leaving a trail of water in her wake. Her eyes shone bright and clear, and her cheeks flushed with color from exertion. Jacob lowered his head, gently nudging Chongqing's wet strands with his soft nose. As droplets fell onto the short fur covering his muzzle, Jacob could not resist extending his tongue to lovingly cleanse her cheeks and neck. Meanwhile, upon hearing Chongqing call out Jacob's name, Shuang remained composed, calmly explaining to the boatman, "My companion rescued a young bear when it was a cub. Once it matured, it was returned to the mountains in accordance with national policy. Back then, my companion had a fondness for it and named the blind bear Jacob. Isn't it a delightful coincidence to encounter him now?" The warmth of Jacob's soft tongue sent a shiver through Chongqing, her skin prickling with goosebumps. She was fully aware that Jacob was a person, yet she found it challenging to regard his affection as anything less than that of a common animal. Stepping back, She lowered her head against the stone behind her, her skin feeling as if it might emit steam from the heat. Jacob, concerned for her, was already worried about her dampness, convinced she might catch a cold. Remembering the consistently high body temperature of the queerate werewolves, he leaned forward, allowing his warm chest to press against Chongqing. Chongqing clutched a tuft of Jacob's hair at his chest, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. She buried her entire visage into his hair, which bore the scent of earth, wishing desperately to suffocate her wandering thoughts. What are you doing here? All right. You can't answer that. Quickly find a place to change your clothes and come aboard with me. Pressing her ears back, Jacob took a step back, allowing him to see her face clearly. Chongqing, who had kept her head lowered, pushed him away with an embarrassed huff, exclaiming, "Hurry up." It finally dawned on Jacob that he had inadvertently overstepped his bounds with Chongqing, and his ears perked up as he retreated into the thicket with a soft whimper. However, he felt no remorse for his actions. Rather, her tone filled him with joy and exhilaration. After a while, once her cheeks had cooled from their fervent heat, Jacob approached slowly. After several days of arduous travel, Jacob's clothing had transformed into a beggar's attire, and his stubble had grown rapidly, nearly matching the density of his hair. The few items he had been able to change into were frayed in several places, and he had torn his shirt to fashion a makeshift bandage, leaving him clad only in a sweatshirt. Perhaps due to his extensive travels, the originally sun-kissed fur of Jacob now bore a subtle fragrance of grass and earth. The stubble aged him several years, yet his smile remained unchanged. The corners of his mouth habitually curled upwards to the right, revealing a faint dimple as pure as sunlight. Suddenly, Chongqing found herself unable to suppress her embarrassment and anger. She rushed forward, embracing Jacob's waist, causing him to bend over and emit a muffled grunt. It was then that she noticed a protrusion on his back, a wound that had been tended to. A wave of fluster overcame her. Chongqing had always believed herself to be a girl who seldom cried, yet upon witnessing Jacob's disheveled state, her eyes and heart began to ache with a swell of emotion. "I'm sorry, Jacob. I've caused you trouble," she murmured. "Hey, Ollier." Jacob hesitated before placing his hand on Chongqing's waist, gently patting her back. "Tears on a wound can be quite painful. Please don't cry. Really, I'm fine." "Nonsense. How could tears possibly reach a wound on your back?" The author wishes to convey. Endless Longevity tossed a rocket launcher, timestamped April 25, 2014, 12:39:00. "Endless, you are quite the tycoon. Thank you for the embrace." Patting her head, Jacob said, "You've worked hard. Sweetness awaits you in the next volume." The boatman observed Jacob, who resembled a wild man from the forest, then glanced at the motor functioning normally at the stern. Jacob, sensing something, turned to look at him. After a few seconds, the boatman discreetly scrutinized Jacob once more. Jacob straightened his back awkwardly, wishing to evade the boatman's gaze, but Chongqing grasped his right index finger. Sensing the shift, Shu rose and walked towards the stern, granting the two some space. Upon noticing Shu's approach, the boatman could not help but complain, "What on earth is going on with you two? Please remain calm. It is well known that animals possess a certain spirituality. The boy in question is a classmate of my niece, who is visiting." He inadvertently became separated from the tour group, and Jacob, having detected my niece's scent, brought him back. Shu Wang, emulating Yi Jun's expressionless demeanor, earnestly remarked, "Indeed, the animal kingdom is remarkably innocent. I am quite astonished that he was not devoured by a bear." "Ah, we shall pay an additional fare for the boat." The boatman, somewhat skeptical, found himself unable to conjure an alternative explanation, nor could he fathom the bizarre truth that Jacob could transform into a wolf nearly the size of a bear. After listening to Shu Wang's explanation, he ceased to ponder deeply. That lad is truly fortunate. One must realize that even in the absence of bears, venomous snakes and insects are not to be trifled with. Recalling the literature depicting European werewolves as half-man, half-wolf, Shu Wang cast a few more glances at Jacob's silhouette, guided by the boatman's gaze. Sensing the rigidity in Jacob's fingers, Chongqing turned back and shot them a fierce glare. "All right, Ollier, I must admit, I feel quite like a savage myself." Jacob reached out to tug at Chongqing, his face coated in a layer of dust, contrasting sharply with his pearly white teeth, evoking a sense of returning to human society. The sight of Chongqing's protective demeanor brought Jacob immense joy. He vividly remembered that not long ago, in the presence of Edward and Bella, Chongqing had exhibited a similar expression. Compared to the temperature of a werewolf, Chongqing's body temperature was inherently lower, especially after she had just taken a swim. After extending a hand to stop Chongqing, Jacob effortlessly draped a large towel over her shoulders, assisting her in drying her hair. Hey, that is not how you hold hands, Alier. I'm merely concerned about you getting lost. You know my hometown is quite vast, and you are unfamiliar with it. Suddenly called out, Cha-Ching hastily concealed her right hand behind her back. You don't know the language here, and there will be many tourists disembarking soon. I often forget how keen your sense of smell is. I apologize. What I mean is, Alier, that is not how you hold hands. Jacob swiftly grasped Cha-Ching's rapidly retreating wrist, enveloping it with his palm, his fingers intertwining with hers. He lifted his gaze to smile at her, his fingers curling firmly around the back of her hand, raising it to show her. This is how it's done. Jacob. Cha-Ching endeavored to convince herself that Jacob harbored no ulterior motives. He was simply teaching her the art of holding hands, which was quite customary among friends and fortes. So much so that the local lads rarely succeeded in courting the girls they admired. How could it be so normal? Has Jacob been bewitched by a fox spirit? Next, is he going to instruct her on how to kiss or how to compliment yin and yang? What is the matter? Jacob patiently observed Cha-Ching, and upon finding this girl, he felt a significant calmness settle over his previously restless spirit. Cha-Ching grasped Jacob's right cheek, pulling it outward with a hand cloaked in an icy chill. Were he an ordinary demon, her touch would have surely left him cracked and frozen. Yet the high temperature of the Crescent werewolf rendered him impervious. Upon feeling Jacob's warm skin, a flicker of confusion danced in her eyes. Jacob? Hiss. Had the transformation shifted from his belly to his head? Even the Crescent werewolf trembled under the biting cold, prompting Jacob to recall the moment when the girl had doubted his humanity, nearly piercing him in the process. He lowered his head, pressing his temple against Cha-Ching's palm. Stifling a laugh, and striving to maintain a semblance of seriousness, should I be grateful that you are merely testing with low temperatures rather than employing ice spikes directly, Ural? It seems you have once again found yourself entangled in troublesome affairs. His skin was remarkably resilient, showing no sign of reddening despite the vigorous tugging. Perhaps his complexion was too dark to discern any marks? Cha-Ching and Jacob exchanged glances. His smile and serious demeanor evoked two contrasting sensations, a duality only Jacob possessed among those known to Cha-Ching. Blake, I recall you were never this enthusiastic, Cha-Ching admitted, her honesty reflecting her sentiments, though she struggled to articulate them. Her thoughts were somewhat muddled. I remember you were not so fervent, and moreover, there are many demons in my homeland capable of taking on the appearances of others. Jacob raised his hand, which remained steadfast despite the imminent threat, entwining his fingers with hers. He tilted his head to glance at Cha-Ching, who was awkwardly averting her gaze. Even during their perilous moments in Fortis, he had never experienced such an intimate connection, nor had there been much physical contact between them. Initially, it was due to Cha-Ching's discomfort, and later, it was overshadowed by his relationship with Bella. Yet now, he instinctively yielded to the yearning in his heart, wishing to hold onto the delicate hand of this girl. Jacob found himself gazing intently at Cha-Ching, her half-damp black hair evoking memories of the moment she leaped from the boat, dripping wet as she approached him. She was striking, pure, enchanting, a warrior emerging from the snow-laden winds of Siberia. I feared that the Volturi would find you before I did, Elier. Jacob had never anticipated that he could develop feelings for someone else. He believed he would forever chase Bella's shadow until he was marked by another. However, he realized that since arriving in this extraordinary land, his mind had been consumed by longing. He could not pinpoint when she had entered his thoughts, but he trusted his emotions. His pursuit of Cha-Ching was not solely for her safety. There was a girl whose presence lingered in his mind, one who was not Bella Swan, far away in Fortis. I acknowledge that my family's unilateral decision has caused you trouble. I shall certainly hold him accountable upon my return. Cha-Ching gritted her teeth, convinced that he was angered by the deception. She vowed, once I find a place with internet access, I will promptly inform others of the true circumstances, all right? Cha-Ching felt a mix of guilt and shame due to Yi Jun's actions, her complexion slightly flushed. Jacob suddenly found himself uncertain about whether he could retain the girl's affection. Her eyes sparkled whenever she spoke of shamans. Grasping Cha-Ching's hand firmly, Jacob gazed into her eyes and said, No, I am truly grateful. Grateful that I misjudged the danger you were in, grateful that I came here. Convinced that Jacob had affections for Bella and having already resolved to withdraw and return home, Cha-Ching did not interpret Jacob's gaze in that light. Jacob's current disheveled appearance was hardly befitting a confession. Every time he smiled, his stubble seemed to clump together, obscuring his previously handsome visage. Believing Jacob was merely comforting her with the notion that her homeland was not so dire, Chongqing patted his hand reassuringly, stating, "Jacob, I am quite formidable. In my homeland, I have a substantial support team. I have already made Volturi stomp in frustration." The young Quilut werewolf, in this unfamiliar setting, found it not unreasonable to rely on the only friend he knew. Elier, Jacob helplessly realized that the conversation was straying far from the direction he had anticipated. Faced with Chongqing's inquisitive gaze, Jacob found himself uncertain whether Chongqing could accept him upon returning to his hometown. He resolved to take some time to untangle his emotions. He sensed that his feelings for Chongqing differed markedly from those he harbored for Bella. Until he clarified his own heart, he ought not to disrupt Chongqing's tranquil life. A sudden fear gripped Jacob, that perhaps he merely sought a refuge to mend his wounds. The knowledge that Chongqing would reciprocate his feelings only intensified the vividness of her image in his mind. "Ural, Lil said she misses you. I miss you all too, Jacob. But I cannot return just yet." Even as Chongqing and Jacob conversed in English, the boatman, perplexed, struggled to comprehend. He glanced at the unreliable youth with dyed red hair who referred to himself as uncle and hesitated. "Did I just hear Jacob? Is that bear following us?" "I think not," replied the youth. "It is my niece's good friend who shares the same name." The boy, who had earlier been chuckling at the spectacle, suddenly turned serious, rubbing his nose and stating, "See, what a coincidence it is. Her bear and her friend share the same name. And these two similarly named beings have aided one another in locating my niece." If there had been any doubt before, the boatman was now entirely convinced that the red-haired youth was spouting nonsense. Feeling his intelligence insulted, the man adopted a stern expression, resolving not only to charge the highest fare, but also to unceremoniously cast these three bothersome individuals ashore upon landing. Shu Wang observed the boatman transition from skepticism to indignation, and he began to reminisce about the exceptionally resourceful Yi Jun in such matters. The three individuals, nearly cast off the vessel, were deprived of the considerate services that should have been afforded by the boatman, such as introductions to the renowned attractions and accommodations in the vicinity. Shu Wang's blunder inadvertently brought misfortune upon Chongqing. Being rather indifferent to affairs, Shu Wang lacked the linguistic skills to navigate the complexities of the Celestial Empire, which compelled Chongqing to expend considerable effort in seeking directions, ultimately securing a place to stay. The inn primarily offered standard rooms and spacious suites, and Chongqing was reluctant to entrust the unreliable Shu Wang with Jacob. Despite Shu Wang's amiable nature, Chongqing was acutely aware that his character lacked the meticulousness and attentiveness that Jacob warranted. During the allocation of rooms, Jacob was astonished to discover that he was to share accommodations with Chongqing. The ancient cobblestone street outside the standard room revealed two beds positioned less than a meter apart, and the not-so-saintly Jacob couldn't help but entertain a flurry of thoughts. "Are you certain you wish to share a room with me? Why don't you take a shower and shave first? Here are Shu Wang's clothes. You can make do with them for now." Chongqing handed the borrowed attire to Jacob, deftly shifting the topic. "It might not fit perfectly, but tidy yourself up before nightfall, and we can head to the market for some new clothes. Afterwards, do share your experiences from this past period with me." Holding the garments that Chongqing had just given him, Jacob leaned against the doorframe, a smile gracing his lips as he watched Chongqing methodically orchestrate everything. He longed to express to Chongqing that she resembled a wife meticulously planning her husband's itinerary. However, he deemed it prudent to refrain from such teasing remarks until he was more certain of his own feelings. "Be cautious of the wound on your back. Exercise care while bathing, and remember to avoid cold water, though excessively hot water is equally unadvisable." Chongqing gently offered support, but upon noticing Jacob merely smiled and remained still. He instinctively urged him towards the bathroom. "Rest assured, I shall step out for a while and return in half an hour." Jacob felt an overwhelming impulse to kiss Chongqing on the forehead. However, before he could act on this desire, Chongqing had already closed the door and exited. Leaning against the bathroom door, Jacob vigorously rubbed his scalp, struggling to suppress the upward curve of his lips. It was indeed a perplexing sensation. Glancing sideways at the mirror, he beheld a boy with a sweet yet foolish smile, prompting Jacob to furrow his brow and attempt to flatten his rising smile. Yet, the boy in the mirror continued to beam, albeit with slightly diminished exuberance. Shaking his head, he took his clothes and towel and closed the door. Jacob had to concede that perhaps only the venom of Liar could cool his fervor at this moment. The cold shower could only evoke memories of Chongqing's admonitions. Meanwhile, Chongqing knocked on the door of Shu Wang's room. Shuang opened the door in astonishment, finding Cha-Ching standing there. I thought you would spend more time alone with that young man. While he is bathing, I shall procure some medicine. Cha-Ching explained, then added, please call Yi Jun and book a flight to Seattle. I believe we may be delayed by 2 days. I need to first return to the magical city to ensure Jacob gets home safely. I cannot leave him alone. No problem, I understand. We are informing him rather than negotiating. Shu Wang agreed decisively and immediately took out his phone to call Yi Jun. Anyone who has witnessed Jacob's disheveled appearance can empathize with Changqing's unease. When Changqing returned with the medicine, Jacob had just finished his shower. Seated by the window of the standard room, gazing outside. Shu Wang had always been a slender youth, and even with some allowance, his clothes were ill-fitting for Jacob. The t-shirt and jeans were taut, particularly the top, accentuating the defined contours of Jacob's pectoral muscles, external obliques, and internal obliques. It seems you are about to burst out of it, Changqing remarked with a chuckle, waving a hand to indicate that Jacob should not take her lightly. I bought a razor at the convenience store downstairs. You should know how to use this, right? A cartridge razor? It's universally applicable for men. Jacob caught the plastic bag that Changqing was holding, rummaged through it, and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Bandages and medicine? Yes. I thought you might not have properly tended to your wound. Stealing glances at the tight-fitting jeans that accentuated Jacob's form, Changqing realized for the first time how low her sense of humor truly was. Would you prefer to shave first, or shall we take a stroll? The clothing store will close soon. I inquired at the front desk. It's only a 10-minute walk. Wait for me. Jacob leaped over the soft bedding, tugging at his backpack to search for his wallet. Inside, his bag was filled with small denominations of change, a colorful assortment, some folded into triangular shapes. Changqing pondered, Jacob, how do you have so much change? Attempting to stuff his wallet into his overly tight trousers, Jacob remained silent. He was reluctant to reveal the circumstances he had endured along the way. With no contact number, no residential address, and communication reliant on mere chance. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to have found Changqing so effortlessly. There would be ample time for inquiries upon their return. For now, Changqing deemed it far more crucial to procure essential supplies for Jacob. Jacob had never realized that Changqing was a shopping enthusiast. In Fortes, even at the expansive supermarket on Angel Lane, Changqing seldom indulged in purchases. However, upon discovering the existence of the Quirret werewolves, his interests had become entirely fixated on an array of testing instruments, both large and small. Jacob's recollections of Cha-Ching were confined to the period before he and Bella became inseparable, a time when Amber, Queer, Riel, and the two of them would gather daily to tackle their homework. Changqing always exuded a comforting presence, even after he and Bella began their journey together. Cha-Ching consciously avoided any interaction during his personal time. With one hand laden with bags, Jacob freed his other hand to guide Cha-Ching forward. Occasionally, she would halt to pick up clothing and gesture towards Jacob, seeking his opinion. Grasping her dry, cool hand, Jacob's smile broadened as he observed her silhouette, unable to deny the serene sensation blossoming within him. He contemplated the possibility that he might indeed be falling for Changqing. In her company, he found himself devoid of any inclination to compare her with Bella. Hey, Aller, that's enough. Jacob now wishes to be alone with Changqing. Perhaps merely gazing at her in a daze could occupy him for an entire day. Shall we return? Are you certain? Jacob, there is a place I will not accompany you to. Changqing regarded Jacob with an unusually peculiar expression. Are you sure that's sufficient? Do you not need undergarments? You must know how quickly the Quirret werewolves consume them. Changqing also doubted Jacob's ability to remain unchanged into a werewolf. Jacob merely wished to distance himself from Changqing. In fact, he ultimately overcame his embarrassment and independently procured some essential items for Quirret werewolves. In Jacob's mind, Changqing often encountered strange things, and he did not believe he could shield her from harm while in his human form. Upon returning to the standard room with an armful of items, Changqing suggested that Jacob first change out of his overly tight clothing, but not to don the attire just yet, as she intended to apply some medicine to him. Jacob retreated to the restroom to change, even shaving off his stubble, before being seen in his disheveled state. Jacob wished to salvage some degree of impression in front of Changqing. With his clean-shaven appearance, Jacob appeared at least 3 years younger, clad only in mid-rise jeans, which revealed his chiseled sides. As Jacob emerged from the restroom, Changqing began to reconsider whether it was wise for her to tend to his wounds. I will go call Shu Wang. I wish for others to remain oblivious. Jacob grasped Changqing's wrist and fabricated an excuse. Do you not wish to know what I have encountered? The wound on Jacob's back pierced through his latissimus dorsi, though fortunately, it was not excessively deep. While she could not fathom the inexplicable pride that men sometimes harbor, Changqing deemed it prudent to respect Jacob's sentiments. She raised her hand in surrender. Very well, you may sit down first. Your injury appears rather extensive. Jacob complied. Settling down as Changqing tended to his wound, the creature responsible for this is quite peculiar, even more so than I. You are merely a werewolf, Changqing retorted lightly, delivering a gentle punch to his arm, deliberately avoiding his injury. She held a disdain for referring to beings beyond humanity as monsters. Perhaps Jacob had grown accustomed to such terminology, yet it always struck her as discomforting. In her eyes, the label of monster was undeniably a form of disrespect. Very well, a werewolf then. As she felt the medicinal powder penetrate the wound, her hands delicately swirled the bandage around his back. Jacob stifled the urge to grasp her hand, choosing instead to share the essence of his recent experiences with Changqing. Occasionally, the tips of her hair brushed against his skin, filling the room with her fragrance, causing Jacob's voice to soften involuntarily. From time to time, Changqing interjected with snippets of her own history and adventures. Whenever she spoke of topics that piqued her interest, her expressions became vividly animated. Jacob watched her animated gestures with a smile, the crimson hues of the setting sun illuminating her profile. Upon hearing Changqing boast about dissecting the Cliff Tomb zombies for research, he nearly felt compelled to tap her forehead playfully. Upon hearing Changqing speak of her tribe, the Witch Clan, Jacob's expression inexplicably shifted to one of peculiarity. Beyond the relief he felt for Changqing's safety, he found himself less than pleased that she had discovered a sense of belonging. Jacob realized he did not wish for Changqing to remain in her hometown, at least not in a place where he could not see her. One sat at the edge of the bed, while the other reclined upon it, engrossed in conversation to the point of losing track of time. It was only when the darkness of night enveloped the outside world that Changqing realized she had used all the bandages on Jacob's back. Oh no! Changqing hurriedly maneuvered through Jacob's arm to attempt to remove some, exclaiming that the bindings were too thick. No matter, this is quite sufficient, Jacob reassured her, gently pressing her back down. If they continued, he feared he might lose control. Riel and the others are still awaiting our email. To compose the email, Changqing had specifically requested a standard room equipped with a computer. Their long-awaited reunion had consumed an excessive amount of time, and she silently chastised her own irresponsibility before promptly opening the laptop to write to Riel and the others. Jacob, arms crossed and resting against the back of the chair, observed her as she typed. Once she finished, he reached out, tapped the keyboard, and added a line. We are together. Signed, Jacob. Changqing read it aloud, her tone laced with curiosity. I mentioned that you had already found me, so they needn't worry. Jacob flashed a bright smile, clicking send. Now it is as if we have composed the email together. It's advisable to retire early. If you're not accustomed to it, you may seek comfort in Shuwang. Changqing sensed a peculiar aura about Jacob, yet his smile was more abundant than ever. For a moment, she couldn't articulate what felt amiss. Merely yearning to dissolve the current atmosphere. I suppose there is nothing else at hand. Tomorrow, we shall embark for the magical metropolis. Would you like me to check for flights back to Fortes? No, I shall not be returning for the time being. Jacob reclined against the window's soft bedding, resting his arms beneath his head, silently conveying to Changqing that he would be sleeping here tonight. Good night, Olier. This was Changqing's first experience sharing a room at night with someone of the opposite sex. After waiting for a while, Jacob remained silent, his breathing steady. Changqing turned off the light and, enveloped in darkness, lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, devoid of drowsiness. She could empathize with Jacob's sentiment of knowing only her in the Celestial Empire, yet she always believed this reason could not account for his sudden clinginess. Strangely, after confirming her safety, Jacob showed no urgency to return to Fortes. It was worth noting that Bella, apart from her, was also on the list of the Waltree family's interests. After a considerable time, Changqing glanced at her phone. It was already midnight. She softly inquired, Jacob, are you asleep? In the dim light, she observed Jacob, turned on his side. His breathing maintained its rhythmic pattern, and after a moment's pause, he did not respond. Evergreen stubbornly believed that Jacob was still awake. Jacob, I know you are worried about me. Look, I am safe now. I shouldn't return to Fortes and cause trouble for the queerate werewolves, if you understand my meaning. With his back turned to Evergreen, Jacob closed his eyes. The next day, Evergreen woke up with dark circles under her eyes. Despite knowing that Jacob would not take any action, She had spent the entire night awake. After once again inquiring about Jacob's willingness to stay a while longer, she hesitantly knocked on Shuang's door, informing him that the mission would continue with Jacob accompanying them. Initially eager to witness the unfolding drama, Shuang, upon seeing Evergreen's threatening demeanor that suggested any laughter would earn him her wrath, knowingly handed over the information sent by Yijun and went off to find breakfast alone. Unlike the familiar Huang fatty, this time the employer had already been vetted by other sorcerers due to their lack of acquaintance. Typically, the witch clan would confirm the situation of the employer before dispatching an appropriate candidate to resolve the issue. The couple in question shared the surname Li, named Li Titan and Li Siyuan, respectively. Li Titan had spent years making a living in Tsarist Russia and had only recently retired. Li Siyuan was an ordinary elementary school teacher. Strangely, despite the possibility of pregnancy, Li Titan slept soundly every night. This could no longer be explained by mere psychological resilience. His wife was nearly frightened to death by him. Since Jacob had decided to accompany them, Evergreen diligently translated the information for him. Jacob listened attentively. Having already grasped the dangers of Evergreen's homeland through their shared experiences, Changqing gradually clenched her fist. Jacob's profile bore no difference from when he was in the reservation. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that he appeared quite weary. This illusion left Changqing feeling less than joyous about Jacob's willingness to join their journey, rather than remaining here. He would be better off living peacefully among the wolf pack. Jacob continued to listen as Changqing recounted the information gathered by the shaman, diligently summarizing his thoughts. Ural, your surroundings are quite chaotic. Changqing couldn't help but chuckle. Jacob, I don't live anywhere near this peculiar group. The author has something to say. Jacob has fallen in love. 2 chapters combined into one, a substantial outpouring. Some matters cannot simply be ignored. Thus far, this country has not bestowed upon Jacob any experiences that could be deemed happiness. Changqing clearly recognized that the Jacob belonging to the Quilut wolf pack would accompany her, and she and Yijun would share equal responsibility for him. The train heading north was about to depart, and Changqing ultimately could not pretend that nothing had occurred, tacitly accepting Jacob's presence in their adventure, which should not have intersected with his life. In the final moment before boarding, Changqing cast an apologetic glance at Shuang, pulling Jacob along to alter their tickets. Though Shuang appeared rather carefree and mischievous, he possessed a commendable temperament. He assured Changqing that he would fulfill the commission with the others. With 3 months remaining until the man's delivery, he had ample time. Changqing sincerely expressed her gratitude to Shuang, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a guiding presence. If Jacob's reason for remaining here stemmed from concern for her, Changqing believed it was her responsibility to confront this. She deemed it necessary to return to the reservation with Jacob and assure everyone of her well-being. In the ebb and flow of relationships, it was her duty to bid a gracious farewell. Jacob observed Changqing busily arranging their itinerary, watching her reschedule train tickets and book flights, as well as making calls to inquire about assignments and explaining matters to other shamans. After enduring a 6-hour flight, as they set foot once again on the soil of Washington State, Jacob still found it hard to believe Changqing had returned, albeit temporarily. The day they departed Seattle was bright and sunny, yet their return was shrouded in ominous clouds. As the most bustling city in western Washington, Seattle, like other regions in the West, is under the influence of the damp Pacific coastal winds, resulting in a perpetually rainy climate with scarce sunlight. A fine drizzle cascaded onto the roof of Tacoma Airport, creating ripples that flowed downward in circles. In the distance, the shadow of Mount Rainier melded with the overcast sky, while droplets trickled from the uneven surface of the airport's roof. Prepared individuals unfurled a myriad of umbrellas, forming a vibrant arc as the wind swept through. The colorful canopies tilting in unison, reminiscent of ripples in a gently stirred pond. I have never encountered a crowd composed of umbrellas that could appear so beautiful. Regardless, Evergreen returned to Fortes, and Jacob was in high spirits. He even praised a place he had never visited. It is said that the scenery of Puget Sound is splendid. If it weren't for the infernal fever coursing through my body, I believe we could linger a while longer in Seattle. Are there vampires nearby? Evergreen chuckled in disbelief. Jacob, we did not come here for tourism. Yes, there are quite a few. Jacob grasped Evergreen's hand, covering his heated chest. His heartbeat was thunderous, causing the corners of his mouth to curve upward instinctively. The impending presence of multiple vampires did little to stifle his urge to exclaim. Yet he was reluctant to be scrutinized under Evergreen's gaze. He suppressed the instincts of the werewolf. Then, shall we hasten back to Fortes? To your house or mine? I could prepare a cup of warm milk for you. Evergreen had begun to grow accustomed to Jacob's occasional hand-holding. She hesitated and inquired, "Jacob, you seem quite exhilarated?" She doubted her own judgment. "Indeed, perhaps you would prefer to call it an excess of adrenaline. I am truly delighted that you have returned for me." Jacob yearned to sweep Evergreen into his arms and twirl her around in celebration of his joy. Before he acted on this impulse, he continually reminded himself to exercise patience. He could not afford to be so reckless. "Hey, there may be some creatures with an aversion to my scent following us. Would you prefer to wait for me back at Fortes? Need I say more?" Another hand gently covered Jacob's hand, prompting him to glance over in surprise. With a sincere expression, Changqing said, "I cannot allow my friend to embark on an adventure alone while I sit comfortably in a car, returning safely." Vampires do not possess a distinctive sensitivity to the scent of witches, but if it meant abandoning Jacob to return alone, leaving behind the Quileute werewolf who journeyed across vast distances for her safety, Changqing believed she could never hold her head high in the reservation again. Very well. This is your choice," Jacob said, pulling Changqing into a warm embrace. Resting his chin affectionately on her shoulder, he wore a bright and contented smile as he whispered, "Later, we shall take the main road. After we leave Seattle, you will ride on my back." Feeling the strength of his powerful arms encircling her and inhaling Jacob's rich scent, Changqing blinked in a daze, realizing that she was indeed more suited to live in the Celestial Empire. The Quileute werewolves expressed their fervor in a manner that left her flustered, and she found it somewhat overwhelming. The Seattle airport lacked any perfume shops. Jacob could not mask his strong werewolf scent with the potent fragrances as he had done on their way there. Compared to the faint scents of vampires and humans, the aroma of Quileute werewolves, along with their body temperature, was unmistakably pronounced. After disembarking the plane and taking a moment to regain his composure, Jacob took Changqing's hand and led her towards Forks. The streets of Seattle remained vibrant despite the rain, as people with umbrellas of various hues occasionally cast friendly glances and smiles towards Jacob and Evergreen, who appeared to be a charming pair. Jacob, drenched from the downpour, raised his hand to shield Evergreen's head with his backpack, reminiscent of all the young couples savoring a stroll in the rain, splashing through puddles. "Jacob, you needn't do this." Evergreen gently tugged at his elevated arm, persuading him to relent. "This weather is more conducive for me. The rain feels like a companion, and a little water won't make me ill. I dislike the reproachful gazes of strangers, as if they are silently admonishing me. How could you allow the girl beside you to get wet?" Rain cascaded from Jacob's short hair onto his cheeks, and his swift turn accentuated the muscles of his neck, exuding a devilishly attractive aura in the rain. "Oral, you must behave," he murmured. Evergreen found it difficult to meet Jacob's gaze in that moment, averting her eyes and ceasing her insistence. "I feel feverish, quite warm," Jacob said, wiping his face as he quickened his pace. After hastening past 2 streets, he abruptly halted, declaring, "I smell death. It is near us." Evergreen lagged half a step behind Jacob, scanning their surroundings. Compared to werewolves and vampires, her close combat skills were lacking. Yet, her keen eyesight and battle instincts were sharp, leading her to swiftly spot a young Caucasian man standing on the balcony of a nearby 2-story building. The young man possesses dark, golden-brown curls, and his eyes gleam with a crimson hue reminiscent of a vampire that feasts on human blood. His complexion is nearly pallid, exuding an otherworldly, enigmatic handsomeness, with a slight lift of his lips, revealing a set of perfectly aligned teeth that, although lacking fangs, evokes the image of a fiendish bloodsucker. Riley Beers Jacob stands protectively before Changqing, who, in the eyes of vampires, is merely a delectable human treat. The emergence of the werewolf causes the vampire to furrow his brow in discomfort. Noticing the disdainful expression Jacob wears, he cannot help but flash a provocative grin, remarking, "Hey, he certainly looks like he could be a vampire." Quaking in the shadows, Changqing mistakenly presumes Jacob is unfamiliar with vampires beyond Fortis, considering he has recently transitioned into a werewolf. "Do you know him?" she inquires. "I came across him while sifting through police records," Jacob replies. "I believe Lyre would be more acquainted with him. During Lyre's time at Fortis School, he was akin to the present Edward Cullen. He went missing nearly a year ago." Jacob's memory serves him well, as he had diligently perused a multitude of past cases while addressing the matter of the doll. Reluctant to extol the virtues of other men in Changqing's presence, he casually delineates the young man's popularity while he was still human. Yet, it is evident that, compared to the heart-shaped lunches bestowed upon him by girls, he has since developed a preference for something far more sinister: human blood. Riley gazes down at them, and Cha Ching's palm inadvertently crystallizes into sharp-edged ice, jesting, "I suspect the disdain the reservation boys harbor for him could rival that of the Cullens." However, his parents still cherished him deeply. I have witnessed them frantically visiting Charlie's office on numerous occasions, searching for him in a near-manic state. Jacob intentionally raised his voice, attempting to disrupt Riley's train of thought, his laughter laced with mockery and pity for the vampire. Yet I suspect he now fears confronting them. The tale of Riel's classmates succumbing to vampirism and forsaking their homes is indeed a lamentable narrative. Jacob empathized with Riley's misfortunes. Yet he could not condone the notion of a human consuming Riley returning to Fortes, lingering near the reservation. Jacob believed it prudent to inform Sam, ensuring the wolf pack remained vigilant against the vampire Riley. Beers cast a penetrating glance at the two, as if seeking remnants of Fortes' past within them. He then turned and retreated to the room, drawing the heavy dark crimson velvet curtains shut. Behind the blood-red drapes lay a layer of blackout fabric, providing some respite for the vampire. "Let us depart," Jacob said, clasping the evergreen's hand, astonished to perceive a glimmer of mercy in Riley's eyes. A sentiment that made the Quileute werewolf exceedingly uncomfortable. "I loathe this fellow." With Riley's departure, Jacob's body temperature gradually returned to its normal range. Once he crossed the street, the lingering scent of the vampire's decay vanished. Braving the rain, Jacob found himself entertained by a rather pleasant thought. Though he was a werewolf, inherently predisposed to detest vampires, it did not imply he was devoid of reason, eager to engage in battle with them at every opportunity. Jacob and Cha Ching's good fortune persisted only until they approached the outskirts of the city. After disembarking from the tram, Jacob discovered that two vampires had trailed closely behind them. They found themselves in a suburban area where, due to the hour of the day, the towering houses were largely deserted. The two middle-aged vampires wore mocking smiles, unabashedly revealing their pursuit. To these vampires, Cha Ching was akin to a sumptuous feast, while Jacob served as mere entertainment before the main course. Their demeanor was undeniably foolish. With the characteristic confidence of the Quileute wolf pack, Jacob's grin widened, showcasing his two sharp canines as he whispered, "Let us run. It's not quiet enough here." To provoke them in Seattle, all alone? Cha Ching was taken aback by Jacob's reckless audacity, hardly able to pay heed to the rush of air against her ears. The Quileute wolves were a breed of battle maniacs, yet she surprisingly found this idea rather appealing. "Then you better pick up the pace. I fear they might gnaw your tail off. I can run faster, Oriel, as long as you don't let go of my hand." As they spoke, Jacob pulled Cha Ching out of the residential area, the vast expanses of open land behind them causing the vampires to lose their patience. No longer maintaining a facade of normalcy, they accelerated, closing in on Jacob and Cha Ching in a relentless pursuit. Jacob handed the backpack to Cha Ching, shedding his shirt as he ran. When the vampire intercepted him, he leaped into the air, transforming into a colossal wolf, and with tremendous force, he brought down the golden-haired vampire before him. Before the brown-haired vampire could react, Jacob leaped to Cha Ching's side, brandishing his forepaws. Cha Ching reached out, laying a layer of mirror-like smooth ice crystals beneath the fallen golden-haired vampire. Grasping Jacob's scruff and vaulting onto his back. In perfect harmony, Jacob kicked out with his hind leg, striking the advancing brown-haired vampire, while simultaneously breaking past the precariously balanced golden-haired vampire, seizing him by the flank and tossing him aside. It must be said, the wolf form of Jacob was remarkably fierce. His timing was impeccable. Cha Ching hurled ice spikes at the eyes of the brown-haired vampire below. After nearly half a year of rigorous training, her aim had improved significantly. The golden-haired vampire, having been flung aside by Jacob, bore several wounds in his side, and as the vampire's venom came into contact with the air, it transformed into a crystalline solid. After rolling on the ground several times, the vampire, ignoring the grass clippings tangled in his golden locks, stood up, clutching his abdomen, and let out a hoarse roar at Jacob's retreating figure. In a fit of rage, the vampire resembled an enraged serpent, causing the brown-haired vampire to hesitate briefly before leaping over him in pursuit of Jacob. Cha Ching patted the fur on Jacob's neck, sensing that he might be calling for his companions. Jacob responded with a nimble leap, his arched spine causing Cha Ching to momentarily lose her balance and tumble onto the wolf's back, swaying with his rapid strides. Shaking his ears, he turned his head slightly to glance at Cha Ching, and with a swift dash, Jacob flashed a toothy grin. Jacob was laughing. Unlike the smoothness of a horse's back, the wolf's spine was far less forgiving, making it a challenge to maintain balance atop it. With her head buried deep in Jacob's fur, Cha-Ching took quite some time to straighten herself and regain her composure. She yearned to fashion a whip out of ice to deliver a surprise to the overly proud queerate werewolf. Discarding the fluff from her mouth, Cha-Ching ultimately directed her conjured ice whip towards the swiftly running vampire, who was angled at a 45-degree angle to the ground. The vampire leapt upwards, evading the whip's tip. As he descended, he stirred up a cloud of dust, all the while casting a mocking smile at Cha-Ching. Provoked, she retorted, "It's not over yet." The ice whip, reminiscent of a gecko's severed tail, shed its trailing segment, while a new tip landed right beside the descending vampire. The whip dexterously ensnared the vampire's ankle, twisting its body like a serpent. Bang! The handsome face of the middle-aged vampire met the ground with a resounding thud. Jacob executed a sharp halt, pivoting to rush towards the fallen vampire, sinking his teeth into the creature's shoulder. With a powerful shake of his head, he soon dislodged the vampire's right arm from its body. Spitting out the howling vampire, Jacob, opting not to finish the job, assessed his bearings and continued sprinting toward Fortes. Cha-Ching firmly grasped Jacob's fur, stabilizing her form to ensure she would not be flung away. After experiencing a tumultuous struggle akin to a crocodile's death roll, her stomach churned. Turning her head, Jacob's elongated wolf snout gently nudged Cha-Ching's palm in a gesture of reassurance, slowing their pace. Cha-Ching accepted Jacob's apology. She had never been angry. Following the exhilarating and intense chase, she found herself in a light-hearted mood, jesting, "Jacob, I believe I could enter an equestrian competition." Jacob responded briefly with a sound that conveyed his disapproval. The author wishes to convey. Thorjong, he threw a landmine. Original outline. After going through a tale set in Tianqiao, Cha-Ching realized that she could not keep Jacob in Tianqiao. He did not belong there. She decided to send Jacob back to the reservation. The story of Tianqiao was condensed, with Cha-Ching returning directly. As for the tale of Tianqiao, perhaps it could be treated as an epilogue after the conclusion. Subsequently, a few more vampires pursued them, but as Jacob stepped onto the territory of the Fortes, they all abandoned the chase. Had it not been for Jacob and Evergreen's provocative antics, it is likely that, aside from the initial two vampires driven by curiosity, the others, maintaining their noble demeanor, would not have even bothered to follow. Sensing the presence of their kin, the Cullens, who regarded Fortes as home, naturally sent someone to investigate. Among the unspoken rules of vampires is the principle of not intruding lightly into the hunting grounds of other families. When Alice Cullen and her partner Jasper Hale arrived to investigate, they stumbled upon a werewolf named Quilid, clad merely in a pair of oversized shorts, and a seemingly ordinary human girl, both slumped under a tree, laughing foolishly. Being pursued by vampires was undeniably exhilarating, especially since they had relied solely on their strength and speed to sprint to the boundary of the reservation. Upon reaching a relatively safe area, Jacob and Evergreen were nearly exhausted. The moment Alice laid eyes on Evergreen, she was momentarily taken aback. Her unique vampire ability was the foresight of the future. She could foresee a person's future at the instant she laid eyes on them, as long as the individual made decisions that could determine the outcome. She would then be able to visualize the most probable path among countless potential futures. Jasper kissed Alice's cheek, embracing the delicate waist of the ethereal girl beside him. Even devoid of body heat, she appeared flawless in his eyes. "What is it?" Alice exclaimed in astonishment. "I can see the future of this girl. Yet there is a murky shadow obscuring my vision. It must be a positive omen. I have resolved to assist her." Swiftly, she planted a tender kiss on Jasper's lips, exclaiming with genuine delight, "Shall we greet our uninvited guests?" The former officer maintained an upright posture, bending only with gentlemanly grace in Alice's presence. It seemed that Jasper's feelings for all the Cullens paled in comparison to his affection for Alice. "As you wish," he replied. Though Alice and Jasper did not make their presence known, Jacob caught a whiff of the Cullens' vampiric scent. Each Quileute werewolf was intimately familiar with the aroma of the Cullens, the very essence that had transformed them into werewolves. While not all harbored resentment towards the Cullens for disrupting their once tranquil lives, the werewolves unanimously perceived the Cullens as odorous. The aversion to the scent of vampires was an instinct ingrained in their very being. The moment the Cullens arrived, Jacob, disregarding his need for rest, sprang to his feet. "The Cullens are here. Sam sensed my return with you. He will be along shortly." No sooner had Jacob spoken than two massive wolves erupted from the underbrush. The gray and black spotted one was Embry, while the lean chocolate-colored wolf was unfamiliar to Evergreen. The chocolate giant growled menacingly at Evergreen, baring its teeth, and with a swift leap, lunged towards him. Having coexisted harmoniously with the Quileute werewolves, Evergreen was wholly unprepared for such an encounter. while Chongqing remained perplexed, deliberating whether it was an ice wall or a snowstorm. Jacob had already stepped forward to embrace the slender waist of the chocolate giant wolf. No one comprehended their vulnerabilities better than the Quileute werewolves. Jacob aimed to strike at the ankle of the bipedal chocolate giant wolf, but overestimated the strength of his human form. With a thud, the two werewolves tumbled into a heap. Seizing the opportunity during their playful scuffle, Amber swiftly changed her clothes, unceremoniously abandoning her two grappling companions. She was the first to extend a friendly embrace to Chongqing, exclaiming, "I'm so glad you're back. It feels wonderful to see you again." Thanks to Jacob's recent frequent hand-holding training, Chongqing had grown accustomed to the Quileute werewolf's warm enthusiasm. She reciprocated Amber's embrace before releasing her, saying, "Yes, I'm back. But I didn't bring any gifts." At that moment, Jacob was pinned beneath the weight of the chocolate giant wolf, unable to rise. The chocolate giant wolf twisted its body, transforming into its wolf form, its several hundred pounds of weight rendering Jacob immobile. After securing victory, the chocolate giant wolf gracefully leaped up, deliberately maintaining an elegant gait as it approached Chongqing, nuzzling her arm with its head. By now, it had subdued its aggression, its gaze proud and triumphant. "You are." The chocolate wolf's foul temper prompted Chongqing to recognize its identity. "Quill? Quill? Jacob?" A howl erupted from Quill, his long whiskers quivering slightly as he tilted his head back. He appeared to revel in his existence as a Quileute werewolf. Jacob, with a lack of courtesy, delivered a punch, grasping his neck and pulling him away from Chongqing. Queer, who yearned to showcase his splendid new posture, felt an overwhelming desire to bite him. "How much chocolate did you consume when you were feverish?" Everything remained as it was before their departure. One person was tasked with restraining Queer, while the others indulged in mocking him. Chongqing instinctively remarked, "Queer, the hue of your fur is utterly unscientific." Could it be that what the Quileute werewolves consume during their transformation has an impact on their genetics? Perhaps the failure to receive handmade chocolates for Easter had deeply saddened Queer. The wolf, unable to articulate his thoughts, longed to sink his teeth into these three rascals in a fit of rage. Soon after, Lyre and Paul welcomed Chongqing back with heartfelt embraces. Sam was already aware of the Volturi family's intentions to transform Chongqing into a vampire. As the leader of the Quileute werewolves, Sam had chosen a path that was decidedly more arduous for his kind. "Oriole, this is Quileute territory. No one can compel you to change." Emily, being human, could not accompany the Quileute werewolves in their swift movements. The werewolves willingly made room for Lyre beside Sam, as Lyre, in Jacob's absence, stood as the strongest among them. As Sam's former girlfriend, Lyre was acutely aware of his contemplative nature. His rare display of straightforwardness brought a satisfied laugh from Lyre. "Now, that resembles a man. Your ears haven't softened to the point of no return." Sam shot an exasperated glance at Lyre. Avoiding excessive conversation with her ex-boyfriend, Lyre approached Chongqing and embraced him tightly. Her arms trembled slightly. Being in the same circle as her former partner, Sam, undeniably affected her. More than anyone else, she longed for Chongqing. "I am truly delighted that you have returned and that we can converse once more. I never anticipated that Jacob would bring you back." Chongqing opened his mouth, unable to reveal to Lyre that he intended to leave in a couple of days. "I leave Jacob in your hands," she said, playfully punching Jacob's chest. In a manner reminiscent of a father entrusting his daughter, Lyre softly encouraged, "You did well this time. Keep it up. I am proud of you." Jacob's expression turned peculiar. The Quileute people cherished discussions by the firelight on starry nights. Rather than the warmth of a hearth, they preferred to gather around an outdoor bonfire, leisurely savoring hot tea while watching the rising smoke. The return of Chongqing provided the werewolves with an excuse to indulge in a picnic. Perched on a wooden stump by the bonfire, Chongqing hugged his knees, gazing at the vibrant young faces illuminated by the flames. Sam, feeling uneasy in Lyre's company, departed after exchanging a few words with Jacob. Similarly, Gerard, marked by his connection to the girl Kim, also left, aware that Kim disapproved of his interactions with other girls. With a cup of juice in hand, Jacob seated himself beside Chongqing, raising his glass in a gesture of camaraderie. He could intuit the thoughts swirling in Chongqing's mind. Yet, since she had chosen to consider his feelings and return to Fortes, he found it difficult to let go. The fact that a girl would alter her course of action for his sake filled him with immense joy. This undoubtedly bestowed upon Jacob a sense of courage and confidence. In the wake of Sam's departure, Lyre had come alive once more. Many of the werewolves were yet to reach the legal drinking age, but Lyre seemed unperturbed by such constraints. Raising a wooden cup high, she pulled the most agreeable Amber into a lively dance. Quirrell and Paul, ever the instigators of chaos, huddled together, clapping and cheering in time with the rhythm. The bronze-skinned girl dancing around the bonfire possessed a figure that was both curvaceous and athletic, her taut muscles exuding a primal beauty. The flickering flames cast shifting shadows across her skin, while the spilled beer wafted the sweet aroma of wheat into the air. Seth, who should have been home diligently completing his homework, poked his head out from the bushes, drawn by Liar's scent. He emerged from the undergrowth and settled himself between Jacob and Cha-Ching, a blade of grass still clinging to his hair. "I'm so glad you could come. You must have never seen me transform into a werewolf," Seth exclaimed, his delight evident in Cha-Ching's astonished response. Jacob playfully held Seth's head, and the boy laughed, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Liar looks so much better. She genuinely seems happy." After Seth transformed into a werewolf, whether he wished it or not, the mental link incessantly conveyed to him the entangled romance between Riel, Sam, and Emily, coupled with the devastating loss of Harry. The mere age of 15 saw Seth mature significantly. Each day upon returning home, he would embrace Riel, alleviating her embarrassment and sorrow. Jacob seized this opportunity, stating, "Olua, we all hold you dear. You are akin to family." He acknowledged that while vampires acted on whims, werewolves were not far removed from such nature. Seth had always idolized Jacob, and their bond deepened into an indescribable synergy after his transformation. Without awaiting a response from Cha-Ching, Seth, leveraging his youth, playfully urged, "Olua, please stay in Fortes and play with us. You see, there are many who need you, Riel, me, and Jacob." Cha-Ching remarked silently. So much must have transpired in her absence that Jacob's opportunistic skills have been fully honed. The aroma of roasted hare wafted through the air, as the Quileute people excelled in preparing game. Jacob's dexterous hands coated the tinder rabbit, the fat dripping into the crackling flames of the bonfire. Quill timely rescued Cha-Ching from his discomfort, leaping over the fire with a cup in hand, recounting the transformations he experienced after becoming a werewolf. He shared that the girl he had pursued for half a semester had recently begun to view him in a new light, assuring Cha-Ching that next Valentine's Day, he would no longer have to accompany Amber and Jacob in their singlehood. Cha-Ching cast a humorous glance at the foul-faced Jacob, who was being pulled up by Quill. Quill urged Cha-Ching to gaze into the distance at the luminous lights of Fortes, eagerly informing her of the location of the girl he admired. "The girl I like has beautiful golden brown curls and a generous bosom. What do you think about my plan to confess to her next month? I know she harbors feelings for me." Cha-Ching noted that Quill's statement underscored only 2 words, with an emphasis that was palpable. The moon hung round and full in the sky, save for a slender shadow's absence. The lights of Fortes shimmered like silver brilliance scattered upon the earth. Quill, in a merry state, ascended the hillside, howling with exuberance. Cha-Ching laughed at him. "Let us hope your confession does not mirror your usual dismal attempts, or I fear that girl might well summon the police. Sheriff Charlie would likely not object to tracking down a large creature with his rifle. Come now, Dorothy thinks your laughter is rather foolish." Liar, who had ceased her dancing, approached and handed Cha-Ching a wooden cup, clinking it in camaraderie. Dorothy, the object of Quill's affections, and Liar were classmates, making her the most authoritative voice in the matter. "I have heard Dorothy express more than once that your gaze upon her resembles that of a hungry vulture eyeing a roast turkey leg. She claims it has intensified of late." Quill shot her a glare. "Liar, I believe we ought to settle this. You should know better than to disrespect a werewolf." Quill, "Do you wish to find yourself once more beneath my claws?" Liar waved her hand at Cha-Ching, urging her to depart. "The flavor of Jacob's barbecue is quite delightful. You should give it a taste, Ah-Ching. He is looking this way." "Be cautious," said Cha-Ching, observing Quir's inflamed expression. With a teasing tone, he added, "Liar, take it easy on him." Quir, incensed, began to stomp around in frustration. Cha-Ching settled back onto the log, watching as Quir and Liar transformed into colossal wolves, engaging in a lively display reminiscent of a martial arts tournament. Paul and Amber soon approached, leaning against a tree to observe the 2 massive wolves tangled in a playful scuffle. The Quileute werewolves often practiced their hunting skills through roughhousing, which inevitably led to minor conflicts among the newly inducted werewolves. Despite being the only female among the pack, Liar was by no means inferior to her male counterparts. In fact, her mastery over the rhythm of combat was enhanced by her gender. Jacob handed her a skewer of roasted sparrows, which he had prepared while the other werewolves were distracted. Finding it somewhat awkward to merely sit idle, he remarked, "You seem quite accustomed to this?" "I've been dragged into intense training by Paul and Amber for over half a month." Cha-Ching responded with a light-hearted and candid tone. Yet Jacob sensed he had broached an inappropriate topic. Witnessing Jacob's discomfort, Paul and Amber exchanged nudges and mischievous grins, relishing the misadventures of the Quilites second-in-command. Paul attempted to drape an arm around Chongqing's shoulder for a friendly whisper, but Jacob, perceiving Paul's concealed intentions, swiftly ensnared his neck, preventing him from falling. "Hey!" exclaimed Paul. "Does this mean you want to challenge me?" Jacob released Paul, shedding his shirt. "If you still cling to your beliefs." Another bout ensued. When Jacob's bloodline first awakened, he was able to match Paul in strength. After days of rigorous training, he had become even more adept. Seizing the advantage, Jacob glanced over at Evergreen, Amber, and Seth, who were seated together, engrossed in the playful antics of four massive wolves. Suddenly, Jacob felt foolish, provoked by Paul, allowing his temper to escalate. With school on the morrow, the weary werewolves ambled home in small groups, while Jacob took it upon himself to tidy up. He requested Evergreen's company in this endeavor. Living closest to Jacob, she was the most fitting choice, both practically and sentimentally, to assist him. The moonlight bathed the forest, illuminating the towering fir trees, their trunks standing tall and straight, while their canopies resembled layers of cascading shawls. The dim light at the forest floor was insufficient to discern one another's faces. Jacob tossed a layer of ash onto the extinguished campfire. Standing with his hands in his pockets, watching the scattered embers gradually fade away, he set up a small grill for charcoal cooking. And as a werewolf endowed with night vision, Jacob reached for Evergreen's hand, guiding her forward. "Oriel, you once said that aside from love, I bear responsibilities, to my family, to my kin, to you." Chongqing spoke little today. She was still uncertain about how to explain her return to her friends in Quirit. The more joy they expressed at her arrival, the more at a loss for words she became. "Yes, everyone has their burdens, and I too carry mine. Jacob, life cannot be defined by a singular emotion. Sometimes choices must be made, and separations must occur. Oriel, you will not bring trouble to the Quirit werewolves, trust me. Protecting you is a form of duty. Quirit does not reject your presence, even in the face of wolchery. Jacob, it is not that I have nowhere to go. I fear I might cause you trouble. Your absence would yield the same outcome. Admit it, you are content here. No one wishes for your departure. This is not protection. Oriel, the residential area of the reservation lies straight ahead along the highway." Jacob abruptly halted, facing Chongqing. "We do not require your departure as a trade for peace. I trust you grasp my meaning. Perhaps you feel secure over there and believe you won't trouble the Quirit werewolves, but I do not care. We are indifferent to the extent of your troubles." Jacob's words began to spiral into repetition and confusion, his breaths coming in excited gasps as he furrowed his brow tightly. Raising his voice in an attempt to clarify his intent, he recognized that his motives were somewhat selfish, and he could not provide Chongqing with sufficiently compelling reasons. Jacob? Jacob was too anxious, leaving Chongqing with a sense of absurdity. "Stay." Reaching out to grasp the evergreen's shoulder, Jacob found himself conceding that perhaps the werewolf's patience truly was lacking, at least in contrast to his initial intention of waiting a few more days. He endeavored to infect her with sincerity. "You won't bring us trouble. I recognize that my request may be excessive, and it could indeed place you in a precarious situation. Yet, Oriel, if you cherish this place, stay." "Jacob, your words almost lead me to believe you are." The evergreen's statement remained uncompleted as Jacob pulled her into his embrace. The werewolf's keen ears registered the quickening of her heartbeat. Lowering his head, Jacob pressed his lips gently against the evergreen's forehead. The cool sensation elicited a wave of satisfaction in the young werewolf, whose heartbeat raced in tandem. Jacob softened his tone, his voice low and husky from prolonged restraint. "I am truly glad you returned for me. Regardless of any worries you may harbor, I will not allow you to leave. Oriel, though it may be selfish, I wish for you to remain. I will protect you, and the Quirit pack will safeguard you as well." The evergreen secretly pinched her soft flesh. It hurt, and it was no illusion. Noticing her action, Jacob grasped her hand firmly. "Preventing any further self-infliction, will you stay here for me, by my side?" Snowflakes descended from the sky. Ducci tossed a landmine at 13:42:38 on April 28, 2014. Lu Guanglua threw a landmine at 21:58:09 on the same day. Gratitude for grenades and landmines. I am overwhelmed by you all. Chongqing rolled over in the soft cushions, his legs entwined in the blanket as he turned. The warm afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting rounded patches of light upon the ground. The dust stirred by his breath rose high, illuminated by the sunlight into tiny circles, while the moisture in the air condensed, chasing and enveloping the startled dust. The spherical, transparent droplets quickly turned gray, Cha-Ching let his hand drop, and the droplets splattered against the ground, bursting into water. He rolled over again, relishing the rare warmth of the sunlight on his back. Still in a period of academic hiatus, Cha-Ching had chosen not to attend class. Unlike the other queer werewolves, who had spent the night in revelry, he should have had ample time for rest. If not for Jacob's peculiar words that had held him back yesterday, he would have been purchasing farewell gifts in Angel Lane today, to present to everyone who had shown him kindness and bid them adieu. Cha-Ching glanced at the clock, its cheerful ticking echoing in the room, and noted that the end of school was not far off. Gripping his phone, he anxiously rolled over once more, tangling the blanket into a mess. Since tossing aside Jacob's hold and returning amidst the snowstorm yesterday evening, he had remained in this wretched state. What troubled Cha-Ching the most was the message Jacob sent at 5 o'clock this morning. "I'll come find you after school." Jacob had not given up. Even today, he was resolute. Perhaps, when Cha-Ching temporarily set aside matters concerning Tianqiao, she insisted on accompanying him back to the Kailat wolf pack. Jacob must have made up his mind to keep her, to make this girl, who had unknowingly found her way into his heart, his beloved. It was all too sudden. Too sudden for Cha-Ching to believe. She feared that it might all be her own fanciful imagination. Yet the message sent shortly after 5 reaffirmed that it was not merely her illusion. If it were an illusion, then it was one that Jacob deliberately crafted. The fact that Jacob too had evidently spent the night without sleep, causing her to feel somewhat comforted. Today, Cha-Ching found herself ensnared in a struggle between regretting not allowing Jacob to finish his words and being thankful she had not heard them all. She could not ascertain whether Jacob's intentions aligned with her understanding, wishing to convince herself that perhaps she had not misinterpreted, while simultaneously fearing that Jacob felt as she imagined. Nevertheless, she did not regret fleeing from that atmosphere, for it was clear she could not maintain her composure at that moment. Decisions made in the heat of the moment are often the most regrettable and unreliable. Cha-Ching was a shaman. Her home was in Tianqiao. Someone had just informed her that behaving strangely was not her fault, as most of her family shared that trait. Yet Jacob had gone to great lengths to find her and urged her to remain on the reservation. As the time for dismissal drew nearer, Cha-Ching, who had spent the day entangled in her blankets, concluded that it would be prudent to seek refuge in Angel Alley or some other hideaway. She found it impossible to calm her racing thoughts. Jacob, who had skipped too many classes without a valid excuse, was intercepted by the stern teacher, Mr. Wu, before he could make his escape from the classroom. The renowned speed of the querate werewolf proved futile against the ire of the enraged instructor, despite his resistance. Jacob became yet another participant in the after-school tutoring session. Similarly detained were Jacob's 2 close friends, Amber and Quill, who were also ensnared by Mr. Wu for their complicity in his mischief. The authoritative teacher relished in the shared predicament of friendship, as it provided him with a more legitimate reason to prolong the punishment for additional students. Beneath Mr. Wu's watchful gaze, Jacob discreetly typed a message under the table. He remembered the unilateral invitation sent at dawn. "I might be late. Wait for me." Blockage. Startled by the notification of a received message, Cha-Ching clumsily caught her phone, which she had tossed into the air. The contacts list bore Jacob's name, a chaotic jumble that was almost painful to behold. Cha-Ching stared at the message for a long time before ultimately restoring Jacob's name to its rightful form. Having been an integral part of Jacob's pursuit of Bella, she felt compelled to adopt a more rational perspective on the matter. While she could not deny the flush of her cheeks and the quickening of her heart, she did not wish to be the opportunistic intruder in Jacob's heartbreak. Perhaps it was time to have an earnest conversation with Jacob. Evading the issue would resolve nothing. As Cha-Ching approached the doorstep of Clearwater, he grasped his phone tightly and retraced his steps. By the window of the second-floor bedroom, Lyre peeked through the curtains, observing Cha-Ching's expression of brave resignation, and she lowered the curtains with a smile. Through the bonds of their souls, Lyre was privy to Jacob's thoughts. Yet this did not imply her desire to assist him in persuading Cha-Ching. The existence of the werewolf imprint stirred complex emotions within her, out of self-interest. She was reluctant to accept that Cha-Ching's beloved might be a werewolf, making it difficult for her to genuinely bless Jacob. The Quileute werewolves might never encounter their destined imprint in a lifetime, but once marked, they would become the most devoted guardians and companions of their beloved, even at the cost of their own lives, betraying both their kin and their deep affections. For instance, Lyre's former boyfriend, Sam Uli. Cha-Ching wandered aimlessly until dusk fell. Jacob, who had been held back, burst out of the library at full speed, with Quill and Amber unable to keep pace. Finding no trace of her in Cha-Ching's room, Jacob wasted no time following her scent, ultimately discovering Cha-Ching by the roadside not far away. Quill and Amber, who had anxiously followed, exchanged glances, and couldn't help but grin. Witnessing Jacob's emotional outburst was indeed a source of joy. Quill playfully punched Jacob, encouraging him. Go for it. Buddy, I bet you $5 you'll succeed. I hope you win, Jacob replied, embracing Quill. I do willingly lose. Amber also smiled as he embraced Jacob, warmly patting his back. Soon after, he and Quill playfully nudged the hesitant Jacob, leaving with their arms draped over each other. Jacob felt as though he was preparing for battle, his legs encumbered by heavy armor, rendering him unable to move. Prior to this, he had contemplated adopting the approach he used with Bella, yet he soon realized it was futile. Upon seeing Evergreen, his mind went blank, unable to recall anyone, all thoughts expelled. He reminisced about Evergreen's radiant smile on that rainy day when he first arrived at the reservation, their shared moments of studying, and the times when Evergreen managed to laugh even while being held captive by the puppeteer Anderson. He recalled the awkwardness of wanting to revert to his human form while avoiding Evergreen, the serious discussions they had about responsibility, and the way Evergreen had once reached out to him with a handshake. He pondered the girl who had occupied all his memories and longings since arriving in the Celestial Empire. Unconsciously, Jacob found himself standing before Evergreen, raising his hand with a smile to greet her. Hi, how about a walk? By the time Jacob was released, darkness had enveloped the sky. A moonlit stroll seemed like a splendid idea. The ancestors of Quilu believed that moonlight bestowed courage and fortune upon werewolves. Jacob found solace in the notion that the moonlight could bless him, despite never having cared for such beliefs until today. Out of the corner of his eye, Jacob glanced at the quiet girl beside him and suddenly remarked, I have 2 sisters, Rachel and Rebecca. However, they are married and do not live with us. I believe they would be quite fond of you. Perhaps I could introduce you to them next time. Billy also hopes that you will visit often, as he has taken a liking to you. The moonlight indeed enhances the romantic ambience, prompting Cha-Ching to pause. She should persist in the notion of the two finding a cozy hearth to sit and converse, or even negotiate. I am delighted that you think so, Jacob, but it does not quite align with your style. I appreciate your desire for me to stay, but you need not. The ringing of a mobile phone abruptly interrupted Cha-Ching. It was Jacob's phone, vibrating in his pocket. When he retrieved it, the screen illuminated with the caller's name, Bella Swan. Cha-Ching noticed as well, realizing the unfortunate timing of the call. Seeing Jacob glance at her, she composed herself, suppressing her emotions, and stated in a formal tone, If you have matters to attend to, we can discuss this another time. Bella, having learned from Charlie that Jacob had been away for a while, was unaware of how fortuitous her timing was. Charlie's words stirred feelings of guilt within her regarding Jacob, as she felt an obligation to care for the Quileute boy she had hurt. Yet, Edward Cullen forbade her from venturing into the territory of the werewolves, deeming it perilous. Jacob was also not answering her calls. Ignoring Bella's voicemail, Jacob swiftly returned his phone to his pocket and hurried to catch up with the retreating Cha-Ching. His blossoming smile carried a sense of anticipation, his tone unwavering. You are jealous, aren't you? Your return, besides bidding farewell, is also out of concern for my adjustment there. Correct? You have feelings for me. Standing his ground, Evergreen, who had been unexpectedly kissed on the forehead by Jacob yesterday, took a step back upon witnessing this, conjuring an ice wall to thwart his sudden advance. Physical contact was not conducive to clear thinking, and her mind was already in disarray. Jacob, looking aggrieved, shrugged and grasped the other end of the ice wall, halting. Oral, I am waiting for you to say something, anything at all, as long as you can trust me. I admit I dislike your close interactions with Bella Swan. I confess I do have feelings for you. Noticing Jacob's hands reddened by the cold, Evergreen resignedly dismantled the barrier of ice between them and retreated a few steps. But I have not done anything to her, nor do I wish for you to respond to me in that regard. Jacob Black, you have become quite peculiar. Is it the werewolf imprint? Evergreen found it difficult to comprehend Jacob's sudden ardor towards her, yet if it were indeed due to the werewolf imprint, she wished to dispel it immediately. Her feelings for Jacob did not require such a mechanism for reciprocation. Jacob was at a loss for words, unable to fathom the thought process of the girl before him. Although her candid admission brought him immense joy, Oral, the werewolf imprint occurs the first time a werewolf encounters that person. How many times do you think I have seen you since becoming a werewolf? You were the first to witness my transformation. Cha-Ching sighed in relief, continuing to deny. You and Bella have only been apart for less than 2 months. Don't you want to reclaim her from the vampire? Jacob extended his palm in an attempt to grasp Cha-Ching, as he endeavored to comprehend her thoughts. Cha-Ching's body radiated a chill. Yet it was not devoid of warmth as a vampire's would be. If her concern lay with Bella Swan, Jacob was willing to share his thoughts. Though he was not particularly fond of the process of explanation, Bella is not the issue between us. Well, if you insist. I admit I have thought that way. I confess I do not wish for Bella to become a vampire. I acknowledge my disdain for that vampire's return, which easily shattered my resolve. I concede that I previously distanced myself from you because of Bella. However, Ollier, you once told me that I harbored biases against vampires, which led me to some realizations. Of course, I still believe vampires are akin to the undead, and transforming into one is a dreadful fate. Taking 2 steps to encircle Chongqing's waist, eliminating the possibility of her escape, Jacob lowered his gaze, earnestly locking eyes with her. If this is what you care about, I can reveal everything to you. My thoughts, my feelings. You may inquire of every werewolf. Through our mental link they will understand my perspective. Jacob did not deliberately evade his past feelings for Bella. He was more forthright than anyone else. He did not deny his prior focus on Bella, for it was his fundamental responsibility towards the girl he loved. He was sincere and passionate. Jacob exuded warmth, more so than one might have anticipated. Unable to resist Jacob's embrace, Chongqing's mind became a chaotic mess. Perhaps she had initially harbored no expectations, which is why, when confronted with the impossible, she felt a surreal sense of unreality. Fearful of this, she chose to divert Jacob's attention by invoking Bella's name, yet this simultaneously inflicted pain upon him. While her reasoning might be deemed justifiable, it undeniably caused harm. I never regarded you as a mere substitute, Jacob murmured, lowering his gaze, his chin resting against the crown of Chongqing's head. Positioned by his throat, she could discern the tremor in his voice as he spoke. You might find this sudden. I had hoped to grant you more time to adjust, but I cannot accept the thought of your imminent departure. Chongqing sensed Jacob's struggle as he endeavored to unveil his wounds before her, striving to demonstrate that his decision was not influenced by anyone else. Jacob simply desired to act upon his heartfelt inclination to keep her close. Chongqing loathed the fact that it was her mention of Bella that had reopened Jacob's wounds. Wrapping her arms around Jacob's waist in response to his embrace, she found herself at a loss for a more graceful diversion. Jacob, may I interpret this as your way of telling me you wish to pursue me? No. Sensing Chongqing's momentary stiffness, Jacob's lips curled into a smile of excitement as he lowered his head to kiss her crown. I am inviting you to stay. Inviting you to be my one and only soulmate. Frozen in shock by the unexpected turn of events, Chongqing finds herself rendered speechless. The author wishes to convey, I am the delightful repository of drafts. The author is not at home. Zoe has tossed a figurative grenade. Timestamped April 29, 2014. At 19:12:01. Grateful for the kind-hearted girl, she embraces her warmly. The phone call is not mere coincidence. It draws inspiration from a line in the original text where Bella once reflected on her situation. She had not seen Jacob for several weeks, and he consistently failed to answer her calls. Monday, often referred to as Black Monday, is universally loathed by students. Yet, Jacob perceives this particular Monday as the finest he has ever experienced. That morning, the teacher announced that Chongqing's illness had been misdiagnosed. The girl, who should have been resting at home, now sits diagonally behind him, her hair cascading down and forming a delicate circle upon the desk. Jacob twirls his pencil, surrounded by the soft sounds of writing. Once more, he glances at Chongqing from a distance, noticing for the first time how long her eyelashes truly are. The bell signaling the end of class rings punctually. As is customary for the students of the reserve, they are always timely. They have already packed their bags, but today, instead of a frantic rush to exit the classroom, they pause to extend friendly greetings to Chongqing, who had nearly been misjudged with a terminal illness. Once most have departed, Jacob approaches Chongqing's desk and leans against it, expressing, I am genuinely pleased. I am not surprised. Chongqing pushed Jacob, extracting the pitiful exercise book from beneath him. She tilted her head to gaze at Jacob, who wore a smile that rendered her seriousness untenable. Well, I am quite happy too, Jacob. The sorcerers are not particularly meticulous beings. They prefer a self-sufficient approach. Otherwise, Chongjuan would not have unceremoniously kicked Chongqing out of the country to enjoy a cozy world of two with her mother. When she called to seek Chongjuan's opinion, her usually irresponsible father inquired with unusual seriousness about Jacob and the werewolf clan, providing Chongqing with the contact information of several sorcerers frequently traveling abroad, and consented to her request to temporarily remain in the Fortes reservation. With the understanding and approval of her elders, Chongqing called Yi Jun and Shu Wang, receiving entirely contrasting responses. Although Yi Jun opposed, and Shu Wang offered blessings, that was no longer of consequence. What mattered was that she could stay on the reservation, by Jacob's side, at least until her graduation. You can stay, right? Jacob asked, his eyes sparkling with a smile as he looked down at her. Even though he had surmised the outcome from Changqing's return to school, he still wished to hear her say it aloud. I refuse to entertain any negative answers. Then what else do you want me to say, Jacob? Changqing laughed at him. Yes, I shall rely on your protection from now on. You must understand that before my graduation, I will join your clan, and you must be responsible for me. I have expressed my desire not to hear any responses that contain negations or restrictions. You did not mention limitations previously, and I had assumed you would understand. Jacob crouched, his shoulders and Evergreen's waist aligned in perfect parallel. He possessed a pair of beautiful, captivating eyes. May I embrace you, Ural? The answer was, I may, indeed I may. Before Evergreen could utter a word, she was lifted from her seat. Jacob slipped one arm beneath her knees while the other encircled her waist, adjusting her position midair. Without waiting for Evergreen's reply, the excited Kalut werewolf spun around, his hand resting on her waist climbing to her back, naturally, for balance. His hand on her knees also shifted upward. Taken aback by the sudden advance, Evergreen found herself both startled and amused. You didn't even ask for my consent. Jacob gazed down at the girl nestled against his chest, his smile tinged with playful intent. I trust you would respond affirmatively. I merely acted in accordance with what I deemed necessary. Unprepared for Jacob's boldness, Evergreen wrapped her arms around his neck. All right, set me down. Jacob allowed her feet to touch the ground, shifting to embrace her waist with both arms, resting his chin on her shoulder. This new position enabled Jacob to hear Evergreen's heartbeat. He inhaled deeply, his senses filled with a subtle fragrance. You requested to be set down. Yet you did not say do not embrace me. Jacob radiated warmth, his werewolf body maintaining a temperature consistently above 40 degrees, even through the fabric of her shirt. The heat flowed towards the slightly cooler Evergreen. This position made it easy for Evergreen to notice that Jacob towered over her by nearly a head. To embrace his neck comfortably, she had to rise onto her toes. Evergreen waved her hand, signaling her reluctance to remain in such a stance, her arms weary. You seem taller than when I first arrived, Jacob. Jacob's right hand cradled Evergreen's waist, yet he did not release her. The reason we transform into werewolves lies in our bloodline, which propels us into a rapid growth phase. In truth, my body has already reached its 20s. My height, weight, strength, and speed will remain at their peak until we master the complete control over our bloodline. Only then can we alter ourselves at will, including the passage of time. That sounds rather unfortunate. If we don't strive for improvement, over time we might find ourselves in a May-December romance. I'm not fond of younger men. Evergreen playfully nudged Jacob, his chest muscles firm as stone, akin to his wolf form. She noticed that Jacob had become more affectionate, his warmth irresistibly fervent. Jacob, don't you feel hot? I've always been the clever one. Even if I remain unchanged, I still appear older than you. Recently, Jacob had taken to resting his chin on any part of Evergreen's body, his smile unwavering since the ambush. You would feel even more comfortable to hold in the summer. Oriole. Quill abruptly flung open the door to the classroom. After eavesdropping for a while outside, he was wholly unperturbed to witness the two individuals entwined in each other's company. Werewolves had their own means of communication, devoid of secrets. He was acutely aware that Jacob had long harbored this intention, and under the looming threat from Queen Lyre, Quill found himself compelled to interrupt Jacob's clandestine affair, enduring the sharpness of Jacob's gaze. Feeling somewhat wounded, Quill lowered his head and remarked, Hey, buddy. I must assert that I am undoubtedly the most astute one in our pack. All right, I confess your boasting has incited a twinge of jealousy within me. However, I believe it prudent for you to visit Sam's place first. Lyre asked me to remind you not to forget that today is the day of assembly. Jacob's composure had not yet thickened to the point of remaining unfazed in the presence of a third party. Nor was he concerned that Changqing might shyly distance herself from him. Upon releasing Changqing's hand, Jacob seamlessly grasped her palm. There is still some time. Quill innocently shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps it's just that Habby can no longer tolerate your foolish demeanor. She asked me to convey to you to remember to take Changqing with you. Having delivered Lyre's message, Quill discreetly retreated, no longer wishing to impose. Jacob held Changqing's hand, gazing down at her face. Changqing, puzzled, returned his gaze, and after a moment, Jacob enveloped her in his embrace, suddenly exclaiming, Aching. Changqing, even more bewildered, inquired, What is it? Aching, aching, aching. Jacob's pronunciation grew increasingly adept, soon surpassing Quill's enunciation. Aching. Aching, aching, aching. Tell me, you like it, don't you? Jacob, has anyone ever remarked that your behavior is rather childish? No one else would see it. Jacob curled his lips into a smile, leaning closer to Changqing's face, his gaze earnest and focused. Moreover, I misspoke. It is not it, but rather me. Tell me. You like me, don't you? Certainly. Cha-Ching quickly pecked Jacob's cheek and took his hand, urging him to move forward. Riel is still waiting for us. We must hurry. Jacob instinctively touched the spot on his cheek where he had been swiftly kissed, and his smile widened. The gathering place of the queer wolf pack was invariably at Sam's house, which, along with Emily's, was adorned like a miniature garden, warm and spacious. Sam's home lacked elders and young children, allowing the queer wolves to revel in their transformations without restraint. Just a short distance from Sam's house lay a secluded cedar forest. Sunlight dappled the flower bed in front of the cabin, where the climbing vines of the finch stretched comfortably. A faint aroma wafted through the air, sweet yet not cloying. In the distance, the cedars on the back mountain rustled gently in the breeze, while foraging birds chirped merrily. It was indeed beautiful here. Yet Riel held no fondness for it. Typically, she was the last of the wolves to arrive at Sam's house. She refrained from transforming into her wolf form to make the journey, as it would expose her thoughts to the watchful eyes of the other wolves. She did not possess the privilege to run in her wolf form for release. When injured, she could only endure the slow, human pace or curl up, hugging her knees. Only the form of a human can ensure she does not appear as a mere specter. She detests the notion of her pain and struggles being laid bare before a group of boys. Riel has not yet succumbed to despair. She still clings to her self-respect. She has not been able to fully let go of Sam, who is both her ex-boyfriend and her cousin. The brand of this werewolf nature has severed her connection with Sam. As the beta wolf, second only to the alpha leader in the pack, Riel often contemplates whether seizing Sam's dominion and unilaterally shielding her thoughts from the other werewolves would alleviate her feelings. The more she entertains such thoughts, the more likely they are to be sensed by Sam. Yet, as the formidable leader of the pack, the imposing black wolf strolls past her, seemingly oblivious to her turmoil. Riel finds this intolerable. She is a nonconformist. While the other werewolves gather around the small dining table inside, enjoying the muffins baked by Emily, Riel resolutely sits atop the roof, letting the cold wind blow through her thoughts. Riel Clearwater, the beta wolf of the pack, stands apart when Evergreen and Jacob approach. Riel leaps down from the 3-meter-high roof, unceremoniously draping her arm over Evergreen's shoulder and playfully shoving Jacob. Jacob, looking innocently at Evergreen, touches his nose and says, "Hey, Riel. They're waiting for you inside." Riel wraps her arms around Evergreen's waist, creating an impression of intimacy, and provocatively glances at Jacob, declaring, "This girl is temporarily under my care." Jacob immediately declared, "I shall accompany you." Riel cast a furtive glance at Jacob as she leaned against Cha-Ching, her once bright and vibrant black eyes dimmed considerably. "Sam is awaiting your words regarding Riley Beers, the boy from that vampire-infested town." Cha-Ching nodded at Jacob, inquiring, "Jacob, will you also partake in the intimate whispers of the best friends?" With concern, Jacob glanced at Riel, who had wrapped her arms around Cha-Ching, before reluctantly stepping back into the house, glancing over his shoulder multiple times. Emily cheerfully handed him a muffin cake, which he absent-mindedly brought to his nose. Witnessing Jacob's rare moment of embarrassment, the werewolves erupted into laughter, their human forms lacking in strength, yet still causing the table to splinter under their enthusiastic applause. Riel guided Cha-Ching towards the forest until they had ventured far enough away that even in their wolf forms, they could no longer hear the commotion. Releasing Cha-Ching's arm, Riel leaned against the rugged trunk of a cedar tree, her cascading black hair obscuring half her face. "I always possess numerous privileges, abstaining from werewolf meetings, departing from the pack at will, and occasionally challenging Sam's authority." Cha-Ching shook her head and stepped forward to embrace her. "Riel, you must cease thinking this way. Indeed, I am aware that I cannot continue to harbor such thoughts. Yet, damn it, Sam. Uli has shown me special treatment. As the alpha, he has been exceptionally tolerant of me." Lyre tightly embraced Cha-Ching, pouring out her anguish. "I do not need him to be this way. I wish he would bare his fangs in response to my provocations, rather than simply sighing in resignation and walking away." Cha-Ching was at a loss for how to console Lyre. All she could do was express her thoughts. "It is because he feels guilty towards you. Lyre, this is not your fault. Becoming a werewolf was not your desire. I can hear the thoughts of others. They believe that if Emily has received all of Sam's love, then I have been granted all of his understanding and compassion. I can only transform into human form and flee. Aching, I can only escape." Lyre's voice was hoarse and exhausted. The typically strong and disciplined Quileute girl surrendered her weight entirely to Cha-Ching, tears cascading down her cheeks, each drop falling onto Cha-Ching's back. The weeping Lyre was silent, her voice devoid of any quiver, as she fought to suppress the tremors coursing through her body. This version of Liar elicited even greater sympathy. As Chongqing futilely patted her fragile back, they believe that Sam has essentially branded me. Gradually, Liar calmed, releasing Chongqing and standing tall with unwavering resolve. Her gaze was shrouded in shadows and ice. Perhaps you are unaware of another possibility regarding the branding that may occur among werewolves. The Quileute werewolves can have multiple imprinting partners. Historically, our great leader Taha Aji has imprinted upon 3 women. Jacob once mentioned to Charlie that Taha Aki is the ancestor of their tribe. Taha Aki was also the first Quileute werewolf to come into contact with vampires, and following Taha, werewolves and vampires gradually evolved into generations of adversaries. Sam has been a werewolf for many years. He can no longer imprint on me. However, if he dares to, Lil merely seeks a confidant. Having repressed her feelings for far too long, she turned to Charlie, as if gazing through her to the black alpha of the current Quileute generation. Her eyes sharp and resolute. I will shatter his eggs. Remembering Leal's illustrious history of dealing with harassers, Charlie couldn't help but imagine the alpha clutching his legs together. Suppressing a laugh. Can you find another method? They might suffer psychological trauma from this. You know that your thoughts and feelings are often intertwined. Upon seeing Charlie's expression, Leal understood the image that crossed her mind, and she too burst into laughter. Thinking of the Quileute werewolf boys tightly squeezing their legs together, Leal had to concede that she must dispel that dreadful notion. Otherwise, Jacob and her brother Seth would have to endure that kind of suffering. Laughter dispelled the gloom and tension. Holding her stomach, Leal tried her best to stifle her laughter, embracing Charlie tightly. My dear girl, you truly bring me joy. At any moment, I just wanted to tell you how dreadful it is to have a werewolf lover. Charlie understood that Leal was referring to Jacob. She had anticipated this when Leal pushed Jacob away. Liar is a girl of gentle disposition, despite her fierce appearance. From this moment forth, you must be wary of the brand that may appear at any time and in any place. For you know, the object of his branding can no longer be you. Perhaps one day you will have to attend his wedding, adorned in blessings, yet the bride draped in white will not be you. Liar, through her past, warns Cha-Ching. And no one could deliver such a message with more conviction than she. After Emily graduates into adulthood, Sam is to wed her. I know, trust me, Liar. Cha-Ching sighed as he embraced the heart-wrenching yet resilient girl. Trust me, you needn't continue. I comprehend everything you have conveyed. One cannot deny that Jacob may also present such a possibility. Liar's tone was imbued with utmost seriousness, her very being trembling under the weight of recollection. For your own sake, you must contemplate this earnestly. I understand, Liar. Chongqing pressed his forehead against Liar's, offering a resolute reply. I cannot make a decision that would distress us both based on an uncertain future. If Jacob brands someone, I shall confront it without regret. Regret? Indeed, it seems I have never regretted falling in love with Sam. Liar. Thank you. It is not the fault of the quirked wolf to bear a brand from another. I cannot refuse or abandon it for that reason. Liar must concede that Chongqing's attitude is indeed infectious. Liar will likely never forget that moment, amidst the towering cedar forest. A dark-haired girl gazed with warmth and determination. Even without the crystalline ice surrounding her, she sparkled in the sunlight. Evergreen's expression seemed to convey her trust in Jacob. Even in such circumstances, she would only seek a solution. You are braver than I, she gently embraced Evergreen. And Liar's smile was pure and carefree. Perhaps I should have a heartfelt conversation with Sam, as a member of the pack rather than his ex-girlfriend. The author has something to say. You were once a beauty who threw a grenade. Thank you for the grenade. After much haste, I finally completed my writing and set out for a meal. Ah, the holiday is rather, you understand. After her departure, Evergreen's car was driven away by her aunt, Cha-Ching. Automobiles are ill-suited to remain in perpetually rainy locales, as they only succumb to rust. Cha-Ching had not anticipated Evergreen's swift return to Washington, to be reunited with the Quileute wolves. Evergreen's SUV remained quietly at a repair shop in eastern Washington. Quell had initially intended to pick up Evergreen as a gesture of gratitude for the assistance he received during the recent overhaul of his vehicle. Jacob did not deem it a prudent idea. He was the one closest to Cha-Ching, and their relationship was the most intimate. After enduring a lecture from Jacob's reproachful gaze for an entire class, Quill resolutely abandoned the notion. In truth, as the quintessential bad friend, Quill merely sought to witness Jacob's folly. Jacob rode his motorcycle with remarkable skill. Chongqing was not fond of wearing a helmet, and neither was Jacob. The exhilarating speed of their ride was invigorating, and as they turned, her hair occasionally brushed against his cheek. At full throttle, Jacob's voice became a mere murmur. Fragmented and indistinct, leaving Chongqing unable to decipher his words. In the initial days, Jacob and Chongqing traversed the journey home in a tranquil silence. Only upon arriving and stowing the motorcycle in the garage could they engage in conversation. On the route to Riel's house for homework, Jacob often wished it were longer. Typically, it took him 20 minutes to reach home and park the bike, but after accompanying Chongqing to Riel's house, he would have to wait for Quill and Amber for several minutes. That was when Riel would tease him. Eventually, the astute Jacob learned to slow down, for instance. Today, Jacob's motorcycle broke down. The engine sputtered to a halt in the middle of the road. Lacking a toolbox, Jacob resorted to using sticks and stones as makeshift tools, inspecting the tires and the spark plugs. After nearly half an hour of toil, with his hands smeared in dark oil, Jacob lifted his gaze to Chongqing and conveyed the unfortunate news. Without proper tools, the broken-down motorcycle could not be repaired, and it seemed they would have to walk back today. The perpetually rain-soaked town of Fortes is indeed a quaint locale, where most of the youth pursue higher education and ultimately choose to settle elsewhere upon reaching adulthood. Only a handful of nostalgic middle-aged residents, along with those in pivotal roles essential for the town's functionality, remain. Its proximity to the reservation has significantly influenced this western town, imbuing it with a raw, untamed charm. The inhabitants' ability to embrace cutting-edge technology is relatively underdeveloped. Geographically, the town is characterized by its vastness and sparse population. For instance, if Jacob were to return home from the location where he broke down, he would have to traverse a straight road spanning 20 to 30 kilometers. While a motorcycle ride might take merely 10 minutes, Chongqing and Jacob would need to walk for nearly an hour. As Chongqing manipulated the moisture in the air, she coaxed the water vapor to cling to Jacob's hands and face, gradually diminishing the stubborn oil that had settled there. With deft control, she directed the clean water, which enveloped the oil, toward the ground, replacing it with a fresh stream to continue cleansing his face and hands. Jacob pressed his wrist against Chongqing's waist, drawing her into an embrace. To prevent the oil from smudging her, he merely rested his forehead against hers and smiled, saying, "There is no need for such trouble. I can wash up when I get home." "That won't be easy to remove," she replied, gently pushing Jacob away and gesturing for him to spread out his palm. "Shall we call Paul or Amber? I recall they have a small pickup truck." "No, we don't need anyone else." Jacob raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. "Isn't it just fine with the two of us? They'll understand that unexpected situations arise. They'll merely assume something transpired between us. Let them think what they will." Jacob steadied the motorcycle with one hand, while his free hand grasped Chongqing's. "I won't mind. How about you?" Any response seemed superfluous. Chongqing held Jacob's hand, gradually moving forward in tandem with him. The sheer joy of strolling together was a testament to the affection one feels for their beloved. Jacob's palm was like a warm pouch. For Chongqing, whose limbs were perpetually cold, his warmth seeped through her fingers and warmed her heart. With one hand occupied with the weighty motorcycle, Jacob engaged in little more than holding hands and conversing, yet Chongqing felt profoundly content and secure. "How about we continue like this?" Jacob tightened his grip on Chongqing's hand, turning his head to look at her. He shared the same sentiment. "I mean, how about I always accompany you like this? Even after your vehicle is returned, I could drive, if you prefer." Jacob's tone held a weighty seriousness, and Chongqing sensed he was not merely discussing after-school plans, but rather inquiring about a significant life choice. The peculiar illusion made her chuckle, leaving Jacob bewildered by her laughter. With no free hand, he nudged his elbow against his face, searching for any lingering traces of oil. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chongqing released Jacob's hand, wrapping his arms around Jacob's waist as he leaned in. "As long as you don't mind the trouble, it can last a lifetime." Jacob smiled, reaching up to gently touzle the furry head nestled against him, embracing Chongqing with one arm. Maintaining such a position was exhausting, yet Jacob persevered for over half an hour. Eventually, Chongqing had to take the initiative to end this torment, reaching out to grasp the right handlebar of the motorcycle. "Let me give it a push." It wasn't heavy. "All right," Jacob conceded with a smile under Chongqing's persistent gaze, "but you must be careful. It's not as light as it seems." Chongqing confidently steadied herself on the motorcycle, nimbly swinging a leg over to sit. Having previously ridden a motorcycle in a mountain village, her movements exuded a certain grace. She flicked the ignition and grasped the handlebars, raising an eyebrow at Jacob. Jacob gazed at her with affectionate admiration. "Well, it appears I underestimated you." Instinctively, Chongqing pressed the clutch all the way down and twisted the throttle. To everyone's surprise, the motorcycle roared to life, lurching forward a step. Chongqing, who had intended to dismount and push it, paused momentarily, balancing on one leg while maintaining the throttle in a half-open position, casting a playful smile at Jacob. Jacob, feeling somewhat guilty, touched his nose, realizing his expression was a tad too candid, and couldn't he help but laugh, revealing a set of healthy, white teeth. Well, your skills are impressive. It's been repaired. Chang's understanding of machinery was still limited to the knowledge she had gleaned from textbooks on how to replace a light bulb. She turned the key to shut off the engine, dismounted from the motorcycle, and, tilting her head, informed the somewhat awkward Jacob, "It seems to be broken again." Jacob steadied the motorcycle with one hand and propped up its kickstand. With a teasing smile, Chang inquired, "Are you about to give it a major overhaul?" Jacob took her hand, guiding it over her head before releasing it, transforming their initial grasp into a gentle embrace. He leaned in slightly, confining Chang within the narrow space formed by the motorcycle and his arm. He lowered his head, his nose hovering at the level where it could almost brush against her cheek. Chang supported herself against the soft leather seat of the motorcycle, tilting her head back slightly. Jacob did not possess the conventional handsome charm often celebrated in Western culture. Rather, his features were deeply contoured, with thick, dark eyebrows accentuating his elongated eyes. His gaze was dark and bright, occasionally revealing a playful, boyish mischief, yet he remained composed and disciplined. However, his chin conformed to the aesthetic ideals of Caucasians, and the stubble upon it could feel quite prickly against the skin. As he held her waist, Jacob observed the girl in his arms, her eyes tightly shut, and couldn't help but chuckle as he nudged her nose playfully. "Are you inviting me to kiss you?" Chang felt the warmth of his breath against her face, and she could wager that Jacob's lips were no more than a few centimeters away. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she pushed him away, exclaiming, "Let us hurry back." At her words, Jacob released her, even though he knew that a more assertive approach could lead to a passionate kiss. Jacob preferred to wait for Chang to be ready for their first embrace. At times, he struggled with impatience. Yet he possessed a remarkable endurance when it came to significant matters. He wished to create a beautiful memory for the girl he cherished, rather than simply one that brought him fleeting joy. Chang's heart raced violently, leaving her at a loss for words to articulate her feelings. The lingering softness from Jacob's gentle nuzzle remained on the tip of her nose. Unlike his wolf form, his human nose felt drier and softer. The tender caresses and touches made her acutely aware of the stubble at the corners of his mouth. Jacob once again intertwined his fingers with hers and, with a cheerful smile, suggested, "Shall we go? Billy is heading out to fish with Charlie the day after tomorrow, and I thought, perhaps you might consider spending the entire day with me?" Chang playfully punched Jacob, who feigned nonchalance, and asked, "Aren't you going to accompany Billy?" Jacob shifted positions with Chang, pushing the motorcycle forward with one hand. "I just need to be nearby. He will call for me if he needs anything. The barbecue there sounds delightful. We should give it a try. Shall we invite Liar and a few others?" "No." Jacob exaggeratedly bared his teeth in a mock growl, attempting to mimic a wolf's intimidation. But his inability to stifle his laughter rendered his expression somewhat comical. "Just the two of us. Alone, together." When Chang and Jacob arrived at Leal's home, Quirrell and Amber's homework was nearly complete. Seth bounded onto the sofa, playfully jostling the two sturdy kin, his head peeking over the back of the couch, eyes sparkling brightly. Leal placed a hand on Seth's shoulder to prevent him from tumbling off. The mischievous youngest Quirrell werewolf, Seth Clearwater, tilted his chin up, swaying his head as he scrutinized Jacob, and proclaimed in a manner reminiscent of a little adult, "I reckon you must be smitten, brother. Trust me, I can tell." Jacob approached and ruffled Seth's hair, chuckling, "All right, brother, I concede that your perception is indeed remarkable." Seth, beaming at the praise from his idolized older brother, clutched his head in delight. Except for Leal, everyone else unanimously agreed that Seth's smile had a somewhat foolish air, starkly contrasting with his usual clever demeanor. Leal walked over and handed Chang a beautifully wrapped elongated gift box. Quirrell proudly announced, "This is a collaborative gift from me, Habby, and Amber, to celebrate your recovery from your illness and your return." Before Quirrell could finish, the overlooked Seth lunged forward, tumbling into a playful scuffle with him. Leal took Chang's hand and placed it on the gift, smiling, "Go ahead, open it." Jacob, with one hand restraining Seth and the other blocking Quirrell, wedged himself between the two and flashed a grin at Chang. "Hey, you lot. How could you exclude me? I'm positively envious. You are indeed the most cunning companion." You slipped away without a sound. "Hey, do you have any idea how many kind words we spoke on your behalf in front of Sam?" Chang unwrapped her gift to reveal a handcrafted protective pendant, perfectly embodying the essence of the reservation. Gratefully and excitedly, she embraced Lyre. If danger arises, simply crush it. We can all sense it. Lyre returned the embrace with a smile, explaining that the scent of the pendant held special significance for werewolves. It was as if Lyre was assuring Changqing that the Quirit wolf tribe was her home and her support. She had never considered how terrifying it would be for Changqing to find herself in a situation where she had to seek help from a dangerous enemy. The other werewolves nodded in agreement, smiling. However, Changqing realized this truth and resolved deep within her heart to never crush it. The author has something to say. The noble and aloof Deep Well Ice launched a rocket launcher on May 3, 2014, at 0:40. Due to the presence of the Quirit tribe, the pristine environment around the reservation has remained untouched. Sea fishing, mountain climbing, and camping have long been favorites among both locals and tourists. Today, Billy and Charlie plan to go sea fishing, as the only sheriff in town. Charlie has not had a moment to relax in quite some time. Recently, a series of incidents have transpired in Seattle, compelling the local law enforcement officers to assist in the investigations. A couple of days ago, Charlie diligently worked day and night to review the case files of missing persons, ultimately submitting an analytical report concerning the disappearances in the Seattle serial murders. The city has been plagued by a series of homicides, prompting nearby towns to become equally busy. The stirred FBI suspects that the perpetrator may have practiced on the individuals reported missing, and that recent cases of disappearances in the vicinity could potentially yield new evidence. Thus, Charlie must tirelessly sort through past case files throughout the night. Riley Beers, one of the individuals missing in recent years, lingers in Charlie's memory. As a bachelor, Charlie Swan dedicates the majority of his time to his work. However, the arrival of his daughter Bella from Phoenix, Florida, has significantly alleviated this situation. For the sake of his beloved daughter, the taciturn and honest sheriff often finds himself engaging with old friends. During Bella's early days in town, Charlie's conversations predominantly revolved around the interests of young girls and how to teach them to safeguard themselves amidst the advances of exuberant young men. Aside from his concern for his daughter, Charlie possesses few hobbies, with fishing being one of his rare pastimes shared with old friends. Unfortunately, since the passing of Harry Clearwater, the only remaining companion for Charlie's fishing endeavors is the disabled Billy Black. In an effort to provide his old friend with some respite, Billy has invited Charlie to go fishing, reminiscent of the days when Harry was still alive. As the sole person still residing with Billy, Jacob felt compelled to accompany him. Billy's mobility was greatly impaired. Having spent years confined to a wheelchair, he had only managed to strengthen his upper body, resulting in a significant loss of balance. Should a large fish take the bait, he might very well be dragged into the sea by its thrashing. Before dawn broke, Charlie's patrol